The host has perished. Please select reincarnation. Bell gazed at the panel before him, ensnared in contemplation. Could it be that I cannot be human? Thus, the Pokemon realm acquired a mysterious entity known as Bell, omnipresent across the skies, oceans, and lands. Shinado, my husband. First life, the rise of the insectoids, management, conquest. Second life, the Dragon King of the vast sea, growth, god slaying. Third life, the dragon slaying sword saint, daily life, Cynthia. Fourth life, ancient primordial. Chapter 1, the soul transmigration into Pokemon. Vidian forest. The radiant sunlight cascaded through the gaps in the leaves, forming dappled patterns of light and shadow. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, carrying with it the refreshing scent of flora. At that moment, a drifting soul slowly opened its eyes. Where am I? Didn't I die? How is it that I still possess consciousness? Could it be I have traversed to another realm? Ding! The infinite rebirth system has detected a host. Would you like to bind? Upon hearing the voice, Bell felt perplexed. A system? Where did this come from? I remember being struck by a vehicle and then losing consciousness. As this realization dawned on him, a wave of desolation washed over Bell. He was still young, with numerous dreams yet to be fulfilled. To perish like this was utterly disheartening. Ding! The host's soul is on the verge of dissipating, implementing emergency measures. What? Bell exclaimed in astonishment. My soul is about to vanish? Ding! Hostbound, reincarnation commencing. Accompanied by a powerful force, Bell's soul instantly vanished from its location. Within Vidian Forest, a sanctuary for wild Pokemon, the relentless cycle of nature's law, survival of the fittest, played out daily. As the foundation of the food chain, the green caterpillars struggled to survive each day, nibbling on leaves, which was the sole activity they could engage in. When Bell opened his eyes once more, he found himself enveloped in darkness, his body feeling sticky and cramped. This is so uncomfortable, so constricting. Moreover, my body feels rather peculiar. Bell shook vigorously, striving to break free from his confinement. Though lacking strength, he could still manage simple movements. Suddenly, crack! A sound of shattering resonated, and a multitude of fine cracks appeared before Bell, revealing a glimmer of light. Oh, it seems I can escape. With this thought, Bell was determined to flee from this cramped, dark space. Thus he exerted more effort to shatter his prison. Crack, crack! As Bell continued to push, the binding force finally yielded. Sunlight flooded his face, momentarily blinding him. As he gradually adjusted, he opened his eyes to behold a vibrant world. Goodness, what a large caterpillar, and the surrounding trees are so towering. Observing the other green caterpillars emerging from their shells, Bell felt a sense of disorientation, then slowly glanced down at his own form. 1 second, 2 seconds. Have I transformed into a caterpillar? Beep. Staring at the shell, still clinging to his lower half, Bell's stomach audibly protested. A thought crossed his mind that this shell might be quite delectable. Perhaps I should take a bite. Acting on impulse, Bell squirmed toward the shell and took a bite. Not bad at all. Consequently, Bell voraciously devoured the shell until nothing remained. Burp, I'm full. Content. Bell lay on the ground to digest, when suddenly a familiar voice echoed in his mind. You have leveled up, current level LV1. Oh, I remember now, I have a system. With this thought, Bell silently recited the system panel in his mind. In the next moment, a luminous screen materialized before his eyes, visible only to the protagonist. Host, Caterpie Bell. Attributes, bug. Talent, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Level, LV1. Ability, shed skin. Moves, string shot, tackle. Although it seemed somewhat implausible, he could not deny, upon gazing at the panel before him, that he had traversed into the world of Pokemon and had become a Caterpie, the creature with the least potential. Since this is the case, I must accept it. After all, this represents a chance to start anew. In his previous life, although Bell, an ardent Pokemon enthusiast, felt a tinge of regret for not reaching adulthood, he nonetheless found himself in the Pokemon world. Given this circumstance, he resolved to live life to the fullest. Suddenly, a bird's cry shattered the silence of the forest, causing Bell's body to involuntarily tremble, and his fellow creatures scattered like birds and beasts. An idea sparked in Bell's mind as he noticed a nearby thicket. Understanding the urgency, he quickly darted into its embrace. Alas, a distracted Caterpie met a tragic fate, ensnared by the claws of a colossal yellow bird, only to be devoured beak by beak. Bell's pupils constricted as he witnessed the ghastly scene unfold before him, his body trembling uncontrollably, hidden within the thicket, too fearful to make a sound lest he attract the attention of the immense avian predator. After what felt like an eternity, only a pile of green remnants remained, while the bird lingered, preening its feathers with its beak, seemingly unsatisfied with its recent meal. Pidgey. With his familiarity with Pokémon, Bell instantly recognized the identity of the bird. In the next moment, information about the creature appeared before him. Species, Pidgey. Type, flying normal. Level, LV9. Talent, red. Abilities, keen eyes. Moves, tackle, sand attack, gust. As Bell trembled in the grass, unbeknownst to him, a purple serpent stealthily approached Pidgey's vicinity. With a swift flicker of violet, the once leisurely preening Pidgey was suddenly seized by the snake. Instantly, a chilling cry reverberated through the forest. Bell, witnessing Pidgey's plight, felt a sense of pity akin to that he had for the earlier caterpie, both tragic and helpless. The great serpent continued its predatory pursuit, its purple form tightly coiling around the bird, indifferent to Pidgey's desperate struggles. Gradually, Pidgey succumbed to its fate, and as Bell observed the scene, he saw helplessness and despair reflected in Pidgey's eyes. It was to pay the price for its carelessness. Bell seemed to grasp the nature of this world. This world is indeed real. The law of the jungle prevails. At this moment, hidden within the thicket, Bell appeared to comprehend much. To survive, he must fully embrace the role of a caterpie. Fortunately, this is the Pokémon world. I must find a way to become strong. As he silently contemplated, Bell's trembling subsided. The beings within the Pokémon world, no, rather, the creatures, possess extraordinary powers, and each Pokémon harbors the potential for growth. The moves they master will serve as their means of defense, and Bell is no exception. After all, he is currently a caterpie. As he pondered, the purple serpent consumed Pidgey's lifeless body in one swift motion. It understood the principle of survival of the fittest and did not linger, quietly slithering into the underbrush, retreating deeper into the forest. Bell observed the direction in which the purple serpent vanished, mentally marking it as a no-go zone, at least until he had grown stronger, for he had no intention of venturing that way. That Arbok has quite a high level. Peeking cautiously, Bell accessed the panel to view the creature's information. Species, Arbok. Type, poison. Level, LV15. Talent, red. Ability, shed skin. Moves, bind, glare, poison, sting, bite. After the Arbok's silhouette faded completely from view, Bell remained hidden in the thicket for a while longer. It was not until half an hour later that other caterpies began to appear, prompting him to cautiously emerge from the foliage. It seems they have truly departed. A familiar signal from his abdomen urged Bell it was time for him to eat. As a bug-type Pokémon, Caterpie has a notably brief growth cycle, yet requires copious sustenance, needing to feed almost daily during this stage. Wake, eat, sleep, and repeat, such is the cycle. What should I eat? Unintentionally, Bell spotted remnants on the ground, remnants of an eggshell that other Caterpies had yet to finish. An idea blossomed in his mind. Chapter 2. Survival of the Fittest, Natural Selection. Food. Is there not an abundance readily available? The shells of Pokémon eggs are replete with rich nutrients that can aid every newly hatched Pokémon through their most arduous times, and Bell is no exception. Based on previous experiences of consuming eggshells, the nutrients contained within can facilitate his growth and evolution, presenting an irresistible temptation. At this moment, several green caterpillars that have consumed their own shells are starting to eye the shells of their companions. Newly emerged, they act purely on instinct, driven by hunger to continue feeding. Such a straightforward, yet brutal logic of behavior reflects the harsh realities of nature. One must seize the initiative or risk being eliminated by it. Survival of the fittest, the weak are devoured. With this thought in mind, Bell wriggled his verdant body slowly toward a shattered eggshell. Crunch. As he munched with his caterpillar mouth, Bell savored the delightful taste, and the emptiness in his belly gradually subsided. Before long, he had consumed every last bit of the shell before him. Ah, delightful. He pressed on, feeling that he could still eat a little more. Gradually, he crawled to another shell and bit into it once again. Ding. The host has leveled up, current level LV2. A shiver coursed through his body, and Bell felt a warm current flowing within him, enhancing his physical attributes. Yes, he had leveled up. A wave of joy surged within Bell. If he continued to consume in this manner, he could accelerate his growth and shorten his vulnerable phase. Unbeknownst to him, he glanced at the surrounding green caterpillars vying for eggshells, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. There were only so many shells. He must secure the resources. Lest he fall behind, he must act swiftly. With a sudden thought, Bell expelled a mass of sticky white silk from his mouth. Silk threads, an essential ability for every caterpillar Pokémon, serve multiple purposes. At this moment, Bell successfully utilized its adhesive properties to ensnare a green caterpillar that was monopolizing an eggshell. Without delay, Bell quickly crawled beside it, delivering 2 successive blows before the creature could break free from its bindings. The newly hatched caterpillar, typically fragile, succumbed to its fate, spiraling into a daze, a clear indication that it was on the brink of death. My belly feels less full than before. It seems that combat and exertion can indeed aid digestion, Bell silently noted, before turning to claim his spoils, the shattered eggshells. After a frenzied consumption, he felt another wave of warmth enhancing his physical prowess. Ding! The host has leveled up, current level LV3, with the system's voice echoing in his mind. Bell's heart soared with elation. He then cast his gaze toward the remaining eggshells of other green caterpillars and proceeded to claim them all. During this endeavor, a few dared to resist, yet they were but newly hatched younglings, barely at level 1, and thus no match for Bell. They all fell without exception. Bell, gradually consuming some of the eggshells, used his silk to package the leftovers, leaving his belly quite full indeed. Life is delightful. However, just as Bell prepared to depart, the green caterpillars gazed at him with hungry eyes, subtly encircling him. As caterpillar Pokémon, they excel at forming groups, an instinct ingrained in their very DNA. Although they would eventually disperse to develop independently, they would reunite upon their metamorphosis into butterflies. This is a form of selection, a competition where the weak perish in the wild, much like the green caterpillar that had been devoured, a test imposed by every Butterfree parent upon their offspring. Hand over the food, commanded the lead green caterpillar, its gaze fierce, while the others looked greedily at the eggshells behind Bell. In response, Bell's instincts heightened, and he turned his focus toward the lead caterpillar. Species, green caterpillar. Type, bug. Talent, orange. Level, LV1. Skills, silk spit, tackle. This must be the most qualified among the green caterpillars, perhaps even superior to himself. Yet what does that matter? It is still only level 1. What could it do? As for the other green caterpillars, they had yet to reach even that level, posing no threat whatsoever. With this thought, Bell raised his body to appear more imposing and assumed an attacking stance. The ferocity evident in his eyes caused the encroaching green caterpillars to hesitate momentarily. They were ultimately mere newborns, and being bug-type Pokémon, they were inherently timid. Faced with Bell, a green caterpillar infused with the soul of a 25-year-old human, they were intimidated by his assertiveness. Seeing Bell's formidable presence, the lead green caterpillar's eyes flickered with a hint of fear, but gazing at the eggshells behind Bell, it hesitated. Meanwhile, Bell surveyed the surrounding green caterpillars, and, noting that they had not retreated, felt a surge of resolve. With a swift motion, Bell unleashed a stream of silk, and his entire body radiated with a white glow as he charged forward. Bang! The ensnared green caterpillar had no time to evade and was instantly sent flying by Bell's impact. Following this, Bell struck again with another silk spit, binding his opponent once more. What? Exclaimed the lead green caterpillar weakly, as the other green caterpillars that had encircled Bell scattered in fright, seeking refuge among the grass. Bell offered no further explanation. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he charged again. Bang! This time, the green caterpillar could no longer hold on, spiraling into a daze, indicating its imminent demise. Ding! The host has leveled up, current level LV4. Feeling his strength augment once more, Bell silently acknowledged that he had discovered a new method of leveling up. He then glanced around, searching for the once-gathered companions. To his dismay, not a single caterpillar remained. A pang of regret welled within Bell. He had been a moment too late. It was now imperative to find a safe haven. Bell understood that he was still far too weak. Had he not launched a surprise attack, his first silk spit might have been evaded, and defeating the green caterpillar thereafter would have required considerable effort. With this realization, he felt an overwhelming sense of malice in his surroundings, as if a Pidgey might emerge at any moment. Time to flee. Using his silk to carry the eggshells, Bell crouched low and slowly made his way toward a sheltered area. As a green caterpillar, his primary predator would be bird Pokémon like Pidgey. If he were to find a place to nest, the ground was immediately ruled out. The low vantage point would make him an easy target for Pidgey high above, leading to swift demise. Moreover, the ground was not a safe haven, as other Pokémon like Rattata also preyed upon green caterpillars. With the ground eliminated, the best place for Bell to establish his home would be among the trees. Contemplating this, he slowly raised his gaze to a distant tree, lush with foliage. It was the most abundant tree in the vicinity. Chapter 3. Nesting in the Tree Hollow. Realizing this, Bell hastened toward the great tree. Due to his slow crawling speed, he arrived just as the sun began to set, but fortunately, he had earlier scouted a concealed thicket near the base of the tree. The dangers lurking within the forest at night were a prospect that Bell wished to avoid experiencing firsthand. Thus, he resolved to spend the night here and defer any decisions until the morrow. As dawn broke, Bell was well aware that the early worm often becomes a meal for the bird, so he indulged in a leisurely slumber until the late morning. The rumbling of his stomach, an unmistakable protest, roused him from his rest. Reluctantly, Bell rose to his feet. Despite his diminutive stature, he had quite the appetite. Crunching on the remnants of an eggshell, he gazed at the towering trees before him. Choosing a suitable abode was indeed a matter of considerable importance. Too high, and he risked detection by the birds. Too low, and he would be troubled by ground spirits. Perhaps I could consider burrowing into a tree hollow. As a caterpillar, digging a nest would not pose much difficulty. It merely required some time, but without the worry of food, he found himself with ample time at his disposal. Thus, he set to work. Contemplating his morning meal, Bell ascended the trunk of the tree. He had identified an excellent location, nestled within the mid-upper section of the trunk, where the branches would provide ample cover, bestowing upon him a profound sense of security. Before long, Bell reached his ideal spot. After determining the best angle, he instinctively began to gnaw at the bark with his mandibles. After 3 hours of labor, the entrance to his hollow was taking shape, perfectly sized to accommodate his form. A little more refinement inside, and his task would be complete. Observing his creation, Bell felt a swell of satisfaction. The hollow's position beneath the branches rendered it well concealed from prying eyes, making it exceedingly discreet. 3 hours later, Bell had crafted his first home. The design was quite rudimentary. Furnished with bits of resin he had chewed to serve as his bedding, alongside his food, eggshells wrapped in silk threads. This constituted all of his belongings. It seemed that, with a bit of practice, he could master the techniques of his kind ahead of schedule. Host, Caterpie Bell. Type, Bug. Talent, Red. Level, LV4. Ability, Powder Scales. Moves, String Shot, Tackle, Bug Bite. As Bell gazed at his status panel, he pondered his next steps. His goal was crystal clear: to embody the essence of survival. The most prudent approach to endure. In his hollow, he need not worry about food or sleep, for it was a haven of safety. The Caterpie, being a bug-type Pokémon, had a notably short growth cycle, and he estimated that it would not be long before he evolved into Metapod, eventually transforming into Butterfree, at which point he could seek out his kin. If memory served, Caterpie evolved into Metapod at level 7 and into Butterfree at level 10. It appeared he was nearing that milestone. Over the past few days, he sensed a change was impending within him, accompanied by a growing hunger. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level LV5. Lost in thought, Bell was suddenly interrupted by a surge of warmth coursing through his body. He had leveled up again. How remarkable it was to gain experience while reclining. Though he jested about it, he understood the reasons behind his swift advancement. Primarily, the short growth cycle of bug-type Pokémon played a role, but more significantly, the quality of his sustenance surpassed that of ordinary Caterpies. It must be said, the Pokémon eggshells were truly remarkable. One shell alone replenished the essential nutrients he had been lacking. The calcium-rich content of the shell further accelerated his physical growth, and he could distinctly feel himself expanding, to the point where the hollow felt a touch cramped. This necessitated the widening of the entrance. No, I cannot afford to become complacent. Otherwise, I shall grow so large that movement will become impossible. Reminding himself of this, Bell noticed his crawling speed had significantly diminished, a perilous situation in the wild, particularly for a succulent Caterpie, which would surely attract the attention of bird Pokémon like Pidgey, who would consider him a gourmet treat. With this in mind, Bell adjusted his posture and lay on his back within the hollow. Indeed, it was time for sit-ups. As a Caterpie infused with human spirit, he aimed to leverage his human advantages. Scientific training would aid his development. Henceforth, he would commit to a daily regimen of 100 sit-ups. 2.5 minutes later, Bell lay breathless on his back, his eyes betraying his exhaustion. How disheartening it was to discover that after only 9 repetitions, he was completely spent, hardly a tenth of his goal. No, if I am to improve, I must train harder. With renewed determination, Bell continued his exercise. As for why he did not venture outside to battle, alas, he was timid and wished to avoid death. He was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked beyond and his current level. To survive, he had no choice but to bide his time until he could adequately defend himself. 3 days later, Bell felt a marked improvement in his physical condition. The sensation of lethargy had dissipated. His training had proven effective, and he had even gained a level in the process. Host, Caterpie Bell. Type, Bug. Talent, Red. Level, LV6. Ability, Powder Scales. Moves, String Shot, Tackle, Bug Bite. Now at level 6, he was on the cusp of evolution. Bell sensed a restless energy surging within him, as if transformation were imminent. Struggling to suppress this feeling, he fixed his determined gaze upon the entrance of his hollow, where a fruit hung, gradually turning yellow, and his body responded with a profound craving. Tree fruit, evergreen fruit. Description, a fruit that grows within the evergreen forest. Possessing restorative qualities for Pokémon on the verge of evolution, with a chance to enhance their red talent. According to his status panel, Bell gleaned two crucial pieces of information. First, his current location was the evergreen forest, and if his memory served correctly, he was situated in the Kanto region. The second piece of information, which piqued his interest, was the potential for enhancing his attributes. Although Bell was uncertain of the implications of high talent, he surmised it would correlate with his future growth. Thus he yearned to acquire the evergreen fruit. Trouble loomed. Observing the towering yellow bird perched on a branch, Bell instinctively recoiled deeper into his hollow. Pokémon, Pidgey. Type, Normal, Flying. Talent, Red. Level, 17. Ability, Keen Eye. Skills, Tackle, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Gust, Whirlwind. The formidable statistics on this panel left Bell feeling intimidated. Yet, just as he contemplated retreating further into his hollow, he inadvertently caught sight of the bushes adjacent to the fruit tree. Initially, he had seen nothing unusual, but his extraordinary system revealed otherwise. Pokémon, Rattata. Type, Normal. Talent, Red. Level, 18. Ability, Guts. Skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Bite, Super Fong, Body Slam. Bell stared blankly at the panel, casting a glance at the unremarkable bushes, internally lamenting. They were all seasoned contenders, each more formidable than the last. Chapter 4, Breaking Free from the Cocoon. In light of the current predicament, there was no room for risk. A misstep could lead to his untimely demise. With this thought in mind, Bell began to retreat cautiously, wary of attracting the attention of the two formidable creatures. He had initially harbored thoughts of the evergreen fruit, but now, those ideas had all but vanished. However, just as Bell was about to turn his head, a sudden bird call startled him. Upon glancing back, he discovered that a Pidgey had already flown beside the evergreen fruit. But there was another competitor involved. This was yet another Pidgey. The two Pidgeys exchanged hostile glances and quickly engaged in a fierce battle. It appeared that the situation was escalating. Observing the chaotic clash of the Pidgeys, Bell cast a sidelong glance at the little Rattata stealthily approaching the evergreen fruit, internally exclaiming, "What a crafty little thief." Suddenly, both Pidgeys inadvertently caught sight of the evergreen fruit clutched in Rattata's mouth. Instantly, their previously antagonistic relationship softened significantly, and they tacitly prepared to eliminate the intruding Rattata. In a show of kin rivalry, they aimed to expel the outsider first. With a flicker of teal light shimmering across their wings, both Pidgeys unleashed a powerful gust toward Rattata. The two torrents of wind swiftly knocked Rattata down, causing the evergreen fruit to fall right beneath the tree where Bell was hiding. After regaining his footing, Rattata glared furiously at the two Pidgeys but refrained from confronting them head-on, aware of their numerical superiority. With only a single Pokémon in his possession, he feared the consequences of engaging in battle. Casting a resentful glance at the Pidgeys, Rattata turned to flee. Yet, as he scampered away, the sound of Pidgey calls echoed behind him, tinged with a hint of anger. Chirp! In response, Bell remained ensconced within the confines of the tree hollow, eagerly observing the evergreen fruit enveloped in silk. His heart raced with excitement. Reflecting on the recent turn of events, he realized the fruit had practically been delivered to him on a silver platter. There was no reason not to seize the opportunity. Without hesitation, he deftly utilized his silk spinning ability to stealthily reel the fruit into the safety of the hollow. Rattata was left to bear the brunt of the blame. Recognizing that it wasn't entirely safe yet, Bell decided to wait until the two Pidgeys departed before indulging in the fruit. Suppressing the urge to devour the delectable morsel, he cautiously peeked outside. To his relief, he saw no sign of the Pidgeys, and, more importantly, the system panel revealed no other hidden Pokémon lurking in the shadows. Time passed, and the day unfolded. By the end of it, Bell had consumed the last remnants of his dwindling egg shells, and his body began to emit a faint white glow, an indication that he had reached the precipice of evolution. The evergreen fruit needed to be consumed without delay. Without a moment to spare, Bell promptly bit into the silk, eagerly gnawing at the yellow fruit within. Before long, as he finished the fruit, the evolutionary light surrounding him intensified, flooding the tree hollow with brilliance. Fortunately, Bell had prudently covered the entrance with leaves, obscuring the interior from any outside view. Within the radiant light, his form began to stretch slowly, and his body gradually hardened. After an indeterminate period, the light began to wane, revealing a moderately sized chrysalis that now occupied the hollow, which felt rather cramped. Finally, evolution had occurred. Having personally experienced this transformative process, Bell was profoundly moved. The sensation of gradual growth, culminating in a significant leap in life, was truly enchanting. While enveloped in the white light, he felt an overwhelming warmth, akin to being immersed in a soothing hot spring. Oh, I've leveled up twice, and my talent has changed. Host, Cocoon, Bell. Type, Bug. Talent, Orange. Level, 8. Skills, Harden. String Shot, Tackle, Bug Bite, Sealed. Gazing at the panel, Bell felt a surge of joy. The risks he had taken to pilfer the evergreen fruit had yielded substantial rewards. Not only had his talent ascended to the orange level, but he had also gained 2 levels. Now that I am at level 8, the evolution to level 10 is not far off. Although this was the case, as a chrysalis, he found himself unable to do anything but remain still, eagerly awaiting the day he would break free from his shell. Soon, he would be able to soar through the skies, and that thought filled him with excitement. Bell distinctly remembered that Cocoon's final evolution, Butterfree, was a bug and flying-type Pokémon, capable of flight. This prospect was immensely appealing to him, as who among us does not harbor dreams of soaring high above? Once he achieved this transformation, he would possess the ability to defend himself. As a seasoned Pokémon player from his previous life, he was well acquainted with various combos and strategies involving Butterfree. Moreover, in this authentic Pokémon world, devoid of game constraints, the effects of skills could undergo significant alterations. Thus, the ideas swirling in his mind could finally be put to the test. Regrettably, he could not partake in any food at present. He could only wait for his gradual development. At this stage as a Cocoon, his body was slowly maturing from within, and all he could do was bide his time. Fortunately, he had already stored sufficient nutrients internally, alleviating any fears of starvation. While it seemed that he could evolve at level 2, this merely meant enduring the wait until he naturally leveled up. And so, time meandered on. On the first day, Bell found himself utterly bored and could do nothing but sleep. On the second day, boredom persisted, yet he noticed that since his evolution, he had become considerably more drowsy, spending most of his time lost in dreams. On the third day, he envisioned himself as a grand butterfly, larger than life. On the fourth day, he leveled up once more, reaching level 9, just a single level away from evolving into level 10, which left him exhilarated for quite some time. On the fifth day, a profound sense of loneliness enveloped him, evoking memories of his parents from his former life. After all, since arriving in this world, he had not seen his parents, even if they had been transformed into butterflies. On the sixth day, Bell suddenly felt a familiar stirring within his body, signaling yet another impending evolution. His heart raced with excitement at this prospect. On the seventh day, Bell's eagerness overwhelmed him. He spent the entire night wide awake, brimming with boundless energy, which unfortunately led to tiny, nearly imperceptible cracks forming on his trembling chrysalis. It's coming. That sensation is here. At that moment, Bell began to tremble, radiant light enveloping him. In an instinctive reaction, he released strands of silk, encasing himself within, and soon a massive cocoon occupied half the space of the hollow. With a resounding flourish, the white cocoon radiated an infinite glow, and a long figure emerged, breaking free from its confines. Within the brilliance, it became apparent that the creature had sprouted a pair of wings. Once the luminescence faded, a magnificent butterfly with a vibrant purple body and dazzling colors emerged before all. Butterfree had arrived. Chapter 5. The Temptation of Shells. As the ultimate evolution of Metapod, Butterfree possessed a notable degree of offensive capability, signifying that Bell had begun to acquire the skills necessary for survival within the forest. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the power coursing through him. Host, Butterfree Bell. Type, Bug, Flying. Talent, Yellow. Level, LV10. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic. Ability, Compound Eyes. As Bell surveyed his current status panel, he realized that he had finally established a foundational combat capability. After more than a week of lurking, he has finally reaped the rewards. His innate talent has once again ascended, now reaching the level of Yellow. Haha, I can finally take flight. Bell exclaimed joyfully, nestled upon the cocoon. As his wings stirred slightly, generating a flicker of upward buoyancy, Flight seemed to be inscribed in his very DNA. Having just undergone evolution, he needed a moment to acclimate. Approximately 2 to 3 minutes later, Bell gently flapped his wings and began to ascend, gradually extricating his entire form from the cocoon. He had achieved the milestone of his first solitary flight. It appears that my discarded shell still resides within this cocoon. Gazing at the cocoon, Bell felt a twinge of hesitation as he pondered a question. Can this shell still be consumed? Logically, the shells of Pokémon eggs are edible, and consuming them allows one to level up while resting. Thus, it stands to reason that his own shed shell should be no exception. The thought struck him that if he were to miss this opportunity to consume the shell, it would be akin to forfeiting a fortune. Moreover, during his evolution, the shell had also undergone transformation, merely serving as a springboard for his leap into life. So from an external perspective, it appeared as though he had crawled out from within. Why overthink it? After all, it is merely a remnant of himself. Surely consuming it wouldn't lead to any adverse effects. Resolving his doubts, Bell retracted his wings and promptly drilled back along the path he had emerged from. After a brief flurry of activity within, he finally located his shell. Observing through his compound eyes, he noted a small hole on his shell, a mark left from his evolution. Confirming it was indeed his own, Bell embarked on his first meal post-metamorphosis. Oh, this is rather delectable. Taking a bite, Bell was pleasantly surprised by the delightful crunchiness of the shell. The successful consumption stimulated his appetite, leading to a feast. Before long, the entire shell was devoured, leaving Bell thoroughly satisfied, his abdomen once again round and full. Suddenly, he felt an unusual warmth coursing through his body. Abruptly, he sensed a wave of heat enveloping him, accompanied by a slight dizziness. Assessing that his current situation was relatively safe, he succumbed to the urge to sleep once more. The following day, sunlight streamed through the crevices, rousing the slumbering Bell from his dreams. Groggily, he awoke to the sound of the system announcing, "Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level is LV11. Ding. Host has acquired the ability to use Psychic." The system's voice echoed in his mind, jolting Bell into awareness as he replayed the recent notifications in his mind. What is this? He leveled up after a single nap and learned a new skill? Perplexed, Bell immediately accessed his status panel. Host, Butterfree Bell. Type, Bug, Flying. Talent, Yellow. Level, LV11. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Psychic. Ability, Compound Eyes. Staring at the panel, Bell was left speechless. From this day forth, he vowed to consume anything shell-like, as long as it did not seem excessively absurd. Regardless of quality, he felt justified in doing so. Given the achievement he had gained from consuming his own shell, having leveled up while learning a new skill, this must be one of the most fortuitous encounters he could have hoped for. While not every Pokémon may benefit from such experiences, he had certainly tasted the fruits of fortune. Although he knew that the Butterfree lineage could learn Psychic, he suspected that only a select few would manage to do so, considering it was a Psychic-type move. Reflecting on this, Bell felt immense gratitude for acquiring this skill through what seemed like serendipity, as it would greatly aid him in his future endeavors. Just the fact that Psychic moves counter poison types significantly bolstered his survival capabilities within the forest. It is said that the forest is teeming with poison-type Pokémon, but now that Bell possessed a means to counter them, his worries were greatly diminished. Furthermore, with the ability to fly, he held the advantage of altitude. As long as he avoided reckless behavior, he could evade approximately 70% of the dangers lurking below. From this moment on, Bell had truly risen. It was time to bid farewell to this little tree hollow. His current abode had become somewhat cramped for his growing form, and as a butterfly, he was ill-suited to dwell within such confines. With this in mind, Bell took one last glance at his first home before soaring toward the entrance. As morning light bathed him, he felt the warmth of the sun as he emerged from the hollow. He ascended high, surveying the surroundings before swiftly lowering his altitude. There is a saying, fly high, die fast, and this holds true within the forest. After all, the birds concealed among the trees would not engage in polite conversation. Instinctively, he felt drawn in a particular direction to find his kin. With that thought, Bell flapped his wings and ventured forth into the distance. Along the way, he glimpsed various Pokémon engaged in fierce battles, some fighting for territory, others hunting for food, creating a scene fraught with peril. Suddenly, a chill gust of wind swept over him. The antennae atop his head signaled danger, and Bell's heart raced. In an instant, he flapped his wings vigorously, soaring higher as a shadow zipped beneath him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a Rattata, its eyes glinting with predatory hunger as it regarded him. You think of me as prey? How audacious! Anger surged within him, and Bell's eyes shimmered with a pink light. Psychic! In an instant, The Rattata's body began to levitate involuntarily, crashing into a nearby tree with a terrified squeal. Thinking of escaping? The move jolted the Rattata back to reality. Just as it struggled to rise, Belle wouldn't allow it to escape, summoning a gust of wind that sent the Rattata flying once more. Take flight. The purple rodent, besieged by Belle's relentless onslaught, succumbed, its eyes rolling back as it neared unconsciousness. That was close. Had I not evaded its initial attack, I might be the one lying on the ground now, facing death as mere prey. The thought sent a chill down Belle's spine, and with a glint of cold determination in his eyes, he unleashed another psychic attack until the Rattata lay still, devoid of life. I must vacate this cursed place promptly. During the scuffle, the Rattata had sustained injuries, and he feared the scent of blood would attract the attention of numerous carnivorous Pokémon. With this realization, Belle ascended rapidly, eager to distance himself from the scene. Not long after his departure, countless pairs of red eyes emerged from the underbrush, fixated on the lifeless body below, their expressions betraying an insatiable greed. Chapter 6. The Perilous Pond. Shortly after Belle's escape, a throng of Rattata emerged from the thicket, their greedy gazes locked on the corpse. Tears of anticipation trickling from their mouths, as if the fallen Pokémon were naught but a meal, completely disregarding their kinship. Chirp! In an instant, the purple rodents surged forward, tearing the lifeless body to shreds. Meanwhile, Belle arrived at the bank of a river. Just in time, I find myself somewhat parched. As he descended to quench his thirst, he hesitated midway. Suddenly, a pink glow emanated from his eyes as he activated his psychic ability. The water in the river began to rise gently, forming a cluster. Belle brought the cluster to his lips, savoring the sweetness of the river water. Little did he know, a dark shadow approached stealthily beneath the surface. Just as Belle was completely absorbed in drinking, a sudden splash. A stream of water shot forth towards him and caught off guard. He was struck and plunged into the river. Oh no! Belle flapped his wings desperately, but the pain from the impact left him unable to maintain his coordination. As a result, he found himself unable to ascend, gradually sinking closer to the river's surface. Telekinesis. Fully aware that if he fell into the river, he might never fly again, he summoned his wits and forcefully used telekinesis to propel himself towards the shore. Bang! Crashing onto the riverbank. Belle suffered a second wave of pain, enveloping his entire being. Before he could react, a second stream of water followed swiftly, and Belle rolled violently to the side, narrowly avoiding the water's edge as it whooshed past his head, the sound of rushing water echoing in his ears. Telekinesis. After enduring 2 consecutive attacks, Belle had a fairly accurate guess of his assailant's position. Coupled with the conspicuous shadow in the river, he immediately retaliated with a telekinetic strike. In his mind, as he enveloped the creature with telekinesis, he discerned its appearance. It was a fish, though he could not identify its exact species. He knew it was no ordinary carp. In his understanding, a carp could not possibly learn any attack skills beyond mere physical strikes. Come to me. Once he fully encased the creature in his telekinetic grip, Belle lifted suddenly. Whoosh! A longhorned goldfish with a red-patterned white body emerged. Upon closer inspection, Belle thought to himself, indeed. Species, longhorn goldfish. Type, water. Level, LV15. Talent, orange. Ability, serene grace. Skills, tail whip, peck, supersonic, water gun, water pulse, horn attack. Casting a glance at the creature's data panel, Belle's expression turned grave. At level 15. It was 4 levels above him, and he was currently injured. This would indeed be a challenging battle. However, if they were on land, he could take the risk. After some contemplation, Belle assessed his opponent once more. Trying to return to the water? Not a chance. As the longhorn goldfish attempted to leap back into the river, Belle realized he could not allow that to happen. Immediately, he used telekinesis to pin it in place. Planning to flee after the sneak attack? You will stay right here. With a pink glow in his eyes, Belle exerted his control over the creature's body, pulling it away from the riverbank and then hurling it forcefully inland. Bang! The longhorn goldfish crashed onto the ground. Gurgle, gurgle. Anger filled its eyes as countless water molecules converged around it, gradually forming a water sphere the size of a basketball, which then shot towards Belle. Observing the approaching water sphere, Belle calmly analyzed its trajectory, leveraging his own advantages to evade it. Boom! The water exploded at its original position, the residual waves brushing against Belle's face, but he paid it no mind. Instead, he directed a sound wave towards the longhorn goldfish. Supersonic. Gurgle, gurgle. Who am I? Where am I? On land, the longhorn goldfish's mobility was severely restricted, and thus, the supersonic attack successfully struck, plunging it into a state of confusion. Seeing this, Belle's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately unleashed telekinesis to mercilessly ravage the creature to its demise, a process immensely satisfying. Had he fallen into the river from the initial ambush, his life would likely have ended there. Therefore, he felt no remorse in taking action now. Ding. Host has leveled up, current level, LV12. Ding. Host has learned sleep powder. Ding. Host has learned paralysis powder. Ding. Host has learned poison powder. A flurry of notifications from the system brought Bell back to reality. The experience gained from battling above his level was substantial. It hadn't been long before he leveled up, and he had also acquired the signature 3 powders. Bell felt a surge of delight and promptly opened his status panel. Host, Butterfree Bell. Type, Bug, Flying. Talent, Yellow. Level, LV12. Ability, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Telekinesis, Sleep Powder, Paralysis Powder, Poison Powder. Now, his training regimen could finally commence, and with the addition of telekinesis, an idea began to form in his mind. Ouch, I still feel pain. It would be wise to leave this place. With that thought, Bell slowly rose to his feet, cautiously flapped his wings, and upon confirming they were unharmed, he gritted through the pain and took to the skies, flying towards the horizon. A promising location lay ahead, relatively concealed, perfect for establishing a nest. Before long, Bell arrived at a dense grove, the trees lush and vibrant. He inadvertently stumbled upon a covered cypress, evoking memories of his former endeavors. With his current injuries, it was an opportune moment to find a place to lay low. With this in mind, Bell gradually made his way to the upper part of the cypress. The same position, just a different tree. He set to work on the trunk, and soon enough, a hollow formed. Admiring his handiwork, Bell felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, he had meticulously gnawed it out with his mouth. How could he not cherish it? Furthermore, this also enhanced his proficiency in bug bite. One might say this was a form of training in itself. Once nestled within the hollow, Bell gathered a few leaves and used string shot to tie them together, blocking the entrance. With the leaves concealing him, Bell finally felt a semblance of safety. Today was indeed perilous. I was a moment away from disaster. Next time, I must exercise greater caution. After a moment of silent reflection, Bell gradually drifted into slumber. The next day, the morning sun filtered through the gaps, awakening Bell from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes. Oh, my wounds have healed, and the pain is gone. After stretching his body side to side, Bell couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable resilience of Pokémon. Rumble. At that moment, a sound emanated from his belly. Oh dear, I'm quite hungry. What should I eat? Emerging from the hollow, Bell scanned his surroundings for something edible. As a butterfly, I haven't tried that yet. It looks rather delectable. Perhaps I shall give it a go. Chapter 7. The Butterfree Clan. Before Bell lay a cluster of unknown flowers, their fragrance tantalizing his taste buds. His instincts told him these could be consumed. As a butterfly, it was only natural to indulge in nectar. With that thought, Bell approached the flowers, slowly savoring the nectar they contained. But just then, a black and yellow bee suddenly appeared in the distance. Beedrill. Bell's expression changed instinctively. Buzz. The Beedrill charged towards him with ferocity, as if intent on tearing him to shreds. Humph. Not very high in level, but with quite the temper. Species, Beedrill. Type, Bug. Poison. Level, 11. Characteristic, Bug Sense. Skills, Twin Needle, Rage, Poison Needle. According to the panel's detection, Bell felt no inclination to flee. Perfectly. It was an opportune moment to test his newfound abilities. With a swift movement, Bell flapped his wings, releasing a cloud of yellow powder towards the Beedrill. Paralysis Powder. The Beedrill, rushing in with fervor, was unable to evade the assault and was struck with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, its body began to stiffen, sporadically flickering with electric sparks. Seizing the advantage, Bell followed up with a psychic attack. Buzz. Under the weight of type disadvantage and level suppression, the Beedrill, unwilling to concede defeat, teetered on the brink of collapse. It appeared that promptness was paramount. Otherwise, he would soon find himself in a predicament. The Beedrill's earlier cries had caught his attention, likely serving as a warning to the approaching swarm of its kind, alerting them to an intruder in their territory. Although Bell was confident in his ability to depart safely, it was still a nuisance, prompting him to consider an immediate exit. Thus, Bell quickly satiated his hunger and promptly vacated the garden, embodying a philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Shortly after Bell's departure, the incapacitated Beedrill gradually regained consciousness, slowly levitating once more. Soon after, the sounds of 3 to 5 additional Beedrills echoed in the distance. Their reinforcements had arrived, confirming Bell's suspicions that the earlier cries had summoned them. However, Blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, Bell had no intention of harming the bee drill. Otherwise, matters would not have resolved so effortlessly. Far afield, Bell continued his journey, still searching for his kin, feeling rather diminutive and vulnerable. Following the scent of blossoms and his instincts, he pondered, the Butterfree clan should be around here. How could I possibly be unable to find them? As he fluttered through the air, uncertainty clouded his mind. Just then, a butterfly appeared in the distance, fluttering gracefully towards him. Upon closer inspection, Bell recognized it as one of his own kind, a Butterfree. Hey, brother, where's our clan? Bell approached, for he was now a Pokémon, and most Pokémon were straightforward. So he directly inquired, Butterfree, there is a valley ahead. Our clan resides within, replied the Butterfree, recognizing Bell as one of its kind. Oh, Bell exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. No wonder he had struggled to find his way. This mountain concealed a hidden paradise. With this realization, Bell hastened towards the mountain's ascent. Based on the Butterfree's earlier indication, this terrain likely formed a basin, promising a favorable environment. After all, to meet a butterfly's survival needs, sustenance and water were essential, with temperature being a less significant factor. Having recently tasted nectar, Bell could now begin to envision what the interior environment might be like. Before long, Bell reached the mountain's summit, greeted by a breathtaking panorama. The valley below was awash with vibrant blossoms, and a plethora of grass-type and bug-type Pokémon resided there. A gentle stream flowed atop the mountain, rendering the scene reminiscent of a utopia. Our clan truly knows how to find a splendid location, Bell thought, his heart swelling with excitement at the sight of such majestic beauty. Look, my clan is over there. His gaze shifted, and he soon spotted a multitude of fluttering butterflies. Akin to him, let us go take a look. With that, Bell glided gracefully into the valley, heading towards the Butterfree clan. Soaring high above, the other Pokémon in the valley merely observed him momentarily before returning to their own affairs. Meanwhile, Bell approached the resting place of the Butterfree clan. This area resembled a sea of flowers, with lush vegetation surrounding a grand tree, where several Butterfree rested. They did not burrow. It seemed that merely remaining there sufficed for their safety. Hey, are you a new member of our kind? As Bell neared the floral expanse, the Butterfree noticed him, and one with slightly more vivid colors floated over to inquire. Yes, I've just matured and followed my instincts to find you all, Bell replied earnestly. He surmised that since he could instinctively locate this valley, there must be a connection with the clan. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single Caterpie in sight. Congratulations on surviving and evolving into maturity. You are the first of this batch to reach this place. The Butterfree began to dance around Bell, expressing joy. However, Bell gleaned much information from this interaction. Firstly, the Caterpie undoubtedly began their journey from eggs sent out by the clan to grow naturally, and only those who survived and successfully evolved could arrive here. Secondly, as the first new member to reach this place, there seemed to be something special about him, for the Butterfree before him regarded him with an unusual gaze. Congratulations. Welcome, new member. We have gained another companion. At this moment, other Butterfree began to approach Bell, offering their warm felicitations. All right, everyone, stand aside. The clan leader wishes to meet this new member. At that moment, a larger Butterfree descended gracefully from the great tree, prompting the others to respectfully clear a path. You are the new member, correct? Follow me. The leader wishes to see you. With that, the Butterfree soared towards the tree. Bell observed this impressive Butterfree with a glint of awe in his eyes, nodding slightly before following closely behind. Species, Butterfree. Type, bug, flying. Level, LV43. Ability, compound eyes. Skills, sleep powder, paralysis powder, poison powder, air slash, supersonic, gust, whirlwind, mystical shield, tackle, bug buzz. Indeed, a remarkably high level. This is the highest level Pokémon Bell has encountered thus far. If this one isn't the clan leader, he could hardly fathom the true terror of the actual leader. Before long, Bell arrived at the base of the grand tree, feeling an immense vitality emanating from its towering presence. This must be the entrance to Chapter 8, within the clan. Ascending along the trunk, Bell finally discovered a concealed canopy, shrouded by leaves. The Butterfree who had guided him awaited patiently. Come in, the leader is inside. With that, the Butterfree gracefully made room for Bell to enter. Not hesitating, Bell ventured inside the canopy. The interior space was surprisingly pleasant. Observing the ample room and comfortable surroundings, Bell couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration. This was several tiers above his previous tree hollow, truly a luxurious setting. You are the new member, correct? Suddenly, without a visible figure, an ancient voice resonated in Bell's mind, startling him into calling out instinctively. I am the leader of the Butterfree clan. As a floating figure gradually materialized, Belle finally discerned its identity, a Butterfree that surpassed the average size and hue of its kin. Belle cautiously observed the chieftain before him, silently summoning the system panel in his mind. Species: Butterfree. Chieftain: Type: Bug level, LV51. Talent: Psychic skills: Telekinesis, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Air Slash, Mystical Shield. Confusion Ray, Signal Beam, Gust, Whirlwind, Bug Buzz, Quiver Dance. Greetings, esteemed chieftain, Belle exclaimed with fervor after casting a brief glance at the chieftain's data panel. Although he sensed no palpable pressure emanating from the chieftain, an instinctive yearning to draw closer to him welled up within Belle, as if it were an innate calling. Oh. Welcome to our fold. With your presence, our clan gains yet another trustworthy companion. The Butterfree chieftain symbolically fluttered its wings, sending a gentle breeze that caressed Belle's face, as though it were extending a warm welcome. You must have learned telekinesis by now, I presume? At this moment, the chieftain seemed to have stumbled upon something intriguing and inquired softly. Indeed, is there a problem? Belle replied decisively after a moment's contemplation, though a hint of confusion flickered in his gaze. That's splendid. You are the second Butterfree in our clan, apart from myself, to possess the gift of psychic ability. At this juncture, the Butterfree chieftain flapped its wings with palpable excitement, fully aware of the rarity of such a talent. The statistics of their Butterfree lineage indicated that acquiring telekinesis was no simple feat, and one needed to possess the aptitude to master it, fortuitously. Belle was one of the few who did. A talent? I possess psychic ability? Belle pondered deeply, realizing that his growth thus far seemed to stem mainly from receiving adequate nourishment, with no other apparent distinctions. Precisely. This indicates that your mental acuity surpasses that of your kin, and I can impart my knowledge to you more effectively. Thus, our lineage can endure. The Butterfree chieftain slowly articulated its intentions, for it had grown weary with age, yet was reluctant to relinquish its responsibilities to the clan. In the harsh survival of the fittest milieu of the forest, lacking a leader could spell doom for them, as they might be ousted from their valley. Such is the nature of the wild. If one does not evolve, others will seize the opportunity to replace them and claim superior resources. As the chieftain's words sank in, Belle fell into deep contemplation, recognizing that his mental strength was indeed somewhat exceptional. My soul power surpasses that of ordinary Pokémon, and therein lies my advantage. How enlightening, Belle suddenly recalled, astonished to discover that what appeared to be an ordinary soul bore unique qualities in certain respects. Soul power influences the magnitude of mental strength, while mental strength, in turn, determines the ceiling for psychic talent. The three are intricately interconnected. Now, do you have any further inquiries? The Butterfree chieftain patiently awaited Belle's response, willing to extend preferential treatment to this gifted kin in hopes of nurturing a future pillar for their clan. Thank you, chieftain, I comprehend everything. Belle discerned the weariness in the Butterfree chieftain's eyes, showing understanding and empathy. Henceforth, you shall reside within the clan tree. It shall be beneficial for you. With that, the Butterfree chieftain gradually succumbed to slumber, seemingly indifferent to Belle's presence. Observing this, Belle cautiously withdrew from the canopy. Upon emerging, the Butterfree that had guided him earlier approached with a question. So, has the chieftain granted you permission to reside among us? In response, Belle nodded gently and replied, the chieftain has acknowledged my psychic talent and wishes to mentor me, and I shall dwell within the clan tree. This declaration was refreshingly straightforward. As Belle trusted that the Butterfree before him was indeed reliable, such words would surely strengthen their bond. Splendid. Our clan has welcomed yet another member endowed with psychic abilities. The guiding Butterfree harbored no doubts regarding Belle's assertion and felt a wave of relief wash over it for the clan's fortune. The nature of Pokémon is indeed refreshingly innocent. At that moment, Belle distinctly sensed the unadulterated thoughts of Pokémon. This simplicity could very well be one of the reasons why Ash was so beloved by them in the original story. A sincere heart resonates profoundly with the uncomplicated essence of Pokémon. After reflecting on this, Belle bid farewell to the guiding Butterfree and soared toward the skies, yearning to ascertain the vastness of his surroundings. As Belle ascended gradually, he soon beheld the expansive panorama of the valley. One could not help but marvel at the breathtaking beauty sculpted by nature's hand. This basin valley nurtured an abundance of Pokémon. Various grass-type Pokémon were ubiquitous, and a few bug types could also be encountered. Each maintained their own clans, coexisting harmoniously without encroachment upon one another. Indeed, they were not ferocious carnivorous creatures, and absent of conflicts over resources, they thrived in peace. In the days to come, he would dwell in this haven, with so many Pokémon around. Surely it would expedite his leveling process. Bell mused internally. His search for a clan served dual purposes, to bask in their protection and cultivate his own strength. For he no longer wished to experience the sensation of being prey in the wild. This time, he would grow to a point where predators would think twice before approaching him. The following day, as the sun rose slowly, Bell awoke atop the clan tree. Having enjoyed a restful slumber, one could not deny the immense sense of security that came with belonging to a clan. Unlike the wild, where one had to remain perpetually vigilant, the clan was typically safeguarded by vigilant Butterfree, who hovered nearby, silently providing surveillance. Should danger arise, they would serve as the first line of defense and warning. Let me see which little darling I shall challenge. Chapter 9. The Gale's Narrow Gap. Bell scanned the surroundings, observing his kin with a fiery spirit of competition. Although it felt slightly inappropriate, a friendly spar should be acceptable, he reasoned, before he could ponder further. The guiding Butterfree from the previous day approached him once more. The chieftain has summoned you. He has something for you. With that, the Butterfree departed, soaring into the distance. Let us see what this is about. After a moment of contemplation, Bell flew back toward the canopy. Upon reaching the heart of the canopy, he found the Butterfree chieftain engaged in what appeared to be a peculiar endeavor, trembling slightly. Chieftain, is everything all right? Bell inquired, stepping closer with concern. It's nothing. This task is somewhat challenging, but it will be completed shortly, the Butterfree chieftain replied, continuing to tremble, though Bell caught a glimpse of powder emerging from its body. This powder seemed to possess an alluring quality, igniting a primal desire within Bell. All right, come closer now. After completing its task, the Butterfree chieftain appeared somewhat weakened, its tone slightly subdued. Upon hearing this, Bell approached, his gaze fixated on the powder, mentally summoning the panel. Item: Silver Powder. Description: a powder produced by aged bug-type Pokémon, infused with a potent bug-type essence that enhances the power of bug-type moves when carried. Bell regarded the item's description with mild astonishment, realizing that it was not artificially created as he had initially presumed. This powder contains a fragment of my strength. It is also a gift to assist you. Please accept it. Without awaiting Bell's response, the elder of the Butterfree clan swiftly fluttered his wings, dispersing the powder toward Bell. A soothing sensation coursed through him, and his internal energy stirred with newfound vigor. This was Bell's most immediate perception. As the beneficiary of this kindness, he could not suppress a sense of gratitude. Since his birth, the elder was the first Pokémon to extend benevolence and assistance to him. Though motivated partially by duty to the clan, Bell etched this debt of gratitude deeply into his heart. You are still quite weak. Come with me. I shall lead you to a place well suited for training a Butterfree such as ourselves, the elder intoned, before gracefully ascending beyond the canopy with such swiftness that even Bell was momentarily taken aback. Let us follow and see, Bell resolved, taking flight in pursuit. Ascending higher and higher, the elder's voice resonated within Bell's mind as he looked upward to find the elder already waiting, surrounded by fellow Butterfree who gently fluttered their wings in greeting of their leader. Seeing this, Bell hastened to keep pace. Together, they flew until reaching the outskirts of a narrow crevice within a valley. Bell regarded the fissure with mild astonishment. The air currents here were wildly unstable, and a single misstep could send him tumbling away on the wind. We have arrived, the elder announced, pausing to gaze toward the crevice. This is a rift that connects to the outside world, where gusts of fierce wind blow unpredictably. You must train here, venturing deeper and deeper until you can emerge on the other side. With that, the elder began to demonstrate, venturing alone into the crevice and advancing steadily against the wind until his figure gradually disappeared from sight. Only then did he begin his return. Once you can traverse this narrow passage, your flying skills will be deemed adequate. Then, I shall impart to you a new technique, the elder declared solemnly, revealing the purpose of this journey. Bell's anticipation grew. Very well, elder, Bell agreed eagerly. To receive instruction from such a formidable level 51 mentor was undoubtedly a boon. Here is a hint. Telekinesis can assist you, but the key lies in yielding to the wind and maintaining your own balance, advised the elder, departing from the scene under Bell's watchful gaze, bound by his duty not to stray far from the clan. Balance? Telekinesis? Wind currents? Bell pondered silently, forming some initial notions. From a rational perspective, the challenge before him was not insurmountable. The crevice merely featured turbulent, powerful winds. By aligning himself with the airflow, he might naturally progress forward. With this in mind, Bell embarked on his first attempt, cautiously entering the crevice. Inside, it was dim, yet Bell's compound eyes, much like the elder's, allowed him to discern the path ahead. He pressed forward gradually. This isn't so difficult. It feels quite manageable, Bell mused inwardly. Suddenly, a fierce gust caught him off guard, sweeping him backward toward the rocky walls. Crash! Bell collided with the stone, chagrined by his carelessness. He had no warning of the sudden wind and momentarily forgot how to adapt to the currents. Recalling the Elder's parting counsel, he steeled himself. Let the unpredictable winds come. Taking flight once more, Bell advanced more cautiously, his pace deliberately slowed to anticipate the next powerful gust. Here it comes. He warned himself silently, fully prepared this time. His eyes shimmered with a faint pink glow as he summoned his telekinetic power. Though he lacked fine control, he could stabilize himself by exerting mental force counter to the wind's direction, a strategy he devised on the spot. This time, Bell succeeded in anchoring himself against the gale, allowing the wind to buffet him while he remained poised in midair, wings beating unconsciously. Time passed, and his strength began to wane. The pink radiance flickered uncertainly as the wind's pressure pushed him backward once more. Crash! Bell struck the rock again, cursing under his breath. Is this wind targeting me personally? As the gust finally subsided, Bell grumbled, realizing that relying solely on telekinesis to maintain stability was insufficient. He needed a more effortless approach. Reflecting on the Elder's earlier hint, Bell considered, could balance mean harmonizing telekinesis with flight technique? He had never tried this, as his telekinetic efforts had always been accompanied by instinctive flying, leaving no room for divided attention. Yet, when distracted, his telekinesis faltered and dissipated. Chapter 10. Overcoming the fierce winds within the valley. Beneath the Butterfree clan's tree canopy, the Elder and a guide Butterfree engaged in conversation. Elder, the monsoon approaches. This time's gathering will include many powerful clan members, whose offspring surely possess great potential, the guide exclaimed excitedly, fluttering his wings. Alas, such times always bring casualties. And dangers from beyond our borders remain ever present, the Elder replied gravely, gazing skyward as if scrutinizing an unseen adversary. Our clan has never been stronger. Should they dare come, they shall find no return, he declared resolutely. After a period of growth, many mature Butterfree who had ventured beyond had returned, some, like Bell, having grown alone before arriving here. Regrettably, none possessed psychic abilities or notable size or potential. Since Bell's precedent, the Elder had personally examined each returning Butterfree, but none exhibited psychic gifts. That cannot be helped, the guide consoled. Fortunately, we have him among us. The two exchanged smiles, each envisioning a bright future. I wonder how his training progresses, the Elder mused, casting his gaze toward Bell. Passing through that crevice will be arduous. I remember the hardships I endured, especially those troublesome bats. The guide exclaimed indignantly, bearing a scar from a past bite. Not good. I forgot to warn him that the crevice harbors. The Elder abruptly set off toward Bell at unprecedented speed. The guide looked on anxiously but remained behind, confident that one Elder was sufficient to face mere bats. Back with Bell, he rested upon a tree, his breath rising and falling. Damn, it's not so simple after all. But I'm clever. I'll soon conquer this. He attempted countless times, yet each effort was thwarted by sudden gusts of wind that sent him tumbling. Fortunately, he gradually mastered the art of prediction, utilizing the innate sensory abilities of bug-type Pokémon to anticipate the wind's direction and its fluctuations, allowing him to glide through the tempest unscathed. However, his stamina was insufficient, as the fierce winds would sap a significant portion of his energy each time, ultimately casting him aside mid-journey. Nevertheless, the training he underwent bore fruit, proving that his endeavors were not in vain. Host, Butterfree Bell. Type, Bug, Flying. Ability, Yellow. Level, LV14. Characteristic, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic. Telekinesis, Sleep Powder, Paralyze Powder, Poison Powder, Tailwind. These were his current statistics, having ascended 2 levels, and he had also acquired new skills. The move Tailwind, which Butterfree could not ordinarily learn, became accessible to Bell, thanks to the human soul residing within him. By analyzing the mechanics of the powerful winds and reflecting on his own experiences navigating through them, he mysteriously learned the Tailwind technique. Upon closer inspection, one could notice a gentle flow of blue-white energy coursing through Bell's body. This was the enhancement effect of Tailwind, elevating a Pokémon's base speed by 1 level. This was the reason Bell could maintain a steady pace amidst the fierce winds. His father's words rang true. One must wield magic to conquer magic. It was precisely by applying the effects of Tailwind to himself that he was able to navigate through the gusts with such prowess. Before long, after replenishing his energy, Bell continued his quest, soaring into the narrow confines, gradually acclimating to the dim surroundings. His compound eyes afforded him reliable vision, ensuring he would not lose his way. As he ventured deeper, Bell slowed his pace, recognizing that the winds would only grow fiercer the further he delved, and thus he moderated his speed in anticipation of the impending gales. Suddenly, Bell's antennae detected a slight breeze, allowing him to discern that the wind had intensified to the level of a strong gale. Swiftly, he responded by gently flapping his wings and channeling his internal flying energy. Soon, a soft blue energy enveloped him, making him feel as though he were being buoyed aloft. His speed was augmented. This time, I shall not falter. Bell adjusted his flight posture and angle. In the next moment, a powerful wind surged forth, so fierce that even the prepared Bell found himself being pushed backward. Though the wind was formidable, Bell had anticipated it. He felt a pinkish glow enveloping him, stabilizing his body. Telekinesis. He had employed this skill countless times, and at this moment, he was capable of directing a portion of his focus to control it. Bell surmised that this might be what the Butterfree elder referred to as coordination. In any case, he had managed to steady himself. Now, he merely needed to advance with poise. As Bell adapted to this unprecedented wind environment, he began to flap his wings slowly, the radiance surrounding him unwavering. Thus, he pressed forward, step by step, embodying the spirit of a solitary hero in adversity, resolutely forging ahead, indifferent to what lay ahead. At this moment, he yearned to break through the gale and escape the constricting confines, craving to bask once more in the warmth of sunlight. With unwavering determination, the pinkish glow surrounding Bell intensified, causing nearby pebbles to tremble as if influenced by some unseen force, beginning to levitate. Just a bit further, I must persevere. His gaze was resolute, fixated solely on the path ahead. The fierce winds were but obstacles to his progress. If they were hindrances, then he would surely overcome them. With a flourish of pink luminescence, Bell surged forward, breaking through the gale's resistance, propelling himself onward. At that moment, the pink glow enveloped his compound eyes, while several stones floated around him. After maintaining this state for a considerable duration, the winds finally subsided, and Bell's body emitted a series of cracking sounds. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level is LV15. Ding. Host has learned the skill Psychic. Upon hearing the notifications in his mind, Bell momentarily stood bewildered. Thud. The stones cascaded to the ground with a clattering noise. Leveling up was inconsequential, but learning the skill Psychic, was this for real? Chapter 11, Perilous Situations. Psychic. As a Psychic-type skill, is considered an advanced form of telekinesis, boasting a power level of 90 in-game, surpassing telekinesis by 30 points. This clearly attests to its potency. Yet Bell was only at level 15. Logically, acquiring such a high-tier skill should be impossible. Yet, the reality was that Bell not only learned it, but did so as a non-psychic Pokémon. Could it be that he possessed some latent talent? Bell pondered silently. Unbeknownst to him, shadows began to encircle him, revealing pairs of red eyes glinting ominously from the rocky walls. Hiss! Why does it feel so cold behind me? Bell slowly raised his head, eager to uncover the source of the disturbance. But then, goodness! Bell swiftly darted aside, narrowly avoiding a barrage of poisonous needles that struck the spot he had occupied moments before. Sizzle! The toxic energy corroded the ground, leaving a gaping hole. What on earth? Bell glanced back, and a data panel materialized before him. Pokémon, Zubat. Type, Poison, Flying. Level, LV12. Ability, Red. Characteristic, Inner Focus. Skills, Supersonic, Leech Life, Scare, Mean Look. Recalling the information about Zubat from the panel, Bell realized that the dim environment was indeed a favored habitat for bat-like Pokémon. He should have anticipated this. He chastised himself inwardly, but now was not the time for regrets. He had to address the immediate crisis. Surrounded by Zubat, escape was impossible. 10 Zubat charged towards him, their eyes glinting with malice and greed. As bats, they feasted on blood, and this succulent, juicy bug was undoubtedly their favorite delicacy. Without hesitation, Bell flapped his wings, unleashing a cloud of powder. In a situation where he faced multiple foes, utilizing Area of Effect, AoE, skills yielded the greatest advantage. Bell's objective was not to defeat them, but to create an opportunity for escape. Sleep powder, paralyze powder, and poison powder all surged forth, propelled by a gust of wind. This was Bell's combination technique, and its effectiveness was striking. The Zubats, unable to withstand the onslaught, were struck by the 3 powders and fell into various states of disarray. Most succumbed to slumber, crashing to the ground, while a few were left paralyzed. Since the opponent is a poison-type Pokémon, the efficacy of the poison powder was markedly diminished, rendering it nearly ineffective. Although the initial results appeared promising, the overall situation seemed rather bleak. Upon witnessing the 3 dust clouds successfully restraining the incoming Zubat, Bell attempted to break free from the narrow crevice, yet the swarm of other bats gradually encircled him, confining him to his current position. Foolish. A pink glow flickered within Bell's compound eyes as he unleashed the psychic technique he had just mastered. Instantly, a formidable psychic force enveloped the Zubat, obstructing his path. With a mere thought, a powerful explosion hurled the bats into the rocky wall, shrouded by dust, muffling their anguished cries. Bell's body heaved slightly, his stature diminishing by a fraction. The exertion of this psychic technique drained him far more than he had anticipated. At this moment, he was nearly devoid of any remaining psychic energy and felt a faint dizziness. Were it not for the urgency of his predicament, he might have fainted outright. Indeed, the toll of this move was immense. Just a single strike consumed over half of his psychic power, and his physical stamina was nearing its limit. Bell's expression darkened as he observed several sizable Zubat slowly rising and continuing to block his way. These were among the stronger members of the Zubat colony, averaging around level 15, nearly matching Bell's own level. Looks like today I'm going down here, Bell mused bitterly, his gaze fixed on the faintly shimmering purple form lurking in the darkness. The Pokédex data surfaced in his mind. Pokémon, Golbat type, poison, flying level, LV35 ability, inner focus trait, psychic power moves, supersonic, leech life, scary face, hypnosis, poison fang, quick guard, air cutter. Bite. Golbat is the evolved form of Zubat, which evolves at level 22. The Golbat before him was already level 35, likely the leader of this Zubat colony. Resigned to his fate, Bell resolved to take some foes down with him. Understanding the grim reality, he felt no remorse. Death was inevitable. But dragging others down alongside him was the only thing left to do. Bell's wing beats quickened, stirring up a cloud of dust as he unleashed 3 volleys of powder at full strength. In such a confined space, the Zubat had nowhere to evade and were almost instantly affected. Many bats staggered, their bodies occasionally stiffening, and some displayed purple marks on their faces. Hypnosis, paralysis, and poisoning began to spread, severely limiting the Zubat's mobility. Notification: host has leveled up to LV16. The system's prompt sounded. Yet Bell had no time to spare. Several Zubat had already closed in, nearly face to face. Summoning the last remnants of his psychic energy, Bell unleashed a psychic blast, sending the nearest Zubat flying away. Suddenly, a Zubat approached stealthily from Bell's blind spot and launched an attack. Bell was slammed against a rocky wall, one bat sinking its teeth into his body. Get off! Bell flapped his wings fiercely, generating a gust that hurled the bat away, but he sustained further injuries. Combined with previous wounds from training and his depleted stamina, his condition was dire. Heh, I never thought I'd be killed by bats. It's truly ironic, Bell muttered, watching the Zubat that had just fallen asleep rise slowly into flight. He knew he had no chance left. Still, I managed to take down a few, he thought, glancing at the lifeless Zubat strewn on the ground, each one felled by his psychic strikes. This gave him a measure of solace. Bell slowly closed his eyes, seemingly ready to surrender to death, but suddenly snapped them open. Die, all of you! His eyes shimmered with pink waves once more as he recklessly unleashed another psychic attack. The cavern echoed with the bat's agonized screams as countless fell like petals to the ground. After delivering this final blow, Bell succumbed to the dizziness flooding his mind and gradually lost consciousness, perhaps never to awaken again, but he bore no regrets. Notification: host has leveled up to LV17. A refreshing surge coursed through Bell's body, slightly restoring his condition. Though it did nothing to alter the grim situation, his demise still seemed certain. Thus, he did not open his eyes. Do not fear, I am here. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated within Bell's mind. Upon hearing this, Bell's heart leapt, as if clutching at a lifeline, and he abruptly opened his eyes. The chieftain, you've arrived. Bell cried out with joy. A mysterious aura of psychic prowess slowly manifested, causing the surrounding Zubat to collapse to the ground. Those encircling Bell were torn apart by this overwhelming force, their deaths absolute and merciless. Though the scene was brutal, Bell felt immense relief and security. Witnessing this, the Golbat leader hiding in the shadows could no longer endure the situation and decisively fled deeper into the crevice at an incredible speed, vanishing without a trace. Bell paid no heed, instead turning his gaze to the entrance from which his savior had come. There, a sizable Butterfree hovered gracefully, its deep eyes radiating a pink psychic aura. It disdainfully floated without flapping its wings. This was the true display of a master's arrival, simply drifting in place, causing the nearby Zubat to scatter in panic and flee chaotically into the depths. With their leader gone, Only a fool would remain to meet their demise. Though they could not clearly see the prior scene, the piercing screams and overwhelming pressure urged them to flee or perish. The Butterfree cast a glance at Belle before its gaze blazed with fury at the fleeing Zubat. In the next instant, razor-sharp air blades struck the Zubat that had bitten Belle without mercy. The blades effortlessly sliced through their bodies, halting their movements and cleaving them in two. The power of these air blades was formidable, especially given the level disparity. The Zubat were utterly defenseless. The air was thick with the scent of blood, yet the chieftain's wrath was far from sated. In the following moment, psychic energy surged around, and Belle sensed a power far beyond his own. Countless bats, seemingly provoked by this force, dropped dead instantly after their agonized cries. Impressive, Belle's eyes shone with awe and excitement. Is this the chieftain's true power? So formidable. With the area now devoid of bats, the Butterfree chieftain slowly approached Belle's side. How are your injuries? Are they severe? The chieftain inquired with concern, warming Belle's heart. Belle silently shook his head. His exhaustion was primarily from depleted stamina and psychic energy, and his wounds were minor in comparison. After casting a glance at the injuries adorning Belle, the Grand Butterfly Clan leader approached, gracefully fluttering its wings and dispersing a fine dust. Subsequently, it enveloped Belle in a cocoon of psychic energy. This powder can inhibit infection in your wounds. We shall treat you thoroughly upon our return. For now, allow me to restore some of your depleted psychic strength. As the psychic energy enveloped Belle's entire being, he felt a warm sensation in his mind, akin to being immersed in a soothing hot spring. The effect is indeed remarkable. The heaviness in my mind has dissipated, Belle mused, astonished by the versatility of psychic energy. You performed admirably during this exercise. Once we return, take the time to recuperate well, for a grand gathering of our clan will soon take place. At that time, you shall have the opportunity to showcase your prowess and earn the admiration of your kin. The Grand Butterfly Clan leader regarded Belle with an unusual gaze, filled with admiration. It was evident that Belle had grown stronger since their arrival, and this rapid development reaffirmed his inherent potential. Unbeknownst to Belle, his standing in the Grand Butterfly Clan leader's esteem had risen yet another notch. Come, let us return, the leader declared, and before Belle could respond, the Grand Butterfly Clan leader swiftly whisked him away from the narrow crevice, seemingly impervious to the fierce winds. Even Belle felt no gusts assailing him, leaving him to marvel at how powerless his hard-earned skills were in the face of such overwhelming strength. An hour later, Belle beheld the iconic clan tree within the Grand Butterfly territory once more. At last, I have returned. What an exhilarating adventure this has been. Back in the territory, Belle was filled with reflection. He had gained much, but even more so, he had experienced a fortification of spirit that would fuel his determination in future battles. Climb up to the clan tree. Its branches will aid in your gradual recovery, the Grand Butterfly Clan leader instructed, gently placing Belle atop the treetop. This was a place of rest for the leader, yet it mattered little. Belle's potential warranted such considerations. After all, everything was for the future of their clan. Only when Belle fully matured could the Grand Butterfly Clan continue to dominate this region. However, Belle was oblivious to these thoughts, as he was now enveloped in a verdant aura, and his wounds began to heal slowly. Ah, this is truly delightful. No sooner had he settled on the clan tree than sleep overtook him. He was utterly exhausted. Although his psychic energy had been partially restored by the Grand Butterfly Clan leader, his more specific injuries still lingered. Yet, they too were gradually mending. Thus, Belle rested for an entire day. The following day, the sun rose as usual, and Belle slowly awakened to the blinding light. Ah, that was a refreshing slumber. After intense exertion, a good sleep was the most invigorating remedy, even for a butterfly. As he focused, a panel of data materialized before him. Host, Grand Butterfly, Belle. Attributes, Bug, Flying. Talent, Yellow. Level, LV17. Characteristics, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, Silk Spit, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Sonic Wave, Psychic Power, Sleep Powder, Paralysis Powder, Poison Powder, Tailwind. Strong Psychic Force. Belle gazed at his moderately impressive data panel, feeling a surge of satisfaction. This excursion through the narrow crevice had elevated him a full 5 levels. A rate of advancement that delighted him, especially as he had acquired 2 new skills, Tailwind and Strong Psychic Force. Both skills proved exceptionally useful, judging by their prior performance. It was questionable whether he would even be standing here without them. The rapid pace of his leveling up was likely due to his relatively low level, and he anticipated that future advancements would slow considerably. With this understanding, Belle gently took to the skies. His speed markedly improved. The advantages of leveling up were evident. His physical capabilities were steadily enhancing. Level 17 is insufficient. I must strive to grow stronger. Who knows when I might find myself surrounded again without such fortuitous circumstances. Contemplating this, Bell turned his gaze toward his fellow butterflies. Surely, sparring would also contribute to his experience. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. This was merely an opportunity to strengthen bonds with his kin. With this thought, Bell charged toward a selected grand butterfly. Chapter 13, Combination Techniques. The grand butterfly flitting amidst the flowers remained blissfully unaware of the gaze fixated upon it, leisurely wandering its surroundings. What a splendid day it is. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred from behind, and Bell swiftly positioned himself behind the butterfly. Shall we engage in a spar? Let us test our skills, Bell boldly stated, his eyes alight with fervor. This was the highest-level grand butterfly he had encountered thus far, a robust level 16. Finally, a worthy opponent. No fighting today. It is not that day, the grand butterfly replied, confusion evident in its expression. Logically, the clan had several days before such an occasion arrived, and as a female, she wondered why this male sought to engage her in combat. Bell was taken aback, bewildered. What day are you referring to? Sensing the odd look from his kin, he quickly inquired, is there a day when we cannot spar? Upon hearing Bell's question, the grand butterfly fell silent, realizing that this particular kin was genuinely unaware. It is the annual monsoon period, our breeding season, she patiently explained, noting Bell's potent presence. There was no shame in this. It was simply their nature. A tradition passed down through generations, a mere continuation of life. I see, Bell replied, momentarily speechless. Such openness regarding these matters was unexpected. Thus, the time was not yet ripe. And only the strong would have the opportunity to pass on their genes. The grand butterfly gazed at Bell with a glimmer of anticipation, her intentions clear. She found herself quite fond of this large-bodied grand butterfly. In their perception, a grand physique often denoted formidable strength. And a powerful male grand butterfly was undeniably an irresistible partner for all female butterflies. Enough. I concede, we shall not fight. Noticing the increasingly peculiar gaze directed at him, Bell hastily retreated. As a grand butterfly with a human soul, he found it difficult to accept the notion of a butterfly as a potential mate. Their aesthetics simply did not align, and all the female seemed to care about was his physical form. Ah, is that so? The female grand butterfly observed Bell's reluctance, perplexed, yet believing that perhaps her own stature was insufficient to win his affection. She felt a twinge of sadness, her expression dimming. Bell, seeing this scene unfold, retreated a step, anxious to avoid any entanglement. Farewell. With a decisive departure, Bell left the area, aware of the clan gathering's true nature. The clan meeting is a ruse. The true purpose is to seek mates. He pondered silently as he walked away, his aspirations of sparring and leveling disrupted. It seemed he would have to diligently train instead. Although that too would yield improvements, the progress would be painstakingly slow, far less efficient than battling foes to gain experience. Thus, Bell arrived in a desolate area, a place where he often trained. In his estimation, the three-dust technique would have a delay before activation, and its effects would not manifest swiftly, making it relatively easy to evade, thereby significantly diminishing its practical combat value. With this thought, Bell gently flapped his wings and executed the three-dust maneuver. However, the outcome was as he had anticipated. The dispersal of the dust was exceedingly slow, making it prone to evasion. Yet, if he were to augment it with the wind generated by his wings, Bell flapped his wings vigorously, propelling the dust into rapid motion, achieving a notable increase in speed compared to before. No, still not fast enough. Bell felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He yearned for stable output and efficacy. If he relied solely on this method, it would be easily countered by formidable foes. What if I try this? A pink shimmer flickered in Bell's eyes as a wave of psychic energy enveloped him, causing the dust to swirl around him. The particles were so minuscule that they would be nearly imperceptible unless one paid close attention, and combined with the psychic manipulation, this assault would be exceedingly difficult for an enemy to detect. Alas, I am still unable to master the fine control of my psychic energy. The dust remains too dispersed. However, at least its speed and stealth have significantly improved. Maintaining this psychic state is manageable for him, provided the duration is not excessively lengthy, which is sufficient to sustain him through a battle. With this clarity in mind, Bell continued to hone his psychic abilities, striving for greater proficiency. The skills Bell was refining were those he frequently employed, with the powerful psychic energy serving as a trump card that he would not utilize frequently until he had matured. Everything he undertook was aimed at enhancing his effectiveness on the battlefield to improve his chances of survival. Thus, a day passed, and Bell's solitary training yielded evident progress, most notably in the acceleration of his skill activation and the gradual refinement of his psychic energy. The combination of 3 dust and psychic energy diversified his combat techniques, allowing him to manipulate the dust's trajectory and ensnare his opponents into a disoriented state without their awareness. That will suffice for today. Time to return and rest. After a day of training, Bell felt a degree of fatigue, but fortunately, the distance to his tribe was not great. As he soared towards his kin, he gazed at the sky. The hues of the setting sun were truly beautiful. Suddenly, a sharp call pierced the tranquility of the jungle. In the next moment, a bird resembling a sparrow darted towards Bell with alarming speed, its gaze fierce and predatory, as if it intended to tear him apart. A fire sparrow? Humph. Seeking death. Initially startled, Bell quickly regained composure upon glancing at his status panel. Spirit, Fire Sparrow. Type, Flying Normal. Level, LV15. Talent, Orange. Ability, Keen Eye. Skills, Peck, Screech, Glare, Pursuit. Flail, Aerial Ace. Its level may be lower than his, but what of it? Even with type advantage. Seizing the opportunity before the creature closed in, Bell initiated a psychic strike. A pink luminescence radiated from his eyes as his psychic energy swiftly enveloped the approaching foe. The fire sparrow's forward momentum gradually succumbed to an invisible force, its speed diminishing. During this process, Bell had already distanced himself, gliding towards the forest. Engaging in combat in the open sky was clearly unwise. Should the fire sparrow close the gap, it would be a challenging encounter. The Butterfree species was inherently ill-suited for close combat, whereas the fire sparrow excelled in it. Thus Bell opted for a kite-flying strategy. Still daring to pursue? Then I shall eliminate you. The fire sparrow, obstructed by the psychic force, pursued Bell with fervor. Having gone 3 days without sustenance, and viewing the solitary Butterfree as a perfect meal, as the fire sparrow plunged into the woods, a tug-of-war commenced. Yet, a slight smile crept upon Bell's lips. If his psychic energy could breach this easily, all his efforts that day would have been in vain. Chapter 14. The Art of Deception and Counterattack. As the tug-of-war unfolded, Bell swiftly expanded the distance between them. Due to the type disadvantage, he could not ascertain how many of the fire sparrow's attacks he could withstand. The fire sparrow's wings shimmered with a pale blue glow, its speed accelerating abruptly as it rapidly closed in on Bell. It performed a spiraling maneuver in the air, gradually gaining speed. Its form enveloped in a gentle breeze and infused with pale blue energy, launching an assault towards Bell. Swiftly reacting, Bell utilized his psychic energy to maneuver aside just in time. A whistling sound echoed by his ear, and he felt a sharp sting on his face. The fire sparrow's aerial ace missed its mark, and seizing the moment, Bell retaliated with his psychic energy. This time, the fire sparrow faced a Bell fully committed to unleashing his psychic power, devoid of any ease. Its body was forcibly restrained in place, while a radiant pink glow emanated from Bell, showcasing his strength. The fire sparrow struggled desperately, but it was futile. A wave of pressure began to envelop its form, pain coursing through its mind. Alas, my level is still too low. Controlling even a bird feels precarious. Bell's insectoid body quivered slightly, the pink glow in his eyes dimming. Under the fire sparrow's relentless attacks, he found it challenging to maintain control throughout. Finally, the fire sparrow managed to break free from the binding. But it was in a dire state, visibly fatigued. If one were to observe closely, they would notice a faint purple mark upon its visage, its body slightly rigid. What is happening? I feel utterly drained and unwell. The fire sparrow pondered, sensing its physical condition deteriorating, yet the growl from its stomach left no room for contemplation. It had to press on with the hunt, or it would starve. With renewed resolve, the fire sparrow surged towards Bell once more. Observing this, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Bell's eyes. The 3 dust and psychic energy combination was now bearing fruit. If he played it cautiously, he could wear the creature down. With this thought, Bell's eyes sparkled with pink light once more as he activated his psychic energy, this time to enhance his speed. Although Bell's natural flying speed was inferior to that of the fire sparrow, the latter's own velocity was hindered by the effects of paralysis, poison, and sleep, compounded by Bell's psychic acceleration, further widening the gap between them. Thus, the scene unfolded in a cat-and-mouse dynamic, where every time the fire sparrow neared Bell, an inexplicable force would stretch the distance, leaving it with the illusion of being close yet unattainable. How exhausting it is to play the prey. For the first time, Bell found the act of deception to be wearisome, as he had to consider the fire sparrow's feelings. What if it lost interest in pursuing him? After all, Bell was intent on hunting it down. Finally, sensing that something was amiss after yet another missed attempt, the fire sparrow recognized the severity of its predicament. Its body was succumbing to the encroaching toxins, its stamina and vitality waning. It was on the brink of collapse. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the fire sparrow began to retreat, confident that the Butterfree it had once deemed prey would not dare pursue after it. After all, a typical Butterfree would be elated to see it leave, rather than chase after it. Embracing such a mindset, the fiery sparrow paid no heed as it turned to depart, seemingly confident that Belle would not dare pursue. Were it an ordinary Butterfree, it might have simply flown away, but I am a Butterfree endowed with a human soul. Depart it will? Such folly. Observing the fiery sparrow soaring away with abandon, Belle could no longer restrain himself. With a powerful flap of his wings, he summoned the winds. A gentle azure energy surged alongside a fierce gust, propelling Belle toward the direction of the fiery sparrow. Utilizing the gust technique to accelerate was an idea he had conceived long ago, but it now appeared to yield commendable results. Soon after, Belle became enveloped in a radiant white glow, charging forth with unyielding momentum towards the fiery sparrow. Collision. Though this was merely a standard technique, it represented his sole means of gaining any semblance of speed at present. The efficacy was uncertain, but merely closing the distance proved sufficient. Bang! The fiery sparrow, caught off guard, sensed a rush behind it, followed by a disorienting impact, its body crashing against the trunk of a tree, an intense pain surging through its mind. A cacophony of its overburdened innards echoing in protest. Enjoying the fray? I shall devour you. After sending the fiery sparrow flying, Belle swiftly closed the gap. Were the fiery sparrow in its prime, he might have hesitated, but now it was in a state of disarray. The adage of striking while the iron is hot aptly applies here. As Belle approached, a silver-green energy enveloped his mandibles, sharpening his bite. In the next moment, the fiery sparrow's blood gushed forth from Belle's maw. Their sizes were nearly comparable, and he now bore down upon the sparrow with ferocity. To an onlooker, it might seem as if the Butterfree were savagely hunting the sparrow. Yet the truth remained. Today, Belle was intent on slaying this bird. Whether for sustenance was of little concern. Vengeance was his true objective. The fiery sparrow let out a wretched cry, akin to that of a prey desperately struggling for survival. Such sounds had echoed countless times in its ears, always from the victims beneath its claws. Yet now, it seemed to have assumed the role of the hunted. A fierce sense of indignation ignited the predator's instinct within the fiery sparrow. Immobilized beneath Belle's weight, it began to channel a pale blue energy through its beak. Peck. Ugh. As a move that countered Belle's type, this was the first time he experienced pain so visceral it felt like a tearing of his very heart. So this is the agony wrought by a countering technique, Belle lamented internally, yet it only fueled his resolve further. Does this mere bird possess the only ferocity? Belle too harbored a temper. Immediately, he unleashed his psychic powers, this time enveloping the sparrow's head. Although distance had previously hindered his precision, the close proximity rendered the task significantly simpler, allowing him to grip the avian's head with unwavering focus. With relentless force, he tore at the sparrow's body while simultaneously crushing its skull with his psychic might. Under the weight of Belle's dual assault, the fiery sparrow ultimately succumbed into unconsciousness. In its final moments, its eyes rolled back, as if enduring some cruel torment, that fleeting glimmer of defiance appearing tragically poignant. Yet in this wild forest, the fate of the vanquished was singular, death. With resolute intent, Belle targeted the sparrow's neck, sinking his teeth in with fervor. Crack! Blood erupted in a torrential spray as the lifeless body plummeted from the tree. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level is LV18. A warm surge coursed through Belle's body, augmenting his strength further. Phew, what a taxing endeavor. Though he voiced this sentiment, a flicker of joy danced within him. For long had he sensed this moment during his training, yet it felt as if something was amiss. Now it was clear. Combat was indeed the most reliable path to advancement. Chapter 15. The Surprise of the Butterfree Leader. After a brief respite, Belle swiftly vacated the area. If his instincts were correct, there were companions of the fiery sparrow lurking nearby, and in considerable numbers. Fortunately, Belle was not far from his colony, and soon returned to its embrace. Upon arrival, after a moment of contemplation, Belle resolved to report to the Butterfree leader, as a vague unease gnawed at his heart. You mean there are invaders nearby, and they are fiery sparrows? The Butterfree leader's tone turned grave, its wings betraying a restless agitation. Indeed, a fiery sparrow attacked me on my return, and I narrowly managed to slay it, but I suspect there are others lurking about, Belle relayed earnestly. His understanding of interspecies secrets still somewhat limited. However, he believed the Butterfree leader would possess the knowledge he lacked. If that is the case, the situation is quite dire. The Butterfree leader remarked, its expression darkening. Based on past experiences, it was likely that the invaders intended to raid their colony, as fiery sparrows are social creatures. The appearance of one implied the presence of others. To sustain their vast colony, food security was paramount, and thus the Butterfree had been under constant surveillance. It was a struggle for survival, devoid of moral judgment, of which the Butterfree leader was acutely aware. What shall we do, leader? The winds of change will not wait for us, yet our colony faces the threat of external invaders. A nearby Butterfree, serving as a guide, queried anxiously. It was well understood that during such times, the leader's decisions could determine the fate of their Butterfree colony. It seems we must prepare for confrontation. The Butterfree leader stated seriously after a moment's contemplation. It was abundantly clear that they could not forsake the chance for their colony to flourish. For this was a mission bestowed upon them since birth. The continuity of life must not end with their generation. Convey my orders. Constrict the territorial patrols, heighten vigilance, and minimize solitary excursions, the leader instructed the guiding Butterfree. The only viable strategy now lay in forming a protective circle through collective strength. Only thus could they afford themselves a fighting chance against the fiery sparrows when they came to strike. Wait. Just as the guiding Butterfree was about to leave, the Butterfree leader called out to Belle. At the summons, Belle halted, turning to face the leader. You have just slain a fiery sparrow alone. A trace of its essence will linger upon you. Thus, when venturing outside, you must exercise utmost caution, for they will seek to retaliate fiercely. The Butterfree leader spoke with earnest gravity. Such lessons had been learned through bloodied experience before it ascended to leadership. Setting aside the species, the fiery sparrow's diet indeed included Butterfree, and the green caterpillar was particularly vulnerable to its relentless predation. This exemplified the oppressive nature of the food chain. Ordinary Butterfree could scarcely withstand an assault from a fiery sparrow. Yet Belle was no ordinary Butterfree, which made the Butterfree leader regard him with heightened concern. Understood. I shall be vigilant. For the time being, I will remain within the colony. Belle recognized the gravity of the situation. His very life was at stake, and he understood the weight of his choices. Upon witnessing Belle's comprehension, the Butterfree leader felt a measure of relief, noting how swiftly Belle's strength had grown, a fact not lost on its watchful gaze. To maintain such rapid progression, training in the wild was indispensable. It was evident that Belle had not disappointed. With your current mental fortitude, you should be adept at employing psychic powers, yes? The Butterfree leader inquired, a flicker of realization crossing its mind. Indeed, psychic powers are remarkably useful. It feels exceedingly convenient. Belle articulated his sentiments regarding the psychic abilities he had acquired. To him, psychic powers were akin to a divine skill, offering an array of versatile applications. Indeed, that is reassuring. The applications of telekinesis are manifold, and I trust you have already uncovered various ingenious combinations. As he spoke, the patriarch of the Butterfree tribe, Ba, emanated a subtle undulation throughout his being, causing minute, imperceptible particles of dust to obediently encircle him. Telekinetic trio. This technique was already familiar to Belle, though he had yet to attain the same level of precision and subtlety as the patriarch. Yes, I have long since discerned these nuances, Belle replied, replicating the same maneuver. Although his execution lacked the patriarch's concentrated finesse, it was nevertheless visible. Excellent. With diligent practice, you shall wield it with the same mastery as I, the patriarch declared with evident satisfaction. Among the Butterfree, Belle was unique in having developed his own skills. The others spent their days idly wandering the hills or sipping nectar, devoid of any ambition. Dwelling within the tribe's confines, they had gradually lost their sense of vigilance, a state the patriarch found deeply undesirable. Patriarch, there is another matter I wish to inquire about. Belle's voice interrupted the patriarch's contemplation. Oh, speak freely. The patriarch regarded Belle with mild interest, for it was the first time Belle had sought his counsel, and he was eager to assist this exceptionally gifted member. Receiving no verbal response, Belle instead expressed his inner turmoil through action. A pink radiance flickered in his eyes, and suddenly, a formidable psychic force began to emanate from him. Initially, the patriarch paid little heed, assuming it to be ordinary telekinesis. Yet, as moments passed, unease crept over him. Such an intensity of mental energy seemed beyond the scope of telekinesis. What? This is... The patriarch's face contorted in astonishment as he recognized the extraordinary psychic power at play. Within him surged a tempest of emotions. He had witnessed this technique before. Its terrifying potency had long captivated him. Yet, to this day, he had been unable to master it, for it was simply not a skill attainable by the Butterfree species. If telekinesis could be explained by innate psychic talent, Then this, psychic overload, was a grand technique beyond even those gifted with psychic abilities. Only those Pokémon of formidable lineage and related psychic aptitude could hope to learn it. As the Patriarch stood aghast, Bell, already struggling to sustain the overwhelming psychic fluctuation, dissipated the energy. Merely summoning it had taxed him greatly, and attempting to fully manifest the technique would be too costly. After all, this was the Patriarch's home. There was no need to exert himself unnecessarily. Patriarch, what do you make of this? Is there something wrong with my body? Bell asked, panting slightly. Patriarch? Seeing the Patriarch dazed and motionless, Bell's heart quickened. He hurried forward, rousing him. I am fine, just taken aback. The Patriarch recovered and regarded Bell with a peculiar gaze, as if beholding an anomaly. When did you learn this technique? I acquired it unknowingly during the last rift, Bell answered truthfully. Before you mature further. It is best to avoid or at least minimize using this move, especially refrain from consecutive use. The Patriarch's expression grew grave. He feared Bell might treat this move as a mere basic attack, risking premature depletion of his psychic energy. Such a scenario compelled him to issue a stern warning, for he had encountered it before. Chapter 16, The Tribal Assembly begins. Bell himself felt the lingering haze after employing psychic overload. Fully aware that his mental reserves could not sustain repeated uses of such a formidable technique. Patriarch, if the tribal assembly proceeds as planned, when exactly will it take place? Bell inquired. If the assembly occurs as usual, the timing requires careful consideration, especially given the suspected threat of external invaders. If possible, I would like to know the approximate time to prepare accordingly. Youth is a blessing. I recall when I competed for a mate, vanquishing countless rivals in succession. Yet, alas, the Patriarch's antennae drooped involuntarily as sorrowful memories surfaced. Before Bell could respond, the Patriarch continued, Rest assured, I understand your restless spirit. But Butterfree is exceptional, as you are exceedingly rare. There is likely no rival within the tribe capable of matching you. Pursue your claim with confidence. Only the strongest merit the passing on of their genes, and I trust your progeny will inherit your talents. The Patriarch spoke calmly, a faint smile gracing his gaze. Expressing deep approval, Bell found himself momentarily speechless, captivated by the Patriarch's profound declarations. Mating competition? He had merely intended to seize the opportunity to gain experience and level up. With so many Butterfree around, he had long coveted the experience points. Yet, judging by the Patriarch's demeanor, Bell realized that no explanation would suffice. Seeing your eagerness, let us commence the assembly tomorrow. The monsoon winds are due these days. The Patriarch mused, lifting his eyes toward the horizon. Actually, there is no need to rush, Bell interjected, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. I would prefer not to hasten things, but the circumstances leave us no choice, the Patriarch replied serenely. Bell's recent encounter with an assailant had unsettled the Patriarch, and such unease could only stem from two possibilities, either facing a formidable foe threatening his life, or the tribe confronting an impending crisis. Both were realities the Patriarch found unbearable, demanding immediate decisions. Observing the Patriarch's concern, Bell regained his composure. Indeed, there was no time for delay. After all, he had encountered a sparrow today. Who could say when another might arrive? A second? Or an entire flock? The attack had occurred perilously close to the tribe's domain. Normally, Pokémon do not trespass into others' territories without cause, unless there is conflict over survival. Clearly, the Patriarch feared precisely this. The forest's other inhabitants could no longer satisfy the sparrow's voracity, prompting them to target the Butterfree tribe. Return and rest well, so you may greet the assembly with full vigor, the Patriarch advised, once again employing telekinesis to nurture Bell's spirit. He sensed Bell's fatigue from frequent psychic exertions and sought to ease his burden. Witnessing this, Bell's heart warmed. This, he thought, must be the true feeling of home. Soaring above the canopy to his familiar perch, Bell reclined comfortably upon a branch as the verdant glow of the tribe's sacred tree began to mend his body. The following day, Bell rose early to train his various techniques, remaining within the tribe's territory. The tribal assembly was imminent. Are you prepared? Has it been moved up? No matter. I am well prepared this time. Surely, I shall win May's favor. The young Butterfree buzzed with excitement, for this day was pivotal to their purpose. Bell surveyed his brethren with anticipation. To him, each was a treasure trove of experience points long coveted. Moreover, the levels of these Butterfree were generally quite low, and they appeared remarkably youthful. These must be the younger generation within the Butterfree clan, Bell surmised as he examined the status panel with certainty. Pokémon, Butterfree. Type, Bug, Flying. Level, LV11. Talent, red. Pokémon, Butterfree. Type, bug, flying. Level, LV12. Talent, orange. Observing Butterfree that lagged behind him by 6 or 7 levels, Bell felt a twinge of perplexity. Could it be that he had advanced too swiftly, leaving the others unable to keep pace? Or perhaps he was from an earlier batch of hatchlings, granting him a temporal advantage? Haha, no need for doubt. This is the fruit of your diligent training, the very reason for your current prowess. The clan chief's voice echoed in Bell's mind, tinged with admiration. These Butterfree were non-combatant Pokémon, preoccupied only with the present. Hence their levels were markedly lower than those of typical patrolling Butterfree. Upon hearing this, Bell comprehended the situation fully. No wonder these Butterfree appeared somewhat corpulent and lacked the robust physique that he himself possessed. As Bell pondered, a figure emerged from the canopy and descended among the multitude of Butterfree. Upon sighting this, the other clan members bowed their heads, some even lowering their flight altitude in deference. With the advent of the monsoon, our Butterfree clan welcomes the annual assembly. Today, you shall fulfill the mission bestowed upon you since birth. Yet, only the strong deserve progeny. The weak have no right to perpetuate their lineage. Therefore, I hereby declare the clan assembly officially commenced. A formidable psychic force swept across the gathering as a sudden gust stirred the sky. The monsoon, a symbol of rebirth and renewal, heralded the genesis and continuation of life, the very essence of the Butterfree's sacred duty. Seizing upon the powerful wind, the Butterfree soared higher into the heavens. The first phase of the clan assembly, the ascent. Both female and male Butterfree vied for advantageous positions. For the greater the altitude attained, the clearer the demonstration of one's excellence. Females ascended to distinguish themselves from their peers and to allure superior males. Males, on the other hand, engaged in fierce competition, for only the mightiest were worthy of all. Amid the fervent ascent, one conspicuous Butterfree drew the attention of the others. This particular specimen was the largest among the lower-tier individuals, surpassing its neighbors by half a body length, with wings twice the size of the others. Yet, how could such a grand Butterfree fly so low and slow? Its demeanor relaxed to an unusual degree. Something was amiss. Thus, the clan chief, from afar, conveyed a query telepathically. Are you feeling unwell? Having unshaken faith in Bell's capabilities. After all, he was a personally favored member. The chief presumed Bell's sluggishness was due to physical discomfort. No, chief, this does not affect me. I can still endure. Bell hastily dispelled any concern, retracting his casual expression and promptly responding mentally. Yet within, he was screaming wildly. Forget reproduction for now. Can I at least have a fight? I just want to gain experience and level up. Chapter 17, Objective Achieved. Helpless under the watchful gaze of the clan chief, Bell had no choice but to unleash his true abilities. Maple. With a roar, a violet silhouette streaked past, seemingly transcending limits as he left the other Butterfree far behind. Witnessing this, the others marveled at Bell's speed and glanced warily at their competitors, increasing the frequency of their wing beats in silent rivalry. Each Butterfree vied inwardly for supremacy. Only Bell felt frustration. This was already his slowest pace. He could not slow down any further. From afar, the clan chief's worry diminished upon seeing Bell exert himself. Good, all is well. He mused silently before turning his gaze toward the distant location where Bell had been ambushed. As chief, he must remain vigilant at such critical moments to protect the clan from potential threats. Meanwhile, the Butterfree had reached the maximum height their strength permitted. Ascending further would be futile, as the wind's force intensified, risking being blown away. Calming themselves, the Pokémon commenced scanning their surroundings. Females scrutinized male counterparts while remaining wary of rival females. Males sought out high-quality females and regarded fellow males with hostility, ready to clash at the slightest provocation. The dynamic was clear, like repels like opposites attract. At this moment, Bell found himself at the heart of the dense cluster of Butterfree, precisely where their numbers peaked. His aim was to continuously challenge others to gain experience and level up. Butterfree of low flight altitude generally possessed low experience, while those soaring highest were fewer but more seasoned. Bell, being an exceptional individual, attracted the admiring gaze of numerous females. Consequently, many females hurried toward Bell, fearful of being outpaced by rivals. Abundant experience, come swiftly into my grasp. Bell's lips curled into a smile as he disregarded the dazzling attention, instead appraising the eager Butterfree at the periphery ready to challenge him. The silent thoughts of many males, defeat him and prove I am the strongest. Bell's own thought, just when I'm short on experience, bring it on. Thus, Bell found himself compelled to face numerous challenges from his kin, yet none proved a match. They were all effortlessly repelled. The disparity was too stark. Ding. Host has leveled up, current level, LV19. After vanquishing another opponent, Bell ascended another level. Feeling a warm surge course through his body, he rejoiced inwardly. Previously, he had only leveled up sporadically, but this time, his clanmates proved remarkably generous with experience. No sooner had he celebrated than a new male challenger approached, apparently of high rank. Pokémon, Butterfree. Type, Bug, Flying. Level, LV17. Talent, Orange. Examining the opponent's status. Bell's interest was piqued. Though 2 levels lower, this adversary belonged to the elite first tier of Butterfree. An orange talent, quite commendable. Before Bell could ponder further, the challenger closed in. Whoosh. I challenge you. Without hesitation, the Butterfree enveloped itself in a white glow and lunged forward. Ho there. Bell responded in kind, launching a collision attack. Bang. After impact, Bell stepped back slightly, while his opponent retreated a greater distance. The victor was unmistakably clear. The Butterfree, visibly hesitant, cast a glance at the surrounding female Butterfree, summoning renewed courage to charge towards Bell once more. Such a lack of foresight. Observing the oncoming challenge, Bell resolved to alter his strategy. He unfurled his wings, conjuring a fierce gust of wind. In the howling tempest, the advancing Butterfree was forcefully repelled. Following that, a flash of pink light flickered in Bell's eyes. Telekinesis surged forth, causing the Butterfree to feel an uncontrollable backward pull, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Truly, the Butterfree favored by the leader is remarkable. Surely its offspring would be splendid. After this encounter, the surrounding female Butterfree regarded Bell with increased admiration, their gazes brimming with adoration as if it were about to solidify into reality. What is this? Why are the female Butterfree engaging in battle? After dispatching the challenger, Bell looked around in confusion at his kindred, who had suddenly begun to fight. Logically, female Butterfree should merely await the courtship of males. Yet it was evident they were embroiled in combat. Moreover, the intensity of their skirmish was extraordinary, yet their gazes towards Bell were imbued with fervor. Never mind. Having harvested the experience from the higher-tier Butterfree, it was time to focus on the lower-tier ones. With that thought, Bell descended into the throng of lower-tier Butterfree. You all, come at me. He provoked challengingly. Even a mosquito, though small, is still meat, and experience can accumulate through small gains. So there is no need to solely pursue the upper echelons of Butterfree for easy pickings. Upon hearing Bell's taunt, the male Butterfree bristled with indignation. Though they lacked strength, they were in the most crucial phase of their lives. Bell's provocation undoubtedly roused their pride as male creatures, prompting them to swarm towards him. Excellent. Seeing this, Bell swiftly flapped his wings, evading their onslaught. For even he knew that if targeted collectively, he too could sustain injuries. Thus dodging this assault was hardly a display of cowardice. The lower-tier Butterfree, realizing the disparity in speed, promptly employed other ranged skills. A powerful gale surged forth, carrying with it fine, invisible dust. Wind Dust Trio. This ultimate move, inadvertently coordinated by numerous Butterfree, was formidable enough to elicit a spark of caution in Bell's eyes. He had not yet become so arrogant as to withstand such an attack. The mere wind from a dozen Butterfree could easily overwhelm him. So there was no question of taking this hit head-on. Hence, Bell opted for his magnificent evasion technique once again. He directed his flight upwards, where the natural barrier of seasonal winds could mitigate or even obstruct the Wind-Dust Trio's combination attack. Given their lower level, the opposing Butterfree could not breach this protective veil. Bell narrowly escaped this strike. Now it's my turn. With a glimmer of pink psychic energy, Bell summoned all his psychic prowess, preparing to unleash a grand display. Currently, the use of his psychic strong thought was quite taxing, but that did not mean he could not employ it. Now, while his opponents were momentarily spent, it was the perfect opportunity to unleash his power. Under the intense psychic fluctuations, the lower-tier Butterfree found themselves immobilized, subsequently succumbing to Bell's mental strike, falling like petals cast adrift. Bell, witnessing this, felt a flicker of fatigue, but upon hearing the system notification in his mind, joy surged within him. Ding! Host has leveled up, current level LV20. Feeling a warmth coursing through his body, Bell's eyes sparkled with delight. He had achieved his goal. He then turned his gaze and descended alongside the fallen Butterfree, the process appearing flawless, akin to those who had exhausted themselves in defeat. Alas, the fallen Butterfree, including Bell, were enveloped by a more potent psychic force. Gradually hovering in the air, the scene shifted as the Butterfree leader arrived above these Butterfree. He regarded Bell with a hint of perplexity. Logically, One instance of psychic strong thought shouldn't he have exhausted him to this extent. Could it be that his injuries were not yet healed? Chapter 18. Ambushed. The Butterfree leader gazed at Bell with a look of suspicion, hastily employing psychic power to probe his body. However, he found no injuries. This only deepened his confusion. It shouldn't he be, while psychic strong thought consumes mental energy, a single use should not cause significant harm to the body. Just as the leader pondered this, Bell slowly regained consciousness. Ouch, my head aches. Seeing this, the leader quickly approached to examine him, channeling his own psychic energy to nurture him. How do you feel? Is your body improving? Bell had always been among the sharpest of his kin, and he did not wish to see him harmed. I'm fine. The clan meeting will last for 3 days, and you still have an opportunity. The leader observed Bell's reluctance and promptly reassured him, fearful that he might regret it for life. Moreover, it seems many females await your recovery. With that, the Butterfree leader used his psychic power to allow Bell to see the situation above. Bell opened his eyes slowly, and he beheld several concerned female Butterfree gazing anxiously at him, reminiscent of a wife's worry for her injured husband. Witnessing this, Bell silently closed his eyes again, internally lamenting his misdeeds. Very well, you should rest atop the clan tree. I believe with your physical constitution, you will recover swiftly. Saying this, the Butterfree leader placed the numerous unconscious Butterfree atop the clan tree. The clan meeting continued apace. Yet, without Bell as a formidable competitor, everything reverted to a semblance of normalcy. Some successfully paired, while others were reluctantly defeated. Yet, without exception, they all found considerable ease. Even the female Butterfree appeared notably more amiable. There is only one Bell, while they Butterfree adhere to a monogamous system, thus they cannot afford to wait. The scene shifted back to Bell. At this moment, he reclined in a comfortable position, subsequently calling forth the system panel in his mind. Host, Butterfree Bell. Attributes, Bug, Flying. Talent, Yellow. Level, LV20. Traits, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Wind, Harden, Sonic Boom, Telekinesis, Sleep Powder, Paralyzed Powder, Poison Powder, Tailwind, Psychic Strong Thought, Whirlwind. Illusion Beam. During this time, he had also learned 2 new skills, Whirlwind and Illusion Beam. One was a general transformation skill, while the other was a special psychic attack skill. Overall, the gains were commendable. The elevation and level corresponded with an enhancement of his abilities. For Bell, who had been grinding for experience over a long period, this was the greatest reward. The step of seeking a clan proved to be the right one, not only providing him with support, but also facilitating his level up significantly. With such abundant experience, and without the worry of retaliation, this was undoubtedly a paradise. Overjoyed, Bell lay on the tree, gradually restoring his psychic energy through the use of psychic strong thought. Although he could currently use it only once, each instance had yielded benefits. Counting the narrow escape and these 2 instances during the clan meeting, psychic strong thought had consistently brought him surprises. No wonder the leader expressed envy towards this move. It indeed bore remarkable fruit. How are you recovering? At that moment, the voice of the clan leader echoed in his mind. Bell, feeling weak, hurriedly closed his eyes and replied feebly, his head heavy with discomfort. In the distance, the clan leader slowly approached. Noticing Bell with his eyes tightly shut and an expression of distress, which stirred a sense of worry within him. Could it be that his mental essence has been harmed? This was a distinct possibility, as frequent exertion of mental strength without sufficient fortitude could indeed lead to mental exhaustion and, consequently, damage to one's mental essence. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him. Wait here, I shall fetch a medicinal herb for you. With that, the clan leader swiftly took flight towards the distance, leaving Bell with a pang of guilt. He wished to call out to him, but found himself unable to react in time. Alas, he resolved to confess upon the clan leader's return. He merely wished to avoid procreation, and there was no need to perpetuate a web of deceit. A lie need not be concealed by another lie, especially when the clan leader treated him with sincerity. One must not be petty in the realm of the fairies. Noon arrived, marking the conclusion of the first clan gathering. Numerous butterflies of the grand tribe fluttered down from the sky in pairs, taking this time to nurture their bonds. The task of procreation could wait. For those butterflies yet to find a mate, 2 further opportunities remained. However, as time progressed, competition would intensify, and the difficulty would increase. Female butterflies were ultimately in the minority, and among the male butterflies, there existed many formidable individuals. Why hasn't the clan leader returned yet? Bell pondered aloud from his perch in the tree. Logically, given the speed of the grand tribe leader, he ought to have returned by now, yet. Suddenly, piercing bird calls echoed from afar. Instantly, all butterflies turned their gaze towards the source, and an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. An elder butterfly, of considerable rank, approached the younger members, having long been cared for by them. Yet, in the face of danger, they instinctively stepped forward. Bell focused his gaze, astonished to see a lineup of butterflies, all at levels 30 to 40, clearly far beyond his own strength. What is happening? Where has the clan leader gone? At that moment, the butterfly who had guided Bell earlier stepped forward, the highest ranked among those present, second only to the clan leader in authority. The clan leader has gone in search of herbs, Bell interjected with a hint of anxiety. If it were merely for herbs, he should have returned swiftly. Why the delay? As the guiding butterfly contemplated this, a voice of alarm snapped it back to attention. Look, that seems to be the clan leader. Following the gaze of the startled voice, the butterflies beheld a sight. A single grand butterfly engaged in a fierce struggle with three large birds, their forms flickering between visibility and obscurity. Yet, one of those forms was clearly surrounded. Their clan leader. Leave a few combatants behind. The rest, follow me to rescue the clan leader, commanded the guiding butterfly. And the elder butterflies responded promptly, rushing towards their leader. A few elder butterflies remained behind, and just as Bell intended to stealthily follow, one of the older butterflies held him back. The situation is perilous. Stay here. Bell, filled with urgency yet powerless, felt a swell of frustration. The clan leader was facing this crisis due to him. Although he might not be able to assist, he yearned to try, even if it meant hiding behind the others and casting a few transformation skills. Just as Bell wrestled with his thoughts, shadows darted at the edge of their territory, unmistakably heading toward the Grand Butterfly clan. Chapter 19. Evolving before me? Who gave you the audacity? Initially, the butterflies were unaware of the ominous shift, but as time passed, Bell sensed an unsettling stillness surrounding them, reminiscent of his previous experience in a narrow crevice. Something was amiss. As a fairy endowed with extraordinary abilities, his perception far exceeded that of his kin. His instincts warned him that trouble was approaching, and the newcomers bore ill intent. With the sense of danger drawing closer, Bell abruptly lifted his head. He beheld shadows racing toward them, illuminated by the dying light of dusk, their target unmistakably the Grand Butterfly clan. In a flash of realization, he recognized the silhouettes of fiery sparrows. An attack. Above, harnessing his telekinesis, Bell amplified his voice, urgently alerting the others. Without time for elaboration, he ascended, his eyes shimmering with pink light, while his wings dispersed a colorful cloud of powder. In an instant, a powerful wave of telekinesis surged forward, propelling the dust toward the fiery sparrows. Telekinetic dust. This technique proved remarkably effective in group combat, a lesson Bell had learned well. The fiery sparrows were momentarily impeded, but it was merely a fleeting hindrance. Bell had no intention of resolving the conflict in one fell swoop. His objective had been achieved. Upon realizing they had been discovered, the flock of fiery sparrows surged forward. Bell smirked inwardly at this turn of events. Among them, he noted that some sparrows had begun to descend slowly. A closer look revealed their eyes were shut, their expressions serene, an aberrant state, the effect of hypnosis. Attack, commanded several elder butterflies, leading the charge. Countless blades of air sliced through the air, creating a robust barrier that once again obstructed the advance of the fiery sparrows, causing some to lose their combat capabilities. The younger butterflies followed suit, emulating their elders and organizing their own offensive. Yet, the battlefield was ever-changing. While their attacks disrupted the rhythm of the fiery sparrows, they could not halt their advance. The flock began to scatter, with some remaining behind to unleash ranged attacks, while the rest pressed on toward Bell and his companions. As flying-type fairies, they were acutely aware of their advantage. Close combat was their forte, and they were no strangers to hunting insect-type fairies. Fully aware of the effectiveness of flying-type skills against the grand butterflies, before long, the first wave of fiery sparrows breached their defenses, initiating the first clash between the two factions. Given their lack of prowess in close combat, the grand butterflies found themselves overwhelmed, with little opportunity to retaliate. However, Bell was no ordinary individual. The ingenuity of humanity was beyond the comprehension of mere sparrows. Very well, let me show you my new skill. As he spoke, waves of psychic energy swirled around him, and the next moment, a multicolored beam shot forth. Illusion Ray. With a power level of 65, it surpassed his telekinesis, and its effects proved remarkably effective. A fiery sparrow was instantly sent flying, the explosion drawing the attention of the remaining flock. Soon, 3 more fiery sparrows converged upon him. Bell's expression turned serious. These 3 possessed levels that were no trifling matter. Fairy, fiery sparrow. Type, normal, flying. Level, LV18. Talent, red. Characteristics: Keen Eye. Pokemon, Sparrow. Type: Normal. Flying. Level: LV19. Talent: Red. Characteristics: Keen Eye. Pokemon, Sparrow. Type: Normal. Flying. Level: LV19. Talent: Orange. Characteristics: Keen Eye. With 2 Sparrows at level 19 and 1 at level 18, Bell swiftly created distance, fully aware of his role as a special attacker. He sought to avoid close combat whenever possible. He had always maintained distance when facing other Sparrows. However, now he found himself besieged by the very Pokémon that had a type advantage over him, and the pressure was palpable. If his assumptions were correct, Sparrow evolved at level 20, he mused, as he watched the trio closely tailing him. These 3 Sparrows were evidently larger than their counterparts, only slightly less formidable than himself. Measuring approximately 60 centimeters in length compared to his own impressive wingspan of 160 centimeters, rendering him a giant among Butterfree. This size disparity afforded him greater speed than the 3 avian Pokémon. After creating more distance, a pink gleam flickered in Bell's eyes as he unleashed a dazzling illusion ray. One of the level 18 Sparrows attempted to evade, but in an instant, its body froze. Paralyzed by the attack, that fleeting moment allowed Bell's assault to strike true. Boom. The explosion engulfed its form, a dark orange feathered figure plummeting to the ground. Bell remained impassive. He had not held back, intent on delivering a lethal blow. His earlier maneuvering around the trio had been a calculated ploy. At this moment, nearly invisible dust particles still floated around him. The 3 powder particles were ever present. The prolonged exposure to the illusion ray had rendered the level 18 Sparrow defeated, lamenting its fate in the northwest. The remaining 2 Sparrows felt no sorrow. To them, their fallen kin was simply too weak and thus eliminated. However, the death of a fellow seemed a provocation to them, for in their eyes, the butterfly before them was merely prey, unworthy of resistance. With this thought, a faint white glow began to emanate from the 2 Sparrows, and a surge of primal instinct filled their hearts. In the next moment, the white light burst forth. As the Sparrows, fueled by intense emotions, commenced their evolution. Bell was quite familiar with this phenomenon. He had experienced it twice before, and the sensation of life transformation was indelible in his memory. It could be said that once evolved, the strength of Sparrow, or rather Firo, would undergo a significant qualitative change. At that point, even Bell would likely harbor some trepidation. Yet, how foolish it was for them to choose this moment to evolve amidst a life-or-death struggle. A cold glint flashed in Bell's eyes. In an instant, radiant light enveloped him, and a surge of psychic energy pulsated around him, culminating in a brilliant display of multicolored light. Boom! The illusion ray struck the evolving Sparrow mid-transformation, sending both Sparrows hurtling through the air. The anguished cries resounded across the battlefield, drawing the attention of numerous Pokémon. The 2 Sparrows found themselves in a dire predicament. Their evolution abruptly interrupted while they endured the brunt of Bell's fierce attack, leaving them gravely wounded. The psychic energy radiating from Bell showed no signs of abating. He was well aware of the principle of striking a fallen opponent. Without hesitation, he unleashed another illusion ray, sweeping it across the 2 beleaguered Sparrows, transforming what was meant to be a single target attack into a devastating barrage. Chapter 20, A Retreat of the Flock. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night enveloped the Butterfree territory. The battlefield seemed to have been paused, with both the Butterfree and the Sparrow flock frozen in astonishment, gazing at Bell with eyes wide in disbelief. 3 Sparrows had perished at the hands of a single Butterfree. Moreover, their demise had been brutal. In the shadows of night, Bell appeared as a magnificent harbinger of darkness. The specifics of the recent events eluded them, but they clearly heard a mournful cry, the lament of a Sparrow. That cry was haunting and chilling, as if it had endured some harrowing fate. With the melody of death still resonating, Bell turned his gaze toward the remaining adversaries, his eyes cold and his psychic energy swirling around him. The unexpected elimination of 3 birds was trivial in his eyes, especially since the Sparrow assault had yet to relent. Thus, Bell directed another illusion ray toward the nearest Sparrow. Only a handful managed to evade, while the rest braced themselves for impact, battling against the Butterfree. The effects of status conditions frequently manifested upon them. The most debilitating poison status gnawed at their stamina incessantly. Yet, despite this, the Sparrows maintained an advantage, continuing to claim the lives of several Butterfree. It must be said that the pressure of the food chain undeniably limited the capabilities of numerous Butterfree, who inherently existed in the shadows of such predatory bird Pokémon, let alone considering rebellion. If it were not for their territory, they likely would not have the will to fight at all. Damn it, this situation is far too passive. After using psychic force to send a sparrow attempting to ambush him flying, Bell ascended into the sky. The levels of both sides were comparable, and their numbers favored his side, but what was lacking was merely a surge of confidence. A pink light flickered in Bell's eyes as psychic energy began to coalesce at his mouth. Come, heed my command. Gather around. The thunderous call of the bug-type Pokémon drew the attention of numerous Butterfree, who turned to look at Bell. Under the moonlight, Bell emanated an intangible aura of authority, compelling the Pokémon to trust him. Promptly, one Butterfree began to flutter toward Bell. This was a female Butterfree, the very one Bell had initially sought to challenge. Now, the idol she admired was summoning them, and she responded. With the first Butterfree answering the call, a second followed, and gradually, a multitude of Butterfree began to congregate around Bell. Bug-type Pokémon were predominantly social creatures, and now, Bell had become their focal point. Follow my lead, ascend, Bell commanded, soaring upward as he guided the swarm of Butterfree to rise swiftly while maintaining formation. The myriad of sparrows, witnessing this, pursued eagerly, their eyes gleaming with greed. Bell emitted a cold snort, rapidly flapping his wings to unleash a gust attack. Observing this, his fellow Butterfree also began to mimic the action, executing their own gust attacks. If it were only Bell alone, the effect would be minimal, but with a multitude of Butterfree, the outcome was entirely different. The winds began to converge, forming a powerful storm. The sparrows could not withstand the onslaught of the tempest and were forcefully repelled. Enhancing their assault with powder, Bell commanded, utilize the 3 powders. Initially, many Butterfree were puzzled by the term seasoning, but as the dust from Bell's wings wafted into the air, they quickly understood and unleashed their most proficient racial skills. Beneath the luminous glow of the moonlight, the fierce winds entwined with the 3-colored butterflies, creating a resplendent tapestry of hues. The fiery sparrows, in such a mesmerizing scene, appeared to teeter on the brink of oblivion, as though entranced by the breathtaking beauty around them. Of course, if one were to disregard the unfortunate sparrow that plummeted to the ground, its mouth frothing in death, the scenery would be even more enchanting. Thus, under the united assault of the Butterfly clan, the fiery sparrows retreated, compelled to abandon their pursuit and gradually withdraw. Attempt to flee? Leave the corpses behind. Bell seethed as he observed his adversaries clutching the lifeless body of a fallen butterfly, a surge of fury igniting within him. The vanquished have no right to desecrate the members of his kin. A potent wave of psychic energy began to radiate outward, forcibly seizing the bodies of numerous fiery sparrows. With a furious strike, Bell indeed inflicted pain upon the sparrows, prompting anguished cries to escape their beaks. What are you waiting for? Attack! Bell struggled to command the flock, hoping to incite his comrades to finish them off, yet the Butterfly clan remained suspended in shock, paralyzed into inaction. Initially, they had felt a glimmer of joy at the sight of the retreating sparrows, believing they had narrowly escaped calamity. However, Bell's insistence on forcing them to attack contradicted their desires. Consequently, they succumbed to a profound silence. Even for Bell, exerting control over such a multitude of sparrows proved to be overwhelming. Ultimately, amidst their frantic struggles, his psychic grip was broken within mere seconds. The moment the sparrows regained their freedom, they wasted no time in fleeing towards the horizon. The intense mental burden weighed heavily upon Bell, rendering him breathless. Merely remaining upright was a testament to his resilience. Damn it, my psychic strength is still too feeble. Controlling these wretched birds is a Herculean task, he muttered, slowly descending. Though he had managed to defend their ground, the loss of several butterflies weighed heavily on his heart. A few elder butterflies bore numerous wounds, having been besieged by the relentless sparrows, their plight undeniable. After the battle, Bell refrained from chastising his kin. They were merely striving for survival. All of this had been his unilateral ambition. While lost in thought, a multitude of butterflies suddenly appeared in the distance, among them the butterfly elder, surrounded by its kin. Its form slightly wavering. The elder had returned. Fresh from a fierce battle, the clan desperately needed a leader to restore order, and the elder's timely arrival was fortuitous. As Bell caught sight of the elder, a flicker of joy surged within him, but it swiftly diminished upon seeing the elder's injuries, replaced by a deep sense of dread. So, the elder had been bearing the burden for them all along. Recalling the earlier encounter with the 3 formidable birds engaged in combat with the elder, realization dawned upon him. Those 3 birds were likely the pinnacle of the enemy's strength, and they were none other than the ultimate evolved form of the fiery sparrow. With the elder at level 51, and accompanied by numerous seasoned butterflies, the 3 sparrows likely hovered around level 50. This revelation brought clarity to Bell's thoughts. He recognized that the evergreen forest was indeed a realm of hidden prowess. He was certain that any sprite above level 50 could be deemed a force to be reckoned with, at least within the confines of the forest. The elders swiftly descended and approached the clan tree, anxiously surveying the surroundings as if searching for something. Upon spotting Belle, its gaze lingered. Thank goodness, you are still here. Chapter 21. What does it matter if one becomes a sprite? I can still command. As their eyes met, both Belle and the elder recognized a glimmer of concern in each other's expressions. You, elder. They simultaneously spoke, yet Belle remained silent. While the elder stepped forward to address him. Have your wounds healed? Upon hearing this, Belle understood the elder's inquiry and promptly replied, Elder, I am quite all right. I merely have no desire to reproduce. He spoke somewhat sheepishly, uncertain of the repercussions of his honesty, but the weight of his guilt was palpable, especially in light of the elder's visible injuries. I have long been aware of your sentiments, the elder replied, gazing at Belle with a sense of reassurance. As a butterfly endowed with psychic abilities and possessing a level higher than Belle's, it was impossible for the elder not to perceive the pretense in Belle's words. Yet, it was precisely this insight that fueled the elder's desire to understand Belle's true thoughts. It seemed that Belle bore a resemblance to the elder's younger self, albeit with some differences. A deep sigh escaped the elder as it contemplated this. What troubles you, elder? Must it be so? Belle inquired cautiously. However, the elder chose not to respond, as the current circumstances did not permit further dialogue. The clan had just weathered a calamity, and now was the time for leadership. Ascending above the gathered butterflies, the elder amplified its voice with psychic energy. Today, we have successfully survived this calamity. To those comrades we have lost, I offer my deepest condolences. Yet, I firmly believe that our future will be brighter. This succinct proclamation encapsulated the elder's wisdom, while the butterflies responded with a symbolic cheer. Though they had grown weary of such speeches, it was undeniable that these words brought them a measure of solace. Such was the elder's credibility. Following this, the task of clearing the battlefield of the fallen sparrows commenced. It was evident that the sparrows held a fundamental respect for their fallen comrades, as their menu did not include the corpses of their kin. During the cleanup, Belle was taken aback to find several butterfly corpses alongside some deceased sparrows. These sparrows had been thwarted by him, yet for the majority that had fled with their fallen, this loss seemed trivial. Setting aside these thoughts, the scene before him reignited Belle's fervor to grow stronger. Only the powerful deserve to survive. The weak could perish at any moment. The elder awaits you in the canopy. I was instructed to summon you. Just as Belle was lost in contemplation, a guiding butterfly approached him from behind, delivering the message. Regaining his focus, Belle turned to the butterfly, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. Thank you for your effort. He held a measure of respect for this butterfly, which ranked second in the clan, especially since it had been at the forefront during the crisis. After receiving Belle's acknowledgement, the guiding butterfly departed, as its responsibilities extended beyond merely leading the post-disaster efforts. Not long after its departure, Belle found himself alone in the canopy, gazing at the elder, who remained silent for an extended period. The elder's eyes were closed, leaving Belle uncertain if it were asleep. After a prolonged wait, the elder finally opened its eyes. You have arrived, it said, its tone laced with weariness. The elder had sustained significant injuries and had only just slipped into slumber. However, this did not imply a lack of awareness of the outside world. On the contrary, in such a state, its senses were acutely heightened, ever vigilant against any malevolent sprites, while failing to notice Belle, a harmless member of its clan. Yes, elder. I have heard that you were looking for me. With a serious expression, Belle replied, I would like to discuss matters concerning the clan meeting. After a prolonged silence, the clan leader gravely remarked, Belle, I sense your concern. I hope it is not about being compelled to participate in some matchmaking event again. Do not be anxious. If you prefer not to attend, that is acceptable, provided your strength remains unyielding. However, the interruption of the clan meeting poses a significant threat to our Bada clan's breeding mission. The leader sighed, his antennae drooping, an unmistakable weight of worry evident in his demeanor. Understanding the leader's distress, yet perplexed by why he was summoned, Belle gazed at him in confusion. Ultimately, it seems you simply wish to avoid the burden of progeny. However, the clan meeting is immutable. We must consider the other young members, as it is essential for the survival of our species. Currently, with the clan meeting disrupted, I would like you to infiltrate and serve as a protective shield to ensure its continuity. Following this, the leader cast a profound glance into the distance, where the fiery sparrows had retreated, and Belle instinctively followed his gaze, suddenly grasping the implication. The fiery sparrow flock would return. This was his immediate conclusion. As a species, They would not overlook any opportunity for prey, particularly when sustaining a large population necessitated a steady food supply. As a species of avian spirits that primarily feasted on green caterpillars, they could find no better choice than the Botadai clan. It was a natural dynamic of predator and prey, an inevitable conflict. Me a shield? Bell pondered incredulously. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. A level 20 was hardly sufficient against the formidable fiery sparrow clan. While he could defend himself in encounters with them, being designated as a protector felt overly optimistic. The clan leader discerned Bell's unspoken doubts and merely smiled, saying, during the clan's assault, your ability to rally and direct the members was evident to all. Frankly, I am not as capable as you in this regard, and it was your timely organization that mitigated our losses. Indeed, when the fiery sparrows attempted to retreat, the 3 large-mouthed sparrows that had engaged them also withdrew, allowing the leader to hastily return to witness the startling scene. Thus, Bell hesitated. The clan leader revealed the true purpose of his summons. I wish for you to organize the young Botadai in resistance when the fiery sparrows strike, thereby reducing member casualties. Upon hearing this, Bell fell silent for a considerable time, but when he observed the leader's weary expression, he finally conceded, very well, I shall comply. My leader. In truth, Bell did not entirely resist this notion. Organizing a counterattack was akin to commanding spirits, rekindling the essence of a trainer within him. Even if he had transformed into a spirit, he could still lead. Chapter 22, The Second Clan Meeting. On the morning 3 days later, the Botadai territory had returned to its original state, each youthful Botadai sporting a rejuvenated, vibrant countenance. For them, fulfilling the vital mission of their butterfly lives took precedence over all else. This time, they aimed to find their other halves amid imminent danger, a formidable task indeed. Though they were unaware of when this peril would emerge, it was not for them to contemplate. Are you ready? The clan leader soared above the throng of young Botadai, glancing inadvertently in Bell's direction. Yes, we are ready. The butterflies responded passionately, as though no obstacle could hinder their progress. Excellent. Let us commence. With a wave of psychic energy, the multitude of Botadai took to the skies once more. The monsoon winds caressed their forms, elevating them to greater heights. Bell blended in amongst them, leisurely trailing at the rear, relishing the opportunity to remain inconspicuous. As for the clan meeting, he would refrain from interference. Bell vaguely recalled the leader's words before departing. Since you do not wish to procreate, refrain from competing with the clan members. Although I am uncertain why you possess such a penchant for battle, this clan meeting holds a different significance. I trust you comprehend my meaning. What could Bell possibly say to that? One could not continuously extract wool from a sheep without consequence. The scene shifted. The multitude of Botadai ascended to the same altitude, their forms occupying the upper, middle, and lower tiers, yet only a scant few traversed to the uppermost layer. To avoid disrupting the clan meeting, Bell had chosen an optimal position, the highest altitude, soaring over 1,000 meters. This elevation was generally unattainable for the Botadai, particularly for the younger ones. His choice was deliberate. Observing a few female Botadai below, resembling stones of longing, Bell inhaled deeply and averted his gaze. My apologies. It seems we are not fated, he mused, unwilling to hinder their pursuits. As he hovered above, several female Botadai, upon sensing Bell's lack of interest, also relinquished their hopes and resumed their quest for suitable mates. Life must continue. They could not forsake an entire forest for a single tree, no matter how magnificent it appeared. Before long, these females were soon surrounded by numerous suitors. As rare females able to access the upper tier, they represented a coveted resource. In this predominantly male clan, competition was fierce. Aside from Bell, no Botadai wished to remain solitary. As time passed, couples began to form, while those who faltered departed in silence. This clan meeting yielded many pairings, destined to accompany one another through life. Positioned above, Bell surveyed the unfolding events, beginning to grasp a deeper understanding. Competition existed everywhere. Suddenly, as Bell contemplated this, a familiar cry resonated through the sky. In the distance, a swarm of black figures approached swiftly, their gazes fixed hungrily upon the myriad young Botadai, glimmering with greed and bloodlust. Plentiful, succulent morsels await. As this thought crossed their minds, the fiery sparrows quickened their pace, their movements subtly adopting a predatory stance. The battle had begun. Bell's expression darkened as he beheld the approaching swarm, his eyes radiating a fierce pink hue. Within the Botadai territory, the clan leader and numerous combatants swiftly mobilized. Taking to the air, the clan meeting was temporarily suspended. The survival of their species hung in the balance, and a grand-scale battle was imminent. The clan leader led the charge, flanked by elite members of the clan, forming a protective barrier to ensure the leader's safety and prevent encirclement. As the saying goes, kings against kings, generals against generals, and this principle held true even in the world of Pokémon. Meanwhile, Bell began to organize the young Butterfree to gather around him. Due to the foundational experience gained from the previous battle, Bell possesses a certain degree of credibility among the numerous young Butterfree. Consequently, their gathering speed has significantly increased compared to last time. However, it is peculiar that the female Butterfree are fervently crowding around Bell, leaving only the male Butterfree at the periphery. Observing this, Bell can only twitch the corners of his mouth, unable to voice any objections. Ignoring the jealous glances from the male Butterfree, Bell's expression grows serious as he gazes at the approaching flock of fletchlings in the distance. Fly down. After a moment of contemplation, Bell issues his first command. Although the Butterfree species is inherently capable of flight, it must be acknowledged that their maneuverability pales in comparison to the naturally agile bird Pokémon like the fletchlings. The primary purpose of descending is to rendezvous with their leader. Otherwise, relying solely on the young Butterfree would render them virtually incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the fletchlings, risking immediate annihilation. The moment the command was given, the Butterfree responded in unison, swiftly descending in altitude. Bell's instructions resonated deeply within them. After all, they are still quite young, often inclined to depend on their elders, with few daring enough to confront the crisis head-on. In a brief period, the younger Butterfree drew closer to their leader, yet the flock of fletchlings pursued them relentlessly, their speed increasing rapidly. It must be noted that the aerodynamic physique of the bird Pokémon is supremely suited for flight, far surpassing the Butterfree in speed. As Bell observed their impending approach to the leader while the fletchlings closely trailed behind, a flicker of pink light sparked in his eyes as he looked towards the Butterfree leader. Leader, prepare to attack. Once we disperse, unleash a fierce assault on these foul birds. Understood. The two parties communicated through their respective abilities, and the Butterfree leader signaled for the members to gradually halt. Why has the leader stopped? Is it abandoning us? Initially, the young Butterfree were elated, but upon witnessing their leader's sudden halt, they became anxious. After all, the fletchlings behind them were intent on devouring them, and under the intense threat to their lives, their minds began to spiral into panic. Particularly among those few Butterfree lagging at the back. Their hearts were in turmoil, yet there was little they could do. They were simply the slowest flyers. And Bell felt no sympathy for them. After all, it was their own lack of speed that placed them in this predicament. As fellow Butterfree, could they truly blame their companions for their own sluggishness? Chapter 23, Racial Suppression. An overwhelming sense of crisis surged within, and inevitably, the trailing Butterfree were caught and met a grim fate beneath the beaks of the fletchlings. With the death of the first Butterfree, a second soon followed, and a cascade of their kin hastened their pace, evidently compelled to unleash their latent potential in a desperate bid for survival under the looming threat of death. Bell keenly observed the distance between them, mentally calculating the time. Now, spread out. A commanding shout jolted the Butterfree into action, instinctively causing them to divide and scatter to either side. The fletchlings, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, were caught off guard and unable to react in time. Charging forth were the battle-ready members led by the Butterfree leader, each unleashing their most formidable techniques. The impact was heavy, striking the fletchlings with devastating force, particularly from the leader's assault. A wave of pink light coalesced and crashed into the flock, scattering the fletchlings in disarray. Those at the forefront instantly lost their combat capabilities. The damage unmistakable. In an instant, three dark figures swooped down from above, their target unmistakably the Butterfree leader. Bell glanced back, and the panel data immediately appeared. Pokémon, fletchling. Type, normal, flying. Level, LV49. Talent, yellow. Ability, keen eye. Pokémon, fletchling. Type, normal, flying. Level, LV48. Talent, yellow. Ability, keen eye. Pokémon, fletchling. Type, normal, flying. Level, LV47. Talent, yellow. Ability, keen eye. Indeed, Bell mused. These three fletchlings must be the leaders of their pack. Their levels differing from the Butterfree leader by approximately 2 to 4 levels. It dawned on Bell that level 50 might serve as a critical threshold. Otherwise, 3 flying-type Pokémon would have no chance against a single bug-type Pokémon. Only a level disparity could elucidate this matter, indicating that power must notably escalate after reaching level 50. Having silently noted this, Bell maneuvered to circle behind the Butterfree leader. However, it was evident that at the outset of the dispersal, most of the Butterfree had followed him closely, with only a few members adhering to his directive to scatter. This inexplicable shift did not escape the leader's notice. Yet the current situation left no room for contemplation. The three fletchlings, enveloped in a pale blue energy, charged menacingly towards the Butterfree leader. As before, they understood that only by restraining the opposing leader could their pack secure a better chance to prey upon the Butterfree. The fletchling flock recognized this as well. Rushing into the midst of the Butterfree, only by closing in could they fully exploit their racial advantages, especially given that Butterfree, being bug-type Pokémon, are inherently vulnerable to flying-type attacks. With a negligible level difference, the fletchlings held a distinct advantage over the Butterfree. Foolish. In the chaos of battle, Bell observed several fletchlings rushing towards him with reckless abandon. Their eyes gleamed with avarice, as if they had already decided his fate. Bell's gaze turned cold, devoid of any trace of emotion as he regarded the approaching fletchlings. An aura of psychic energy enveloped him, and a pink light flickered in his eyes. Now, the next moment, a dazzling, multicolored beam shot forth towards the oblivious fletchlings. The illusion beam struck instantaneously, and as Bell shifted his gaze, the fletchlings were beset by his onslaught. Logically, the illusion beam should have been a single-target special attack, but this was reality, and given that it was executed by Bell, who could dictate its form? Today, he intended to unleash it like a laser. Not to mention, it felt exhilarating. Those who dared to show their faces were swiftly dispatched. Ding! The host has leveled up. Current level, LV21. Few another level gained. Indeed, after level 20, the pace of leveling slows down. After a brief pause, Bell silently mused. While using the illusion beam was undeniably enjoyable, he still lacked the capacity for continuous use at present, as his psychic energy and strength did not permit him to maintain that output consistently, resulting in inevitable intervals of respite. Fletch. Yet, in that fleeting moment, more fletchlings closed in, their gazes as greedy as ever. This prompted Bell to ponder. Were all fletchlings like this? Had they not eaten in years? Whether they had eaten or not was of little concern to Bell. He was solely intent on exterminating the foes before him. With that thought, Bell unleashed another radiant illusion beam, sweeping across the fletchlings. Fletch. Fletch. However, this time, the sparrow exhibited a marked increase in cunning, employing tactical maneuvers to deftly evade Bell's assault. This unexpected development caused Bell to glance sideways with renewed wariness. Damn, they've even learned to coordinate their attacks. With that thought, Bell ceased his indiscriminate barrage to conserve both his stamina and mental fortitude, instead concentrating his psychic energy for precise strikes. Each shot found its mark with unerring accuracy, targeting wherever he felt discomfort, making Bell appear almost supernaturally precise. Several sparrows failed to close in on Bell before being felled, their agonized screams eliciting a secret thrill within him. He deliberately aimed for their wings. Suspended in midair, a sparrow deprived of its wings was inevitably doomed to plummet. Surely, Sir Newton would have much to say on the matter. Attempt a surprise attack? Not a chance. Throughout the skirmish, Bell maintained a constant psychic vigilance, instantly detecting any fluctuations. Coupled with the innate premonitions characteristic of the bug tribe, the difficulty of ambushing Bell was exponentially heightened. Bell subtly lowered his position, and a sparrow narrowly brushed past his frame. The incredulous look in its eyes was faintly discernible, but it was met with Bell's shimmering pink gaze. In an instant, an illusory psychic beam struck down the would-be attacker. This time, Bell aimed directly for the bird's head. Given the disparity in levels, Bell's sole focus was to extinguish their lives in a single, decisive blow. As the battle raged on with escalating intensity, Bell assumed command, effectively orchestrating a counteroffensive. Yet, despite his efforts, many of his kin perished, a reality Bell could neither alter nor ignore. The battlefield was merciless, especially in a conflict between species. The law of natural selection showed no partiality. No matter how formidable Bell was, he remained but a level 21 Butterfree, powerless against the overwhelming numbers of sparrow. The wounds on his body served as constant reminders. He was merely an insect, perpetually teetering on the brink of death. Survival was his paramount goal. To endure this long was already Bell's utmost limit. The burden of leadership drained his mental energy, and commanding so many Butterfree was an exhausting ordeal. Forcing the enemy to retreat was the pinnacle of success achievable. No, he must find a breakthrough from the enemy's leader. Against Sparrow, for whom hunting was a matter of life and death, the gentle Butterfree were clearly inferior. The inherent racial suppression had already instilled fear in some of the Butterfree. At this rate, their extinction was inevitable. Chapter 24, shall we commence? With a grave expression, Bell contemplated a strategy to eliminate those three detestable birds. After a moment's reflection, He consciously led his swarm closer to the sparrow leader's position. The sparrow along the path continued their assaults, oblivious to any subtle change. However, mindful that the lower-level Butterfree risked being overwhelmed by residual attacks near the leader, Bell kept a cautious distance. The scene shifted to the heart of the battlefield. The Butterfree chieftain was locked in fierce combat with 3 Firo. Utilizing their speed and numerical advantage, the Firo relentlessly harried the chieftain. Yet the Butterfree leader leveraged his level superiority to repel each adversary. None of the Firo proved a match. Observing this, Bell began to accumulate psychic energy. His eyes glowed with a pink radiance as an immense force swirled about him, gathering with formidable intensity. Unlike mere telekinesis, this psychic wave was extraordinarily potent, of unparalleled quality. Bell knew with certainty that only by repelling the enemy leader could the Butterfree tribe survive this calamity. Slaying a few Sparrow would not alter the Firo leader's resolve. With this in mind, Bell unleashed a surge of overwhelming mental power upon one Firo. Psychic domination. Taken completely off guard, the Firo was immobilized. Leader now? Bell's eyes bled faintly as his body trembled under the immense psychic strain. Controlling a spirit several levels above himself was beyond his endurance. Sustainable only for a fleeting moment. The Firo struggled free, its mind momentarily dazed. But in a battle of such high stakes, even the slightest lapse proved fatal. The Butterfree chieftain had already amassed psychic energy, far surpassing Bell's own. Though unable to replicate Bell's specialized psychic domination, his spiritual capacity was vastly greater. A tidal wave of telekinetic force surged toward the Firo, enveloping it in a shroud of impending death. Under this lethal pressure, the other 2 Firo were forced into retreat. The notion of rescuing their comrade was absent from their nature. They exemplified the adage, every man for himself, when disaster struck. Bell smiled coldly. Though weakened and nearly drained of mental energy, his objective had been accomplished. The Firo leader was utterly incapacitated by the chieftain's full-strength assault. Psychic damage was unmitigated. After agonized screams, the Firo collapsed unconscious, spewing foam, and the nearby Sparrow flock ceased their advance. They stared in stunned silence before instinctively retreating a step. Their greed tempered by newfound caution. With their leader vanquished, their support shattered, the decision to continue hunting was now uncertain. Leader, finish it, Bell whispered weakly. Yet his gaze upon the fallen Firo radiated undiminished resolve. Now was the moment to assert dominance. Failure to decisively intimidate them would invite repetition. The Butterfree chieftain, soaring above, inclined his head slightly at Bell's command, then lifted the fallen Firo with telekinetic force. As his psychic power surged, the Firo's beak twitched, eyes rolled back, and a gaping wound appeared across its chest, blood spraying across its feathers. The surrounding Sparrow, caught unprepared, were drenched in crimson. Fear flickered anew in their eyes. The chieftain regarded the grisly scene with a twinge of pity, but Bell's stern command cut through the moment. Leader, look at your kin. The chieftain snapped back to awareness, his gaze sweeping the battlefield, ignited with fury as his psychic force intensified. With a final psychic surge, the Firo's body dissolved into a pool of bloodied sludge. The Sparrow, now gripped by terror, could no longer suppress their dread and scattered in all directions. Yet the hunger gnawing within compelled them to carry off the fallen Butterfree bodies. Bell made no attempt to stop them, lacking the strength to do so. His eyes filled with indignation and a rare admission of his own frailty. As for the 2 remaining Firo, they had long since vanished, fleeing immediately after one of their own was slain by the Butterfree chieftain. Even leaders of their stature harbored the instinctive dread of death. It was precisely this fear that drove them to hunt the Butterfree, and equally, that fear compelled their retreat. The Butterfree chieftain could hold his own against all 3, and with their numbers diminished, they were utterly outmatched. The primal instinct for survival dictated their withdrawal. Had it not been for this, the flock of fiery sparrows might not have fled. The scarcity of food compelled them to first appease the appetite of their leader before they could partake themselves. Consequently, their temperament grew increasingly feral. We survived. Members of the Butterfree tribe who had narrowly escaped another calamity sighed in relief, their admiration for their chieftain deepening, as their gazes towards Bell now held an additional measure of respect. Without these 2, the consequences for them would have been dire. Regroup and rest, the Butterfree chieftain commanded, feeling slightly unsteady after the fiery sparrows had truly departed. The battle with the 3 large-billed sparrows had proven more challenging than anticipated. Despite the advantage of level suppression, the ferocity of their attacks left it wary. Due to the constraints of type advantages and inherent racial superiority, it was a formidable struggle. Not only did it have to counter the onslaught of the 3 large-billed sparrows, but it also had to remain vigilant against close-range assaults. A single hit could spell its doom, as type and racial disadvantages combined could easily lead to its demise. Fortunately, it possessed the versatile move of telekinesis, which allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, as well as the ability to control its own movements. Thus, it could continuously manipulate the battlefield. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV22. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV23. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV24. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV25. Once its body relaxed, Bell felt a sudden surge of warmth course through him, invigorating his spirit. This wave was genuinely exhilarating. Bell could sense a marked enhancement in his prowess. If one were to compare, he could easily overpower his former self, even triple his previous strength. The Butterfree chieftain, who had approached, also noticed the rise in Bell's aura, leaving it astonished. While it was true that insect-type spirits matured rapidly, such a remarkable transformation was unprecedented. It recalled its own past growth, which had never been so swift. Bell's ability to gain such power immediately following a battle was something to behold. The following day, within the verdant canopy, the Butterfree chieftain had regained much of its vigor after a night of rest. At this moment, Bell was engaged in discussions regarding tribal matters. This recent skirmish had inflicted considerable damage upon the Butterfree tribe, resulting in significant losses among its members, and the chieftain expressed grave concern over the upcoming proceedings. Bell, perplexed, inquired, what processes lie ahead after the tribal meeting? Following the tribal meeting comes the annual breeding season, during which the younger generation of Butterfree will venture to their designated locations guided by the monsoon winds, the chieftain explained. After a moment's contemplation, Bell began to comprehend the implications. To his understanding, the tribal meeting was essentially an engagement ceremony, while the actual consummation would occur at their destination. However, given the current situation, it seemed ill-advised to pursue such matters. Is it truly wise to breed offspring so soon after a battle? Setting aside the dangers of the journey, how many couples among the Butterfree might even emerge from this? Rest assured, the expanse of the evergreen forest is far more extensive than you might imagine. The Butterfree tribe encompasses more than just our branch, the chieftain reassured him. Upon hearing this, Bell's eyes lit up. The implication was clear: other groups of Butterfree would join them on this journey. This revelation promised a grand scale, bolstered by formidable predecessors offering protection, thus significantly increasing their safety. I wish to witness the world, Bell declared earnestly. His intent was straightforward. The journey promised a degree of security, which would likely present opportunities for him to engage in battles, allowing him to further hone his skills. Through this incident and his growing understanding, he suspected that his rapid advancement was aided by the system. While he was unaware if others experienced similar leveling, he could distinctly feel the enhancement in his abilities with each upgrade, which set him apart from his contemporaries. Upgrading cannot cease for even a moment. With this resolution, Bell turned his gaze to the Butterfree chieftain. He was uncertain whether he could be considered an anomaly worthy of joining the fray. Frankly, I would prefer you not to be involved, as this journey harbors countless unknown dangers, and no one can predict what may await, the chieftain replied solemnly. For even it was but one of many leaders within Evergreen Forest. Countless spirits far superior existed, and should Bell leave the tribe, it could not ensure his safety. The loss of such a promising member would undoubtedly spell disaster for the tribe's future. Bell pondered, surprised by the chieftain's apparent concern for him. It seemed his recent exemplary performance had not gone unnoticed, and from the perspective of the chieftain, he could not lightly permit a promising member to venture into the unknown. However, the sole path to rapid strength lay in upgrading. To harness the advantages of the system, he must engage in constant combat. Chieftain, rest assured, I am aware of my limits. Should danger arise, I shall flee faster than anyone, Bell asserted straightforwardly. While he might not surpass some of the elder Butterfree in combat, he was confident in his speed. With a swift application of telekinesis, he could propel himself forward, ensuring he would not lag behind his peers. I knew you were not a docile Butterfree, the chieftain mused. Your presence is felt in every battle, which is precisely what distinguishes you and the reason I hold faith in you. Among the many tribe members, only you possess the foresight to prepare diligently and proactively enhance your strength. The future of our tribe undoubtedly holds a place for you. If you wish to embark on this journey, then go forth. After much contemplation, the Butterfree chieftain gazed at Bell, expressing a heartfelt sentiment. It had grown old, its potential nearly exhausted, and the tribe's future relied on the efforts of the younger generation. In Bell, it saw a glimmer of hope. Thank you, chieftain, Bell responded, somewhat moved. The chieftain had always embraced and cared for him, a kindness he would remember and repay in the future. I shall take my leave now. "Chieftain, please rest well." As Bell turned to depart, a wave of telekinesis halted him. "Wait, take this with you," the chieftain's voice echoed in his mind. Bell observed a powder blue fruit drifting toward him. After receiving the fruit, he was unable to utter a word before the chieftain gently propelled him away with telekinesis. Despite his curiosity, Bell understood the chieftain's intentions and did not linger as he exited the canopy. Outside, he eagerly examined the fruit in his hand, and the system panel unfolded before him. Item: telekinetic fruit. Introduction: the fruit that grows on the sheer cliffs is exceedingly rare and possesses a unique effect on insect-type sprites endowed with extraordinary abilities, capable of enhancing their potential to a certain extent. Gazing at the description on the panel, Bell felt a jolt of surprise. A fruit that augments potential must surely be considered a treasure of the earth. He had encountered such a fruit only once before, the evergreen fruit, which had elevated his talent to yellow, placing him on par with the leader of the Butterfree tribe. Within the entire Butterfree community, it seemed that only he and the leader possessed the yellow potential, while the majority of other tribe members ranged from red to orange potential. This thought stirred a fleeting sense of gratitude within Bell. Logically, this fruit should also benefit the Butterfree leader, yet the leader had gifted it to him. Without needing to elaborate, he committed this act of kindness to memory, vowing to repay it in the future. According to the description, this fruit was indeed well suited for him, and Bell, without hesitation, consumed it whole. He was eager to discover the heights his talent might reach after ingesting this fruit. As he finished the fruit, a warm current began to envelop his entire being. Unlike a mere upgrade, Bell could distinctly feel this warmth remodeling his body, mending some of the hidden injuries within him. This gentle sensation lulled Bell into a peaceful slumber. However, just as he succumbed to sleep, the Butterfree leader approached his side. Evidently, the effects were promising. The leader remarked with satisfaction, as it became increasingly aware of the marvelous transformations occurring within Bell, subtle yet profound. Chapter 26: A Talent Reawakened. When Bell finally awoke, the sky had dimmed considerably. He found himself on the tribe tree, his body in a state of delightful refreshment. "How long have I been asleep?" Bell mused, still groggy. However, he quickly recalled that he had fainted after consuming the evergreen fruit. "Oh right. Open the panel." After mentally urging himself, a holographic information panel materialized before his eyes. Host: Butterfree Bell. Attributes: Bug, Flying. Level: LV25. Talent: Green. Abilities: Compound Eyes. Skills: Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Sonic Boom, Telekinesis, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder. Tailwind: Mind Control, Whirlwind, Confusion Ray. Bell's gaze fixated on the talents section, his heart racing with exhilaration. After many days, his talent had once again ascended, now directly reaching the illustrious green tier. This not only elevated his command over energy to a new echelon, but also subtly enhanced his growth rate. For the first time, he felt the tangible benefits of his talent. A green talent should, in effect, augment my mastery over skills. If that is the case, could I not execute 2 skills simultaneously? With this thought igniting his determination, Bell promptly located a stone and attempted to wield both telekinesis and confusion ray at once. He watched as the stone was lifted by telekinesis, yet the beam of light from his eyes failed to strike it. Indeed, Bell mused, realizing he could now execute 2 skills concurrently, albeit with considerable difficulty. It was easy to become distracted, leading to the potential mishap of one skill becoming uncontrollable. Nevertheless, Bell found solace in the fact that the feasibility of this idea had been established. All that remained was continuous practice, and he believed that one day he would achieve a seamless dual skill execution. The energy control afforded by my green talent seems to allow me to use skills of the same type simultaneously, though success is not guaranteed. When attempting to pair telekinesis with other skills, Bell distinctly sensed a blockage, as energies from other types refused to heed his command. Perhaps I am aiming too high. I should first master the combination of telekinesis and confusion ray. Unlike techniques such as tailwind and gust, which are collaborative moves, Bell merely separated the 2 skills in use, thus enabling a quicker execution of individual skills to facilitate the next. With this realization, Bell felt a surge of eagerness to practice with a sprite. But the current atmosphere and time clearly indicated that it was not the moment for such endeavors. It appears everyone is asleep. I shall patrol the perimeter of the territory, he decided, invigorated after his rest. Shortly thereafter, Bell arrived at the outskirts of the territory, where he observed several drowsy Butterfree patrolling the vicinity, serving as the guardians of the realm. Their vigilance ensured that the other tribe members could sleep soundly, a testament to the safety afforded by their communal life, free from the perils of the wild. Greetings. The patrolling Butterfree perked up upon noticing Belle's arrival, greeting him much like employees acknowledging a superior. As they were all Butterfree, they lacked individual names and recognized each other through scent and pheromones. Belle's own pheromones had long since circulated among the tribe. After all, his heroic exploits were worthy of remembrance, and within the Butterfree community, there was little pretense. Those who treated them well and showed kindness would receive their gratitude in kind. Thank you for your hard work. You all should return to sleep. I shall take over the patrol duties, Belle reassured them, before adding. The patrolling Butterfree hesitated for a moment, then agreed to his request, bolstered by Belle's assurance. Finally, they are gone. Now to commence my work. After dismissing the Butterfree, Belle ascended into the sky, seizing this opportunity to hone his skills, not aiming for perfection, but striving for proficiency in battle. Through recent encounters, Belle categorized his skills into 3 types. The first category comprised refined skills, such as telekinesis, which he frequently employed. These skills were always executed with ease, whether in battle or daily life. The second category encompassed commonly used skills, akin to tailwind and gust, which, as a bug-flying type sprite, he could leverage for significant effect, yielding power comparable to refined skills when executed well. The third category consisted of transitional skills, such as string shot, which he utilized less frequently. Although still within his capabilities, their utility diminished outside of specific circumstances. When he was a green caterpillar, string shot had been his refined skill, but it had since fallen out of regular use, leading him to explore its potential less thoroughly. Returning to Belle's perspective, he diligently practiced his skills, striving to enhance his proficiency, and he noted gradual improvements in speed, accuracy, and power across the board. However, as he continued his training, a shadowy figure of purple hue began to approach stealthily. High in the sky, Belle observed this development, remaining vigilant to his responsibilities, ever watchful for suspicious sprites in the vicinity. What is that? Belle furrowed his brow, silently maneuvering above the entity. On the ground, a long, purple shadow moved slowly, emitting not a sound, yet its gaze remained fixed on the lifeless body of a fletchling within the Butterfree territory. After thorough cleanup, the Butterfree had indeed removed the corpse, yet certain corners remained overlooked. As a result, this oversight had attracted an eager guest. As Belle's gaze sharpened, a panel materialized before him in an instant. Species: abominable monster type, poison level, 30 talent. Orange gazing at the panel, a cold smirk played upon Belle's lips, and a flicker of intrigue flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, a dazzling beam of illusion light burst forth. Hiss! The abominable monster was struck by the radiant beam from above, emitting a wretched cry. However, a single beam of illusion light was insufficient to vanquish it instantly, a fact that did not surprise Belle. At present, he was merely at level 25, 5 levels beneath his foe. Even with the advantage of type effectiveness, he could not secure an instant kill, yet the creature would undoubtedly suffer. Though he was 5 levels short, this serpent was hindered by a tier disadvantage in talent, and recalling his previous experience with the green talent, he believed he could easily overpower the opponent. Setting aside the matter of levels, the sheer potency of his 3 psychic skills was more than enough to give the adversary a run for its money. Thus, the battle commenced. Chapter 27. Dancing in the wind that night. Within the territory, a series of thunderous roars reverberated, rousing the sleeping butterflies. An enemy attack. The other patrolling butterflies emitted a distinctive chirp, summoning their comrades. Soon, the butterflies began to converge, hastening towards the source of the commotion. Yet, just as they were nearing, a voice echoed within their minds. Stop, take heed. The butterflies silently raised their heads, only to discover their leader hovering majestically in the air. Clearly, she had arrived long ago. The scene shifted. At that moment, Belle was locked in a fierce clash with the abominable monster. Old thief, take this, he shouted, as his psychic force ensnared the purple serpent once more, and in the next instant, a beam of illusion light struck true. Boom. The explosion sent smoke billowing around. Yet Belle remained ever vigilant. Hiss. Suddenly, sharp poison needles surged towards Belle, the purple venom exuding a palpable threat. Belle's gaze hardened, and once again he unleashed his psychic force. The poison needles were suspended in midair, but the next moment, a purple figure burst through the smoke, rapidly charging at Belle. Humph! Belle scoffed coldly, swiftly ascending, his eyes shimmering with a pink hue. The illusion light intercepted with precision. Boom! Another resounding blast echoed, but this time, Belle was ready and added a psychic strike. Hiss! Hiss! From within the smoke, the abominable monster emitted a pitiful wail, but as time flowed, the cries began to wane. Ding! The host has leveled up. Current level is LV26. Only upon hearing the system notification in his mind did Bell finally cease his psychic output. Oh, what a thrill. This method of combat-driven growth was exhilarating, and Bell couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Wait, when did so many clan members gather around? Upon regaining his composure, Bell noticed the surrounding butterflies gazing at him with admiration, leaving him somewhat flustered. Indeed, your strength has increased, and your performance has been commendable, the leader remarked, her gaze filled with approval. However, Bell was acutely aware that defeating the abominable monster was hardly a remarkable feat. It was merely a favorable situation, a display of his normal capabilities. Leader, why has everyone come? Bell inquired, puzzled. Such a commotion demands investigation, the kind leader of the butterflies replied with a smile. Understanding dawned on Bell. He had been cautious to minimize the noise, yet it still roused the clan. The leader's observation was reasonable, given her formidable strength. Well, although the invader has been eliminated, let us inspect the territory once more. Dispose of the bodies far away, lest they attract predators. With that, the leader used her psychic force to hurl the barely perceptible bodies beyond the territory's borders. The surrounding clan members, witnessing this, began diligently clearing away the remnants. 3 days later, eager and full of vigor, Bell returned to his training ground, having made significant progress in his skills during this period. Though he and leveled up, his abilities had nearly reached a harmonious mastery. At that moment, the leader summoned him. Upon arriving at the treetop, Bell swiftly flew to stand before the leader. Leader, he called out enthusiastically. Yes, I presume you have an inkling as to why you have been summoned, the butterfly's leader replied, her expression a mix of concern and worry. Are we to set forth? Bell asked without hesitation, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. Yes, this journey will be of considerable scale. While I shouldn't be overly concerned for your safety, you must survive. This will always be your home. As she spoke, the leader approached Bell, her gaze reminiscent of a parent watching a child about to embark on a journey. Bell hesitated, ultimately nodding gently, a confident smile illuminating his eyes. My fellow clan members, this time, you shall soar with the winds to fulfill the most significant mission of your lives. This will always be your home. Here, I await your return. With the leader's command, the young butterflies paired off and took to the skies, soaring with the seasonal winds towards the horizon. Among them, one butterfly, noticeably larger than its peers, seemed to serve as the focal point of the entire group, surrounded by countless couples. Really, was it necessary to flaunt such public displays of affection? Bell thought, his mouth twitching in exasperation. Oh dear, what are you two doing? You're so eager. And we haven't even arrived yet. The seasonal winds continued their journey southward, towards the butterflies' breeding grounds. Bell flew on, benefiting from the winds, which allowed them to conserve most of their energy. Suddenly, a dense mass of darkness loomed ahead. Alert! Bell signaled with a soft chirp. The butterflies instinctively slowed their pace. Unbeknownst to them, they had grown accustomed to Bell's leadership, willingly accepting his role as their guide. That darkness looks oddly familiar, Bell pondered. His curiosity piqued as he approached. Without lingering too long, Bell pressed forward. Utilizing his compound eyes, he soon discerned the identity of the darkness. It was indeed another clan of butterflies from a different tribe. Could this be what the leader referred to, other butterflies residing within the eternal forest? Bell contemplated. Just as he recognized the opposing force, their ranks also became aware of Bell's clan. Both sides' vigilance gradually relaxed, and soon, the opposing force slowed their pace, clearly awaiting Bell's butterflies. As they drew near, they exchanged pheromones and communicated. Are you the butterflies of the valley? Yes. From which clan do you hail? We come from the clan beyond the cliffs. After a brief exchange of information, Bell learned about the general distribution of the butterfly clans. One resided near the cliffs, the closest to their group, while another was situated across a river. However, they had yet to converge. Following a simple dialogue, both parties resumed their journey. During their journey, both parties scrutinized one another, for ordinarily confined within their respective tribal territories, they seldom ventured beyond, rendering the outside world and other battledore clans a source of novelty. Amidst the two groups, Bell stood out conspicuously, becoming the center of attention. His physique was colossal, twice the size of an average battledore, his development nothing short of extraordinary. Unsurprisingly, his imposing stature quickly aroused the curiosity of his kin. Hey, brother, what did you eat to grow so big? Upon hearing this, Bell responded with a blank expression, refraining from answering. It's like being in the heavens, impossible to joke about. It's a dead end. The approaching battledore, noticing Bell's prolonged silence, assumed his voice was too faint and moved closer. All right, just normal eating and drinking, Bell muttered, clearly unwilling to continue the topic, as if some unseen force restrained him, stirring unease within. "Oh, thanks, brother," the naive battledore responded earnestly. Unable to endure this brother's persistence, Bell swiftly ascended higher. Soon, he reached the upper airspace above the butterfly assembly. Due to the altitude, few battledores dared to venture this high. Wow, it can actually reach this height. At that moment, a battledore with a potent aura noticed Bell, the anomaly. Gazing at Bell from afar, its eyes brimmed with astonishment. This altitude was unattainable for typical battledores, at least. None had flown this high before reaching maturity. Yet Bell now soared steadily at this lofty height, capturing its full attention. With interest, it rode the wind, gradually approaching Bell. Humph, this fellow is no ordinary kin. Bell's gaze sharpened, silently acknowledging the other's strength. Spirit, battledore type, flying. Bug level, LV41 talent. Yellow. From the moment he sensed the other's aura, Bell recognized the opponent's considerable level, though he had underestimated it at first. Senior, may I ask your purpose? Bell inquired after some contemplation, flying side by side while maintaining respectful distance. Respect is due to strength. Bell sensed he could not overcome this adversary. Hiss, you're still a young battledore. As they drew closer, the elder discerned Bell's youth but admired the formidable aura he exuded. Huh, truly, the young are formidable, the elder battledore mused. Why not engage more with the younger generation below? And what of your mate? It asked next. I have no mate, and I prefer solitude, Bell answered candidly. Out of respect, he refrained from dismissing the elder. That shouldn't be so. A battledore is excellent as you should have many suitors. The elder regarded Bell with puzzlement, evidently overlooking the latter's second remark. It then scrutinized Bell intently, searching for flaws but finding none. Hiss, how peculiar. Have the female battledores developed such discerning tastes? Perhaps unable to endure the prolonged gaze, Bell softly explained, reproduction only impedes my progress in strength, so I have rejected them all. Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent, then regarded Bell with admiration and a hint of envy. This young one's resolve is commendably high. If only he belonged to our tribe. Clearly, the elder perceived no fault in Bell's philosophy. After all, prowess was the prerequisite for survival in this ruthless world. Bell's current strength was the fruit of relentless training, though it came at the cost of forsaking youthful propagation opportunities. Solely devoted to honing his power, he improved steadily. He was convinced female companions only hindered his path to greater strength. With this realization, the elder's fondness for Bell grew. Suddenly, a bird call pierced the air, startling the butterflies. Bell instinctively turned his gaze ahead. From his vantage point, the figure appeared dark, yet Bell knew this was no battledore. The cry resembled that of a Pidgey. Gradually, the silhouette sharpened, and Bell's eyes narrowed. Spirit, Pidgey type, normal, flying level, LV35 talent. Yellow. The data flashed before him, and Bell's expression darkened. He could not defeat this bird, nor could the younger battledores below. No wonder the chieftain warned of great peril along this path. Though burdened, Bell took solace in the presence of the elder. If danger arises, lower your altitude, don't fly so high. I will confront it, the elder commanded and swiftly advanced. As the guardian of this journey, it was imperative to safeguard at least half of the young battledores. The remainder's fate was uncertain, beyond his protection. Others accompanied the elder, sharing the same mission. Soon, a fierce battle erupted. Despite the numerous elder battledores attempting to block the Pidgey, Bell's heart remained heavy. This level and scene seemed hauntingly familiar. If I'm not mistaken, this Pidgey is about to evolve. No sooner had he spoken than the Pidgey began to transform amidst the fray. What is happening? Why is it becoming more ferocious? The elder battledores blocking the Pidgey were perplexed. Initially, they could suppress it through superior levels and numbers, but now the Pidgey launched relentless assaults. Danger! It's evolving. Retreat! An astute elder shouted after confirmation. As a predator of the battledore tribe, they recognized the Pidgey's evolved form as a Pidgeotto. Though they could currently restrain the Pidgey, what if it evolved into Pidgeotto? At that point, victory would be futile and the cost of battle too great. None wished to become the sacrifice. Consequently, the butterflies began to withdraw cautiously, avoiding entanglement with the Pidgey. This emboldened the Pidgey, whose attacks grew ever more cunning, accompanied by a tremor coursing through its body. A dazzling white light enveloped it. Pidgey was commencing its evolution. Should it transform into a Pidgeotto, the battledores would be utterly powerless, leaving the younger butterflies below at its mercy. It's evolving into Pidgeotto, a fierce aerial predator. With a cry of alarm, the remaining battling battledores retreated, their eyes filled with dread. Indeed, no butterfly desires death. While they vowed to protect the young, they also knew the limits of valor. At this juncture, their withdrawal was inevitable. As the multitude of Butterfree prepared to retreat, a resplendent and formidable figure gradually approached the esteemed Butterfree elders. His gaze was solemn, yet he stood his ground, exuding an aura of confidence that commanded the respect of the butterflies around him. Do not panic. Victory is within our grasp. Chapter 29, Aerokinetic Training. Observing the evolving Pidgeotto, Bell smirked coldly. His eyes blazed with intensity, and a wave of psychic energy enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling beam of light shot forth, striking the Pidgeotto encased in white brilliance. Chirp! A piercing cry erupted, accompanied by a cloud of explosive smoke that engulfed the surroundings. The Butterfree scattered, yet Bell remained suspended in midair. What on earth? The assembled elders gazed at Bell with expressions of astonishment, seemingly attempting to convey a message. Now, continue the assault, Bell commanded, stepping forward alone. Acquainted with the rhythm of battle, he understood that this strike merely interrupted the opponent's evolution. The true confrontation was only just beginning. The surrounding members, witnessing this, felt a wave of shame wash over them. If a mere junior could confront the crisis head-on, what did they have to fear? Soon, more Butterfree joined the fray. Observing this, Bell quietly exhaled in relief. If it were solely his effort, he might not have been a match for the level 35 Pidgeotto. Hence, he had taken the initiative to attack. On one hand, it was to bolster morale. On the other, it was a matter of seizing opportunity. The evolving Pidgeotto was caught off guard, and this was not the first time Bell had executed such a strategy. Maneuver and avoid close combat. Bell silently withdrew from the battlefield, taking command from the periphery. With its evolution abruptly interrupted, the Pidgeotto was in a dire state. The leap of life reflected a qualitative change in strength, and if this transformation was disrupted, the ensuing repercussions were painfully evident. At this moment, the Pidgeotto not only moved slower, but also found its stamina unable to keep pace with the combat. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the effectiveness of flying-type moves against bug types had severely impacted several Butterfree. The relentless assaults from the elder Butterfree were enough to leave the Pidgeotto in dire straits. Final blow. Airblade. After an indeterminate period, Bell seized the moment and decisively commanded. Boom. As invisible blades sliced through the air, the Pidgeotto found itself with no refuge, struck in an instant. Chirp. Amidst the smoke, a battered figure plummeted swiftly, blood scattering through the air like a black rose at its final curtain, hauntingly beautiful. Witnessing this scene, the Butterfree finally breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was averted, and they had survived. All right, let us hasten our departure. This place may soon attract the attention of other foes. At that moment, an anxious elder Butterfree murmured. The Butterfree who had joined the battle reflected on this, then turned to rejoin their ranks. They needed to reorganize and call back their scattered kin. Bell cast one last glance in the direction where the Pidgeotto had fallen before turning away. Thus, the group resumed their journey. Along the way, the other elder Butterfree began to take notice of Bell, the extraordinary Butterfree, casting frequent glances in his direction. Following the recent battle, they held an increased respect for him. Unbeknownst to Bell, everything unfolded quite naturally, and he had indeed gained from the recent conflict, accruing experience. Ding. The host has leveled up. Current level is LV27. Prior to their departure, he had been diligently training, and the recent experience was just enough for an upgrade. Bell felt quite pleased with this. Just 3 more levels, and he should be able to handle most situations at the outskirts of the evergreen forest. Reflecting on his past helplessness when he was weak, he acknowledged his gradual growth and believed that it would not be long before he became a formidable force. Alert ahead. Just then, a sound of chirping resonated, causing the butterflies to instinctively shudder and heighten their vigilance. Upon regaining his focus, Bell glanced around, soon feeling reassured. Ah, it's another group of our kin. One Butterfree exclaimed as it detected a specific pheromone. Hearing this, the other Butterfree quickly reacted. This was their unique pheromone, unmistakably indicating kinship. After merging with the group and confirming their identity, Bell learned that they hailed from the river. Oh, so these are the Butterfree from the river. A nearby elder, who had previously shared a pleasant conversation with Bell, remarked. Picking up on the undertones in the elder's words, Bell approached with curiosity. Oh, does this river-dwelling Butterfree group possess any peculiar traits? After careful observation, he found nothing particularly noteworthy about them. How could that be? Sighed the elder. Have you not noticed the unique variations in their antennae? As the elder fluttered its antennae, Bell focused intently, soon discovering notable differences upon comparison. The newly integrated Butterfree exhibited notably longer antennae upon their foreheads. This group had naturally adapted to life by the river, gradually developing a heightened sensitivity to moisture over time. This extraordinary ability endowed them with an acute awareness of water sources and even weather patterns, far surpassing that of ordinary Butterfree. As the elder Butterfree elaborated, Bell's thoughts began to race. Isn't this akin to a low-tier weather forecast? After pondering this for a moment, Bell contemplated visiting the water source to see if he could cultivate a similar ability. Furthermore, just as Bell immersed himself in his daydreams, the elder Butterfree inched closer, seemingly on the verge of revealing something astonishing. Do you not find them somewhat watery? Upon hearing this, Bell glanced back at the weather. The sun is shining brightly, still sharp as ever. What does that mean? Ignoring the elder's remarks, Bell silently distanced himself and ascended once more. After a period of climbing, Bell finally reached his maximum altitude. Here, he could only discern the shadowy outlines of the group below. Is this the limit? He mused, feeling the pressure from his wings. At this altitude, he could barely sustain himself in flight for long. He was uncertain if further strengthening would allow him to surpass this limit. Yet he had indeed reached a point where atmospheric pressure was a factor. This, too, was beneficial for his training. Moreover, Bell was acutely aware that he seldom utilized skills beyond his psychic abilities. However, as a bug and flying type, he possessed merely a takeoff and tailwind skill, which offered little opportunity for practice. This conundrum weighed heavily on him. After all, type-specific moves carried inherent advantages, and he did not wish to fall behind in training his flying type skills. Ascending to a higher altitude was an effort to immerse himself in the experience of flight. Although uncertain if it would effectively enhance his flying skills, it was certainly worth the endeavor. This sensation, it's the feeling of the wind. Chapter 30, King of Goldfish in the Water. The air currents caressed Bell's form, and his consciousness seemed to enter into a state of profound enlightenment. Gradually, a gentle breeze began to envelop Bell's entire being. Though faint and feeble, winds that should have been swept away by the powerful gusts high above, this breeze lingered around him, as if some miraculous transformation within Bell allowed it to remain. Soon, this breeze started to draw in surrounding air currents, growing stronger, flourishing. Bell closed his eyes tightly, as if inspired by a sudden epiphany, and began to channel his innate aerial energy. The currents slowly unfurled toward his wings. Outside, several elder Butterfree soaring in the high altitudes sensed something amiss and collectively lifted their gazes toward Bell's direction. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Bell radiated a faint azure glow, his form enveloped by swirling air currents. His wings, unbeknownst to him, had ceased flapping. He was effortlessly buoyed by the wind itself. This unprecedented scene left the Butterfree utterly bewildered. Yet, they were certain that this powerful airflow was drawn forth by Bell, so they harbored no concern. Returning to Bell's perspective, he abruptly opened his eyes. His wings shimmered with pale blue radiance as he swept them forward with a decisive motion. A serrated blade of air sliced through the sky, its sharpness cleaving the drifting clouds in twain. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, Airblade. After a long moment of stunned silence, Bell smiled. He had succeeded. Opening his status panel, he silently recited the invocation. Instantly, a translucent blue interface appeared before him. Host, Butterfree, Bell, attributes, bug. Flying level, LV 27 talent. Green trait, compound eyes skills, tackle, string shot, bug bite, gust, harden, supersonic, telekinesis, sleep powder, stun spore, poison powder, tailwind, psychic, gust knockback, mirage beam. Airblade. This serendipitous acquisition was undeniably a stroke of fortune. If memory served, Airblade was an advanced form of gust in the game's mechanics. Its power reached 60, whereas gust barely attained 40, a disparity of magnitude. Moreover, Airblade possessed a unique effect, a chance to strike critical hits, though critical hits were probabilistic. Here in reality, targeting vulnerable spots such as the opponent's eyes could effectively be considered critical strikes. With this thought, Bell's lips curved into a sly grin. An ingenious stratagem blossomed within his mind. Indeed, since gust could contain the three powders, why not Airblade? He envisioned approaching his foes closely to unleash the skill, ensuring the three powders' abnormal conditions would easily land. Furthermore, Airblade's rapid attack speed and considerable damage made it difficult for enemies to counteract the powders, and they would have to cautiously maintain distance when attempting to dispel the effects. Otherwise, the residual explosive force of the powders would still afflict them. Facing Bell in battle meant being immersed in poison. The three-powder tactics had truly been elevated to an art form. As Bell pondered, one of the elder Butterfree approached him. Congratulations on mastering your new skill, the elder said. Bell returned the smile and replied, it was pure luck. I honestly don't know how I learned it so suddenly. Were it not for the subtle smirk curling his lips, The elder might have believed him. Airblade is no trivial skill. Don't belittle yourself. Many of our kind never grasp it in their entire lives. I myself only learned it a month ago, the elder Butterfree explained, revealing the difficulty of mastering Airblade and growing increasingly impressed with Bell. Bell was momentarily stunned. He had truly comprehended a late-stage skill with such ease. All right, we're nearing the first rest zone. Let us keep up. With that, the elder Butterfree took the lead, flying ahead to scout and ensure the rest area was safe. If any danger was detected, they would forfeit the spot altogether. Bell, seeing this, lowered his altitude without hesitation. Half an hour later, the Butterfree troop arrived at the rest zone, a haven nestled against mountains and waters, vibrant with life. Flowers bloomed abundantly amidst the surrounding grass. Wow, this place is beautiful, one murmured. Indeed, after such a long flight, a respite is welcome. I'm just thirsty, another added. The Butterfree dispersed, each finding a place to rest while surveying the surroundings and exchanging murmurs. Bell habitually perched upon a lush rubber tree, biting a small hole into its trunk. No matter how much time passed, this habit remained etched in his memory. It was the sanctuary that had seen him through perilous times. He sighed, wondering who might now occupy his old tree hole. A pang of melancholy stirred within him. Forget it, all that is past and irrelevant. I have grown stronger now, Bell resolved. Just then, a sudden splash echoed. The Butterfree instinctively turned toward the water source and took flight, while Bell shrank back into the tree hollow. What is happening? A senior Butterfree demanded sternly, positioning younger Butterfree behind him. A comrade was drinking just now, but vanished suddenly. I saw it, a shadow beneath the water. Multiple witnesses reported. The elder Butterfree immediately ordered everyone to avoid the water. Based on prior experience, he suspected the water source was claimed by some wild spirit, and the missing Butterfree had likely become its prey. Reminder, do not approach the water. We will rest briefly before continuing our journey. With that, the elder Butterfree turned away, indifferent to the young Butterfree who had lost its companion. I will save her. A desperate cry rang out. The bereaved Butterfree charged toward the water, its gaze profound yet serene, perhaps accepting its fate. Suddenly, as it neared the water, a dark shape leapt forth and dragged the Butterfree beneath the surface. The others watched coldly, their hearts heavy but silent. Along this path, they had long resigned themselves to the harsh realities of life and death. No Butterfree could blame another for their demise. Such was the unforgiving wilderness. Not far away, Bell's expression remained composed, though a ripple of emotion stirred within. Through his compound eyes, he glimpsed the spirit in the water. A pale blue panel materialized before him. Spirit, Gyarados attribute, water level, LV33 talent, orange from this panel. Bell gleaned all pertinent information about Gyarados. Memories flooded back. There had been moments when he too nearly met the same grim fate as the fallen Butterfree. I was once oblivious, he mused. Chapter 31. This Butterfree is ferocious. Gyarados' S level, a formidable 33, exceeded Bell's by 6. Yet this posed no obstacle. Gyarados' orange talent could be surmounted by Bell's green talent through strategic prowess. With this resolve, Bell ascended to the high air above the water. Below, the surface remained placid and undisturbed, betraying no hint of the lurking menace. Were it not for the recent scene, it is unlikely that any fairy would suspect that a spirit lay hidden within this water source. However, now that Bell is aware, he will not make the same mistake again. A flash of pink light flickered in his eyes as his psychic powers began to spread and delve deeper into the water. Gradually, Bell started to descend. The other Butterfree were perplexed by Bell's actions, yet an instinct urged them to steer clear of that location. Hey, we should get away from there. It's dangerous, a young Butterfree called out. Yet Bell paid no heed to the warning. He was acutely aware of his intentions. Indeed, he sought to eliminate this fish, partly for the experience, partly for the clarity of thought it would bring. Moreover, this would pose a challenge. The level disparity of 33 indicated that this battle would be perilous. But so what? He had overcome far greater adversities, and this was no exception. As Bell descended further, the figure beneath the water began to stir. Today was evidently a lucrative day, as it seemed an incessant stream of prey had come to deliver warmth. A glint of greed shone in the eyes of the Kingler as it gracefully swam beneath Bell. Just a little closer, just a little closer. Suddenly, with a splash, a black and red fish leaped high out of the water and lunged toward Bell. Huh, this is precisely what I awaited, Bell thought, swiftly adjusting his position, his wings shimmering with a faint blue energy as he gently flapped them. The Kingler brushed past him, but before it could re-enter the water, a psychic force seized it in midair. You lay in ambush. I too am but a fisherman. In an instant, the roles of hunter and prey were reversed. The Kingler began to sense that something was amiss. thrashing violently in an attempt to escape the psychic grip. Yet, would Bell allow such a prize to slip away? Moreover, he had long since surpassed his previous limitations. His mental fortitude had vastly improved. No matter how fiercely the Kingler struggled, it could not break free from its bindings. Realizing its predicament, the Kingler resorted to offense, launching a jet of water toward Bell. Bell ascended slightly, evading the watery projectile. Long before, Bell had recognized his unique trait of compound eyes, and through relentless combat, he had come to understand that this trait provided not only enhanced accuracy, but also keen observational and judgmental abilities. Thus, he had devised a complete set of evasive maneuvers based on human reasoning. As such, evading attacks became a task of little difficulty. To strike him from a distance would necessitate either an impossibly swift execution of the move or the ability to restrict his mobility. Otherwise, it was nearly futile. Come at me. Returning to the battlefield, Bell, having dodged the attack, promptly utilized his psychic powers to slam the Kingler forcefully onto the ground. Though he claimed indifference to the creature's attacks, such bravado was only valid while his opponent remained unable to land a blow. If he were truly struck, it would undoubtedly be painful, especially considering the inherently low stamina of the Butterfree species. Bell had no intention of testing whether he could withstand a single attack. Thus, he approached combat with utmost seriousness. A slight miscalculation could mean the difference between life and death. With a mighty flap of his wings, a blade of azure energy sliced through the air and struck the Kingler. The explosion that ensued enveloped the creature in a cloud of smoke, and a faint cry echoed from within it. However, Bell, undeterred, launched another air blade, fully aware of the principle of collateral damage in the presence of smoke. Despite the previous strike inflicting injury, he paid it no mind. The fact that the Kingler could still emit sounds indicated that it remained a threat, compelling him to continue his onslaught. The air blade struck true once more, eliciting a more pronounced wail from the Kingler. The surrounding Butterfree silently distanced themselves from Bell, their gazes now tinged with an inexplicable awe. This Butterfree was extraordinarily courageous. In the skies above, the elder Butterfree watched with admiration, recognizing Bell's actions as those of a true warrior. To face danger with the frail form of an insect, was this not the essence of heroism? Bell's battle raged on as he relentlessly pummeled the Kingler with air blades, each cry of distress from the creature heightening his unease. As he heard its cries, he furrowed his brow and subtly adjusted his position, wary of being struck. He feared that the Kingler could discern his location based on the trajectory of his attacks, a potentially fatal realization. Yet, it remained merely a possibility. But even that was enough to instill caution in Bell. The air blades continued their relentless assault, and the cries from within the smoke grew fainter. Observing this, Bell felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He ascended higher, his gaze fixated on the dissipating cloud of smoke. In his mind, the equation was clear. A cry signified sound. Sound indicated life. Life meant the potential for retaliation, and thus danger persisted. This battle was far from over. Time stretched on, the smoke having spread to encompass the surroundings, and the entire swarm of Butterfree fell into silence. Within a radius of 300 meters, not a single ally was in sight. Bell remained expressionless, his gaze locked on a particular spot within the haze. Meanwhile, the Butterfree 300 meters away trembled with trepidation, some too intimidated to meet Bell's gaze. The so-called elder Butterfree merely soared high, casting furtive glances in Bell's direction. This Butterfree was truly fearsome. Is it dead or not? With a flap of his wings, a gentle breeze dispersed the smoke, and Bell focused intently. There lay only traces of blood. However, if one disregarded the remnants of flesh, the fish had been utterly obliterated. Ding. The host has leveled up. Current level is LV28. Ding. The host has leveled up. Current level is LV29. Ding. The host has leveled up. Current level is LV30. 3 levels gained in rapid succession, yet Bell felt a profound confusion. Logically, a mere 6-level battle should not yield such a bounty of experience. Could it be that? Bell gazed at the fragmented remains on the ground, a fisheye fortuitously aligning with his line of sight. At that moment, the air was palpably serene, and Bell seemed to grasp the reason behind his swift advancement. Chapter 32. The illusory attack of the swarm. The ambush of the Pidgey. It became clear that his rapid leveling was not without cause. If I am not mistaken, defeating a foe and annihilating one yield different experience points. It was precisely because Bell relentlessly executed his adversaries that his experience surged so dramatically, leading to such impressive leveling speed. As Bell comprehended this, the other Butterfree began to awaken from their stupor. The battle had concluded, and it was time for them to resume their journey. We should take our leave. The elder Butterfree began to ascend in groups, a clear indication for the younger Butterfree. Consequently, many members of the swarm also began to depart. Upon witnessing this, Bell promptly quickened his pace. Soon, the group found themselves soaring high in the sky once more. The sun was nearing its descent, yet they could not afford to pause, for the night in the wilderness harbored terrifying dangers. Only by remaining aloft could they evade the predators lurking on the ground. Generally, birds were diurnal, thus the principal threats at night stemmed from below. The notion of resting within the forest for a night was utterly inconceivable. A solitary swallowtail butterfly would become prey no matter where it strayed from its kin. In the dark of night, flying high was their safest refuge. An uncanny stillness enveloped the air, and Bell found himself alone, bereft of companions. Yet the eerie silence was unsettling. Following the recent skirmish, he had come to understand that his temperament was ill-suited for teamwork. His role was primarily that of a commander. Due to various factors, he commanded considerable respect among his peers. This was a benefit of prolonged combat. If one exhibited ferocity, they were deemed justified. As a swallowtail, his performance was indeed exceptional, and it could be said that Bell now possessed the means for battle. Thus, the swarm of butterflies spent a night fraught with anxiety. The following morning, as the sun ascended in the east, its rays filtered through the clouds, illuminating the faces of the butterflies, a herald of vitality and renewal. Oh, what a splendid day it is. Indeed, the sky is remarkably blue today, the young swallowtails chattered, oblivious to the vigilant elders soaring above, whose expressions were grave and watchful. At that moment, Bell, too, sensed an anomaly. The atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. He could hear no sounds. Logically, the forest should be teeming with insects. Yet it seemed as if they had all fallen silent, as if hiding from some unseen threat. Just as Bell pondered this, a familiar call echoed through the air. With sudden clarity, he looked up to see a flock of black birds emerging from the clouds. It's a flock of birds, all alert. The call of an insect reverberated through the swallowtail ranks, and the younger members began to panic. What should we do? It's a flock of birds. I don't want to die. Run. Where can we run to? We're surrounded by birds. The swallowtails scattered in disarray, their formation collapsing. In that moment, Bell recalled the lesson of the early bird. They were destined to be breakfast. Realizing this, he immediately positioned himself at the center of the group and emitted a resonant call. Silence. Gather close if you wish to survive. In the face of this dire situation, Bell remained remarkably composed, acutely aware that only unity could fend off the impending threat with minimal cost. If they continued to act chaotically, their chances of survival would vanish. Ah, it's him. Let us hurry over. The swallowtails quickly recognized him as the fierce ally who could fend off the birds. At that moment, Bell's influence proved crucial, and many members flocked to his side. The other swallowtails, influenced by the collective mindset, also gravitated towards him. Before long, a dense cluster of butterflies formed around Bell. Generate a gust. Bell was the first to unleash a wind spell towards the flock, and soon, the other butterflies began to mimic his actions. The flock of birds was met with a fierce gale, keeping them at bay. However, as a solitary swallowtail, Bell's strength was not sufficient to achieve this alone. Fortunately, he had a team. The combined skills of the butterflies coalesced into a tempest, ensnaring the flock within. Yet, the flock of birds was not as easily subdued as the sparrows. They, too, had their strategies. Numerous birds began to rearrange, forming a pointed formation, gradually breaking through the tempest's barrier. With the larger birds leading the charge, they surged towards the swallowtail assembly. Ah, I've been waiting for this moment. Bell exclaimed as he emitted a delicate ultrasonic wave, prompting his companions to follow suit. In no time, a cacophony of piercing sounds filled the sky. The incoming flock quickly became disorganized, scattering as their formation crumbled. Now's our chance. Observing the disarray, Bell unleashed another gust of wind. The butterflies, having learned from their previous experience, simply needed to follow Bell's lead. In an instant, the tempest was summoned. Countless birds were swept into the gale, their anguished cries echoing through the air. In moments, the chaotic wind sent the blackbirds plummeting like petals in a storm. Some even crashed to the ground, slain by the effects of the ultrasonic waves. The disoriented flock, compounded by the fury of the winds, could no longer discern their bearings. This outcome was precisely what Bell had anticipated. Beware, a second wave approaches. Just as Bell allowed himself a moment of relief, a swarm of black figures suddenly surged from the forest below. It was the Pidgey. Realization struck Bell like a thunderbolt. He understood now why not a single Pidgey had been sighted among the entire flock of sparrows. It was a ruse. The large flock served as a frontal diversion, while the Pidgey, the elite force, executed a surprise attack. The Pidgey's sudden appearance was swift, far outpacing the flock of sparrows. In no time, they had breached the ranks of the swallowtails. Ah, they're inside. Run. The once united swallowtails descended into chaos as the Pidgey consciously separated them. Observing the turmoil, Bell quickly adjusted his position to blend in. Faced with the disarray, he did not expect to rally them back together, for that could lead him into peril. Consider this. If Bell dared to reveal himself now, would the Pidgey, having infiltrated their ranks, not perceive him as the greatest threat? The answer was evident. If they understood the art of ambush, they would surely identify the most formidable adversary. Even as Bell concealed himself among the swallowtails, a Pidgey soon found him and lunged forward. Chapter 33. The Pidgey Strikes. Cursed be those piercing-eyed Pidgey. Bell cursed inwardly, then suddenly flapped his wings to accelerate. Unbeknownst to him, a gentle breeze enveloped him, gently lifting him forward. With the wind at my back, although his speed was only at level 1, it was still insufficient to shake off his pursuers. Contemplating this, a flash of pink light flickered in his eyes, as psychic energy enveloped him. A faint glow enhancing his speed to the next tier. Telekinesis. With the wind aiding him and telekinesis supporting him, Bell had attained a new acceleration configuration, successfully distancing himself from the Pidgey trailing behind. 1, 2, 39 what? So many? After briefly using his telekinesis to assess the situation behind him, Bell couldn't help but voice his disbelief. Yet upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Firstly, Bell's insect call was far too conspicuous when facing the flock of Pidgeys. And the Pidgeys concealed within the forest were not idly resting. Moreover, with their keen eyesight, a Pidgey immediately locked onto Bell. The first objective upon rushing into the group was to eliminate Bell. Secondly, Bell's size was excessively conspicuous, twice that of his kind, making it nearly impossible for the birds to overlook him. Though Bell flew swiftly, this only attracted more Pidgeys. They relentlessly pursued him, as if they had singled out Bell, the Butterfree, as their target. The chase was unyielding. In the short term, Bell was not overly concerned about being caught, but as time passed and the advantage of the tailwind waned, his speed would inevitably falter. Ah, I have comrades. Suddenly, Bell inadvertently noticed an elder Butterfree fiercely resisting and battling other Pidgeys. Witnessing this scene, Bell silently formulated a plan. Listen up. We Butterfree are flesh and blood kin. We must resist the tyranny. Our comrades are beside us, and united strength can overcome all adversity. Friends, commence the counterattack. The deafening insect calls echoed across the sky. After shouting, Bell cleared his throat, then flapped his wings, harnessing the opposing force of the wind to propel himself forward, evading a Pidgey's sneak attack from the side. Hee. As insects, our greatest strength lies in numbers. Even a single butterfly accompanied by a handful of friends can overwhelm you. Gradually, Bell slowed down. Observing the increasing number of Butterfree mounting a counteroffensive, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In this ignorant and unenlightened era, there is always a wise one who rises to lead the butterflies in revolt. Presently, the once arrogant Pidgeys found themselves encircled by countless Butterfree. Although some Butterfree's eyes still held traces of fear, their standing firm was testament enough. As Bell had said, comrades stood by their sides, and in sheer numbers, Butterfree held an unassailable advantage. Regaining composure, Bell found himself surrounded by some allies, facing 9 Pidgeys together. Chirp. The 9 Pidgeys charged without fear, enveloped in a white aura. Bell, seeing this, activated his tailwind skill once more, this time sparing no effort, extending its effect to every comrade nearby. Paralysis powder. Tailwind. A pink glow flickered in Bell's eyes as his voice resonated within his comrades' hearts. Previously, he had to use psychic power to aid his escape and lacked the energy to counterattack, but now, his psychic abilities came into fuller play. Under his command, the Butterfree's coordination improved markedly. One Butterfree scattered paralysis powder, while another summoned tailwind. The wind carried the yellow powder swiftly toward the charging Pidgeys. Though these young Butterfree lacked Bell's seamless coordination, their division of labor produced a nearly equivalent effect. The Pidgeys collided headlong into the powder-laden gale, halting their advance and succumbing to paralysis. Retreat, Bell silently commanded, swiftly increasing the distance between himself and the Pidgeys. The other Butterfree who came to assist also retreated upon receiving the order. Chirp. The Pidgeys, seeing the Butterfree's withdrawal, instinctively believed their foes intended to flee, and immediately pursued. Bell, however, smiled coldly. Toxic powder. Tailwind. Using the same tactics again, the Pidgeys were once more ensnared. It was not that they failed to evade. The intermittent stiffness coursing through their bodies hindered their speed and movements. Bell's eyes lit up as the Pidgeys took on a purplish red hue. Paralysis and poisoning, 2 debilitating statuses. Now, it was time to delay. Hypnosis powder was unnecessary since the Pidgeys were in a heightened state of excitement, making them unlikely to succumb to sleep. Using hypnosis risked either success or failure. If failed, the Pidgeys might close in, a fatal outcome for the fragile Butterfree. Excellent. Now, all that remained was to sing and invigorate the spirits. Come, use Bug Buzz. Bell led the way, unleashing the insect call. Unlike the communicative buzz, this was a genuine offensive skill. Though it inflicted area damage, Butterfree of the same species instinctively responded to their comrades' signals, harmonizing on the same frequency. Thus, the attack's power compounded, while allies remained unaffected. Furthermore, Bell's Bug Buzz only impacted nearby opponents during close combat. It did not interfere with other Butterfree's battles. As sound diminished with distance, Bug Buzz adhered to this principle, as Bell had previously tested. Chirp. Back on the battlefield, the Pidgeys, overwhelmed by noise, paralysis, and poison, gradually lost their composure. The greed gleaming in their eyes became more apparent. They understood that these Butterfree were more than mere prey. Deliver the final blow. Use Tailwind. Bell silently urged, yet unleashed his unique move. Waves of psychic energy shimmered in his eyes. In the next instant, amid the howling gale, a dazzling spectrum of colors radiated forth. Bell's gaze swept from the first to the 9th Pidgey in a continuous beam. The storming wind left the 9 Pidgeys no time to evade, and their dual afflictions rendered them helpless. Ultimately, the light sliced through their forms, followed by thunderous explosions. Amidst the smoke, the 9 Pidgeys plummeted, utterly incapacitated. Humph! Bell's psychic waves surged again, striking their heads with his telekinesis, intent on finishing them. Ding! Host has leveled up, current level, LV31. Ding! Host has leveled up, current level, LV32. The twin system notifications eased Bell's mind slightly. Surveying the battlefield, he saw the Pidgeys suppressed, but still unyielding. Something felt amiss. Eagle cry. Suddenly, a piercing cry resounded through the sky, jolting Bell awake. Their true leader had arrived, Pidgeot. Chapter 34, Tactical Withdrawal. Bell fixed his gaze. In the distance, a majestic raptor, handsome and sharp-eyed, massive in size, swiftly soared toward the Butterfree swarm. A pale blue panel appeared. Creature, Pidgeot. Type, normal, flying. Level, LV46. Ability, keen eye. Trait, sharp gaze. Facing the imposing Pidgeot, Bell's heart sank. None of the Butterfree in their ranks could rival this formidable raptor, for Pidgeot was the ultimate evolution of Pidgey, a mature and powerful Pokémon. The Butterfree, in the eyes of the majestic raptor before it, was undoubtedly nothing more than a casual morsel. Bell was acutely aware that the matter at hand was no longer about whether to fight, but rather about surviving the encounter. Wait, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. Just as Bell contemplated retreat, he inadvertently spotted several elder Butterfree blocking the path of the imposing Fearow. Pokémon, Butterfree. Level, LV43. Ability, Yellow. Pokémon, Butterfree. Level, LV44. Ability, Yellow. These elder Butterfree were of a comparable level to the Fearow, although individually they may not match its might. What if he were to command them? With this thought, Bell swiftly positioned himself behind the elder Butterfree. I will lead the charge. You all must avoid close combat. With that, Bell immediately established a psychic link to the minds of his allies. Upon hearing his words, the elder Butterfree nodded without hesitation. They had witnessed the earlier confrontation, and Bell's leadership was worthy of their trust. Even though their levels surpassed Bell's, in the face of the current predicament, sheer level could not stand against the Fearow alone. Bell, however, possessed the experience of overcoming the odds, leveraging numbers against strength. The conversation transpired in a mere instant. Yet that moment was sufficient for the Fearow to close in. Lower altitude, into the forest, Bell commanded urgently. In response, the elder Butterfree descended and darted into the forest, while the younger Butterfree, including Bell, concealed themselves within the foliage. At this juncture, it was no longer merely a matter of numbers. He understood the principle that many ants can take down an elephant, but such a price was too steep for Bell to pay. In the open sky, the Butterfree stood no chance against the Fearow, whose speed alone could outpace them. Yet, once inside the forest, the Fearow's velocity would be at least somewhat curtailed, allowing the Butterfree to harry their foe. Before long, the Fearow honed in on a direction and pursued with fervor. It had gauged the strength of the Butterfree's presence, deeming them a significant threat and making them its primary target. How infuriating! I underestimated its speed, despite having heard tales of its prowess. The Fearow's maximum speed of Mach 2 was staggering, and the elder Butterfree were perilously close to being caught, catching Bell off guard. Meanwhile, he was maneuvering within the forest, maintaining a safe distance while issuing commands. Although the Fiero could see him, it dismissed him entirely. To it, this little creature, though larger, emanated an aura far weaker than that of the elder Butterfree. Sleep powder, stun spore, toxic powder. At that moment, Bell issued his commands once more. For a speed-oriented opponent like the Fiero, typical attacks were unlikely to connect, but as area of effect moves, the three powders could yield unique results. However, the Fiero showed no signs of fear. Its wings began to gather a faint blue energy, a gentle breeze swirling around it. In an instant, a gale far more ferocious than before swept the surroundings, dispersing the various powders with ruthless efficiency. As a mature Fiero, its journey had endowed it with ample combat experience. And through its pursuits of Butterfree, it had learned how to counter the troublesome powders effectively, create distance and hide behind the trees to use Sonic Boom. Bell had anticipated this moment. He had been waiting for this opportunity. If he was not mistaken, the Fiero had just unleashed its signature move, Hurricane, as a powerful attack. The Fiero could not use it consecutively without a cooldown. The Butterfree concealed behind the trees avoided much of the Hurricane's damage, and upon receiving Bell's command, they cautiously peered out, emitting a cacophonous chorus of chirps. The Fiero, quick to react, dodged to the side. But the speed of the Sonic Boom ultimately could not match its own. Noticing the direction in which the Fiero had evaded, Bell smirked internally. Sound-based attacks were notoriously difficult to dodge, especially considering their ranks included more than one Elder Butterfree. Just as Bell had anticipated, once the Fiero evaded the Sonic Boom, a multitude of sonic waves erupted from all directions. Though the Fiero attempted to evade, having just executed Hurricane, it was caught off guard, and the sonic waves, emanating from every angle, proved nearly impossible to avoid. In an instant, the Fiero's awareness began to falter, teetering on the brink of confusion. Yet, in that moment of crisis, a piercing and resounding cry erupted from the Fiero's beak. The Sonic Boom was momentarily suppressed, yet Bell did not relent in his command to continue unleashing their attacks. Was the Fiero's voice louder? He was undeterred. Come, my comrades, let us drown out its sound together. The psychic waves swept through the surrounding woods. Instantly, all the hidden Butterfree responded to the call, unleashing a symphony of chirps. The resonance effect of the Sonic Boom began to manifest, amalgamating countless voices, and the frequency of their sounds swiftly eclipsed that of the Fiero. In the blink of an eye, the Fiero's consciousness began to waver. It not only fell silent, but also began to crash into trees in a daze. Confusion state. Quiver dance. Observing this, Bell issued yet another command. Despite their numerical advantage, the disparity in levels and attributes meant they struggled to inflict significant damage on the Fiero. However, Quiver Dance, as a bug-type enhancement move, would simultaneously boost their speed, special attack, and special defense. During the Fiero's moment of disarray, the Elder Butterfree could elevate their state to its zenith. Thus, even with their inherent disadvantages in attributes and levels, the Elder Butterfree would now be equipped to stand against their foe. The window of opportunity was fleeting. The Fiero, having undergone a whirlwind of confusion, gradually regained clarity. At this moment, the Elder Butterfree surged with renewed vigor. This time, the Fiero refrained from striking. An inscrutable expression flickered in its eyes. Then, as if to confirm something, a faint blue energy coalesced once more upon the Fiero's wings. In the next heartbeat, Hurricane was unleashed once again. Chirp! From a distance behind the trees, Bell shouted. If his intuition served him right, this was the final probing strike. Soon, the formidable Butterfree emitted an even more aggressive chorus of chirps. The oncoming Hurricane seemed to be obstructed by some mystic force, unable to reach the Butterfree. Boom! The clash between the Hurricane and the chorus of chirps erupted into a violent explosion, engulfing the area. Both the Butterfree and the Fiero retreated in unison. At that moment, a flicker of caution finally crossed the Fiero's gaze as it stared intently at its adversaries, ultimately retreating from the forest with an air of reluctance. Finally, it departed. Chapter 35, Grounding. This exchange, though seemingly favorable for the Butterfree, was not entirely so. The Fiero, after all, was reluctant to sustain serious injury. In the perils of this treacherous forest, being gravely wounded could mean falling prey to other predators at any moment. From the perspective of a leader, it needed to consider the welfare of its entire flock, thus avoiding protracted conflict. It could be said that if Pidgeot had persisted in a relentless struggle against them, Bell himself would have harbored no certainty. The fierce gust unleashed moments ago was, in truth, a probing strike, an attempt to gauge whether, in the wake of Butterfly Dance, the prowess of Butterfree truly justified the continuation of combat. Evidently, the cost outweighed the benefit, prompting Pidgeot to choose self-preservation. A sigh of relief escaped Belle upon witnessing their genuine retreat. Yet, many among the Butterfree found themselves plunged into contemplation. This battle had once again claimed numerous comrades, and those fallen Butterfree had become sustenance for their adversaries. The very thought caused their bodies to tremble slightly. Youthful and naive, they had long believed the world to be a benevolent place, confident that residing within their own kindred would guarantee safety. However, the harsh realities of the outside world had imparted a brutal lesson. Without fortifying oneself, one is doomed to become mere prey. Very well, let us rest briefly before continuing our journey. The senior Butterfree, recently emerged from battle and sensing the somber mood, furrowed their brows and stepped forward to speak. They offered no consolation, for they themselves had traversed this path. Only the starkest of lessons could awaken the younger generation's resolve to grow stronger. Indeed, the significance of this expedition extended beyond mere duty. It was equally about the invaluable experience and growth it fostered. Belle received these truths with equanimity, having grasped such wisdom long before his own birth. Without striving for strength, one is destined to become commonplace prey. It must be acknowledged that insects occupy a decidedly low rung in the forest's food chain, particularly as a caterpillar. One is subject to wanton torment, an ever-present banquet for others. Even after evolving into a Butterfree, the inescapable reality of being regarded as food by mightier beings persists. The so-called unity among them is but a survival strategy. At midday, as the sun gradually descended westward, Belle and his cohort of butterflies resumed their voyage. The evening sun cast a warm glow upon Belle's countenance, elongating his shadow. His unusual stature naturally drew many kindred to gather around him, and unbeknownst to him, they had already come to regard Belle as their leader. Following the morning's skirmish, Belle's standing among the Butterfree had only risen. Had he not explicitly declared himself an ordinary Butterfree, it is conceivable that one day the elders of other tribes might have sought him out. Thus, the entire group journeyed onward until nightfall, encountering no significant incidents. Or rather, any mishaps that did occur were inconsequential to the collective. As for the inexplicable disappearances of some Butterfree, the others paid them no heed, quickly forgetting them. Such matters bore no relevance to their progress. A loss of one or two members was deemed negligible. The seasoned Butterfree held no illusions that every individual would reach their destination. Observing this, Belle refrained from meddling. He could not assume the role of caretaker for the entire band. The fate of others, be it predation or capture, was irrelevant so long as it did not impede him. Phew. It's about to rain, Chief. At that moment, a female Butterfree hastened to Belle's side, uttering her concern. Belle initially remained speechless, for no matter how he protested, the butterfly's perceptions of him were unwavering. Yet, employing the distinctive sensory faculties of an insect-type Pokémon, he conducted an analysis and found no immediate cause for alarm, an outcome that puzzled him. How did you know? Belle inquired. I hail from a clan near the water source. Hence, oh, I understand now. Before she could finish, Belle recalled the earlier introduction by the senior Butterfree. What shall we do, Chief? Other Butterfree, sensing something amiss, crowded around him with anxious queries. Above, ominous clouds gathered, and the monsoon winds grew increasingly turbulent. Belle furrowed his brows, contemplating briefly before surveying the surrounding terrain. The elder Butterfree, flying high above, silently descended to join him. Bound by a peculiar sentiment, they had grown accustomed to Belle's commands, disregarding the usual taboo of addressing him so familiarly. Traveling in rain was ill-advised, yet sheltering beneath the forest canopy risked lightning strikes. Which refuge should they choose? Lost in thought, Belle beat his wings and ascended. That place appears to be a cliff, he murmured, adjusting his compound eyes to discern the distant rocky outcrop. If it was indeed a cliff, it should suffice. Even amidst thunder, the ground below would remain unaffected, and the protruding rock face seemed a suitable shelter from the rain. No better option presented itself. There's a cliff ahead. Let us head there to weather the storm, Belle declared, leading the way, with the others hastening to follow. After some time, they neared their destination. As anticipated, the cliff jutted outward prominently. Chief, are we to cling to this cliffside? One member queried, puzzled. Yes. Taking refuge in the forest invites the risk of lightning strikes. Given our fragile forms, the consequences would be dire. So, we shall shelter here, Belle patiently explained. Earlier, while flying, he had glimpsed flashes of lightning within the clouds, compelling him to lower his altitude and solidifying his resolve to seek refuge on the cliff. But how shall we perch? The Butterfree's limbs, though equipped with specialized adhesive membranes suited to grasping tree bark, were ill-adapted to the sheer rock face. Standing firmly was uncertain, and with rain imminent, the predicament was pressing. Bell extended his short limbs to inspect the surface, seemingly unaware of the issue. Yet, experience is the best teacher. He proceeded to experiment. Approaching the rock face, he gradually ceased wing flapping and adhered himself to the surface. It works. Though the grip is somewhat slight, he noted. He could maintain stability, but the impending storm's fierce winds could easily dislodge them all. As Bell wrestled with this concern, some Butterfree imitated his method, likewise securing themselves to the rock. Indeed, it's feasible. Encouraged by their success, the others quickly overcame their apprehensions and clung tightly to the cliff. Soon, the entire rock face was adorned with Butterfree, an awe-inspiring spectacle. With a thunderous roar, rain began to fall, driven by the howling wind, gradually transforming into a torrential downpour. Chapter 36. The tribe within the mountain thunder exploded suddenly as the deluge poured down. Bell and his fellow Butterfree pressed themselves firmly against the cliff, refraining from flight. The monsoon's fury had intensified, the gale force scattering twigs and leaves across the sky. Bell swayed amid the tempest, clutching the rock with all limbs, unwilling to experience the sensation of being swept away. Yet, some Butterfree struggled to maintain their hold, their strength waning. In a moment of desperation, Bell suddenly regained his composure and promptly summoned the panel. That's right, we still have silk threads. With this thought, Bell immediately demonstrated by expelling white silk from his mouth onto the rock face, utilizing the silk's adhesive properties to secure himself. Everyone, quickly use the silk to anchor yourselves. Bell's telepathy spread throughout the vicinity. Before long, the other butterflies, upon hearing the familiar voice, followed Bell's guidance without hesitation and began to emit silk from their mouths. The viscosity of the silk did not disappoint the gathered butterflies. In no time, the entire cliff was cloaked in white. The wind howled fiercely, and the butterflies huddled closely together, gripping the rock face tightly. Thanks to the silk's assistance, they managed to secure their positions. However, even amidst this, some unfortunate ones were swept away by the tempest. Help! Save me! A frail swallowtail butterfly was caught in the gale, struggling frantically in the air. But the torrential rain battered its body, rendering its wings exceptionally heavy, complicating the already arduous task of maintaining balance in the air. Bell, however, was powerless in this situation. Perhaps due to the monsoon season, the ferocity of the wind was more intense than he had anticipated. Maintaining his own balance was already a challenge, leaving him no capacity to assist others. It must be said that in the face of nature's immense power, all beings are rendered equal. Thus, amidst the cries of despair, the frail swallowtail butterfly could no longer sustain its equilibrium and was instantaneously whisked away by the tempest. Thunder rumbled ominously, startling Bell and the other butterflies. With a crack, a tree toppled, a once evergreen now charred by lightning. Bell silently lamented that his gamble had paid off. Soon, the thunder roared incessantly, and trees continued to fall. Oh no, I lost my grip, help. I don't want to die. Save me. I can't hold on. As the thunder rumbled and rain poured, the winds intensified. Numerous swallowtail butterflies were swept away by the gale, and Bell could only sigh in resignation. The elder swallowtails beside him shook their heads in helplessness. This journey was also a form of selection, and the fates of the eliminated were all too clear. As for using telekinesis to retrieve them, that was out of the question. Bell would not entertain such thoughts. Diverting his focus could lead him into peril, and he had no reason to jeopardize his own safety for others. Time passed in the relentless thunderstorm, yet the remaining swallowtail butterflies held steadfast against the wind. As the dark clouds parted, a beam of sunlight streamed through the gap, illuminating Bell's face. Is it over? Gazing at the setting sun, Bell fell into a deep reflection. The tumultuous journey had indeed fostered significant growth within him. It was not merely a matter of enhanced strength. The evolution of his spirit was equally vital. This experience unveiled the harsh realities of the outside world, starkly contrasting his idyllic childhood memories with the grimness of the fairy realm. As the sun dipped lower, a flurry of shadows flapped their wings, gradually approaching the cliff. Look, it's another group of our kind, an elder swallowtail exclaimed, bringing a wave of relief to the others. After all, they harbored an inexplicable wariness towards the color black. Meanwhile, Bell had already observed everything through his compound eyes. He gazed at the approaching group, silently contemplating. If I am not mistaken, we should be nearing our destination. Logically, the closer they drew to their goal, the larger the gathering of swallowtail butterflies would become. Hello. Soon, another group arrived and greeted them. However, the swallowtails at Bell's side remained silent, instinctively looking towards him, their de facto leader. After a moment, Bell realized that he had unwittingly been placed at the forefront. Ah, hello? He responded, slightly taken aback. We are from the Swallowtail group within the mountains. Let us proceed together. Under the sunset, a slightly smaller Swallowtail stepped forward to speak. After pondering for a moment, Belle nodded in agreement. There was no harm in allowing them to join, especially since they were not far from their destination. Once an agreement was reached, the sky darkened. Belle led the group to settle on the cliff for the night. The following morning, the swallowtail butterflies rose early, except for Belle, who remained suspended in his silk cocoon on the rock face, still asleep. The newly arrived swallowtails contemplated waking him, but those familiar with Belle swiftly intervened. The leader is still sleeping, please do not disturb him. This young swallowtail had been closely following Belle and was quite dependent on him. But we need to get moving. Shouldn't we wake him? The blocked swallowtail questioned, bewildered. In response, the young swallowtail had a ready explanation. The leader said that rising early could bring misfortune. So we must wait. As they spoke, the group recalled the various bird attacks they had previously endured. Indeed, it had been early morning then. No wonder. With this realization, the other swallowtails returned to crawling along the rock face, determined to keep pace with Belle. The newly joined swallowtails were clearly taken aback by this unusual scene. In a sense, the swallowtail group before them exhibited unprecedented unity. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. In the eyes of other swallowtails, they were typically punctual early risers. Yet, Belle's actions had reshaped their understanding. What should we do? An elder from the newcomer swallowtails surveyed the surroundings, seeking the opinions of others. However, the newcomers had finally found a large gathering of their kind, and the herd mentality drove them to want to integrate into the group. Sigh, then we shall wait. Thus, all the swallowtails fell back into slumber. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this unusual scenario, Belle, was deep in a dream, engaging in fantastical adventures. By noon, the sun stood directly overhead. Slowly awakening from his slumber, Belle was greeted with a chorus of excitement. Ah, the leader is awake. Wow, he is the most devoted sleeper I have ever seen. The clamor caused Belle to frown. Yet, when he opened his eyes, the scene before him momentarily left him dazed. Are you all waiting for me? Yes. Yes. Leader, you truly have a remarkable intuition, the young swallowtail at his side exclaimed eagerly. For that very morning, they had indeed caught sight of other bird groups, causing quite a stir. Fortunately, they were not strangers to such situations, and they swiftly concealed themselves. The newly joined swallowtails, however, were just beginning to grasp the situation. At this moment, they finally realized how unwise their early rise had been. After some inquiry, Belle learned that his counsel had indeed spared the team from a calamity. A look of bewilderment crossed Belle's face. He was at a loss for words. However, all the Butterfree turned their gazes towards him. Let us proceed. I can scent the fragrance of flowers ahead, and my stomach has begun to grumble, he declared, taking the lead as he soared into the sky, swiftly orienting himself before flying onward. The others, upon witnessing this, promptly followed in his wake. 2 hours later, Belle arrived at a cliff adorned with an abundance of blossoms. The flowers bloomed on the precipice, akin to shy buds awaiting discovery. He observed them for a moment, extending his psychic powers to survey the area before he felt reassured and approached the cliff face. The leader is truly remarkable. He has found a cluster of flowers. The other Butterfree exclaimed upon seeing the multitude of blooms. Lacking the acute sensitivity of Belle, they were perhaps less attuned to their surroundings. It was Belle's extraordinary abilities that made him acutely aware of everything around him. He had located this rocky outcrop through an inexplicable intuition, a hunger stirring within him that amplified his senses, allowing him to detect the floral aroma. He paid little heed to this phenomenon. Perhaps it was one of the advantages of awakening his latent powers. Thus, the Butterfree did not linger unduly and hastened towards the blossoms. Along the way, they merely sipped some mountain spring water or cautiously foraged for food in the forest, yet had not truly feasted. They found a suitable spot and began to sip the nectar. Like certain insect-type spirits, Butterfree possessed organs for nectar feeding, and their primary sustenance comprised liquids akin to nectar. Compared to their chewing abilities in their caterpillar stage, they excelled at sucking nectar. Uncertain how much time passed, the Butterfree's abdomens became noticeably rounder, a clear indication of satiety. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the distance. Zzz. It's the Beedrill. This is their territory. What do we do? They are coming. The newly joined Butterfree cried out in panic, their expressions betraying sheer terror. Only the Butterfree around Belle turned their eyes towards him. A testament to their trust in their leader, they believed he would devise a solution, having faced similar situations before. Why are they all looking at that odd one? The newcomers regarded Belle as an anomaly due to his size. Yet, it was undeniable that in Belle's presence, they felt a peculiar sense of humility, as if he were innately their superior. At that moment, Belle's thoughts transcended to another realm. He gazed at the swiftly approaching bee drill, his heart devoid of trepidation, even tinged with inexplicable excitement. Bee drill? An opportunity for me to evolve again. Bell knew well that swarms of bee drill could number in the thousands. And having not engaged in battle for a while, he felt a restless itch in his hands. Logically, since bee drill were a type of bee, there should be honey, right? With this thought, his eyes sparkled, his body quivered slightly, and his excitement surged. Leader, are you also frightened? The other Butterfree's gazes remained fixed on Bell's every move. However, at this moment, his trembling figure instilled unease within them. If even their leader was afraid, whom could they trust? In the skies, some of the more confident elder Butterfree felt a tinge of disappointment upon witnessing Bell's demeanor. They had witnessed his capabilities along their journey, yet at this moment afraid? I'm merely exhilarated. Everyone prepare. Grab your gear. We are about to undertake something monumental. Just as the atmosphere among the Butterfree grew somber, Bell's command startled them back to attention. As they regained their composure and comprehended Bell's orders, a thick veil of confusion and astonishment enveloped them. Leader, shouldn't we retreat first? A cautious Butterfree approached Bell, speaking timidly. Retreat? Nonsense. They are merely insects. What is there to fear? Bell retorted vehemently. All right, listen to me. Prepare for battle. We must make sure to detain these approaching bee drill. Without delay, he explained, they are known as bee drill, a small group from the evergreen forest. Today, it is their turn to patrol, and they have come with a team to gather nectar. However, as they neared their destination, a reckless swarm of Butterfree dared to pilfer their nectar, which undoubtedly crossed the line. The irritable bee drill were renowned for their fierce temperament within evergreen forest, and other groups typically avoided them. Yet here they were, perceiving a swarm of feeble Butterfree daring to encroach upon their territory and steal their nectar. Thus, they charged forth, reasoning that if their nectar was gone, they could feast upon these tender, juicy insects instead. After all, they were not picky eaters. Bell positioned himself before the gathering of Butterfree, his gaze unflinching as he observed the oncoming bee drill. In previous instances, he would have fled without a second thought, but now, he was no longer alone. Team 1. Deploy the paralysis powder. Team 2. Summon the winds. With a commanding shout, the Butterfree responded in unison. The Butterfree at the front flapped their wings, releasing a cloud of yellow powder, while those behind concentrated pale blue energy, stirring up a powerful gust. Instantly, the yellow powder was propelled forward by the gale. The advancing bee drill slowed their charge. As insect-type and poison-type spirits, they were naturally susceptible to flying-type moves. The Butterfree's gust not only inflicted significant damage upon them, but also hindered their movements. If it had been just a single Butterfree using the gust, the effect might not have been as pronounced, but the sheer number of Butterfree on Bell's side was far beyond a mere handful. Only about 10 of them? Then there's no need to let any escape. Use Bug Buzz. Chapter 38. An unexpected encounter with Radiant Kin. The bug-type move was expected to deal minimal damage to the bee drill, but the overwhelming number of Butterfree compensated for this shortcoming. The effects of Bug Buzz layered upon one another, and pain began to manifest on the bee drill's faces. At that moment, the sound of Bug Buzz was akin to a rave in one's ears, a sensation akin to being pricked by needles. The cacophony of Bug Buzz drowned out the bee drill's cries, and Bell showed no signs of halting. Thus, after an indeterminate duration, Tin Bee Drill collapsed into unconsciousness. Observing this, Bell rushed forward to investigate, but as he approached the bee drill, he unleashed an additional illusion beam, prioritizing stability. Leader, what shall we do next? One Butterfree inquired. Do you wish to taste honey? Bell pondered for a moment before posing the question. Where would we find honey? The Butterfree replied, puzzled. While some who were familiar with Bell's temperament exchanged knowing glances. The commotion from the recent battle had been considerable. They needed to find a place to take cover. Upon the final confirmation that no more Vespiquen lay dormant on the ground, Bell promptly led the swarm of Butterfree towards the forest. Following the route the Vespiquen had taken, Bell adeptly navigated in the opposite direction to conceal themselves. Shortly thereafter, a distant buzzing sound echoed through the air. Squinting into the distance, Bell beheld a dense mass of dark figures rapidly approaching. Instinctively, he lowered his body, and the remaining members, understanding the gravity of the situation, quietly concealed themselves. With a sudden hiss, the Vespiquen swarm discovered the lifeless body of their fallen comrade. Instantly, the entire hive erupted into a frenzy of rage, restlessly patrolling the vicinity. Fortunately, Bell had led the Butterfree to a safe distance, and being downwind, the Vespiquen could not discern the presence of the assailants despite their thorough search. After a fruitless endeavor, the Vespiquen were left with no choice but to depart. Observing their retreat, Belle swiftly noted the direction in which the Vespiquen had fled, utilizing the characteristic of his compound eyes to clearly ascertain their path. After a while, Belle and the Butterfree emerged from their hiding place. Gazing in the direction the Vespiquen had taken, Belle fell into deep contemplation. Eventually, he resolved to move onward. Let us forego the honey. Their numbers rival our own, and the risks outweigh the rewards. We shall seek sustenance elsewhere, was Belle's carefully considered decision. Ultimately, the Vespiquen possessed a far superior individual strength compared to the Butterfree, and their temperament was notably ferocious. To send the Butterfree to confront such adversaries would be tantamount to inviting disaster. The imbalance of power was stark, and with numbers being relatively equal, defeat was merely a matter of time. Before long, Belle led the Butterfree onward in their journey. Along the way, several elder Butterfree began to regard Belle with increasing admiration, finding themselves in greater agreement with his leadership. They had witnessed his recent decision-making firsthand. Belle did not disappoint them. Indeed, in the face of significant losses, the Butterfree typically opted for evasive measures. Due to their inherent gentleness, they rarely initiated conflicts with other species unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Vespiquen were not to be trifled with. Provoking them would undoubtedly result in dire consequences. This was a result Belle wished to avoid, for he never engaged in ventures that would yield losses. As noon approached, Belle and the Butterfree arrived at a small hillside adorned with a sea of blooming flowers. A wave of joy washed over Belle at the sight. A feast awaits us, my friends. Let us indulge. With a commanding call, the Butterfree members eagerly set about identifying their targets. They perched upon the flower buds, sipping the nectar, perhaps finding solace from the monotony of their journey in the delectable offerings before them. Belle, unreserved, claimed the largest blossom, savoring the sweet nectar that dripped from his mandibles. Is that a fellow Butterfree? At that moment, Belle inadvertently spotted a pink Butterfree hiding in the woods, furtively observing them, its appearance somewhat weary. Without hesitation, Belle glided towards it. As he drew near, the pink Butterfree, noticing his approach, panicked and darted deeper into the forest. Why does it flee? Upon closer inspection, Belle realized that this was indeed a shiny Butterfree, a rare entity often shunned by its kin in the Pokémon world. Yet, as one door closes, another often opens. Shiny Butterfree typically possess unique abilities. During their brief encounter, Belle detected an unusual surge of psychic energy emanating from the creature, prompting him to speculate about its extraordinary powers. This marked the third instance of encountering a Butterfree with such abilities. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the forest. Belle's expression hardened as a familiar energy signature seized his attention. Psychic type. It's here. With that, Belle promptly soared into the depths of the forest. Leader. The other Butterfree, having noticed their commander's sudden flight towards the woods, swiftly followed in his wake. Within the forest, the pink Butterfree was surrounded by a horde of monstrous Zangoose. Before it lay a defeated creature. Oh no, instead of joining a group, I've become the target of these countless foes. Woe is me. This Butterfree, having been cast out by its kin due to its unsightly appearance, had lived a solitary existence. However, one fateful day, it discovered that it possessed a unique power, enabling it to survive the harshest of times. This ability had kept it hidden from predators. Yet now, in its panic, it overlooked the formidable presence of the forest, leading it into a perilous situation. With a piercing howl, the Zangoose charged forward. In that critical moment, the pink Butterfree unleashed an unparalleled force. The psychic energy surged outward, repelling the multitude of foes. However, this tremendous exertion drained her of all her stamina. Is this how it ends? After fending off the first wave of Zangoose, a second wave soon followed, and the pink Butterfree found herself devoid of the strength to continue fighting. At that moment, a massive figure soared through the sky. Almost instantaneously, a surge of psychic energy far exceeding that of before swept across the heavens. The forest was engulfed in an explosion, the anguished cries of the Zangoose echoing through the smoke. Just in time, in midair, Belle gazed down at the shiny Butterfree, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Species, Butterfree, shiny. Type, flying bug. Level, LV27. Ability, green. Remarkable, a green ability. Belle's focus sharpened on the line detailing her ability, where the striking green trait stood prominently displayed. This marked the second instance of encountering a Pokémon with the same ability as his own, and it was the first time he had discovered a kindred spirit in this regard. Leader. As he pondered, the Butterfree swarm in the distance hurried towards Belle. Gradually, he returned to his senses, assessing the vigilant group of Zangoose below. With a resonant roar, the Zangoose parted to make way for a formidable figure, a fiery Zangoose, presumed to be their leader, approached slowly. Species, Zangoose. Type, fighting. Level, LV42. Ability, yellow. Trait, rage point. Bell regarded the creature with grave intensity, and the fiery Zangoose met his gaze with equal scrutiny. An invisible tension permeated the air, while Bell might not match it in strength. His eyes exhibited no sign of fear. Their gazes locked, neither willing to yield. At that moment, Bell's entourage arrived, a multitude of youthful Butterfree flitting behind him, while the elder Butterfree flanked his sides in protective formation. Meanwhile, the Zangoose gathered around their fiery leader, prepared for the impending confrontation. The atmosphere between the two parties gradually intensified, as if a battle were about to erupt at any moment. Yet, the fiery monkey occasionally cast furtive glances toward the depths of the forest, seemingly weighed down by some hesitation. Roar! Leave my territory. Ultimately, under the pressure of Bell's numerical superiority, the fiery monkey relented. Observing this, Bell did not hesitate and promptly withdrew from the opposing forest, for in a certain sense, they had encroached upon each other's territory. Had it not been for the imposing presence of the elder Butterfree, the situation might not have resolved so easily. Nevertheless, Bell remained undaunted, for with Butterfree's aerial dominance and attribute advantage, he was confident that, should a confrontation arise, he could secure victory at minimal cost. Hey, leader, there's an outsider here. During his flight, a voice rang out in surprise. Anticipating such a turn of events, Bell turned to look. Well, let her accompany us, he remarked casually, thereby determining the fate of the pink Butterfree. Upon hearing this, the pink Butterfree's eyes sparkled with astonishment, swiftly followed by an overwhelming joy. She had been accepted. At last, she would no longer be alone. With a joyful cry, she flitted about in the air like a child. Soon, she reached Bella's side, her gaze radiating gratitude. Thank you, leader, she exclaimed, her realization dawning upon her. Now, live well, Bell replied, placing great value on her talent. Being of green aptitude, he understood the significance of such gifts. Talent, to a certain extent, represented one's potential and energy strength, which explained his ability to triumph over formidable foes time and again. For instance, at level 32, his mastery and quality of energy, owing to his green aptitude, often surpassed that of red aptitude Pokémon. Thus, under Bell's directive, the other Butterfree were compelled to accept this new kin. Although they harbored some reluctance toward this pink anomaly, they had no choice but to outwardly acknowledge her due to Bell's status. However, upon returning to the previous field of flowers, they discovered a group of unwelcome guests had claimed the area. Bell's fury erupted. Our home has been invaded. Pokémon Beedrill. Type, bug. Level, LV25. Pokémon Beedrill. Type, bug. Level, LV37. Aptitude, yellow. This group of creatures, resembling beetles from a past life, was currently ravaging the blossoms. Lacking specialized appendages, they were forced to manually gather nectar, thereby compromising the integrity of the flowers. Despite his anger, Bell took a moment to observe. Their levels hovered around 26, with the highest at 37. They were manageable. Utilizing the system's appraisal, Bell eliminated potential threats and, once satisfied there were no issues, immediately commanded the Butterfree to launch an assault. Form ranks. With a decisive command, all Butterfree responded, assembling promptly. First squad, go. Leading the charge was a veteran Butterfree of level 41, supported by a cadre of members mostly in their 20s. Disperse powder. The Butterfree flapped their wings, sending powder swirling like a dust storm. Second squad, go. Next up was a team led by a level 43 Butterfree, with members predominantly in their teens. Winds arise. As Bell issued the command, the Butterfree soared into the air, rapidly flapping their wings to conjure a tempest. The same strategy yielded tangible results, with noticeable improvements in both efficiency and coordination, an outcome of Bell's painstaking efforts and training. As Butterfree wielding human-like intellect, he had to exploit his strengths. This was a testament to the tribe he had cultivated through his command and past experiences, although still falling short of his ideal vision. Achieving this level of synergy exceeded his expectations. The sudden upheaval caught the Beedrill swarm off guard. Once they regained their senses, they looked up in confusion. What? Butterfree? This lowly insect dares to attack us. In the Beedrill's perception, Butterfree were merely a ubiquitous, vulnerable population. But now, these insects dared to defy them? Fight back. The apparent leader, a level 37 Beedrill, initiated the counterattack. Sharp stingers shot forth from its pincers, hurtling toward the Butterfree ranks. Needle Barrage, a bug-type ranged physical move, while possessing a power of only 25, could be unleashed in rapid succession. Observing the assault, Bell stepped forth to intercept. His wings became enveloped in a pale azure energy, unleashing a powerful gust. Boom. The needle barrage was neutralized, resulting in an explosion amidst the skies. Bell then waved his wings again, sending forth an even stronger wind blade directed at the adversaries. The Beedrill leader was caught unawares. A wind blade suddenly struck, causing it to cry out in pain. A closer look revealed a crack in its hardened exoskeleton, green blood oozing forth. The aerial type posed a lethal threat to a bug type like it, especially given Bell's comparable level and superior aptitude. Just as the Beedrill was still reeling, a figure broke through the smoke, soaring above it. Almost instantly, another airblade descended. Windblade. The Beedrill, however, had learned its lesson, quickly reacting and channeling its internal energy. A white glow enveloped its pincers, and seizing the moment, it swung forcefully. Bang! The airblade was cleaved in two. Yet, Bell remained unfazed. His eyes gathered the pink aura of psychic energy. It's over. Chapter 40, Arrival at the Destination. Boom. With a dazzling burst of multicolored light, the Beedrill was instantly engulfed in an explosion. In the ensuing smoke, the Beedrill, gritting its teeth against the pain, aimed its pincers at Bell and summoned its internal energy. The next moment, the air was sliced through as sharp stingers surged forth from the mist. Bell barely managed to dodge the initial strike, though he was struck by a few of the subsequent needles. This was indeed a moment of carelessness, but fortunately, being of the same bug type, the damage remained within bearable limits. This body is truly fragile, Bell lamented, sensing his stamina waning. The Butterfree were inherently not very robust, and now, having been struck by the enemy's assault, he felt his own vulnerability. It was time to conclude this battle. With that, Bell once again flapped his wings, sending a blade of energy slicing through the air. Boom. This time, the air blade was deftly evaded by Pinsir, yet fortunately, Bell still had a contingency. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, instantly disrupting Pinsir's rhythm. Seizing the opportune moment, Bell once again unfurled his wings to unleash a razor-sharp airblade. Gene. Notification. Host has leveled up to LV33. Notification. Host has leveled up to LV34. As the yellow beetle collapsed, system prompts echoed in Bell's mind. A knowing smile graced Bell's lips as he felt his stamina gradually restore and his strength steadily augment. At level 34 now, there was no chance to relent. With this resolve, Bell cast his gaze toward the other pincers still locked in battle with the Butterfree squad. Swiftly, Bell beat his wings and ascended into the sky. At the precise moment, a slashing air blade tore through the air, delivering the finishing blow to Pinsir. Thus, after half an hour of relentless combat steeped in bloodshed, all the pincers that Bell had finished off lay lifeless. Bell spared no mercy. After all, to some extent, pincers were pests, and he harbored no qualms about exterminating them. Host, Butterfree, Bell, type, bug, flying level, LV36 talent, green ability, compound eye skills, tackle, string shot, bug bite, gust, harden, supersonic, telekinesis, hypnosis, stun spore, poison powder, tailwind, psychic, whirlwind, mirage beam. Having cleansed the pincer swarm, Bell's level rose to 36. He mused silently that if other members had participated, experience points would have been divided. The pincer cluster was a moderately sized group, not too large, yet not insignificant. Bell surmised that if he had not slain them all himself, he would not have experienced such a rapid double level up. The experience gained from dueling the leader far surpassed that from group skirmishes, though Bell found finishing blows more effortless. Notably, the newly recruited shiny Butterfree had earned the admiration and endorsement of the others through its exceptional prowess. Bell could not help but marvel at the advantages bestowed by innate talent. Let us rest here briefly and restore our strength. Soon, we shall set forth again. Bell proclaimed loudly in insect chirps. As always, the corpses left behind posed a latent threat, so lingering was ill-advised. An hour later, Bell took flight once more, leading numerous tribe members toward their destination. Along the way, he inquired of elder Butterfrees about the remaining distance to their final breeding grounds. The answer aligned with his expectations. The destination was near. Bell subtly noticed an increase in blooming flowers along their path and the pleasantly mild climate. This was the breeding ground chosen by the Butterfree tribe, a tradition preserved for centuries. Chief, we have arrived, came a resonant insect call from above. Before their eyes stretched an endless sea of blossoms, where countless gentle grass-type spirits and fellow Butterfrees fluttered harmoniously. A rich floral fragrance wafted to Bell's senses, instilling serenity and delight. At last, they had arrived. Reflecting on the arduous journey fraught with trials, Bell felt that every hardship had been worthwhile. Indeed, they had survived to reach this haven. At that moment, The elder Butterfrees who had escorted Belle and the younger generation joined his side. Their mission fulfilled steadfastly. They had borne their responsibilities admirably. The stage now belonged to the youth. Thank you for your tireless efforts, elders, Belle said solemnly. Fully aware that their unwavering support had been indispensable in overcoming countless obstacles. Though he was hailed as leader by his peers, Belle understood that this was a tacit acknowledgement from the elders. Without their tacit approval, he might have been ignored in times of crisis. Nor did Belle consider himself endowed with any extraordinary abilities to resolve every challenge. No need for modesty. Throughout this journey, we have witnessed your growth and performance firsthand. Your capabilities have truly earned our respect, the elders affirmed. Their approval marked the first time they had encountered such an exceptional member of their kind. Enough of this praise. I notice you lack a mate, and one as outstanding as you surely attracts many females, the elders remarked, their gaze upon Belle tinged with admiration and anticipation. If he were the progenitor of the next generation, the Butterfree tribe had every reason to flourish. Indeed, Belle's meteoric rise in strength left these veterans dumbfounded. His aura rivaled their own, despite their long years of training and the natural growth rate typical of bug-type Pokémon. Belle's evolution seemed almost supernatural, his power increasing after every battle. Were they not witnesses to his progress, they might suspect he was cheating. Forget breeding. My primary purpose here is to gain experience, Belle hastily explained. The elders smiled knowingly, offering no rebuttal, as though beholding a joyous event. Belle hesitated, then slowly turned upon their prompting. In the flower sea, countless females gazed at him in a daze, their eyes filled with infatuation and awe, as if spellbound. Some even ignored their male partners nearby, provoking envious glances from the male Butterfrees. Wait, didn't the tribe select mates during the gathering? What is going on now? Belle queried in insect chirps to the elders. Heh, who said only during the tribe meeting can mates be chosen? The elders' sly expressions jolted Belle awake. Suddenly, the clan chief's smile flashed through his mind, the one he had seen before departing. So they were waiting here all along. Old dang, you sly one, Belle exclaimed. Chapter 41. Revealing true intentions at dawn the next day, Belle rose early from the flower sea and swiftly flew toward the horizon. To avoid disturbing the still slumbering kin, he departed with utmost care. No way am I participating in that flower sea mating festival, Belle resolved firmly. From the elders, he learned that the tribe meeting was only for those with established bonds. The true mating festival was held among all young Butterfrees in Tokawaji Forest. The revelation left Belle stunned and immobilized. He had already evaded once, and even conveyed his stance to the chief early on. Yet now this commotion? Let those who want to join the Flower Sea Festival do so. I'll just find a quiet spot to cool off, Belle muttered, increasing the frequency of his wing beats. Unbeknownst to Belle, a pink silhouette stealthily followed in his wake. Before long, Belle found himself soaring through a picturesque forest. The environment was extraordinarily beautiful, adorned with a myriad of blooming flowers, a result of the favorable climate. Belle's purpose for venturing here was to engage in battle and level up. However, at his current level of 36, finding a worthy opponent proved to be an arduous task. Suddenly, a brown figure swiftly darted through the sky, akin to an arrow released from a bow, hurtling toward Belle. Yet, due to his enhanced abilities, Belle was acutely aware of even the slightest changes around him. And the moment his assailant locked onto him, he sensed the sudden surge of murderous intent. An ambush? With a glimmer of pink light emanating from his gaze, Belle appeared to intuitively anticipate the direction of the attack, gently flapping his wings to adjust his position. In the next instant, a fierce gust of wind struck Belle's body, while the assailant rushed past his previous location. From the sound, Belle discerned a hint of confusion, yet he would not grant his attacker any opportunity. So it was you, the one who had previously ambushed me, and now you lie dead. Opponent, Sparrow. Type, flying normal. Level, LV34. Talent, orange. The information flashed through Belle's mind, prompting him to launch an immediate counterattack. A dazzling beam of illusion shot forth, locking onto his target with precision. Wherever his gaze fell, it became a target. Boom. The Sparrow, caught unprepared, was struck directly, the explosion's aftermath driving it into the ground. Belle wasted no time, swiftly flapping his wings once more to unleash a blade of air, ensuring a seamless continuation of damage. He was acutely aware that a single attack would not suffice to defeat his foe. Thus, he aimed to maximize his damage output. With a swift motion, a pale blue energy blade sliced through the air, knocking the Sparrow back down as it attempted to rise. Yet this time, despite its pain, the creature summoned the strength to ascend and charge at Belle again. Observing this, Belle immediately increased the distance between them, resolutely adhering to his principle of maintaining a safe, ranged engagement. In the next moment, a pink aura reappeared around Bell. An invisible psychic power enveloped him as he concentrated his mind. Gradually, the sparrow's movements became restricted until it completely halted in midair. Bell smirked. Crawl for me. Boom. The sparrow, ensnared by Bell's telekinetic force, was helplessly slammed back to the ground amid a cloud of dust. Yet Bell remained vigilant, launching another beam of illusion toward his opponent. The sparrow screeched in agony. But the tide of battle was irrevocably altered. Bell furrowed his brow, then unleashed an even more powerful ray. Bang! The explosion engulfed the sparrow's form, and through the haze, the sound of its labored breathing could be faintly heard, signifying its inability to continue fighting. Nevertheless, as was customary, the assailant prepared to meet its demise with acceptance. Thus, under Bell's final assault, the sparrow fell. After the skirmish concluded, Bell swiftly departed the scene, leaving the remnants to be scavenged by other predatory creatures. As his level increased, the experience required for advancement escalated exponentially. Feeling the familiar silence of the system notification in his mind, Bell couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. The days of rapid leveling were behind him. Now, he faced the reality of normal trials. Just then, Bell sensed something amiss, abruptly turning to gaze at the treetop of a large tree. A taciturn individual, Bell was ready to unleash a glare, but suddenly, a frail voice called out urgently, "Hey, Chief, it's me, don't attack." As he directed his gaze, he beheld the pink Butterfree he had previously taken in, emerging gently from the treetop. Upon this sight, Bell retracted his attack energy. "What are you following me for?" he inquired, puzzled as he approached. Chief." After a moment of internal struggle, the pink Butterfree seemed to reach a decision, defiantly raising her gaze to meet Bell's. "I wish to become your mate." Uffed. Stunned by this unexpected declaration, Bell found himself rooted to the spot, unable to process the words for an extended moment. While the scenario bore a semblance to something familiar, Bell, possessing a human soul, was taken aback. Shouldn't such matters involve a tug-of-war of emotions between both parties? The abrupt proposal of marriage took him by surprise. Although he had welcomed her when she was lost, his intentions had solely revolved around her talents, entirely devoid of romantic notions. Did the chief also find me distasteful for being a different kind? The sensitive Butterfree gradually perceived the apprehension in Bell's eyes. Yet, it was not her fault. As a fairy, her understanding of emotions was typically innocent, and Butterfree were known to boldly express affection for their kind. This, however, was entirely unexpected for Bell. I don't mean to reject you. On the contrary, I find your eyes quite beautiful, but I simply do not harbor any desire for reproduction," he candidly expressed after a moment of contemplation. He began to understand that for Pokémon in the fairy realm, expressing love was a natural inclination, and reproduction seemed ingrained in their very essence, a mission and desire throughout their lives. Upon hearing this, the pink Butterfree's hopeful expression dimmed slightly. Yet, the knowledge that Bell did not despise her lightened her heart considerably. As long as Bell did not cast her aside, she would be content. Boom. Suddenly, a resonant sound echoed from afar. Bell and the pink Butterfree quickly turned their gazes toward the source of the noise. It was the path they had traversed. Oh no. The clan is in danger. Chapter 42. The arrival of the protagonist group. Breeding grounds of the Flower Sea. At this moment, a multitude of Butterfree found themselves ensnared in a massive net. Damn it, everyone attacked the net. Despite their various attempts to escape using diverse moves, the Butterfree remained unable to break free from their binding fate. Ahaha, catch them all. The sky darkened suddenly as a shadow loomed above the Butterfree. Curse you, Team Rocket. Release the Butterfree. Just then, a figure dashed forth from the nearby woods. A young boy donned a red cap and blue shirt, a yellow rodent slung over his shoulder. Pika. On his shoulder, Pikachu's electric sacs crackled with energy, its eyes radiating disdain for the trio from Team Rocket. Every time it traveled with Ash, they would invariably intrude upon their journey. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Following Ash's command, Pikachu propelled itself into the air, electric energy flickering around its form as a tremendous bolt of lightning surged forth. Pikachu. The lightning streaked across the sky, heading straight for Team Rocket's hot air balloon. Hee hee, I anticipated this move, Meow. Meowth brandished a special device before the trio, crackling with energy. Unexpectedly, the lightning was instantaneously absorbed without inflicting any harm upon the trio. Having personally endured Pikachu's Thunderbolt attack, how could we not anticipate its tactics? James proclaimed with an air of triumph, a glint of pride shimmering in his eyes. After all, this apparatus was his own invention, and he could not conceal his delight. Enough idle talk, swiftly cast the net. Musashi urged impatiently, a trace of annoyance evident upon her visage. Ash, Brock, Misty, Team Rocket is up to mischief again. We must rescue Butterfree. From afar, a young man and woman hurried towards them. Ash's face betrayed urgency as he spoke. It's those two rascals again. Run. Meowth snatched the controller and deftly steered the hot air balloon away at once. Blast, it won't be that easy, Ash muttered, though he moved with haste. He promptly retrieved a Pokeball from his belt, expanded it, and launched it forth. It's decided, Butterfree, I choose you. In a flash of red light, a robust Butterfree soared toward the Team Rocket trio. Having already comprehended the situation within the Pokeball, it knew its kin were ensnared within that massive net, and thus felt compelled to liberate them. Use Tackle. Ash's command arrived precisely as expected. Without hesitation, Butterfree enveloped itself in a radiant white glow and charged at the colossal net. Thud. The collision was met with immobility. The net remained unyielding, while Butterfree was propelled backward by the recoil. Ha ha ha. Futile, utterly futile. This net was fabricated at great expense. We won't let it be torn apart so easily. Musashi taunted sharply, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. Ash paced anxiously beside her. Pikachu restrained, yearning to unleash a thunderbolt. Yet, understanding that such an attack might endanger the Butterfree trapped within the net, Ash refrained from issuing such an order. As despair loomed, the Butterfree inside the net suddenly grew silent, as if sensing something, all eyes turning toward the forest. A figure flashed by. Maple. Brock exclaimed. Look. What is that? Perceptive Brock swiftly followed the Butterfree's gaze. A pink-hued Butterfree was rapidly approaching, shining like a celestial star, radiant and valiant. Look, it's a pink Butterfree. Musashi and her companions noticed the shimmering arrival, their faces filled with astonishment. Wow, this is exquisite, tailor-made for me, Musashi. Upon closer inspection, Musashi was captivated. Immediately producing a Pokeball, James hastened to act. I've made up my mind. I will capture this Butterfree, he declared, throwing his Pokeball, while Musashi did the same. In a flash of red light, two new figures appeared aboard the cramped hot air balloon, Arbok and Weezing. Arbok, use Poison Sting. Weezing, use Smokescreen. They swiftly obeyed commands, their Pokémon unleashing streams of toxic needles and purple gas toward the pink Butterfree. The pink Butterfree's eyes shimmered with a rosy glow. In the next moment, all attacks were suspended midair. Yet, the trembling of the shining Butterfree's body betrayed the strain she endured. Keep going. Keep going. Musashi's affection for the shining Butterfree grew uncontrollable as she openly voiced her possessiveness, urging Arbok to intensify its assault. Damn it, Butterfree will help too. Use Tackle. Ash commanded again, as if Butterfree had but one move. However, the Butterfree appeared entranced, suspended in the air, vacant and unresponsive. Butterfree? Ash voiced his concern. Ash, your Butterfree has likely fallen in love, Brock and Misty observed keenly, following Butterfree's dazed gaze, seemingly fixated solely on the pink Butterfree. Seeing his beloved so mistreated, Ash's Butterfree immediately snapped out of it and responded to Ash's call. Alright, Butterfree, use Tackle. This time, Ash's Butterfree seemed empowered by some mysterious force, delivering a far mightier blow. Oh my, James noticed immediately. At the same moment, Weezing enveloped itself in white light and charged at Butterfree. Bang! After a tense clash, the two were separated by recoil, each suffering damage. Meanwhile, the pink Butterfree, freed from one adversary's harassment, gradually gained the upper hand, striking Arbok. The psychic powers of the pink Butterfree proved torturous for the poison-type Arbok, which was decisively suppressed. Yet, just as the pink Butterfree prepared a finishing blow, she suddenly sensed something and abruptly glanced back toward the net imprisoning the Butterfree group. The net had long since been torn to shreds, and the Butterfree were fleeing. Hey, Musashi, James, don't you feel the hot air balloon is much lighter now? Meowth, ever perceptive, immediately sensed something amiss. Yet, the two offered no response. Suddenly, a vast shadow slowly enveloped the entire balloon. Meowth, with his back to the looming figure, froze, a chilling premonition washing over him. Yo, isn't this the Team Rocket trio? Meowth trembled as he turned, his fur bristling with cold sweat, an instinctive fear born from the overwhelming presence before him. No way, Meowth. The trio smiled wryly, drenched in cold sweat themselves as they faced the dense swarm of Butterfree. Fantastic. The Butterfree swarm has been saved. Ash and his companions beamed with joy, relieved for the freed Butterfree. Yet, how had the formidable net been destroyed? At that moment, keen-eyed Misty voiced the question. Ash looked puzzled, while Brock's gaze fixed upon the Butterfree swarm. The Butterfree parted to reveal a massive, imposing Butterfree emerging slowly. Earlier, while the pink Butterfree was entangled with Team Rocket, Bell had stealthily approached the net trapping the group. Though the net's quality was exceptional, ordinarily impervious to Butterfree, Bell's psychic abilities easily tore a gap. Through this act, Bell earned the respect of the other Butterfree. In truth, Bell regarded Team Rocket's strength as negligible, yet remained wary of their technological prowess. Indeed, the net that had entrapped so many elder Butterfree attested to the trio's scientific capabilities. Returning to the present, faced with the dense Butterfree swarm, the trio dared not make a move. The Butterfree gazed at the trio with eyes full of disdain. Gradually, as if receiving a command, they began to flap their wings. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind swept the hot air balloon into the sky. Ah, what an unpleasant sensation. The pink glow in Bell's eyes dissipated as he turned to face Ash. He held a profound impression of this protagonist, for in this vast world, few would be willing to lay down their lives for their partners. Furthermore, Ash's performance in the movie was quite remarkable. Hey Ash, that Butterfree seems to be looking at you, Misty exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Ash and Brock turned to glance back. Indeed, they confirmed that the Butterfree was indeed watching them. After a moment of contemplation, Bell shifted his gaze to Ash's Butterfree. Species, Butterfree. Type, flying bug. Level, LV25. Talent, green. Ability, compound eyes. Truly, even a casually captured bug-type Pokémon by the protagonist would possess considerable talent. Quietly speculating, Bell then directed his attention to the Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder. Species, Ash's Pikachu, electric pearl. Type, electric. Level, LV32. Talent, ability, static, actor. Observing the information displayed, Bell fell into silence. What can one say? It truly lives up to the name of the electric god. Goodness, why is the talent section left blank? What does a question mark signify? Although somewhat perplexed, Bell concentrated his mental energy on the ability section and gently probed the so-called actor notation. Actor, for special Pikachu adjustments, grows stronger against the strong, performs against the weak. Level does not represent everything. Upon reading the description, Bell was taken aback. The truth was revealed. Pikachu was indeed performing. Bell silently cheered within. Meanwhile, in the distance, the pink Butterfree quietly approached Bell. The surrounding Butterfree expressed their admiration for him. Even the female Butterfree were radiant in his presence. Certain male Butterfree were captivated by the courageous demeanor of the pink Butterfree, for to them, strength equated to everything. And possessing such a powerful mate would undoubtedly yield more perfect offspring. Not sensing any threats, Bell dismissed the gathering Butterfree and chose a different spot to rest. Heh, I've leveled up, Bell remarked as he opened the system panel. Species, Butterfree Bell. Type, bug, flying. Level, LV37. Talent, green. Ability, compound eyes. Skills, tackle, string shot, bug bite. Gust, harden, supersonic, telekinesis, sleep powder, paralysis powder, poison powder, tailwind, psychic, whirlwind, confusion ray. One must admit, the trio from Team Rocket truly lives up to their reputation as Ash's experience pack. The experience they provided was indeed substantial. Since Team Rocket and Ash appeared, it was likely that this was the animated world. Bell pondered. This news was relatively favorable for him, as it allowed him to gauge the overall power level of the world. Humans, after all, still posed a threat to him. Of course, benevolent individuals need not be mentioned. Yet there were numerous underground organizations like Team Rocket that he needed to avoid. With this in mind, Bell sighed, realizing his own strength was still too weak to resist more formidable foes. Boss, enjoy the Flower Sea Festival. I shall abstain. Bell interrupted before the others could finish their sentence. Ridiculous. He, Bell, would never be the kind of Butterfree enamored with beauty. Although possessing physical prowess, he harbored no romantic inclinations. Ugh, boss, this fellow is quite bothersome. At that moment, the pink Butterfree fluttered over to Bell, seeking solace. Behind her trailed countless male suitors, their hormones palpable even from a distance. The pink Butterfree came to rest beside Bell, while the pursuing male Butterfree dared not act too brazenly in his presence. Already coming to a halt. What do you think you're doing? How dare you act so brazenly in broad daylight? Bell exuded a mental pressure that immobilized several young suitors on the spot. He approached them slowly. In the presence of their leader, the other Butterfree showed great respect, and their physical inferiority left them with no thoughts of rebellion. Thus, the male suitors lay trembling on the ground before Bell. Ah, just go, Bell reluctantly said after careful consideration. After all, their behavior was quite normal. They merely sought to win over the affections of the female Butterfree, and Bell could hardly criticize them for that. What are you doing here again? This is the third time, Bell exclaimed, exasperated. as he realized he was becoming increasingly ineffectual as a leader. While he had no words to say regarding matters of Butterfree courtship, he pondered why he was dragged into it. Ugh. Oh dear, I can't help it. Look, they're just the same, circling around you, almost ready to brawl. The pink Butterfree, having grown closer to Belle over time, had become much more cheerful. Belle unleashed a wave of telekinesis, his lips twitching slightly. He found himself encircled by female Butterfree. Chapter 44. The Flower Sea breeding season commences. Faced with this scene, he was left speechless. Reluctantly, he had to change locations. But the female Butterfree closely followed, continuously emanating their affectionate aura towards him. On the other side, Ash and his companions were pleasantly surprised to discover that his Butterfree had fallen in love. Immediately, Ash thought about how to help his Pokémon achieve its desires. Alright, since that's the case, let us train Butterfree. For Ash, there was nothing that training couldn't resolve. Upon hearing this, Brock and Misty both supported their faces, their lips twitching slightly. It was truly classic Ash. Though from a certain perspective, training could indeed be effective, the way Ash spoke made it sound somewhat different. When he mentioned training, he was genuinely serious about it. Now Butterfree used Tackle. Ugh. Butterfree, use Gust. Ugh. Butterfree trusted Ash unconditionally, diligently executing the moves it had learned. During this process, it fantasized countless times about living alongside its beloved, motivating itself to train harder to win her heart. The vision of the pink figure lingered in its mind, and the desire within it screamed incessantly. Wow, Ash is really enthusiastic, Misty remarked, somewhat troubled. Indeed. Because he is Ash, Brock replied, not surprised, as he was a companion of Ash throughout their journey. The following morning, due to various obligations, Belle had no choice but to attend the Flower Sea Festival. This time, the Butterfree from various regions within the Johto Forest would ascend together, seeking their destined partners for the future. The most exceptional males would find themselves pursued by the female Butterfree. Conversely, the females were regarded as coveted prizes in the eyes of numerous males. Due to some unknown reason, there was an imbalance in the gender ratio of the Butterfree, with the females being in the minority. Consequently, some male Butterfree might face the prospect of remaining single. However, this was of no concern to Belle, who merely needed to appear and announce the commencement of the event. This situation felt oddly familiar. He never anticipated that he would find himself in such a predicament. Reflecting on this, Belle couldn't help but reminisce about the days when he was still among his kin, living carefree and untroubled. Leader, it is time for us to begin. A few elder Butterfree beside him reminded. They were tasked with ensuring the protection of the event while the younger generation engaged in fair competition. Clearing his throat, Belle soared into the heights, emitting a chirping sound to capture the attention of the gathering Butterfree. Ignoring the infatuated glances from some female Butterfree, he amplified his voice with telepathy and proclaimed, once again, we find ourselves at the annual breeding season amidst the sea of flowers. I sincerely hope that each of you achieves your desires, and thus, I hereby declare the event to commence. As his telepathic energy unfolded, the Butterfree, whose pent-up emotions had long been simmering, erupted in excitement, with Belle being the first to respond. Almost all the female Butterfree flocked towards him. Leader, I love you. Leader, I want to bear your offspring. Move aside, he is mine. While Belle had anticipated being surrounded, he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of it all. Some female Butterfree had already begun to clash with one another, though the skirmish was momentarily quelled. The sight of a full-blown battle erupting over a single Butterfree left Belle astounded. Leader, I am here to protect you. At that moment, a pink Butterfree stood out, desperately attempting to reach Belle. Witnessing this, Belle's lips twitched slightly. Are you here to protect me, or to incite rivalry? He mused, casting a glance at the multitude of males following the pink Butterfree. Faced with this spectacle, Belle felt overwhelmed and decided to flee upwards into the skies. Although he had no fear of confrontation, Belle had no intention of exerting himself against inexperienced and restrained opponents, preferring instead to seek out a few wild Pokémon to battle for better experience. The Butterfree gazed in awe and admiration as Belle soared into the heights beyond their reach. The thoughts of the female Butterfree ran along the lines of, wow, the leader is so handsome and brave. To soar to such heights, he must be exceptionally strong. Meanwhile, the male Butterfree thought, the leader has left. He has finally gone. I have another chance. Please allow me to pay my respects. Due to their inferior strength, the other young Butterfree were simply no match for Belle, and thus they fell far behind, unable to keep pace. Observing this, Belle felt a sense of relief. Indeed, strength was advantageous. After all, he could barely detect their presence now. After a moment of reflection, Belle silently observed the situation below. As expected, The female Butterfree exhibited expressions of regret and sorrow after being left behind by Belle. The pain of unrequited love was palpable. "Do not approach me," he exclaimed. "Oh, that seems to be Ash's Butterfree." From his vantage point, Belle had a clear view of the unfolding events below, effectively granting him surveillance over the gathering. Moreover, endowed with the compound eye trait, he enjoyed an exceptionally clear perspective, making every movement of the Butterfree below visible to him. Oh dear, why are they still fighting? The pink Butterfree had become the center of attention among the female Butterfree. If Belle was the dream Butterfree of many females, then the pink one was the ethereal ideal for numerous males. "Get away from me. I was here first." The male Butterfree wasted no time and immediately engaged, hoping to win the affection of the lovely Butterfree. Among them, Ash's Butterfree fought the fiercest, executing a seamless array of moves and ranking among the top in strength. The pink Butterfree glanced at Ash's Butterfree, but soon recalled Belle's valiant demeanor, shaking her head repeatedly. Ultimately, she felt he could not compare to the leader in even one regard. Ash's Butterfree grew increasingly emboldened, forcing the surrounding male competitors to retreat. It must be said that Ash's training had indeed proven advantageous. "Go, Butterfree. You're doing great." Ash, hidden among the trees, waved his arms in encouragement, filled with fervor, wishing he could personally assist his Butterfree in battle. "Shoo, Ash, we cannot interfere excessively with the Pokemon's natural breeding." Misty quickly pressed Ash's head down, anxious about disrupting the event. Brock, too, made no objections, sharing the same sentiment. Humans should not overly meddle in the lives of wild Pokemon, regardless of the outcomes. "Ouch. Brock, Misty, look. My Butterfree has just driven away another competitor." In this moment, Ash's focus was solely on his partner, filled with pride as he watched his Butterfree triumph over its adversaries. "Look, that pink Butterfree is about to take action." Just as Ash and his friends celebrated, the pink Butterfree began to move. "You nuisances. Enough already." With that, a glimmer sparked in the pink Butterfree's eyes as her telekinetic power slowly unfurled. The surrounding male Butterfree were caught off guard, instantly propelled away by her explosive energy. However, the male suitors perceived this as a test of their strength and, after regaining their composure, charged back in. In their eyes, the greater the strength of the pink Butterfree, the better their genetic potential, making her an ideal mate for their offspring. Yet, as more and more competitors joined the fray, the number of pursuing males swelled, prompting the pink Butterfree to hover in midair, reluctantly pausing her onslaught. Being female, the male suitors refrained from attacking her, instead engaging in fierce battles amongst themselves. Who would have thought that the one initially ostracized from the group would now become the object of pursuit for her peers? Belle mused from his aerial vantage point. For him, strength was all that mattered. Everything else was but a fleeting illusion, serving either to enhance his own power or as a means to an end. Beneath him, countless female Butterfree congregated, gazing up at Belle with yearning eyes, seeking a glimmer of affection in his gaze. Yet, they were ultimately not human, and thus could not comprehend Belle's intentions, sealing their fate in failure. The gathering of female Butterfree naturally attracted male suitors. However, the females' eyes were resolutely fixed on their ideal leader, leaving no room for the other males in their hearts. Female Butterfree were invariably drawn to strength, and in the presence of Belle, these suitors faced an insurmountable obstacle. "Hiss, this cannot continue. Will I ruin the blooming season of this floral sea?" At this moment, Belle finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. If this persists, would the birth rate of the green caterpillars be abruptly severed? Contemplating this, Belle began to feel a sense of unease. What should I do? Just as Belle pondered, a pink Butterfree suddenly entered his line of sight. An idea flashed through his mind, prompting him to rush downwards. Maple. How swift was Belle? In no time, he arrived beside the pink Butterfree. "Leader," the Butterfree exclaimed, startled. "Well, the situation has become rather troublesome. I must find a partner to act out a scenario, but let us agree on one thing. It is merely an act, nothing serious." Belle laid bare his thoughts in one breath, then gazed at the Butterfree before him, his eyes devoid of any affection. Yes, I am willing." The Butterfree hastily agreed, fearing that Belle might change his mind. Seeing this, Belle couldn't help but sigh in resignation. I hope she won't get too caught up in the act. Thus, the Butterfree, intoxicated by the sudden notion of love, began to dance gracefully. Clearly, she had either failed to grasp Belle's words or was pretending not to understand. As for acting, she was oblivious. All she knew was that the butterfly she adored had accepted her feelings. What is this? Why is she dancing? Belle looked on, utterly bewildered. "Oh dear, leader. This is the normal procedure for confirming a relationship, the courtship dance," the pink Butterfree murmured shyly, her her voice as faint as a whisper. If not for Belle's strong mental prowess, he might not have heard her at all. What? Courtship dance? I do not know how. In Belle's memory, he had no recollection of a Butterfree's courtship dance. That shouldn't be. Every male Butterfree should be born knowing this dance. The antennas of the Butterfree drooped slightly. Her mood dampened. In the history of Butterfree, the courtship dance is a covenant that binds the male and female for life. A process through which they gradually synchronize their breaths, achieving harmony in their movements. Thus, the courtship dance became a unique expression of affection for couples, playing an extraordinarily vital role in the quest for a partner within the butterfly community. Oh, it's alright, I don't know it. Just teach me. Seeing the almost tearful expression on her face, Belle immediately offered comfort. Wonderful leader. I shall teach you without fail. Upon hearing Belle's suggestion, the Butterfree's spirits lifted instantly. In fact, starting from the very beginning would make it easier to synchronize their steps. In doing so, they could shorten the time needed to establish their relationship, preventing any other unsuitable suitors from vying for the leader's attention. Indeed, the Butterfree clan adheres to a monogamous system and places great importance on their partnerships, ensuring that no love triangles arise. The criteria for judging a partner is the degree of synchronization in their courtship dance. As long as their movements and breaths align, other members would clearly recognize that one has a partner. Poor Belle, completely oblivious to these unspoken rules and knowledge, was solely focused on leveling up and gaining strength. Leader, let us begin, the pink Butterfree urged, noticing a swarm of other Butterfree in the distance. She felt an unprecedented aversion. The stench of female hormones was nearly suffocating. Thus, she quickly tugged Belle upwards. She was determined to flaunt her relationship before the other Butterfree. Belle, bewildered, was led to a prominent spot. The male suitors trailing behind seemed to have caught wind of something, halting in their tracks, consumed by their melancholy, for in their eyes, Belle was the epitome of excellence in both strength and physique. This overwhelming sense of inferiority rendered them hesitant to harbor any further aspirations. After all, they vividly recalled the fierce displays of power from their leader. Ultimately, strength reigns supreme. The leader is destined for such a beautiful butterfly. Yet, one figure refused to relinquish the beautiful butterfly without a fight, resolutely trailing behind. Ah, it begins, leader, keep up with my rhythm. With that, the pink Butterfree commenced a dazzling dance, fluttering her wings and scattering colorful powder to showcase her grace. Oh, I hope she doesn't take this too seriously, Belle mused, gazing at the pink Butterfree swirling around him, feeling a mix of admiration and concern. Gradually, he began to mimic her movements. Initially, Belle was somewhat clumsy, but as the Butterfree provided unwavering support and guidance, he began to find his rhythm. The memories embedded within his genes began to awaken. Each position, each intertwining flight, slowly began to synchronize. In a flash, their dance was observed by other Butterfree, who instinctively paused, hovering mid-air to watch the unfolding spectacle. Some were disheartened, while others felt relieved. Despite the challenges faced, they quietly stood in awe, offering their most heartfelt blessings. The elder Butterfree, witnessing this, nodded in contentment. It was evident that this young one's intentions in harboring a pink anomaly were not entirely pure. They had anticipated this moment. Yet they had not expected this anomaly to be quite remarkable. Nearby, an elder Butterfree of Belle's kin immediately expressed discontent, rebutting. This lad has managed to grasp the essence. What do you mean by that? The other elders trembled, struggling not to burst into laughter. Unbeknownst to Belle, he was abruptly interrupted by a sudden system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, Butterfly Dance. Upon hearing about the acquisition of the Butterfly Dance skill, Belle felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that such a casual act would uncover a technique hidden within his genes. Butterfly Dance, a bug-type transformation skill that enhances special attack, special defense, and speed. Among all transformation skills, it stood out as particularly practical. Belle was well aware that the Butterfly Dance could be considered one of the most crucial techniques for Butterfree, as its triple enhancement effect significantly elevated its value, providing substantial benefits for Belle, who frequently engaged in battles beyond his level. Leader, we are at the final step. At this moment, the pink Butterfree seemed to notice Belle's distraction and gently reminded him. Oh right, coming back to reality, Belle nodded in agreement. This unexpected acquisition of the Butterfly Dance skill made him exceedingly happy, infusing his speech with newfound enthusiasm. Thus, as their flight patterns and rhythms aligned, an ethereal aura enveloped the two butterflies. In that instant, they became partners. Click! Upon witnessing this scene, countless male and female Butterfree felt their hearts shatter. Faced with this situation, they realized that no matter how hard they tried to compete, they had no chance, for the two had already become a couple. A sweet voice echoed in Bel's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. No, dear lady, please do not take this seriously. I was merely jesting. He silently screamed within, but it was evident that the other party had accepted this reality. Congratulations, leader, on winning the heart of your partner. Though the remaining members felt a tinge of regret, the situation was now beyond their control, and they could only extend their blessings to the couple. Furthermore, this was the partner of their leader, which added significant weight to the occasion. At this moment, one could say that the status of the powder butterfly in their hearts was second only to that of Belle. Faced with the respectful gazes of the other members, the powder butterfly awkwardly edged closer to Belle. After all, she had transitioned from being an outsider, initially facing some rejection from her peers, to becoming the leader's partner. The leap was indeed monumental, rendering it somewhat surreal. Ahem. All right, let us get back to what we were doing. The meeting isn't over yet. So stop staring at me, Belle declared, reminding everyone of their purpose. He had not forgotten his ultimate goal, and with a legitimate identity now established, the other butterflies should be dissuaded from pursuing him and seek their own partners instead. As Belle had anticipated, the other female butterflies finally relinquished their lingering affections and began to scrutinize the available male butterflies, with their beloved now claimed. They had no choice but to settle for choosing quality partners from among the numerous male butterflies. Observing this, the male butterflies were revitalized and commenced their courtship endeavors anew. Everything returned to an orderly rhythm. Yet at that moment, the arrival of a male Butterfree caught Belle's attention. The newcomer flew directly in front of him, a flicker of defiance in his eyes, revealing a stubborn spirit. Oh, you don't seem to be a wild Butterfree, Belle mused internally, feigning ignorance. Yes, leader. I have a trainer, but I still wish to challenge you. This was indeed the Butterfree belonging to Ash, who had witnessed his beloved partner bond with another of its kind, and the pain in his heart was undeniable. However, the outcome was set, and he felt powerless to change it. Nonetheless, he wanted to gauge where he stood in comparison to Belle. Moreover, he did not wish for his arduous training to go to waste. So, even knowing that I am the current leader of the Butterfree, you still wish to challenge me? Belle inquired, his gaze intense as he slowly approached. His imposing stature, significantly larger than the challenger's, exuded an undeniable pressure. The sunlight illuminated his magnificent wings, casting a shadow over the opposing Butterfree. From a distance, it was evident that they were not of the same caliber. Clearly, Belle's mere presence overshadowed the other. Regardless of the challenger's identity or intentions, to issue a challenge in such a public setting, especially when aware of his status as leader, was a blatant affront to his authority. Belle would not treat this lightly. Very well, I accept your challenge. With that proclamation, a chorus of buzzing Butterfree gathered around them. They had all witnessed the audacity of this outsider to challenge their leader. It was a reckless endeavor. Yet, Ash's Butterfree seemed undeterred by the change in atmosphere. Sensing Belle's readiness for battle, it had to respond. Otherwise, it would be swiftly defeated. Despite recognizing the formidable strength of its opponent, it held confidence from its trainer's guidance, believing its skills could stand against anyone. The battle drew the attention of the surrounding Butterfree, and the elder Butterfree silently positioned themselves nearby, vigilant against any external interference. This battle's nature was unique, especially with Belle as the leader. However, upon glancing at Ash's Butterfree, they shook their heads in dismay. The disparity between the two was evident, and the outcome seemed all but predetermined. Meanwhile, hidden within the forest, Ash watched his Butterfree with bated breath, silently cheering for it, wishing he could join the fray. Beside him, the experienced Brock and Misty perceived a different implication. The scale and intensity of this confrontation were clearly beyond a mere ordinary battle. Both exchanged worried glances towards Ash and his Butterfree. Misty contemplated stepping forward to caution them, but Brock shook his head and held her back. The battle has commenced. All we can do now is silently hope for the best. You understand my meaning, don't you, Misty? Brock, the eldest among them, spoke with a deep gaze directed at the aerial battlefield, his tone tinged with resignation. Returning the focus to the battlefield, Belle's eyes fixated on Ash's Butterfree as its data panel materialized before him. Species, Butterfree. Type, Flying Bug. Level, LV27. Ability, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, Gust, Stun Powder. Sleep Powder, Toxic Powder. Oh, if I recall correctly, it was only level 25 before. Has it truly gained 2 levels in such a short time? Belle pondered, his expression remaining unfazed. The battle held little suspense. Typically, Belle engaged in battles against opponents of higher levels, yet not every Butterfree could match his extraordinary prowess. Moreover, even in his most ambitious encounters, he had never faced such a drastic level difference. A 10-level disparity? In Belle's recollection, only that peculiar yellow rat or certain exceptionally gifted Pokémon could manage such feats. Please, feel free to make the first move. As the opponent prepared, Belle offered a reminder. The battle was about to erupt. Upon hearing this, Ash's Butterfree did not hesitate. It summoned its inner energy, enveloping itself before charging directly at Belle. Tackle. After days of rigorous training, its mastery and understanding of this move had reached new heights. When comparing its previous tackle to the current execution, the difference was stark. The attack was now far more concentrated, whereas before, its energy had been too dispersed. This refinement significantly enhanced the move's power, often yielding additional effects. Belle observed as Ash's Butterfree barreled toward him like a freight truck, contemplating before executing his own tackle. A radiant white light enveloped his form as he surged forward to meet the oncoming assault. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion rippled outward, and the powder butterfly, who had retreated to the sidelines, felt a mix of confidence in Belle and a lingering worry. The might of the opposing Butterfree was evidently superior to that of most of its kind, and she could not guarantee her own victory against it. Less than a second after the shockwave dissipated, a figure was ejected from the smoke. The powder butterfly's eyes gleamed with hope as she saw Ash's Butterfree, dazed, struggling to keep its wings steady, and shaking its head to regain clarity. After a while, as the smoke cleared, Belle remained almost unscathed, suspended in midair, while Ash's Butterfree regained its composure. Gazing at Belle, disbelief flickered in its eyes. While it had anticipated a gap in strength, the magnitude was staggering. With just a single tackle, Ash's Butterfree seemed to grasp the inevitable outcome of this battle. Yet, even so, its fighting spirit showed no sign of waning. Rather, it intensified. Bearing the hopes and efforts of Ash and its companions, it was determined to give its all in this confrontation. In that moment, it felt as though some shackles had been lifted. It was no longer fighting for love, but solely for its comrades and itself. With a fierce roar from Ash's Butterfree, its aura abruptly transformed. Belle fixed his gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. Pokémon, Butterfree. Type, Bug, Flying. Level, LV 2732. Ability, Chlorophyll. As indicated on the status panel, Ash's Butterfree had inexplicably surged to level 32. Although this was likely a temporary boost, Belle could not help but feel somewhat amazed. Such blatant cheating seemed rather unsportsmanlike. Even if you were the protagonist as Pokémon, you shouldn't resort to such tricks. Clearly, Belle's grievances went unnoticed. Meanwhile, Ash's Butterfree sensed an almost boundless power coursing through its body, fueling its renewed confidence. This battle, it could be won. With that resolve, Butterfree charged at Belle once more, its energy now even more concentrated. This surge of strength was the first to truly threaten Belle. This attack could harm him. Resolute, Belle abandoned any playful intent, his eyes glimmering with a pink light. A psychic aura enveloped him, and then a dazzling beam of illusionary light burst forth. The multicolored rays collided like lasers with the advancing Butterfree. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a moment, but as Belle intensified his assault, Butterfree clearly faltered. Pushed back by the luminous onslaught. Boom! An explosion engulfed the foe, but a sudden gust of wind dispersed the smoke. In the next instant, a razor-sharp blade of air swiftly lunged towards Belle. Belle's expression remained composed. With a slight tilt of his head, he evaded the strike. His compound eyes revealed the attack's trajectory in full detail, while the adversary's technique appeared somewhat unrefined. The airblade's speed noticeably lagged. At such a pace, Belle felt no pressure at all. Returning the favor, Belle demonstrated true precision targeting. Through his compound eyes, Butterfree's speed began to wane, and Belle quickly aimed at several vital points. Whoosh! The fluttering wings generated two slicing blades of air, hurtling towards Butterfree's vulnerabilities. Oh, no escape. Though Butterfree discerned the blade's paths, it realized there was no room to evade. The attack was not only swift, but delivered from a cunning angle, clearly intended to inflict severe damage. If Butterfree was correct, Belle was targeting its eyes and wings. Instantly, Butterfree adjusted its position, since it could not avoid both strikes. It sought to misalign its vital points. Boom! Both air blades struck simultaneously. The ensuing explosion once again shrouded Butterfree in smoke. This time, Butterfree failed to reappear promptly, indicating the severe damage Belle's assault had inflicted. Though employing the same move, Belle's mastery and understanding of the technique far surpassed Butterfree's. The superiority was unmistakable. Were it not for some formidable force augmenting Butterfree, it would have long been defeated, lacking even the qualification to threaten Belle. The smoke lingered, and Belle instinctively prepared to finish off his opponent with a skill. Yet, he snapped back to sobriety and ceased gathering energy. Phew, close call. It seemed prudent to pause and regain composure after recent battles. Belle reflected inwardly, wary of succumbing to reckless aggression. Such a mindset was dangerous. It might be manageable in the wild, but prolonged recklessness risked being overwhelmed by the desire to kill, a result Belle wished to avoid. Huff, huff, as Belle pondered. The smoke gradually cleared. Gasping for breath, Ash's Butterfree remained unaware of how narrowly it had escaped Belle's inadvertent lethal intent. After allowing Butterfree a brief respite within the smoke, Belle resumed his assault, his eyes gleaming pink once more. Yet, just as he was about to launch the final blow, a figure flashed below at an incomprehensible speed. Butterfree leader, we concede. We will not fight further. Witnessing the scene, Ash's heart softened. He could not bear to see his companion suffer. Even he could tell that his Butterfree was no match for this leader. Such a senseless battle was not worth continuing. Butterfree, I'm sorry. Please come back, Ash exclaimed, throwing a red and white Pokeball to recall his Pokémon. However, before Belle could intervene, the elder Butterfree intercepted the red beam, casting a hostile glare at Ash. Did you think this battle was a mere casual skirmish? From the moment Ash's Butterfree challenged Belle, the nature of this fight changed. In the wilderness of the Pokémon world, a member of the same species challenging the leader signals an intent to usurp, a direct provocation. Although Belle cared little for such traditions, the circumstances compelled him to respond. Now, the Challenger's trainer wished to cease fighting? Was it so simple to call off a challenge? Even if the Challenger's trainer said so, it was invalid, and besides, the leader had not yet spoken. What right did a human have to interfere? With these thoughts, the elder Butterfree began to gather energy, poised to expel the intruder. Pikachu on Ash's shoulders sensed the tension and immediately entered battle mode, its electric sacs crackling with energy, eyes blazing with defiance. To harm Ash. You must first get past me. As tensions escalated, Belle's voice cut through the air. Stand down. His tone was flat, but carried undeniable authority that silenced the Butterfrees. The elder Butterfree halted, casting a puzzled look at Belle. Belle quietly approached Ash's Butterfree, lingering silently midair amid a sudden hush. Ash was about to plead again, but Brock, rushing over, steadied his shoulder. Ash looked back. Brock merely shook his head and gestured toward Ash's Butterfree above. At that moment, Ash seemed to grasp the situation, calming his heart as he calmly regarded his Butterfree. The Pokémon, panting heavily, stared at Belle as if etching his image deeply into memory. Belle's imposing form loomed like a shadow over Butterfree, yet his gaze was utterly devoid of emotion. At that instant, Butterfree seemed to understand. I concede. Ding. Host level up. Current level, LV38. Ignoring the prompt in his mind, Belle fixed his gaze on his opponent. The trace of resentment in Butterfree's eyes vanished instantly. This time, it yielded wholeheartedly. As soon as the words left its mouth, the mysterious power dissipated, exhaustion crashing over it like endless waves. In mere moments, Butterfree plummeted toward the ground. Butterfree. Ash dashed forward, attempting to catch the falling Pokémon. Yet, just before Butterfree struck the earth, a psychic force steadied it. Though Ash had missed his target, he promptly lifted his head to gaze at the Butterfree floating in midair. Upon realizing that the creature had not sustained any secondary injuries, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Above, Belle's eyes shimmered with a pink radiance, and she subsequently returned the Butterfree to Ash's hands. Leave this place, Belle stated with an unperturbed demeanor, before soaring to the center of the gathering. Are there any challengers? I will face them all. The pink gleam in Belle's eyes was accompanied by an imposing hum that resonated within the minds of every Butterfree present. In response, the gathered Butterfree fell into silence, not uttering a word, their wing beats slowing considerably, fearful of making any sound. Chapter 48, The Restless Heart. The atmosphere was thick with quietude. At that moment, Belle had undoubtedly established a formidable authority among the Butterfree. Proceed with your affairs, disperse. As Belle's command echoed, the Butterfree inhaled deeply and swiftly scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, the waiting pink Butterfree hastily approached Belle, scrutinizing him for any signs of injury. I'm perfectly fine, Belle replied with a hint of exasperation. Yes, my husband. The pink Butterfree responded shyly, reminiscent of a wife playfully coaxing her husband. Although slightly taken aback by this display, Belle felt it was inappropriate to correct her. What a predicament I've created for myself, digging my own grave, Belle lamented internally. Yet he was grateful that the lineage of this generation of Butterfree had been preserved under his watch. With the arrival of a partner, the other female Butterfree finally relinquished their hopes. Now, the final courtship rituals among the male Butterfree had begun to fall into place, with couples gradually forming. It can be said that, In the absence of Belle's formidable competition, the other males finally had their chance. As the event continued as scheduled, Ash departed with his Butterfree. Thanks to Belle's earlier declaration, the other Butterfree members did not impede his exit. According to the traditional rules governing Pokémon society, those who challenged the leader and were defeated would typically be expelled from the group. However, since Ash was not a wild Pokémon, this consequence was waived. Moreover, Belle had ultimately held back during their battle, a gesture of the scant goodwill he still harbored towards Ash. Perhaps it was the profound impression Ash had made on him that prevented Belle from resorting to lethal force during their confrontation. In certain tribes, defeated challengers would face execution at the hands of the leader, a measure taken to ensure their own standing and authority. Yet, Belle did not adopt such a course of action, not out of fear, but because Ash's Butterfree had not provoked him to that extent. Furthermore, Belle held a certain admiration for Ash's Butterfree, not for any particular reason, but simply because the creature had decisively chosen to battle for its trainer over pursuing romance. For this, Belle regarded it as a worthy adversary. Now, I possess a foundation of strength sufficient for self-preservation. As long as I avoid any undue provocations, I should be able to handle most challenges, Belle mused as he opened his system panel. Pokémon, Butterfree Belle. Type, Bug, Flying. Level, LV38. Talent, Green. Ability, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Psybeam, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Tailwind, Confusion, Whirlwind, Light Screen, Air Slash, Quiver Dance. Given the current pace of his progress, Belle was confident he would soon reach level 40, at which point he would truly possess formidable battle prowess. This was also the minimum standard for becoming a leader. Once the mating festival concludes, perhaps I can return to my tribe, Belle pondered quietly. The pink Butterfree, who had been fixated on Belle, overheard his musings and hurriedly interjected, "No, my leader. Courtship is merely the first step. What follows is crucial. We need." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, and Belle could no longer discern her words. However, from her bashful yet expectant expression, he gleaned an unsettling implication. No way. A thunderclap of realization struck Belle's mind. How did I not foresee this? Had I known, I would have steered clear of this mess. Wouldn't it have been better to keep my distance? Wait, didn't we agree this was merely a temporary act, not to be taken seriously? Belle stammered awkwardly. Indeed. My husband still finds me an anomaly, unappealing, but fear not. I shall strive to bear you many bug offspring, ensuring your noble lineage endures. The pink Butterfree declared earnestly, her gaze resolute, determined to bear Belle's progeny. No, dear sister, did you not grasp what I was saying? Belle's heart was in turmoil, but he steadfastly refrained from clarifying, understanding that further explanations would only complicate matters. He could simply feign ignorance later. The agency lay in Belle's hands. Whether or not to act was entirely his decision. Yet, the thought of her hopeful eyes sent a tremor through him. This was not simply Belle's subjective awareness. Rather, it was the instinct of the body he inhabited. Although Belle had occupied this form, the inherent instincts still adhered to their natural order, dictated by genetics. In simple terms, while Belle's mind was engaged, his body was not entirely under his control. Basic functions like breathing and heartbeat continued autonomously, as did sensations related to intimacy. Indeed, this presents a profound test of willpower, unless Belle were to, he mused, which is absolutely out of the question. 3 days later, on a dawn suffused with a gentle light, the sun rose, enveloped in hues of violet, while Belle reveled in the breathtaking scenery from above. The rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, coupled with an insatiable yearning for that violet glow, betrayed his fanciful musings. Yet, it was evident that such aspirations were unattainable. After all, this was not a realm of immortals. "Ah, I've lived another day," he exclaimed. Just then, a pink figure approached him. "My husband, what are you doing?" Accustomed to the sweet tone, Belle turned to the pink Butterfree beside him, his spirits soaring. "Today, I can finally leave." Indeed, after 3 days of anticipation, most of the Butterfree had found their partners, while a few had missed their chance. But none of this mattered to Belle anymore, for he was finally free from this dreadful place. He noticed that ever since he had become entwined with the pink Butterfree, his body seemed to have developed peculiarities. The most evident being a surge in vitality, to the point where he sometimes found himself unable to sleep at night. Can you believe it? The punctual, early to bed, early to rise model citizen, Belle, experiencing such a predicament? Moreover, since the pink Butterfree had become his partner, she had been by his side almost incessantly, which only exacerbated Belle's already heightened energy, leaving him in a state of disquiet. In an effort to evade this predicament, Bell had distanced himself from this place of turmoil countless times, only to discover that such attempts were futile, for the Butterfree would invariably find him. No matter how cleverly he concealed himself, were it not for Bell's meticulous checks, he might have suspected that a radar detector had been secretly affixed to his person. The most ludicrous aspect of this situation was that certain companions, whenever night fell or they found themselves alone in a secluded corner, would emit peculiar sounds. Yet, who was Bell? With his keen mental acuity, no disturbance could elude his perception. During this time, his mood was exceedingly irritable, further exacerbated by the persistent presence of the Butterfree, leading to considerable mental strain over the past 3 days. At last, the moment to depart had arrived. Chapter 49, Farewell. With this thought in mind, Bell's spirits lifted as he soared toward the gathering of Butterfree. He then channeled his telekinetic energy into the sound of their chirping. Hey, assemble. Accompanied by a distinctive call, an invisible sound wave swiftly captured the attention of the Butterfree. In less than half a minute, the entire sea of flowers became a flurry of activity. Countless Butterfree flitted towards Bell in pairs, and within a mere half hour, the entire troop was assembled. However, just as Bell was about to embark, a voice called out from the distance. Leader Butterfree, please wait. Bell paused momentarily and turned to look back. He saw Ash, breathless and rushing towards him, his expression conveying a sense of urgency, as if he wished for an extra pair of legs. Phew, I made it just in time. After catching his breath, Ash gazed at Bell, who was surrounded by the throng of Butterfree. I hope you can take Butterfree with you. It deserves to have its own life, filled with excitement. With that, Ash looked at Bell with a tense expression, his eyes brimming with hope. Suddenly, the pokeball at Ash's waist popped open. In a flash of red light, Butterfree appeared at its trainer's side. Hey, does Ash not need me anymore? Although Ash could not comprehend the sentiments expressed by Butterfree, he seemed to understand its feelings in this pivotal moment. He gently reassured, No, Butterfree. No matter how far apart we may be, our hearts will always be intertwined. Our bond will never change. Pausing for a moment to suppress the emotions welling up inside him, Ash managed a bittersweet smile and continued, That day, I saw how much you longed to be part of this family, and I cannot selfishly keep you tethered to my aspirations. You deserve a life of your own. After speaking, Ash turned to Bell with sincere eyes, his voice slightly choked as he pleaded, Please, Leader Butterfree, I implore you to accept Butterfree. It was I who instructed it to challenge you. However, I earnestly ask once more, Butterfree truly wishes to join you. Please give it a chance. With that, Ash deeply bowed. His cheeks flushed. At this moment, silence enveloped the gathering, and the entire Butterfree community was moved by Ash's heartfelt appeal, some even glistening with tears. Perhaps at this moment, if Ash wished to capture them, they would willingly follow him. After all, what kind of trainer would go to such lengths for their Pokémon? Most of the Butterfree had already accepted Ash's Butterfree in their hearts, but the decision was not theirs to make. As the gaze of the Butterfree turned to Bell, Ash's heart raced, and even Misty and Brock, who had just arrived, silently clutched their clothes, their tension palpable. The atmosphere grew taut, and Bell remained calm, his expression betraying no emotion. Yet, from the moment Ash bowed, his gaze had been fixed on Ash's Butterfree. So what is your decision? Do you wish to join us? Indeed, facing a Butterfree of equal potential to his own, Bell had no reason to refuse. What? You say it challenges the leader's authority? Bell dismissed the notion. Ash's Butterfree harbored no such intentions. After all, how could a Pokémon with Ash's pure heart harbor any ill will? Moreover, if Ash had not intervened, according to the original storyline, Butterfree would eventually become Ash's companion. The scene shifted back to Ash's Butterfree, which seemed to be engulfed in its own anxiety. Casting glances at Ash, its expression filled with reluctance. Ultimately, under Ash's encouraging and hopeful gaze, it made a choice. I, your leader. I wish to join. Please give me a chance. In the face of Bell's serene demeanor, Ash's Butterfree declared its choice and moved one step forward. Yes, that's the spirit. The Butterfree team welcomes your arrival. Bell's calm facade melted into a joyful smile as he spoke. The earlier demeanor had merely been an act to gauge the true intentions of the Butterfree. The outcome did not disappoint him. Had Ash's Butterfree chosen to remain with Ash, Bell would have said nothing, for he did not lack for strength. It was Ash who would have borne the brunt of the earlier emotional turmoil. Furthermore, regardless of its innate talent, time was still needed to translate that potential into strength. It would be more prudent to level up himself in that time. Yay! This is wonderful. Thank you, Leader Butterfree. Upon witnessing the acceptance of Butterfree, Ash erupted into exuberant celebration. The other Butterfree members also displayed joy, their recognition of Bell's leadership only deepening. Meanwhile, the Butterfree danced around Bell in delight, And after Ash's heartfelt words, she found herself harboring no aversion towards this human trainer, even developing a fondness for him. After all, sincerity could not be feigned. This is fantastic, Ash. Misty and Brock eagerly approached to celebrate. Ah yes, after the initial excitement, Ash felt a tinge of awkwardness in response to his companion's congratulations. Observing this, the perceptive Misty and Brock gradually ceased their smiles, instead expressing concern. But Ash, are you really alright? For most trainers, releasing a Pokémon feels akin to tearing a piece of their heart out. The deeper the bond, the more painful it is. Reflecting on it, it seemed Ash had cared for Butterfree since it was merely a cater pie. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. I'm destined to become a Pokémon master. How could I let something so trivial affect me? As he spoke, tears had already soaked Ash's face, but his lowered head prevented Butterfree from noticing. At that moment, it was engrossed in bonding with its new family. Suddenly, Ash turned away to hide his current state from Butterfree. Struggling to suppress his trembling body, he forced a smile. Tears inadvertently trickling down the corners of his mouth, creating a rather unsightly visage. Yet, he still exclaimed joyfully, "This is wonderful, Butterfree. You now have a big family. Go on, join them." Brock silently moved beside Ash, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Ash made an effort to wipe away his tears and put on a facade of happiness. Witnessing this, Belle sighed and then flew off into the distance. All right, I'm leaving. Enduring prolonged pain is less preferable than experiencing a brief agony. Perhaps this is the final semblance of dignity he bestowed upon Ash. As the multitude of Butterfree gradually took flight, Ash's own Butterfree was gently nudged along by several elder Butterfree. Initially, Ash's Butterfree basked in the joy of being so warmly welcomed, believing that the days ahead would be filled with delight. Suddenly, however, it found itself at a loss for words. Memories of its transformation from a mere caterpillar to a magnificent butterfly flashing before its eyes. In an instant, tears began to cascade uncontrollably down its cheeks, and it abruptly turned around. Yet, it found that the one it held dear had already diminished into a mere speck of darkness. Sighing, it resigned itself. Let us depart. In time, the pain will fade. Ash, they have already departed, Brock said gently. At those words, Ash could no longer contain the torrent of emotions within, tears flowing like rain as his body trembled uncontrollably. Look, Ash's Butterfree, Misty suddenly exclaimed, though her choked voice rendered her unable to articulate the scene. Where? Ash turned quickly, not having the time to dry his tears. Yet a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. However, upon witnessing the sight before him, a smile of acceptance broke through, and the tears that had just been momentarily halted surged forth once more. In the sky, a cascade of luminous powder formed words that boldly displayed before him. Ash, you are my one and only. Chapter 50. What must come cannot be avoided. Above the vast expanse of the Vidian forest, a grand spectacle unfolded. Pairs of Butterfree danced gracefully in the air, their formation resembling a majestic dragon soaring toward the horizon. Phew, this is truly exhausting, sighed Belle, who appeared rather fatigued. Just moments ago, in an effort to assist the Butterfree in conveying a message, he had exerted tremendous mental energy to manipulate the luminous powder. The words displayed were crafted through his psychic abilities, while the luminous powder was a product of Ash's Butterfree. It must be said, despite the taxing nature of this endeavor, Belle's mastery of psychic energy had indeed improved. With the enhancement of his powers, his mental acuity had also sharpened, allowing him greater finesse and control. Ugh. Noticing her partner's lackluster demeanor, the accompanying Butterfree approached, concern evident in her eyes as she used her psychic energy to support him. I'm fine. I'll be all right in a bit, Belle reassured her softly, grateful for her kindness. At that moment, Ash's Butterfree approached Belle from a distance. Upon reaching him, gratitude shone in its eyes as it exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, leader." Belle nodded in acknowledgement, carefully appraising the butterfly before him. This moment represented an investment in Ash's Butterfree, with hopes that it would become a significant ally in the future. There's no rush. We have plenty of time, he thought as he turned his gaze toward the horizon. We are nearing the forest's outskirts. That is where we will establish our breeding grounds. And it will also provide a refuge for the future caterpillars against greater dangers, the Butterfree explained, not elaborating too clearly. She believed Belle would grasp her implications. For after all they had endured together, who among them lacked courage? As she had surmised, Belle indeed understood her underlying message. Yes, the outskirts are certainly a favorable location. It is likely the most hospitable environment for the newborn green caterpillars, Belle mused. As someone who had experienced this himself, he was acutely aware that the strength of the spirits here was generally low. In such an environment, Newborns could rapidly cultivate their survival instincts while also filtering out the more resilient green caterpillars. Indeed, it was a process of selection. Bell held no illusions that all newborn caterpillars would survive. A portion would inevitably succumb to the rigors of nature, much like his own experiences upon entering this world. Leader. We are almost there, called out the elder Butterfree, flying higher up and able to see farther. Bell turned at the sound, a flash of pink light in his eyes. Utilizing his psychic abilities, the distant scenery slowly came into view. It has been a while since I last returned. I should have been born around here. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as memories of his first day flooded back, from hatching from his egg to making a home in a tree hollow. The images melding with the current environment. My long-lost home, he murmured softly, reminiscent. Before long, the assembly of Butterfree arrived at their destination. This will do, Bell declared after surveying the area. Upon hearing this, the elder Butterfree began to inspect the surroundings, and within no time, they confirmed that the environment was indeed suitable for habitation. The lush vegetation and humid atmosphere rendered it an ideal sanctuary for the newly hatched green caterpillars. With this thought, their admiration for Bell grew even stronger. It appeared that their leader had a keen eye for such matters. Unbeknownst to him, his choice was guided not merely by instinct, but by a deep understanding of the needs of the newly hatched caterpillars. Everyone take a moment to rest. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall settle here, Bell advised. He then focused his psychic energy to thoroughly scan the area for any lurking dangers. After a meticulous search, he indeed found a presence. Without hesitation, Bell directed his psychic energy toward a nearby thicket. Squeak! A group of small ratata trembled slightly before collapsing unconscious. Located at the edge of the Vidian forest, these spirits possessed relatively low abilities and posed no threat to Bell at this stage. Following this brief interlude, Bell continued to use his psychic powers to probe the surroundings. After dispatching a few Butterfree to handle the situation, he reluctantly withdrew his psychic energy, having reached the limits of his range. Ahem. Well, everyone, please carry on with your tasks and take care of yourselves, he said, offering a few words before leading the elder Butterfree skyward. Leader, do you have any instructions for us? Inquired the elders. Indeed, my psychic range has its limits. We need to personally examine the areas that remain unexplored, Bell replied candidly, though a subtle, elusive expression flickered in his eyes. As the Butterfree followed closely behind, this enigmatic expression became increasingly apparent. However, the elder Butterfree remained oblivious, earnestly replying, "Leave these small matters to us, leader. After all, you have much on your plate." Observing the Butterfree by Bell's side, the elder's intent was unmistakable. The perceptive Butterfree felt her cheeks redden, yet her gaze remained unabashedly fixed upon Bell. To this, Bell appeared oblivious, stating without a moment's pause, as the leader, "It is my responsibility to personally eliminate any external threats." There was no room for doubt. He was resolute in his decision. His seemingly trivial, yet profoundly heartfelt declaration indeed moved both the Butterfree and the elder Butterfree nearby. With such a leader, our Butterfree clan shall surely thrive. To prevent any further comments from the Butterfree, Bell swiftly soared ahead. Watching Bell's retreating figure, the Butterfree's heart soared as she eagerly followed suit. In her eyes, Bell epitomized the ideal husband. Thus, should he be preoccupied with pressing matters, she would steadfastly accompany him, becoming his unwavering support. These two butterflies are indeed a perfect match, chuckled the elder Butterfree as they observed Bell and the pink butterfly. Upon arriving at the boundary that had just been probed with psychic energy, Bell once again unfurled his mental prowess. Ah, there in the lower left corner, a bush concealed an aber snake. Upon this revelation, the elder Butterfree swiftly launched an attack at the location indicated by Bell. Before long, the aber snake was vanquished. With each report from Bell, all threats surrounding the perimeter of the Butterfree brigade were eradicated. Meanwhile, the younger Butterfree partners busily prepared for the momentous occasion ahead, selecting nesting sites and gathering essential nutrients in a flurry of activity. As Bell gazed at the expectant pink butterfly beside him, an ancient primal desire surged within him. His restless heart cried out, "What a transgression!" Chapter 51, The Bug Yellow Fruit. The wind tonight was particularly boisterous. Within the forest, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by rhythmic insect sounds that echoed like a tale from springtime. Upon closer inspection, the Butterfree nestled closely together, embodying a familial bond that transcended individual identities. At this moment, their emotions had reached a pinnacle of unity. The gentle breeze caressed the landscape, leaving not a single green leaf unturned. The following morning, a dim cave appeared prominently in the great tree. Sunlight streamed through the crevices, awakening Bell from his slumber. He cast a glance at the pink butterfly snuggled beside him, then carefully maneuvered his body to extricate himself, stretching luxuriously towards the sunlight. Belle felt an unprecedented sense of joy and well-being. Observing the wood shavings beneath him and the cave surroundings, a flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes. This was the home he had crafted during his caterpillar days. Through fragmented memories and the aid of his extraordinary abilities, he had ultimately rediscovered it. However, the original cave, once a sanctuary from predators during his childhood, could no longer accommodate their two bodies. Thus, he had slightly modified it for comfort. The cave remained the same, yet it had been transformed into a spacious haven. "Ah, husband," the sudden delicate voice jolted Belle from his reverie. He turned to the pink butterfly, a subtle warmth glimmering in his eyes. "Rest well, I shall go gather some tree fruits." With that, Belle swiftly soared out of the cave and ascended into the sky. Leader. Along the way, the elder Butterfree greeted him warmly, having maintained vigilant watch throughout the night to ensure the safety of their kin. "Thank you for your diligence," Belle acknowledged, engaging in brief conversation with them. Indeed, no significant incidents had transpired the previous night, and any unwary intruders had been successfully expelled, rendering the overall situation satisfactory. After gathering the pertinent information, Belle contemplated for a moment before inquiring about the distribution of tree fruits. The leader may not be aware, but for Butterfree who have just engaged in that activity, the finest nourishment is the bug yellow fruit. Upon hearing this, Belle regarded his companion, signaling for them to elaborate. The elder Butterfree, already prepared, glanced back toward their path, a flicker of trepidation crossing its gaze as it hesitated before continuing. "However, this bug yellow fruit is the favorite of all bug-type Pokémon. To my knowledge, there exists a grove along our route that provides an ideal habitat for its growth. Yet, within that grove, I inadvertently detected the pheromones of other bugs, and the scent was quite potent. Their strength may be formidable." As the elder Butterfree spoke, concern crept into its eyes, accompanied by a note of caution in its tone. It had initially blurted out the most suitable fruit, but, considering the potential dangers, felt compelled to advise Belle to seek alternative fruits that would suffice, albeit with lesser effects. While these alternatives might not be the most effective, they were easily obtainable and, most importantly, safe. Belle fell into contemplation upon hearing this, but, casting a glance at the male Butterfree around him, a resolution formed within him. "Ah!" Belle emitted a call, signaling for assembly. "Ah! Ah!" The Butterfree responded in unison, and before long, the entire sky was filled with their silhouettes. Belle advanced alone, the pink butterfly quietly gliding to his side. "All female Butterfree, remain here to rest. All male Butterfree, follow me." His succinct command left no room for doubt, and the males, sensing the implication, bid farewell to their partners and joined Belle. "This includes you," he stated with a slightly stern expression, noticing the pink butterfly's reluctance to budge. "But I wish to stay by your side," the pink butterfly admitted, lowering her gaze in a manner akin to a wife playfully pleading. "No buts. Be obedient," Belle replied, his tone softening slightly. The pink butterfly, understanding the situation, complied and returned to the safety of the forest below. "Let us set forth." With that, Belle gracefully employed his flight technique, and soon the others felt a gentle breeze lifting them. While not akin to a gale, this wind served to accelerate their progress, significantly aiding their journey. With the elder Butterfree leading the way, Belle followed closely behind, this time not summoning his entire strength, but rather leaving some behind to safeguard the female Butterfree as a precaution. Although the surrounding environment posed little threat, caution was never unwarranted. Thus, a grand procession commenced, making its way toward the horizon. Along the journey, they encountered no formidable challenges, allowing for swift progress. After an hour, the leading elder Butterfree halted. "Leader, we have arrived at the location I mentioned." Belle followed the direction indicated. Before him lay a grove that appeared somewhat distinct, with leaves tinged with yellow and tree trunks that were notably wide and towering. Unbeknownst to him, a pungent aroma wafted through the air, unmistakably the scent emitted by some insect species. Let us pause for a moment. Having just arrived, the Butterfree had expended some energy, and Belle was not inclined to rush in recklessly. He needed to observe further. "Come with me to investigate ahead," with the elder Butterfree who had guided them. Belle and the elder discreetly lowered their altitude and ventured forth. Within the grove, an irregularly hued fruit dangled from the yellowing branches. Beneath the tree, a group of brownish-yellow sprites lounged on the ground, resembling crabs with pincers and 4 legs, adorned with 2 mushrooms sprouting from their backs. They basked in the sun, appearing utterly content. Little did they know, just a short distance away, 2 pairs of eyes were fixated upon them. A fleeting glimmer of pink sparkled in Belle's eyes as the elder Butterfree perched silently on a branch, striving to remain inconspicuous. That must be the bug yellow fruit. Tree fruit, bug yellow fruit. Utility. This substance has a nourishing effect on bug-type Pokémon, particularly beneficial for those that are pregnant, as it aids in nurturing their offspring and thereby enhances the potential of the next generation of bug-type Pokémon. Reflecting on this description, Bell mused that had he been afforded such treatment in his childhood, his current talents would likely surpass their present state. If memory serves, this Pokémon is known as Paris. Pokémon, Paris. Type, bug grass. Level, LV21. Talent, yellow. Ability, effect spore. Upon a cursory assessment, Bell noted that the average level of this group was around level 20. However, at that moment, he observed a slight movement from a small hill in the nearby shade, prompting him to look towards the sound. Pokémon, Parasect. Type, bug grass. Level, LV40. Talent, green. Ability, dry skin. Bell's heart quickened. This must be the leader of the opposing group. The subtle aura it exuded was something he recognized well, as he possessed a similar presence. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that a confrontation might not be entirely out of the question. Chapter 52, The Dance of Butterflies. The question lingered in Bell's mind. Could they truly engage in battle? He contemplated 3 critical points. First, the comparative strength of both sides. Second, whether the potential rewards justified the risk. And third, the likelihood of significant losses. These considerations stemmed from his human perspective, yet they aligned with the purpose of battle itself. Perhaps it was worth a try? The opponent was a buggrass-type Pokémon, which would be quadruply weak to flying-type attacks, a detail Bell found particularly enticing. He had experienced the effects of type disadvantage firsthand during his previous battle with a Talonflame, and the sensation had been most gratifying. If a mere double weakness had yielded such results, he could only imagine the delight of exploiting a quadruple weakness. With this thought in mind, Bell gradually retreated, gesturing for his elder Butterfree to stay vigilant. Shortly thereafter, having exited the territory of the opposing group, Bell returned to rally his team. It had been a while since he had heard the system's notification chime, and he found himself longing for it. Upon reaching the location where they had previously rested, Bell swiftly assembled his members. In no time at all, a formidable procession formed, led by Bell as they made their way towards the territory of the recently encountered Paris. In a mere 10 minutes, Bell and his Butterfree approached the edge of the opposing territory. Stop! The Butterfree responded in unison, halting their movements and turning their gaze towards Bell, whose eyes were fixed on a particular spot within the woods. Suddenly, the elder Butterfree flew swiftly towards him. Is there a change in the situation? Bell inquired directly upon her arrival. After she shook her head, Bell felt reassured and instructed her to rejoin the group. Leader, do you require me to restrain their leader? Being astute, she had noticed the formidable presence of the Parasect. She was not entirely confident in her ability to defeat it. But with a leader present, no, I shall handle this personally. Your role is merely to provide support. Bell declared, allow me to reap the experience. While the notion of providing support was not unfounded, it was evident that his Butterfree team, with their relatively low levels, possessed only basic flying-type moves, most notably, Gust, with only a few members capable of using Air Slash. However, Gust, being a suitably mild yet effective move, would serve Bell's purpose well. It could both clear the lower-level Paras and inflict considerable damage. At the very least, it could assist during his one-on-one duel with the leader. As for the finishing blow, that responsibility would rest solely with him. After all, only when he, as the leader, took action could the team expect a more substantial reward. Conceal your presence, keep quiet, and follow my lead. With that, Bell gradually approached the sky above the opposing territory. Since they were engaging in a team battle, it was imperative to seize any opportunity for a surprise attack. Thus, the Butterfree slowly ascended above the Paras swarm. Within the Paras territory, the sunlight gradually became obscured. The Paras lying on the ground assumed it was merely clouds obstructing the sun and paid little heed. Meanwhile, the Parasect lurking in the shadows felt considerably more at ease. Due to its ability, dry skin, it could not tolerate prolonged exposure to bright sunlight, as it would cause considerable discomfort. Now, with the sunlight blocked, it could finally venture out and stretch its limbs. In the skies, Bell seized the moment, channeling his psychic energy into a bug buzz. Wind arise. As the bug buzz resonated throughout the group, the entire Butterfree team fervently flapped their wings, summoning a tempest that gradually intensified into a fierce gale. Gust. Thanks to Bell's prior instructions, the Butterfree had dispersed widely, ensuring that the gust would not inadvertently harm them. Thus, the howling winds surged downward. Paras. The resting Paras were caught utterly off guard by the sudden tempest. Awakening from their slumber, they felt the intense pain inflicted by the wind battering against their bodies. leaving their minds in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? Meanwhile, the Parasect leader, though affected by the winds, remained largely unfazed due to its higher level. However, a sense of foreboding washed over it, as something felt amiss. How could there be wind out of nowhere? As its gaze shifted upward, its heart raced. Above, a dense swarm of Butterfree? How could this be? Wasn't that species usually docile? And what audacity allowed them to approach? Before it could contemplate further, other lower-level paras rushed out from the shadows and positioned themselves in front of the smaller paras, attempting to shield them from the gale. This display of solidarity and camaraderie was indeed striking, yet Bell was unwilling to test whether they would willingly relinquish their precious bug-type fruit. He trusted only himself to achieve his objectives in his own manner. The leader of the opposing group had been located. As Bell caught sight of the Parasect leader, it too locked eyes with him. Their gazes met. Bell's expression was resolute, while the Parasect leader's was grave. The battle was imminent. Without uttering a word, the commanding presence of the leaders spoke volumes to all Pokémon present, and Bell's conspicuous size marked his identity. Without hesitation, Bell unleashed his attack, flapping his wings forcefully to release two invisible blades of air. Flash! In response to Bell's assault, the Parasect immediately reacted, crossing its massive pincers and channeling energy from within. In the next instant, a violet cross-shaped blade was unleashed. Cross-poison. Boom. The two attacks collided instantaneously, and the explosion enveloped both Pokémon in a thick cloud of smoke. Suddenly, an invisible blade sliced through the haze, striking the Parasect with precision. Sting. The impact of the flying-type assault was undeniably severe. The imposing figure of the Parasect was propelled backward by the air slash, carving two trenches into the ground below. The damage was evident. Though Bell could not discern the situation beyond the smoke, the anguished cries from the opposing side confirmed the outcome in his heart. This result was well within his expectations. It seems that from now on, one must always activate UFF before engaging in combat. Indeed, prior to this moment, Bell had already been employing his newly acquired skill, Butterfly Dance, to enhance his own condition. Now, having maximized his state, the effect was precisely what he desired. Undeniably exhilarating. The recent cross-poison blade barely countered one of the air blades, yet the second air blade effortlessly pierced through the smoke and dust to strike. At this juncture, Bell only needed to proceed steadily and surely. Victory in this battle was assured. As the smoke dispersed under the fierce wind, Bell launched another assault. Two air blades swiftly sliced through the sky, targeting his opponent. Sting. The leader of the Perilous tribe quickly adjusted his stance, having learned from experience. His enormous pincers were enveloped in a white glow. Seizing the moment, he fiercely swung his pincers. Bang! Bang! The two air blades were cleaved apart. Though this attack was thwarted, Bell was unsurprised. After all, he was facing a tribal leader, so such prowess was to be expected. But now, prepare yourself. A dazzling array of colors shimmered faintly in Bell's eyes as his psychic energy surged to its peak. Chapter 53, Developing. In an instant, an invisible psychic force crashed forth like a tidal wave, rippling through the air as it surged onward. Sting. The Perilous leader's body, with all four limbs planted firmly on the ground, suddenly sank, his gaze tinged with astonishment. That sensation, no mistake, it was as infuriating as those accursed yellow foxes. Yet, how could a mere Botadai possibly rival them? As the invisible force intensified on his body, the Perilous leader had to prop himself up with both massive pincers. Boom. Barely perceptible cracks, web-like in pattern, appeared on the ground supporting the Perilous leader, revealing the immense pressure he was enduring. At this moment, Bell, hovering midair, exclaimed. He hadn't even unleashed his full strength, yet the magnitude of his psychic power seemed beyond his own expectations. Indeed, he had been growing steadily all along. His past efforts were now bearing fruit. With a deep sense of admiration, Bell refocused on the battlefield. In a mere breath, the Perilous leader gradually adapted to the pressure, beginning to support his body once more. Seeing this, Bell ceased holding back, unleashing his psychic power with full force. However, this time, the Perilous leader did not sink, but instead began to levitate. Judging by his size, the Perilous leader's weight was considerable, yet before Bell's relentless might, this was hardly surprising. No matter how large, so what? Sting. Manipulating his psychic energy, Bell hurled his opponent skyward. If you have the strength on the ground, how about in the air? With this thought, Bell summoned more internal energy. His wings gradually took on a pale blue hue as a gentle breeze stirred around him. Maple. An air blade instantly surged toward the enemy. Sting. Though the Perilous leader sensed a chilling aura approaching, suspended midair, he was utterly powerless. Detached from the ground, He couldn't even maintain his balance, let alone evade. Boom. Struck again by the air blade. He was sent hurtling back to the earth, sustaining further injury. Maple. Bell was not one to let a downed foe escape punishment, so he unleashed 2 more air blades. Boom. Boom. Sting. Both attacks landed consecutively. The Perilous leader, already weak in flight, could only emit a pained cry. It hurt, excruciatingly so. It was as if salt were being rubbed into his wounds, perhaps even worse. With quadruple vulnerability and relentless torment, no matter how formidable he was, endurance was no longer possible. Moreover, the adversary was no weakling. Who would have thought that the usually docile Butterfree could be so ferocious? Boom. Ding. Host has leveled up, current level, LV39. The sound of bodies falling echoed, drawing the attention of all Perilous defending against the gale. The smoke, battered by the fierce wind, could not hold for even a second. Their leader, the Perilous chief, lay defeated on the ground, unable to rise. Perilous, our leader has been defeated by the opponent? The Perilous stood dumbfounded. Even the taller ones looked on in disbelief at their fallen chief. Whoosh. The howling wind pounded upon them, whipping dust into their faces, snapping them back to reality. Yet their eyes were already vacant, dread replacing their former expressions. Phew. Stop. At this moment, Bell's insect-like chirp sounded. The butterflies responded in kind and ceased their movements. Hovering midair, Bell gazed calmly upon the scene below, his expression unreadable. Picking fruit. He had not forgotten his primary objective this time. Monster hunting was merely incidental. Seeing this, the butterflies immediately took flight toward the trees to harvest the insect yellow fruit. As for Bell, bang. With a Perilous struck and sent crashing to the ground, a smile appeared on Bell's face. Even the smallest experience was valuable. And with so many Perilous and Perilous leaders, the accumulated experience was likely no less than that of a Perilous chief. Thus, Bell sent flying one Perilous after another, all devoid of the will to resist. Because the foe had lost the will to fight, the system automatically declared Bell victorious, granting experience as usual. This eased Bell considerably. Although experience was less than that gained from outright slaying, killing was never his intention. Despite the enemy's defeat, Bell refrained from delivering a killing blow. For he had his own code. Bell would not hesitate to strike aggressively and with lethal intent if provoked, but this time, his actions were solely for his own benefit. Time passed slowly. Before long, Bell had eradicated the entire Perilous group. The experience gained was substantial, allowing him to level up twice. Hey, finally breaking past level 40. Feeling the warm current flowing through his body, Bell's sensation was more intense than ever before. Snap! With a boundary within his body shattered, Bell's aura suddenly transformed. Whoosh! Countless air currents swirled around him, gradually enveloping his form. Maple. As the currents dispersed, a violent gale swept in all directions, bending and threatening to uproot the trees. Refreshing. At this moment, he could feel an overwhelming strength emanating from within, as if he could summon energy to unleash skills at will with but a snap of his fingers. His power had ascended to a new pinnacle. System panel, spirit, bada die, Bell, attributes, bug, flying level, LV41 talent, green trait, compound eyes skills, tackle, silk spinning, bug bite, wind rising, harden, ultrasonic, psychic, sleep powder, paralysis powder, poison powder, tailwind, psychic surge, gust, illusion ray. Gazing upon his somewhat lavish status panel, Bell felt a swell of pride. Once, his panel had been but a meager handful of entries, thanks to everyone's gifts. Casting a glance at the Perilous group below, Bell murmured softly. Perilous group, do humans speak thus? Bell, I was never human to begin with. Gazing upon the slumbering throng of Paras, Bell reflected on the remarkable quality of sleep exhibited by the youthful sprites, before redirecting his attention to the waiting Butterfree hovering above. Approaching the assembled Butterfree, Bell spoke with a calm demeanor. Have all arrangements been made? The Butterfree responded in unison. Leader, not a single one remains. Everything has been packed. Observing each Butterfree clutching a fruit of mottled green and yellow, Bell's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Let us return to the nest. Thus, the grand procession of Butterfree embarked on their journey homeward. Along the way, each Butterfree displayed a joyful countenance. Hee. Our partners shall have plenty to feast upon our return. Perhaps they will be inclined to accompany me again. Indeed, but we must extend our gratitude to our leader. Yes, the leader is invincible. Listening to the murmurs of the Butterfree, Bell felt a twinge of discomfort, his lips twitching in resignation. Although he did not endorse such sentiments, he refrained from correcting them, understanding that faith in a leader is beneficial within a community. Though I have managed to develop to a certain extent, I mustn't become overly complacent. Bell recalled the rank of the Butterfree Elder, level 51. It appeared he still had much to strive for. Chapter 54, Poachers. Noon. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, producing a soft whisper. A shadow gradually obscured the sunlight, revealing a multitude of flapping wings. At that moment, Bell was leading his team swiftly back to their lair. Compared to their previous speed, the Butterfree had significantly improved in strength. This demonstrated that combat experience indeed accelerates the growth of the sprites. With such an abundant harvest of fruits, every female Butterfree would have ample sustenance, possibly even surplus. Soaring through the air, Bell mused. The scale of this battle was not grand, yet the rewards were substantial. Boom! Just as Bell pondered, a sudden explosion reverberated. The Butterfree turned to see the source. This is bad. It's the nest, a member exclaimed. Bell's gaze flickered, quickly darkening with resolve. Seeking death. With that, Bell surged ahead of the group with astonishing speed. The moment, he was enveloped in a whirlwind, his eyes shimmering with a faint pink glow, wings stirring up a tempest. With a swift mental push, he soared upward, executing 3 techniques in perfect harmony, demonstrating a level of control that had previously eluded him. Since surpassing level 40, such skillful coordination had become second nature. Nearby, at the female Butterfree's nest, a cloud of smoke billowed as several elder Butterfree shielded their kin behind them, bearing visible wounds. It was clear they had recently engaged in battle. Do not panic. I just sensed the leader's presence. He should return shortly. A pink figure soared into the air, speaking with an air of calm, though her eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. Beloved. In truth, she misled the Butterfree. But to prevent further chaos in the current situation, she felt compelled to do so. Upon hearing this, the female Butterfree's expressions brightened. Wonderful. Our partner and leader will soon return. The bond between Butterfree partners is strong, seldom separated, and with Bell leading the charge, the unexpected turmoil was disconcerting. On the battlefield, as the smoke dissipated, a green mantis gradually revealed itself. Ha! Striking it rich, striking it rich. So many Butterfree, while they may not fetch a high price. The sheer quantity is what counts. Enough chatter. Let us finish this haul and make our escape. I suspect the Alliance will arrive soon. From the forest emerged 2 figures. One had begun to extract a multitude of pokeballs from his bag, while the other retrieved a pokeball from his belt. Firo, ascend and intercept those Butterfree, particularly the pink one. As he uttered this command, a glimmer of greed flashed in the man's eyes. They were a group of Pokemon poachers, specializing in the theft of rare or ordinary Pokemon for profit. This time, they had come to the evergreen forest at the behest of a client, and unexpectedly stumbled upon a shiny Butterfree, an opportunity for great fortune. It is known that such alternate-colored Pokemon are exceedingly rare, while Butterfree may not hold substantial value. A shiny one could be worth several times more, favored by nobles and researchers alike. Scyther, use air slash. The mantis swung its scythe-like arms, unleashing an invisible blade that sliced through the air, swiftly striking a Butterfree. Ugh! 3 Butterfree lay incapacitated on the ground, having succumbed to the assailants. Ha! These frail Butterfree truly live up to their reputation. They can't even withstand a single blow from my scyther. The poacher boasted, brimming with arrogance, as if he were invincible. Seeing his companion flaunt his bravado, the scar-faced man's eyes glinted with cunning. Firo, take down that pink Butterfree first. Use quick attack. Flare. Following the trainer's command, Firo shot forth like a dart towards the pink Butterfree, its speed momentarily blurring. Humph. While I may not possess my beloved's strength, I shall not be easily subdued. With that, the pink Butterfree's eyes shimmered with a rosy glow as a wave of psychic energy radiated outward. Flare. The Firo, poised to strike, found itself momentarily stunned. This Butterfree, typically seen as prey, could actually restrict its movement? Yet, there was no need for concern. Flare. As Firo exerted its strength, wings flapping furiously, the pink Butterfree's form began to tremble, its aura flickering. Ugh! Suddenly, with a burst of energy, the pink Butterfree unleashed a powerful psychic explosion. Boom! The resulting detonation sent Firo crashing to the ground. The scar-faced man paused in shock, then his excitement surged, his eyes gleaming with even greater avarice. Well, not too shabby, he remarked, though his expression was rife with disdain. Hey, Brother Scar, it seems you're struggling to secure your catch. Allow me to assist. Another accomplice with a pockmarked face chimed in, his tone flippant, before adopting a serious demeanor and issuing commands. Don't meddle. The other catch is equally important. Your assistance is not required here. Scar's expression darkened, his brow furrowing as he bellowed. We are all in this together. Both parties are aware of each other's intentions. If that pink Butterfree falls into the hands of the other, it may never be retrieved. With this in mind, both pairs of eyes glinted with murderous intent. In this desolate wilderness, the loss of a few lives would hardly raise an eyebrow. Firo, use Peck. With the command given, Firo had already risen from the ground. Executing the move, the pink Butterfree's strength was not sufficient to defeat it in a single strike. Though painful, it was not insurmountable. Scyther, flare. Faced with the dual assault of Firo and Scyther, the pink Butterfree displayed no sign of panic. Although she was aware of her impending fate, she was resolute in her defiance, not for herself, but to ensure her leader would remember that there once existed an anomaly who loved him dearly. In the air, the other female Butterfree quivered in fear, their bodies trembling as they hesitated to advance. Confronted by this kin, only a sense of regret lingered within. Yet there was no recourse to be had. The venerable Butterfree lay upon the ground, struggling to rise, but utterly incapable of doing so. At that moment, the Butterfree that had been hovering in midair sprang into action. It was the sole combatant at the scene, and the accompanying Butterfree of the leader was its intended target, making its next course of action unmistakably clear. As the two formidable spirits approached the Butterfree, the elder Butterfree, previously engaged in a standoff, darted forward, unperturbed in its gaze. Begone! The leader's companion shall not be trifled with. Boom! The elder Butterfree was sent flying backward, while the Butterfree was also pushed away by the shockwave of the explosion. The Firo shook its head, showing no signs of injury, and similarly, the Scyther remained unscathed. The elder Butterfree's actions were undoubtedly akin to a futile attempt to halt a chariot with an outstretched arm. It was merely a temporary obstruction. Humph! Ignorant of its own demise, Firo, unleash air slash upon it. Scyther, we shall also employ air slash. Eliminate it. As two blades of wind surged forth, the elder Butterfree slowly closed its eyes, aware of its impending fate, yet resolute in its choice, with no regrets. The Butterfree, sensing this, struggled to rise and intervene. But time had run out. In that critical moment, a colossal shadow, imbued with lethal intent, loomed forth. Chapter 55, Overwhelming Force. Boom. The two blades of wind were intercepted and exploded in midair. Who dares? Through the haze, the elder Butterfree suddenly opened its eyes wide, a glimmer of joy flashing within. This aura, it cannot be mistaken. It is the leader. The Butterfree, in sync with its thoughts, looked toward the fog with excitement. It is my husband. The smoke did not linger long, swiftly dissipated by an invisible pressure. At the center, a figure emerged, the imposing Beedrill's gaze locked onto its adversaries, emanating an aura that sent shivers down spines. What is this? Just a slightly larger Butterfree? The poacher with a pockmarked face exclaimed, initially stunned, but his irritation soon surfaced. Unbeknownst to him, the scarred face beside him took a cautious step back, a flicker of trepidation gleaming in his eyes. Meanwhile, the Scyther, sensing an unnameable threat, remained motionless, its demeanor tense as it fixated on Beedrill, fearful of its sudden disappearance. Foolish Scyther, what are you doing? Attack now. The pockmarked poacher, having exerted every special means to tame this Scyther, found no emotional connection between them. Given the overwhelming aura radiating from Beedrill, the Scyther no longer heeded its trainer's commands. After all, charging forth might lead to its demise. The raw killing intent emanating from Beedrill was almost palpable. It had only witnessed such pressure from apex predators. As for why a lowly Butterfree exuded such a sense of dread, it was beyond its understanding. One thing was certain, a rash decision was out of the question. Just the right moment had come to test that technique. Beedrill mused calmly, an air of menace glimmering in its eyes. In the next instant, a long-buried power manifested. As the pink glow in Beedrill's eyes nearly overflowed, forming bulbous orbs. The psychic waves cascading from its form were terrifying, coalescing into a formidable pink sphere. Psychic blast. After months, Beedrill finally unveiled its true might. The complete psychic blast materializes psychic energy into a solid form, which is then infused with sufficient psychic power to unleash a devastating explosion. Its potency cannot be underestimated. On the other side, Firo's pupils constricted, a look of terror upon its countenance, for it sensed the imminent threat of death. This strike would spell its end. Moreover, it lacked any means of defense or evasion. The intense fear of death ignited Firo's final vestiges of survival instinct, summoning all its flying-type energy. Its body gradually enveloped in an energy aura resembling a divine bird. Divine Bird Strike, a mighty flying-type move, boasting a staggering power of 140, one of the most formidable skills within its type. At this crucial juncture, Firo grasped this technique. Humph. Beedrill's eyes turned cold, inwardly amused. An incomplete skill daring to challenge its full-force assault? Just because others could not see it, did not mean he was blind to it. The divine bird's phantom surrounding Firo flickered in and out of existence, utterly unstable. Furthermore, given the vast disparity in levels, such aspirations were utterly delusional. Boom. As Beedrill had anticipated, Firo failed to fully manifest its attack at the last moment. The divine bird's phantom dissipated, and the psychic blast struck with overwhelming force. Only in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness did Firo truly comprehend the magnitude of that strike. It could be said that even 3 more lives would not suffice. Damn it, how can a mere Butterfree be so formidable? The scarred face paled, aware that this was its strongest Pokémon. It needed to devise an escape plan, especially since that fool had attracted the monster's attention. With a frown, the scarred figure discreetly retreated behind its companions, embodying the adage, better a coward than a corpse. After dealing with this bird, Beedrill's gaze shifted back to the Scyther, which, upon feeling Beedrill's scrutinizing stare, froze as if petrified, utterly rigid in place. Oh, it's on the cusp of breaking through level 40. Pokémon, Scyther. Type, Bug, Flying. Level, LV 40. Talent, Green. Should this Scyther not have encountered me, its future achievements would likely be remarkable. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Regardless of its willingness, once the battle commenced, Beedrill could not let it escape. With that thought, Beedrill once more concentrated its psychic energy, unleashing the psychic blast anew. Unlike before, this time Beedrill was fully capable of sustaining the energy expenditure, merely experiencing a quicker decline in stamina. Drawing from prior experience, Beedrill accelerated the release of its psychic blast, swiftly forming a pink sphere that surged toward Scyther. Scyther. It's merely an attack from a Butterfree. Slice it apart. Clearly, the pockmarked poacher had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, while the scarred face, now positioned behind him, exhibited a shift in demeanor. We must hasten, otherwise, that fool won't last much longer. The scarred face recognized this as a blatant act of folly, akin to walking into a tiger's den without a thought. Did he not witness how swiftly his Firo had been dispatched? By now, the fallen Firo lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, yet to facilitate their retreat, it had no choice but to make sacrifices. Scyther. Back on the battlefield, Scyther soon made a move. It disregarded its foolish trainer's commands and, utilizing a flash of lightning speed, narrowly evaded the strike. However, just because Scyther could dodge the attack did not mean its trainer could. Damn it, Scyther, what are you doing? Come save me, save, boom. The psychic blast, under Beedrill's control, successfully struck the trainer, obliterating him without a trace. Not everyone possesses the resilience of Ash, able to endure an attack without faltering. This is the realm of reality, where countless trainers fall victim to wild Pokémon attacks each year. This grim truth corroborates the earlier remark that in these desolate outskirts, the loss of a few lives is all too commonplace. At this moment, Bell's heart remained unruffled, perhaps a consequence of his accustomed dealings with Pokémon. He felt no remorse upon taking a life for the first time. Rather, it was as effortless as slaying any wild creature, for in his eyes, they all deserved demise. Freed from the constraints imposed by trainers, the Scyther seemed to have broken invisible shackles. Its Pokeball was shattered, granting it liberty. Yet, the Scyther was eager to distance itself from this monster, turning swiftly to vanish into the forest's depths. However, Bell was not one to allow such an easy escape. Who in this world lets their prey flee after a single strike? With that in mind, Bell unfurled his wings, unleashing a volley of invisible blades that swept through the air instantaneously. Scyther, I will leave immediately, please spare me. All this was under human command. See, P.S. fleeing. The Scyther's plea was desperate. Clang, clang, clang. Initially, the Scyther relied on its acute senses to parry Bell's assault with a flurry of dual-blade strikes. But the subtle trembling of its sides and the slight undulation of its body betrayed a deeper unease. Level 40 marked a significant threshold. Bell was not merely one level above. It was evident in the very aura emanating from both combatants. The Scyther's energy reserves and management were utterly outmatched by Bell's, and even its fighting spirit paled in comparison to Bell's overwhelming presence. Upon hearing the Scyther's entreaty, Bell offered a cold, enigmatic smile. From the outset, the two humans had been under his psychic surveillance. Running away? Not so easily. Chapter 56, The Return of the Male Squadron. Before Bell had even returned to the nest, the main force had already encircled the area under his orders. Now, Scarface wished to flee? Impossible. A figure dashed desperately, glancing back frequently, fearful of being pursued. Haha. Fight. The fiercer, the better. I'm leaving first, Scarface said with a triumphant grin, as if he had already claimed victory. Those Pokémon are mere tools. They probably don't even realize I've escaped. Though he spoke boldly, Scarface's pace did not falter. Drawing from past experience, he knew that bug-type Pokémon possessed unique organs attuned to tracking, so he dared not halt his flight. Gradually, he distanced himself from the battlefield. Yet, just as Scarface sought to advance further, darkness suddenly enveloped him. The sky dimmed abruptly. He looked up sharply to find a vast swarm of Butterfree bursting from the surrounding woods, a black mass blocking his path. Doomed, his face drained of color. Scarface lost all remnants of his previous arrogance. Elsewhere, upon hearing the Scyther's plea, Bell feigned contemplation before declaring, I may spare you, but you must face me in honorable combat. Regardless of the outcome, I will let you go. The Scyther looked troubled. Was fighting truly necessary? It knew well it was no match for Bell. Otherwise, it would have fled long ago. Yet the circumstances allowed no room for hesitation. Very well. I trust you will honor your word. A subtle gleam of satisfaction flickered in Bell's eyes. From their earlier encounter, he had discerned that if the Scyther chose to flee, he might not catch it. Its agility amid the forest unparalleled. With the clan under attack, his leadership was imperative. Yet he valued the experience the Scyther could offer, hence the stratagem. The opponent remained naive. Though both harbored their own schemes, the battle was imminent. The fighting spirit in their eyes had crystallized into reality. The Scyther may fear death, but it was no coward in combat. As a proud warrior, its belligerence rivaled Bell's foam. Bell struck first, sending two razor-sharp gusts slicing through the air. The Scyther's gaze darkened as it enveloped itself in a white glow. Charging Bell with formidable resolve. Utilizing its superior awareness, it deftly evaded the attacks. Oh, that's more like it. Bell's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Recognizing the Scyther was not as feeble as presumed. Just as the Scyther neared Bell, an invisible force suddenly immobilized it. Bell's eyes shimmered with a roseate light. A faint, inscrutable smile playing on his lips. Though other Pokémon had attempted to engage him at close quarters, none had succeeded. Close combat was indeed his vulnerability, but also a snare. The Scyther's advance was partly due to his deliberate leniency. Moreover, proximity was reciprocal. If advantageous to the Scyther, Bell would turn it to his own benefit. Swiftly, with a flap of his wings, a cloud of iridescent powder enveloped the Scyther's face. At this moment, the triple powder's accuracy was absolute, and its effects were unmistakable. The Scyther collapsed, its face tinged with a dusky purple, contorted in discomfort, yet powerless. Its body spasming uncontrollably. Ah, youth, falling asleep at once, Bell chuckled. The ensuing outcome was inevitable. Under Bell's relentless assault, the Scyther succumbed and lost consciousness. Bell surveyed the near-fatal state of the Scyther, contemplating briefly before refraining from delivering the final blow. Because of the two poachers' attempt to capture the Butterfree, no member of the clan had perished, only sustained injuries. Butterfree, carry it away and cast it far. Though he did not intend to kill the Scyther, Bell would never tolerate such a latent threat within their midst. Whether the Scyther would awaken before danger returned was no longer his concern. Thus, as the Scyther was borne away, the Butterfree clan once again returned to its tranquil existence. My lord, after the battle, a pink Butterfree approached Bell, inspecting him with care and visibly relieved to find no wounds. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Do not worry, your companions will arrive soon. Noticing the hesitant expressions among the female Butterfree, Bell offered explanation, then seemed to perceive something, glancing toward the horizon. They have arrived. A grand procession appeared in the distance. A multitude of Butterfree, each clutching an unfamiliar fruit. Ah, the anxiously awaiting female Butterfree responded with joyous expressions, thrilled by the return of their counterparts. The male Butterfree contingent soon reached Bell's side. One stepped forward and reported, Chief, the task you entrusted has been accomplished. The human perished in the wilderness. The reporting Butterfree's face was etched with hatred. It could clearly sense the presence of its kin, and the human bore the same aura. What that signified was unmistakable. Without hesitation, it had dealt with the intruder decisively. You have all done remarkably well. Now, swiftly distribute the bug yellow fruits, ensuring that each butterfly receives one. Previously, Bell had already ascertained that the gathered fruits were sufficient for every female to partake. Very well. Soon, each female swallowtail butterfly began to consume the fruits handed to them by their respective partners, and before long, they succumbed to slumber. The partners, sensing no discomfort from their mates, felt reassured. As the leader, Bell was afforded the greatest share of fruits, with 6 generously allocated to him from within the group. Pink Butterfly, Please partake first and see how much you can consume, Belle suggested upon receiving the fruit, watching intently as Pink Butterfly accepted it and began to eat. She hesitated not, for this was a resource that Belle had arduously procured, and she did not wish to squander his kindness. In no time, one fruit was consumed, and Pink Butterfly felt a warm, comforting sensation in her belly, yet she sensed she could manage another. Observing this, Belle promptly offered her another fruit. Pink Butterfly accepted it and resumed her chewing. Before long, she too drifted into a gentle slumber. "Ah, the effect seems quite splendid," Belle remarked, his gaze settling on the remaining 4 fruits as he fell deep in thought. Logically, one would presume that a beneficial substance for insect-type spirits should be permissible for him to consume as well. Chapter 57, a month later. Without hesitation, Belle decisively consumed the remaining 4 bug yellow fruits. Initially, as he ingested them, he felt no immediate effect, and just as he thought it was a waste, a surge of warmth swept through his entire being, swiftly followed by a sensation of faintness, and gradually, he sank into a deep sleep. After a night had passed, Belle awakened groggily, his eyes meeting the concerned gaze of Pink Butterfly. "My dear husband, you have finally awakened." Upon hearing this, Belle slowly took to the air and inquired, "How long have I slept?" Pink Butterfly answered truthfully, "You have been in slumber for an entire night." At this revelation, Belle's expression momentarily froze, as a familiar melody surged within him. Following that, he silently recited, "System panel. Spirit, swallowtail butterfly, Belle. Type, bug, flying. Level, LV43. Talent, green. Ability, compound eyes. Skills, tackle. String shot, bug bite, gust, harden, sonic boom. Telekinesis, sleep powder, paralysis powder, poison powder, tailwind, psychic, air slash, quiver dance, whirlwind, signal beam, new." Indeed, it proves to be useful. Observing the entries for level and skills, Belle felt a surge of joy within him. Firstly, the 4 bug yellow fruits had elevated him by 2 levels, and he had also acquired a new skill. Signal beam, boasting a power of 75, is classified as a special attack of the bug type, functioning as a beam attack with a chance to confuse the opponent. It is undeniably practical. Most importantly, signal beam belongs to his type, receiving a type bonus, and its damage surpasses that of his frequently utilized illusion beam by 10 points. One must not underestimate this 10-point difference. At times, such a slight variance can manifest significantly. I now possess yet another method of attack." As he spoke, a faint glow began to emanate from Belle's eyes, drawing one irresistibly into a whirlpool of fascination. Overall, the gains from this experience were quite commendable. His level had ascended to 43, and he had learned a new skill. With this thought, Belle's spirits lifted considerably, and sensing something amiss, he turned to Pink Butterfly and inquired, "And you? How do you feel?" Upon hearing his question, Pink Butterfly hesitated, her voice faltering as she gently raised her abdomen, the meaning clear without utterance. Initially, Belle did not comprehend her implication, but as Pink Butterfly approached him, revealing her belly, he understood entirely. "Am I to become a father?" Sensing the faint vitality emanating from her abdomen, Belle instinctively gazed towards the location of the movement, his expression softening unconsciously. It is worth noting that he rarely exhibited such tenderness, yet now, he found himself unable to resist the power of familial affection. "Our baby says it feels very comfortable although not yet born." The maternal glow was already evident upon Pink Butterfly's countenance. Hearing this, Belle's heart was set at ease, and from that moment forth, he embraced his role as Pink Butterfly's partner. He was a male swallowtail butterfly. "Rest assured, our child will be safe and sound. Everything will turn out well," Belle assured Pink Butterfly, though within him, a resolute determination had begun to take root. Pink Butterfly murmured softly. From the very beginning, she had known her husband to be strong, exceptionally so, a partner worthy of reliance. Thus, time gradually flowed by, each day spent foraging through the woods and blossoms, solely to gather the finest sustenance for his beloved. Daily, the flowers were diverse, and the fruits were the largest and most bountiful. He dismissed inferior offerings, occasionally even pilfering honey from the bee drills, all for Pink Butterfly's nourishment and that of the child within her. A month later, Belle rose early as was his custom, and Pink Butterfly, seemingly attuned to his presence, slowly opened her eyes. "My husband, are you preparing to venture out in search of food again?" she inquired, her expression still dazed from sleep. "Yes, you stay safely in the tree hollow while I gather food. I shall return shortly," Belle replied gently, his gaze lingering on Pink Butterfly's noticeably rounded abdomen. During this time, he had unwittingly undergone a transformation, becoming increasingly tender towards her while growing more perceptive and fierce towards outsiders. He recalled an earlier incident when elder members, unburdened by nurturing duties, reported to him on their patrols. Yet, in that seemingly mundane moment, he could hardly restrain himself from launching an attack. Fortunately, Pink Butterfly detected his unusual demeanor and intervened, bringing him back to his senses. Subsequently, the elder members expressed their concerns, revealing that such behavior had been observed among the swallowtail butterflies during this period. An unavoidable stress response. Female swallowtail butterflies release a particular pheromone, which, upon detection, sends male swallowtail butterflies into a heightened state of alertness, prepared for combat. Upon understanding the root of the issue, Bell felt a lingering frustration for some time before he gradually managed to rein in those emotions. Through extensive nourishment and Bell's devoted care, Pink Butterfly had thrived during this period, her belly growing ever larger. Witnessing this, Bell felt a surge of joy. Even he, despite his ignorance, could discern the truth of the situation. Pink Butterfly was nearing her time. Do remember to return quickly, she urged, inching closer to Bell, nuzzling against him and inhaling deeply as if seeking comfort. Observing this, Bell felt a twinge of curiosity. This was not the first instance of such behavior, and he noted that Pink Butterfly had grown increasingly clingy, even maintaining distance from other swallowtails. It seemed she had become acutely aware of her condition, and during this time, her sleepiness had intensified. I will return promptly, he assured, taking flight without a backward glance. Once he found his bearings, Bell surged forth like a sword, slicing through the air towards the horizon. Along the way, he reveled in the fruits of his labor, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Spirit, swallowtail butterfly, Bell. Type, bug. Flying. Level, LV46. Talent, green. Ability, compound eyes. Skills, impact, silk spinning, bug bite, wind generation, hardening, ultrasonic waves, telekinesis, hypnosis powder, paralysis powder, poison powder, tailwind, psychic power, gust, illusion ray, signal beam, high-speed star, and protect. As indicated on the panel, over the past month, he not only ascended 3 levels, but also acquired 2 new skills, high-speed star and protect. Reflecting on these abilities, Bell could not help but marvel at his own capacity for learning. Both skills were learned through careful observation and imitation of other Pokémon. Among them, the protect skill was mastered swiftly, perhaps due to the urgency of the situation. Every time he thought of his Butterfree being attacked, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, and a green barrier would materialize around him. As for High-Speed Star, it was born from a sudden inspiration, after observing its use by other Pokémon. He envisioned channeling the energy of his impact move in a novel manner, leading to its natural manifestation. Moreover, this past month, Bell engaged in numerous battles to temper his irritable emotions. Each outing saw him seeking confrontations with Pokémon, and the cumulative experience propelled his growth to LV46. Unfortunately, this resulted in some misfortunes for the less fortunate Pokémon. To this day, Bell has carved out a fearsome reputation within the Vidian forest. After all, who else has a Butterfree that dares to venture into beehives? He chuckled. Hey there, little treasures, here I come. Chapter 58, what can you do about it? Amidst a dense grove, a massive Butterfree flitted by, stirring up the leaves around it with a rush of wind. It should be just ahead. With that thought, Bell reduced his speed, blending into the thick foliage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not far off, 3 beedrills were diligently gathering nectar from the blossoms. Oblivious to the fact that they had already been marked by a predatory gaze, Bell narrowed his eyes, employing his compound vision to scrutinize their colors. Based on his experience, this band of beedrills was not particularly large, yet they must be producing a substantial amount of honey. From past encounters, Bell had learned to gauge the scale of a beedrill colony and the quality of their honey by their coloration, the more vibrant the hues. The larger the colony and the finer the honey. How did Bell acquire such intricate knowledge? Simply through practice and familiarity. Reflecting on it, he had visited numerous beehives before. In the past, he had refrained from harboring ambitions due to his limited strength, but now, those concerns were behind him. Buzz, 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 as Bell pondered, the beedrills, having finished their nectar collection, began to move in an orderly fashion deeper into the forest. Noticing this, Bell stealthily followed them. Despite his considerable size, his control over his body was remarkably precise. Consequently, the preoccupied beedrills failed to detect any anomaly, perhaps due to some pheromone in the air. There were hardly any other bug-type Pokémon in sight, and Bell sensed a faint yet palpable aura that was unmistakably a warning to outsiders. This territory was claimed. Bell scoffed at the pheromonal warning. He had encountered such signals before, yet he could always come and go as he pleased. Typically, the beedrills could neither catch up to him nor pose a threat. This served as a testament to the advantages of strength. As he mused, Belle arrived at the base of a steep cliff, where the terrain was treacherous, yet a protrusion on the cliffside indicated the presence of a beehive. Gazing at the cocoon-shaped nest nestled within the cliff, Belle's heart leapt with joy as he recalled the delightful flavor of honey, leading him to consider his Butterfree at home, and an urgent thought struck him. My Butterfree is about to lay eggs. I must gather nutritious supplies to bolster her health. With this in mind, Belle flapped his wings vigorously, propelling himself skyward. The method of acquiring honey was straightforward. Essentially, it boiled down to snatching it away. As for engaging in dialogue to request some honey, Belle dismissed the notion outright. With the notoriously temperamental Beedrills, he would likely end up with a couple of stings. Moreover, physical communication could also be considered effective, and he possessed the prowess to engage in such exchanges. Before long, Belle reached an altitude seldom attained by other insects. His eyes shimmered with excitement as his wings beat rapidly. In the next instant, a whirlwind of fine powder enveloped him under the influence of an invisible telekinetic force. With a mere thought, a fierce gust swept through, sending countless particles cascading down toward the beehive below. The entire process was executed with remarkable finesse, devoid of any hesitation, evidently. This was not Belle's first foray into such endeavors. Below, the Beedrills busied themselves with their tasks, while a notably rotund Beedrill was surrounded by her kind, radiating an aura of authority as the queen of the hive, presiding over the colony. Just like any other day, her sole duty was to lay eggs, leaving all other labor to her loyal subjects. Even feeding her was handled by others. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hive was a cacophony of sound, their communication resonating throughout. Gradually, however, the clamor began to subside, and many Beedrills fell into a hushed silence. It seemed as if a contagious stillness swept through the hive, and soon, more Beedrills joined in the quietude. The queen, unaccustomed to such an unusual occurrence, was perplexed. She recognized that no one was attending to her needs, and the noise had diminished significantly. Just as she contemplated summoning her subjects for nourishment, an irresistible wave of drowsiness washed over her. Enjoying a life devoid of cares, she paid little heed to it, merely feeling a sense of overwhelming fatigue. Without resistance, she succumbed to the slumber, her descent into sleep as fluid as a gentle stream, comparable to certain biological processes. From his vantage point above, Belle listened intently, noting the stark reduction in sound below. With a subtle smile, he glided toward the beehive. Success! Approaching the hive with boldness, Belle felt a surge of satisfaction for his ingenious work. Sleep well, I shall take what I need and depart, he chuckled to himself. Before long, after a series of meticulous actions, Belle found himself clutching a white bundle, his visage adorned with a golden liquid. Delicious, so sweet. Belle silently commended the Beedrill colony for the exquisite flavor of their honey, ranking it among the top 5 he had encountered in the past month. Time was of the essence. It was time to make his escape. Tightening his grip on the silk-woven package, Belle quietly slipped away from the vicinity. However, shortly after Belle's departure, a figure within the hive began to stir. The Beedrill queen surveyed her surroundings, her heart racing as if struck by lightning, followed swiftly by an overwhelming surge of wrath. Buzz! Everyone rise! Follow the scent and pursue. Buzz, buzz, buzz! At the queen's powerful command, all the Beedrills were instantly roused from their hypnotic state, their eyes glinting with a fierce crimson light. Meanwhile, Belle, in high spirits, strolled leisurely toward home. Eager to share the delightful taste of honey with his Butterfree, he was curious to see just how sweet it truly was. As he tightened his grip on the white package, his pace quickened ever so slightly. As time passed, while weaving through the woods, Belle's demeanor suddenly shifted, and he slowly turned his gaze toward the horizon. A formidable assembly of black and yellow figures surged toward them with alarming speed, their eyes emanating an insatiable bloodlust, causing the surrounding fairies to flee in terror. Observing this scene, Belle sighed inwardly, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. What was inevitable had indeed arrived. In the face of the aggressive swarm of Beedrills, Belle remained unfazed. Clutching tightly to his package, a subtle shimmer of pink light radiated from his gaze as gusts of wind encircled him. With the flapping of his wings, countless specks of powder, akin to fine sand, swiftly merged into the tempestuous winds, adding a vivid hue to the already fierce storm. Having completed his preparations, Belle fixed his gaze upon the approaching adversaries, and an invisible pressure swept over the vicinity, the aura of a leader manifesting without the need for a breeze. This time, he was without the company of his butterfly kin. However, his current prowess endowed him with the capability to stand alone at the pinnacle of power. I shall seize what I desire. What can you do about it? As the horde of Beedrills drew near, they immediately sensed an uncomfortable weight of pressure, causing them to gradually halt. The incessant buzzing filled the air as their agitated spirits turned restless. Yet before Bell, they could distinctly sense the looming threat of death. The innate instincts of their kind were in a frenzy, warning them of the formidable creature before them, urging them to veer away. Despite their trepidation, the white package in Bell's grasp caught the attention of the Beedrills. The scent of their honey unmistakably identified Bell as the perpetrator they sought. Yet, this culprit seemed far from easy to confront. The sheer presence of Bell, a Butterfree, was beyond their comprehension. But it was evident he was a leader of his own tribe, radiating an aura they had only witnessed emanating from their own queen. With powerful oppression clashing against Bell's commanding aura, the Beedrill's eyes sharpened with clarity. Nevertheless, their collective response was unexpectedly uniform. They dared not venture close to Bell. Were it not for their numerical advantage, they might have retreated in fear. After all, they were bees, not fools. And confronting a monster like Bell would be akin to courting death. Yet, returning empty-handed was not an option, as they had to provide an account to their queen. Thus, one Beedrill, cautiously pushed forward, approached Bell, stopping 3 meters away. Could you possibly return our belongings? In response, Bell's piercing gaze swept over the size of their swarm. I could defeat you. After a brief mental calculation, he responded to the Beedrill with a surge of psychic energy. The approaching Beedrill was sent reeling back. This was a deliberate act of restraint from Bell. He had no desire to cause unnecessary harm, as it served no purpose. His message was clear. Once something was in his possession, there was no chance of reclaiming it. Seeing this, the surrounding Beedrills glared at him with indignation. They were indeed fearful, but that did not imply they would allow themselves to be bullied. If memory served, Bell had already consumed some of their honey within their nest. And now he refused to return their belongings? Was this something they could tolerate? Consequently, the Beedrill swarm cast aside their final remnants of rationality and charged toward Bell. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bell felt no inclination to underestimate them. He understood well the might of a united front, especially when it came to the notorious Beedrill swarm, famed for their prowess in collective combat. Species, Beedrill. Type, bug, poison. Level, LV-17. Talent, red. Species, Beedrill. Type, bug, poison. Level, LV-23. Talent, orange. A fleeting glance revealed their average level hovered around 17, and Bell was resolute. He swiftly unleashed the combination attack he had long prepared. The Beedrill swarm surged forth, their momentum unyielding, colliding directly with his onslaught. The vortex of gale force winds, coupled with Bell's psychic assistance, ensnared the swarm, preventing their escape and holding them firmly in place. Seeing this, a faint smile graced Bell's lips. He had encountered reckless foes before, but never had he seen such sheer audacity. His combination technique was not easily summoned. Let us not forget, the powder from his wings was consistently mingled within, gradually sapping their strength until they were utterly exhausted. It was uncertain whether they could even break free from the vortex. Even if they did, how much stamina would remain? Thus, under the relentless barrage of Bell's attacks, the Beedrills were unable to even graze his form and began plummeting to the ground. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level is LV-47. Species, Butterfree Bell. Type, bug, flying. Level, LV-47. Talent, green. Ability, compound eyes. Skills, tackle, string shot, bug bite, gust, harden, supersonic, psychic, sleep powder. Stun spore, poison powder, tailwind, confusion, whirlwind, air slash, signal beam, quiver dance, swift, protect. This time, Bell did not hold back. The entire swarm of Beedrills perished in the tempest's embrace. He felt not a modicum of regret for this outcome. Initially, his psychic warning was merely a caution, a reminder of the dangers of provoking a strong opponent, yet they had charged forth with lethal intent. For such self-destructive behavior, Bell would not indulge them, after all. It was merely a matter of taking their lives, and the vast expanse of the evergreen forest was not lacking in Beedrills. As for their queen, that was of no concern to him. With clarity of thought, Bell swiftly departed the scene. Notably, due to the experience gained from his conquest, he had sufficiently filled his experience bar, resulting in yet another level up. Perhaps the experience yielded by each individual Beedrill was paltry, but in accumulation, coupled with the bonus from the swarm, it was just enough to elevate Bell's level. It seemed that as he progressed, the speed of his leveling was not as sluggish as he had anticipated. Different stages brought forth different adversaries and capabilities, and Bell was perfectly equipped to tackle an entire tribe single-handedly. Moments later, Bell returned to his nest, a white silk package brimming with honey in tow. Hastening toward the tree hollow, Little Pink, Look what delectable treats I brought back for you. Today, we shall indulge in something exquisite. Before even reaching the hollow, Belle's excited voice echoed in the ears of his beloved Pink Butterfree husband. Upon hearing Belle's voice, Pink Butterfree, previously disheartened, instantly perked up, waddling with her pronounced belly toward him at a leisurely pace. Outside the tree hollow, a few elder Butterfrees, stationed as guardians, hurriedly flitted forward to assist her, anxious that this young female might encounter any mishap. Observing this, Belle silently shook his head, rushing forward to offer his support. Oh dear, weren't we supposed to wait inside the hollow? Your wandering about makes me worry. As he spoke, Belle's eyes gleamed, and his psychic energy transformed into gentle hands, carefully cradling her, fearful that she might stumble. But I missed you, husband. Pink Butterfree cooed, her affectionate display rendering Belle helpless. He could only indulge her whims. As they embraced, their wings synchronized in a gentle rhythm, a tender expression of affection typical among the Butterfree clan. The elder Butterfrees surrounding them could only watch in bewilderment, their expressions a mix of confusion and exasperation. Let us venture into the cave. This batch of honey is particularly delectable. With these words, Belle gently lifted the powder butterfly and ushered it inside the cave. The powder butterfly, in turn, allowed itself to be cradled with a delicate demeanor, resembling a bride on her wedding night. Here, these are the fruits I gathered along the way. They are quite fresh. As Belle passed the evergreen fruits to the two venerable butterflies, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Although these fruits could enhance one's abilities, they held little significance for him at this stage and were of minimal benefit to the powder butterfly as well. Yet, out of respect for those who had steadfastly guarded the tree hollow, he could not bear to be stingy. Ah, thank you, leader. The two elder butterflies were visibly elated, for this gesture signified the leader's recognition of them. At some point, they had come to regard Belle as their true leader, and whenever they reminisced about the young Belle of days gone by, they couldn't help but feel nostalgic. The little one has now surpassed us old-timers, capable of standing on his own. Chapter 60. The human mind on a certain morning 3 days later, as dawn's light began to break. Belle anxiously gazed at the tree hollow enveloped in silken threads, his expression tense. Even he, who was unafraid of death, felt a pang of dread at this moment. Why is it not ready yet? Is there a risk to life? The questions elicited amused chuckles from the nearby elder butterflies. They spoke calmly. Fear not, leader. It is rare for the powder butterfly to encounter issues during labor, and with your long-term provision of high-quality nourishment, we are confident she will deliver without a hitch. Just then, as if to affirm the elder's words, a faint cry emerged from the gaps in the silken cocoon. Belle, as if sensing a connection, hurried to the entrance, but paused momentarily to glance back at the elder butterflies. Seeing their nods of encouragement, he cautiously began to unravel the silken threads that concealed the hollow's entrance. Upon stepping inside, Belle's heart swelled with joy at what lay before him. Yet when he turned his gaze to the powder butterfly, a profound sense of tenderness washed over him. My dear Powder, how are you? Do you feel any discomfort? In the presence of his beloved, Belle poured forth his utmost gentleness, yet still yearned to create an even more splendid environment for her. I am well, dear husband. I just need a bit of rest, she replied softly, nuzzling him with her head. After the arduous process of giving birth, she was utterly drained, her body more fragile than ever, rendering her incapable of any vigorous activity for the time being. Thankfully, Belle was there to support her. At that moment, the advantages of having a strong partner became evident, for only strength could ensure a stable supply of nourishing sustenance. With that thought, the powder butterfly gazed lovingly at the 3 eggs nestled in her embrace. Radiating a maternal glow, Belle felt a deep connection, and his eyes were drawn to the 3 eggs as well. Undoubtedly, these were the eggs of the green caterpillar. However, once they hatched, their ultimate evolutions would surely bear some of Belle and the powder butterfly's traits and abilities. How fortunate these unborn little ones are. From the 3 eggs, Belle discerned a familiar yet faint energy signature, an aura of psychic abilities. Indeed, all 3 little ones had inherited the psychic talents of both Belle and the powder butterfly, and their potential seemed even more promising than Belle's own at that age. Of course, the system panel, as a panel visible only to Belle, unfolded. The data of the 3 unborn little ones presented itself before him. Pokémon, green caterpillar, unhatched, type, bug level, 0 talent, deep green, shallow to deep, ability, scales dust moves, tackle, string shot, bug bite, inherited, Pokémon, green caterpillar, shiny, unhatched, type, bug level, 0 talent, deep green ability, runaway moves, tackle, string shot, bug bite, inherited. Psychic, inherited but not mastered, Pokémon, green caterpillar, unhatched, Type: bug level, 0 talent, green ability, scales dust moves, tackle, string shot. Bug cry, inherited but not mastered. As Bell examined the panels of the three little ones, he was astonished to find that all their talents exceeded the standard green level. He speculated that the designation of deep green indicated they were still within the green category, but had reached its pinnacle. Further evolution could very well lead to a qualitative transformation into the theoretical light blue. In light of this, Bell realized that his offspring possessed talents superior to his own. After all, talents can undergo metamorphosis during evolution. Bell himself had once transitioned from red to yellow during his caterpillar stage, ultimately achieving green with the aid of the clan leader. Despite the apparent ease of such a significant transformation, it was anything but simple. First and foremost, acquiring the necessary rare resources was fraught with challenges. During his time as a green caterpillar, Bell had risked his life to procure the evergreen fruit by sheer chance. Later, as a Butterfree, he had relied on the power of a formidable leader to obtain the elusive blue-green fruit, a feat not to be underestimated. Contemplating this, Bell felt a sudden pang of imbalance. How fortunate these little ones are. Though he spoke such words, his heart brimmed with joy for his progeny. After all, talent signifies potential and strength, and it was evident that their future achievements would be remarkable. However, all of this hinged on their ability to grow safely. Traditionally, the Butterfree clan would conceal their eggs in a hidden location after laying them, leaving them to fend for themselves, allowing nature to sift through and determine which Butterfree would survive to join the clan. This custom, passed down through generations, aimed to instill a sense of combat awareness within the clan and to heighten vigilance against external threats. While the surviving Butterfree may not necessarily possess outstanding talents, they would still be capable enough, having developed a certain level of combat awareness to integrate into the clan. With this in mind, Bell furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He refrained from passing judgment on this methodology. There was no denying that a Butterfree with combat awareness differed significantly from one that merely indulged in sustenance. The former benefited from the clan, while the latter faced a slow decline, potentially corrupting other members. Yet the downside was that true potential and future prowess could easily be obscured. Take, for instance, his 3 offspring. If he were to leave them to fend for themselves, that was simply inconceivable. Not only he, but even the powder butterfly in her current state would find it exceedingly difficult to accept. After a moment of contemplation, Bell gazed at the 3 eggs, silently resolving to instill a sense of combat awareness and self-sufficiency in them during their formative years. Surely, this endeavor would not be insurmountable. Bell believed that their childhood could certainly take inspiration from his own. With newfound determination, he began to consider various approaches. First and foremost, the traditional process would remain intact, but it would not apply to his offspring. In that moment, the human perspective prevailed. Indeed, from another angle, the extended survival of a green caterpillar was not necessarily a boon. After all, the vigilant green surveillance of a certain deity would certainly not permit any disruption to the ecological equilibrium. Although the other party might not have jurisdiction here, prudence dictates that other natural predators must exist to curb the proliferation of the green caterpillars. The self-regulating capacity of the natural environment is by no means negligible. Perhaps each day, large flocks of birds descend collectively to prey upon the bod of butterfly colonies. It seems a strategic intervention is imperative. Bell's gaze deepened instantaneously. Upon close scrutiny, one would discern that the emotions reflected in his eyes were devoid of the pure and genuine simplicity characteristic of the elves. Instead, his eyes resembled those of a human strategist. Chapter 61. Every feast must eventually end. 3 days later, all the female Bada butterflies had completed their birthing process. From this moment onward, all Bada butterfly pairs began to forage, seldom returning to their nests. They understood that the deeper the bond, the more painful the parting would be. To avoid such anguish, they compelled themselves to depart, refraining from seeing the offspring they had brought into the world. The male Bada butterflies fared better, as they harbored little attachment to their progeny, a detachment inscribed in their genes, since the females generally cared for the young, while the males merely provided nourishment to the females. However, this was a hardship for the females. Maternal love impelled them to nurture their children until they attained full independence. Although they knew they would ultimately abandon their unborn offspring to fend for themselves, they endured the longing and accompanied their mates to forage, deliberately distancing themselves from the matter. As time gradually passed, the females, reassured by their companion's presence, slowly forgot their children. Yet, there was one pair who, unbeknownst to the collective Bada butterflies, clandestinely relocated their offspring. On this day, Bell hovered high in the sky, his countenance solemn and his eyes utterly devoid of emotion. I, Bell, leader of the Bot of Butterflies, hereby solemnly announce on behalf of all clan chiefs, after many months, our young generation has fulfilled their solemn and grand mission. From this moment forth, the task of Bot of Butterfly reproduction is concluded. I bid all compatriots to take care. Upon concluding, a profound silence enveloped the scene, and a stifling sorrow began to permeate the atmosphere. They had to admit, Bell was truly remarkable. Although they had always known they would eventually part ways and return to their respective clans, Bell's unprecedented oration stirred a sacred and proud emotion within them, rendering them reluctant to part. In essence, Bell elevated what could have been a simple farewell into a moment of grandeur, causing the sorrow and reluctance to spread contagiously among the butterflies. They exchanged glances in small groups, memories of their time together flashing through their minds. Their expressions of reluctance genuine and tears flowing uncontrollably. Brother, always remember, beyond the mountains, your other brother awaits you. Be careful on your way home. Among different clans, females would follow the males to their clans, while females would also leave their original clans to integrate into others. Bell observed this scene and admitted to himself that it was false to claim he felt no emotion, for they had endured countless hardships and days together. The butterflies regarded him as their leader and consistently obeyed his commands. He recalled when they first embarked on their journey. He was still weak then, and they united to fend off external threats. Now, the young generation had gradually matured. Enduring adversity together is the greatest bond. After bidding farewell to their companions, all the Bot of Butterflies, as if by unspoken agreement, turned their gaze towards Bell, the unanimously recognized leader, embodying talent, strength, and wisdom, and simply stared. Silence was the most eloquent dialogue, and quietude the ultimate reverence. The Bot of Butterflies of Bell's own clan looked upon him with pride and joy, thinking, see? He is from our village. I even played with him when we were young. Those not of Bell's clan gazed at him with reluctance and sighs, while the female's eyes carried a hint of ambiguous regret. Startled, Pink Butterfly hurried to Bell's side, nuzzling her husband to assert her claim. Well then, every feast must eventually end. Take care, everyone. With that, Bell led his clan's butterflies as they took flight towards their homeland. The other clans, seeing this, began to depart in small groups, heading homeward. The massive assembly dispersed at a single call. Along the journey, Bell gradually halted after flying some distance. Foam foam. The Bot of Butterflies trailing behind slowly caught up, their eyes still filled with admiration as they instinctively called out, Leader. Upon hearing this, Bell turned to face his compatriots. His expression grave. I am no longer your leader. Do not call me leader anymore. Understand? Seeing Bell's stern demeanor, his compatriots quickly replied, Yes, leader, we understand. A wave of exasperation washed over Bell's face, leaving him momentarily speechless. Understand he thought, though he bore them no ill will. After all, how much intelligence could one expect from a group of Bot of Butterflies? Habits are not easily changed. Bell forbade them from calling him leader out of consideration for the clans. One clan can only have one leader, and the clan leader remains the acting chief. Though the Bot of Butterfly chief might not mind, Bell cared deeply, for the chief had shown him kindness and favoritism during his youth. To supplant the leader's status felt uncomfortable to Bell. Indeed, returning from this journey only to become leader would be awkward for anyone, akin to a son returning home only to become the superior of his own father. Returning to the present, Bell lingered, awaiting someone other than these compatriots. You all may leave now. I have matters to attend to. If one observed closely, the ever-present pink butterfly was nowhere to be seen. However, the compatriots evidently did not notice and continued onward toward their clans. After a while, a pink light flickered in Bell's eyes as he extended his telepathic senses. After a thorough scan, he relaxed. Then, he glanced toward a certain treetop and teased. You still like to hide in the canopy, don't you? With Bell's characteristic insect-like call resonating, the treetop began to tremble. Pink Butterfly cautiously approached Bell. 3 oval-shaped white eggs entwined upon her. Ah, I'm used to it now, Pink Butterfly said bashfully, bowing her head. A blush coloring her cheeks as memories flashed through her mind. It seemed she could never escape Bell's notice. No matter what, he always found her first. Bell chuckled. Enough joking. How are our children? His expression grew serious. Elf eggs are exceedingly fragile, a fact he knew well. Don't worry. Our children are perfectly fine. Without the slightest problem. But you, how do you plan to explain this to the clan? Pink Butterfly smiled at Bell's concern for their offspring, but quickly grew worried. Don't worry. I'm not that old-fashioned. If the clan leader disapproves, we'll just leave the clan and start our own. Indeed, Bell's stance this time was resolute. For the act of raising children cannot be concealed, especially under the watchful gaze of the clan leader. Should the leader disapprove, Bell would simply take his leave. And in due time, he would generously favor the clan for the kindness shown to him. He was confident in his own capabilities. Chapter 62. But you must defeat me. Deep within the depths of the evergreen forest, nestled in a basin surrounded by mountains, stood a towering tree. This tree was occupied by countless Butterfree, serving as the clan tree of the Butterfree tribe, and was also Bell's clan. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air toward the clan tree. Beside him, a Butterfree closely followed Bell, cradling 3 oval-shaped eggs in her embrace. A flicker of pink light flashed in Bell's eyes as he lifted his gaze toward the tree canopy. Indeed, the leader's scrutiny could not be easily evaded. Just moments ago, Bell had sensed a familiar surge of psychic energy sweep over him. He extended his own psychic energy to communicate with it, leading to the scene before him. My husband. The Butterfree beside him sensed an overwhelming surge of psychic energy enveloping her, confirming that this power far surpassed her own. She glanced at Bell, a flicker of concern crossing her features, but upon seeing her partner's calm expression, her heart felt a wave of reassurance. After all, her husband had never known defeat. What was there to worry about? With that thought, she tightened her grip on the 3 precious eggs. Let us go. Everything will be fine, Bell consoled her, gently lifting her as they advanced toward the tree canopy. Within the canopy, an imposing Butterfree, exuding an air of ancient wisdom, floated at its center. It did not flap its wings, relying solely on an invisible telekinetic force to maintain its suspension in midair. Have you arrived? The clan leader directed its gaze toward a certain spot, a hint of barely perceptible joy flickering in its eyes, even as it symbolically flapped its wings a few times. Buzz. Leader, he has returned. An excited chirp echoed from outside, imbued with a sense of nostalgia. It was the guiding Butterfree, who, despite the passage of months, had not forgotten the remarkable Bell, a favored young member of the clan, who might one day ascend to the position of clan leader. Leader, I have returned. At that moment, Bell's voice resonated in the minds of the 2 Butterfree, eliciting visible excitement from the guiding Butterfree, while the clan leader revealed a knowing smile. In unison, their gazes turned toward the entrance, where 2 figures approached slowly. One was a large Butterfree, radiating a powerful aura, its confidence evident in its eyes, brimming with an inexhaustible source of energy. Following closely behind was a uniquely colored Butterfree, suggesting a significant bond between them. Welcome back, my child, the leader remarked, reminiscing about the Butterfree from memory, now fully matured. Its gaze then shifted to the Butterfree beside Bell, a glimmer of surprise crossing its features as it teasingly inquired. Is this your partner? Faced with the teasing stares, Bell's cheeks flushed, yet he remained composed, responding, Ahem, this is my partner, Butterfree. Noticing that the atmosphere was not as oppressive as she had anticipated, Butterfree felt a wave of relief wash over her as she greeted, Greetings, leader and elder. The clan leader observed Bell's choice of partner with delight, having sensed even before their arrival that this little one possessed latent psychic abilities. And these 3 eggs on your chest are, the leader began, curiosity piqued. Bell stepped forward confidently and replied, Leader, these are my children with Butterfree. They possess extraordinary potential and all exhibit psychic abilities, which is why I have brought them back. After speaking, Bell's gaze sought the leader's, eager to gauge its reaction. However, the leader remained silent, its expression inscrutable, leaving Bell in suspense. The atmosphere grew quiet, and Butterfree's anxiety began to mount. Could it be that they were truly unwelcome? She thought to herself, though her instinct to protect her offspring steeled her resolve to meet the leader's gaze unflinchingly. Suddenly, an unexpected voice shattered the tense silence. Wait. These 3 little ones seemed to possess psychic abilities. Bell quickly met the leader's gaze, sensing the shift. Indeed, leader, all my offspring have psychic abilities, which is precisely why I have returned with them, Bell clarified. The clan leader fell into deep contemplation, betraying no sign of displeasure, and then inquired. You must be aware of the clan's rules regarding the return of eggs. Can you assure me they will adapt to their new environment? A hint of concern furrowed the leader's brow. Rest assured, leader. It is merely a matter of survival instincts and combat prowess. I will personally train them to ensure they can stand on their own in the future. With that, Bell fixed a serious gaze upon the leader, aware that if the leader still disagreed, very well, they may reside within the clan. Upon hearing the leader's acquiescence, Bell was about to revel in joy when the leader's voice cut through once more. But you must defeat me. The sudden twist left Bell in shock, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he looked at the leader. Leader, this, the guiding Butterfree, hearing the leader's astonishing declaration, could no longer remain silent and stepped forward to reason with the leader. After all, if this battle commenced, its implications would be significant. Without further ado, the leader's words shattered any doubts the guiding Butterfree had. Indeed, why should Bell be permitted to bring back his children while others cannot? Strength is paramount, and this truth holds everywhere. Upon hearing the leader's statement, Bell's gaze deepened, his keen mind grasping another layer of meaning. Is the leader pushing me toward leadership? Although uncertain of the reasons, the current circumstances and the encouraging glances from the leader left little room for contemplation. Very well, I accept. As Bell voiced his agreement. Both the guiding Butterfree and Butterfree were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Butterfree hurried to Bell's side, urging him, "Husband, if it truly becomes insurmountable, I can raise the children alone outside. There's no need for you to." She did not wish to abandon her children, but even more so, she did not want Bell to lose his home because of her. Have faith. This is the leader's will, Bell reassured her through a subtle psychic whisper. Upon witnessing Bell's acceptance, the clan leader's eyes glimmered with satisfaction, then addressed the guiding Butterfree, instructing, "Go inform the clan members. This battle will commence tomorrow morning." With the decision made, the guiding Butterfree understood that this battle was now inevitable. Yes, leader. All that remained was to hope that Bell would not be cast out of the clan. Thus, after exchanging a few words with Bell, the clan leader allowed him to take his leave and rest. However, as he departed the canopy, Bell's eyes sparkled with newfound awareness, as if sensing something amiss. Chapter 63, The Battle of Position. As evening fell, the clan grew eerily quiet. A small contingent of the Butterfree tribe patrolled the periphery of their territory, ensuring its safety. Meanwhile, Bell made his way to his designated spot, as usual. The tribe tree emitted a faint vitality at night, which not only aided the elves in their recovery, but also facilitated restful slumber. Ah, the nostalgia. Savoring the warmth emanating from the tree, Bell sighed wistfully. Glancing at the slumbering pink Butterfree beside him, he felt an undeniable resolve and cautiously departed from the area. As he ascended slowly, Bell arrived at a familiar place. Within the canopy, the tribe leader of the Butterfree opened his eyes and began to float gently. Outside the hollow, Bell's expression shifted, as if sensing something, and he promptly flew toward the canopy. "Leader, I am here." The Butterfree leader approached Bell, his eyes shimmering with a pink glow. In the next moment, Bell felt a probing mental energy scanning his body. He remained unguarded, opening his heart to the experience. However, the Butterfree leader, conducting the examination, appeared increasingly astonished. He circled around Bell in disbelief, as if beholding a rare treasure. "Your strength now rivals my own." After a lengthy silence, the Butterfree leader finally exclaimed, his heart brimming with admiration and respect. He acknowledged that Bell had surpassed him in both talent and power. Initially, when Bell returned to the tribe, he had harbored some doubts, but it was evident now that Bell had been holding back. This realization solidified his resolve. "Tomorrow's battle, I shall give it my all." Upon hearing the leader's seemingly introspective words, Bell glanced back. No, is this for real? Initially, Bell had hoped that the following day's encounter would be merely symbolic sparring with the leader. However, it appeared that the situation was far more serious than he had anticipated. Otherwise, if it were not for the need to appease the tribe, "You could easily succeed me as leader," the Butterfree leader stated earnestly, a hint of lamentation in his expression. He had not expected that during this journey of training, Bell's strength would flourish so rapidly, returning to challenge him as an equal. "Why is that, leader?" Bell questioned, unable to fathom the simplicity of the situation. After all, how could a leader willingly relinquish their position? "Ah, it is a matter of circumstance," the Butterfree leader sighed, his brow furrowed with worry. "What? Is something truly grave about to happen?" Bell's expression turned to one of astonishment. He recalled the last time the leader had worn such a countenance was during an external invasion, and he wondered if this time would be similar. "These matters shall be revealed to you once you have bested me. Now that I have witnessed your true strength, I am at ease." With that, the Butterfree leader returned to his perch on a branch of the canopy, appearing relaxed. Although Bell was filled with a multitude of questions, he resigned himself to the fact that he would soon learn the answers. With that thought, Bell departed from the canopy. Unbeknownst to him, as he left, the Butterfree leader slowly opened his eyes, a look of concern etched upon his face as he watched Bell's retreating figure. "Child, I have grown old. The fate of our Butterfree tribe rests upon your shoulders." On the following dawn, the entire Butterfree tribe was in a state of shock. The leader was to battle that exceptionally gifted tribe member? Initially, disbelief coursed through them, but as events unfolded, the reality of the situation became clear. Bell and the Butterfree leader positioned themselves on opposite sides, approximately 10 meters apart, while the surrounding tribe members formed a circle to witness this historic moment. The nature of this battle was akin to Bell's previous encounter with the young Butterfree, representing a contest for leadership. Should he emerge victorious, Bell would become the new leader of the Butterfree tribe. Conversely, should he fail, he would be exiled from the tribe, never to return. Perhaps the leader might allow him to remain out of respect for their past, but the 3 precious eggs would be lost to him. Let the battle commence. Witnessed by all Butterfree, the guiding Butterfree announced as the temporary referee. Upon hearing this, Bell and the Butterfree leader adopted serious expressions, their gazes locking. Bell's eyes sparkled with determination as energy surged within him, ready to be unleashed. The leader, too, was not to be outdone. A halo of psychic energy enveloped him. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the leader was flying, a rare occurrence reserved for confronting formidable foes, as it allowed for greater concentration of his psychic abilities. Clearly, the pressure Bell exerted warranted such a response. What was the source of this pressure? The Butterfree leader regarded Bell with newfound recognition, acknowledging their equal standing. What a fine young man. So, you've once held the title of leader? Indeed, though Bell was no longer in that position. The air of leadership had not faded from him. This aura was potent enough to rival that of the Butterfree leader. Let the battle begin. As the 2 combatants' auras intensified, the guiding Butterfree looked at Bell in astonishment. What a remarkable young man. His presence is on par with that of the leader, perhaps even surpassing it. How has it only been a few years? As the red Butterfree, the leader's companion, his prowess was not to be underestimated. Yet, in the face of Bell, he felt overshadowed. It was worth noting that his current strength was the result of years of dedication. While Bell had achieved a level of power that eclipsed his own in a short period of training, leaving him bewildered. Returning to the battlefield, both opponents unleashed the same technique, butterfly dance. Indeed, both had harmoniously chosen to enhance their own abilities, aiming to overcome the other at their peak strength. This battle was not merely a contest for leadership, it was a clash between the old and the new, pitting 2 worthy adversaries against one another. From the outset, Bell understood that the Butterfree leader regarded him as an equal opponent. The desire to engage in a fierce battle was palpable and pure, and in response, Bell resolved to exert his utmost effort. With that, Bell was the first to accumulate UFF, and with a powerful sweep of his wings, he unleashed a sharp blade of energy, imbued with a pale blue hue, hurtling towards the Butterfree leader with incredible speed. Sensing the impending threat, the Butterfree leader remained unfazed. A radiant glow filled his eyes. Boom. The air blade was cleaved in half, resulting in a violent explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Whoa, the wind is fierce. Such terrifying power. The Butterfree, caught in the gust, were left dizzy, quickly retreating to a safer distance. The battle continued. Observing that his attack had been neutralized, Bell maintained a calm demeanor. He did not believe that such a level of force would suffice to thwart the leader. In response to Bell's momentary inaction, the Butterfree leader broke the stalemate, launching a beam of energy toward Bell. Without hesitation, Bell retaliated with his own beam. Signal beam. As the 2 beams collided, they locked in a fierce stalemate. Simultaneously, both Bell and the leader intensified their output, the vibrant rays thickening at their point of intersection, where sparks erupted. Boom. When the energy reached its critical threshold, the ensuing explosion engulfed both Bell and the leader. The external world appeared anxious, with the powdered butterfly harboring concerns, yet firmly believing in her husband's inevitable victory. Meanwhile, the resolute Shizuka, following Bell, gazed at the battlefield with fervor, yearning to join the fray. Amidst the swirling smoke, 2 figures swiftly broke through the mist and ascended into the sky. What had merely been a warm-up was now evolving into a genuine battle. Chapter 64, Ascension of the Dominant Pokémon. Boom. A tempest swept through the air. The 2 figures intertwined in a fierce clash. Bell and the leader of the Butterfree tribe engaged in an extraordinary struggle. Neither party held back, striving to defeat the other in their most potent forms. Perhaps earlier, the Butterfree leader had harbored some hope of leniency, but now, this young challenger proved formidable. In a flash, a pink beam surged towards the Butterfree leader. With a start, the leader's mind jolted. Drawing upon his energy, he swiftly retaliated with a signal beam of vibrant color. Boom. The 2 beams collided, igniting an explosion of sparks and lightning. The standoff lasted but a heartbeat before the energy reached its zenith. The blast once again separated the 2 combatants. What a terrifying force. Even the residual waves sent chills down my spine. Below, the guiding butterfly, acting as a temporary referee, trembled at the remnants of the explosion. The intensity of this battle had escalated to a level beyond its comprehension. The prowess displayed by both sides had transcended to another realm. This was a stark disparity in strength. The scene shifted to the onlooking tribe members. From their vantage point, they could only perceive two fleeting shadows, occasionally interrupted by bursts of explosions in the sky. The skills unleashed during their combat were too rapid to discern. It was simply too swift. Even the guiding butterfly struggled to comprehend this clash, and to expect them to grasp such a high level of combat was undoubtedly too ambitious. Look, it's the leader. Suddenly, the butterflies marveled as they spotted two figures hovering in the air. At this moment, amidst the standoff between Belle and the leader, they finally beheld the forms of both combatants. This was no small feat. Gasping for breath, Belle's body heaved slightly. Yet his aura and energy showed no signs of waning, his eyes radiating a pink luminescence, and his form shimmering with a faint glow. This manifestation was a result of the intense energy fluctuations, indicating that the vitality within Belle was exceedingly active, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Conversely, the Butterfree leader exhibited a similar state, though his body wavered, and his breath quickened. Haha, I am indeed growing old, unable to match you young ones, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, acknowledging the subtle decline in his physical abilities that had crept upon him with age. Such changes might not be apparent in daily life. Yet in battle, the discrepancies became glaringly evident. Consequently, the Butterfree leader's energy fluctuations had begun to exhibit instability. In comparison to Belle, this created a striking contrast. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Ultimately, the Butterfree leader could not withstand the ravages of time. Belle regarded the Butterfree leader with no trace of triumph upon the brink of victory, only a profound respect. In their recent duel, he sensed that the leader's energy intensity still surpassed his own. He merely managed to hold his ground. Were it not for the fluctuations in the leader's energy, compounded by his diminishing breath and stamina, perhaps the outcome of this encounter would have seen Belle's defeat. Child, prepare for the final strike. The Butterfree leader, sensing his own inability to maintain this high-intensity combat, resolved to unleash his final power regardless. With that declaration, an overwhelming aura erupted from the Butterfree leader. His compound eyes glowed with a dazzling pink radiance, illuminating his surroundings and causing the very air to tremble. The energy fluctuations reached an unprecedented peak. Hiss! In that moment, Belle, facing the Butterfree leader, acutely felt the pressure of positional dominance. Truly, it echoed the saying, "Old ginger is spicier." The Butterfree leader stood at level 51, while he himself was merely at level 48, a qualitative shift that accompanied a 3-level difference. In Belle's understanding, breaking past level 40 marked a watershed moment. Yet now, the reality diverged from his expectations. However, the current situation allowed no room for Belle to ponder further. Under ordinary circumstances, if his opponent were a true adversary, he would have undoubtedly retreated from such a terrifying attack. Yet now, the opponent was the Butterfree leader, and this was the leader's final strike. With a flourish, the powerful air currents began to surge, and the atmospheric pressure around Belle instantly escalated. For this, I shall devote my utmost effort to meet your battle fervor. This move seemed destined to pierce the heavens, as a tempest coalesced around Belle, his psychic powers gradually encircling him. The whirlwind enveloping Belle appeared bound, relentlessly compressed by an unseen force. As he gradually infused his psychic energy, the howling winds began to coalesce into a sphere. The surrounding gales seemed to freeze in time, falling eerily silent. Yet within the sphere, a potent energy was birthed, emanating a threatening sensation akin to a bolt from the blue, causing even Belle to furrow his brow in apprehension. This technique surpassed his initial expectations. It was a sudden inspiration, utilizing psychic energy to envelop the flying-type energy, compressing it to its extreme, then injecting psychic force to stabilize the internal energy, aiming for a theoretical critical point. From an external perspective, the air around both combatants began to warp. This was an inevitable consequence of energy reaching a certain threshold. Clearly, both Belle and the leader had achieved this. Quickly, everyone move. The aftermath of this strike will be immense. The third strongest butterfly, the guiding butterfly, instantly sensed the gravity of the situation. While astonished by the intensity of the duel, the shockwaves from this battle were far beyond their capacity to endure. Indeed, such a level of combat is beyond our ability to observe. If the explosion were to strike, they would likely not even comprehend how they perished, valuing their lives. The butterflies scattered in haste, while the guiding butterfly retreated to a safe distance of 1,000 meters. Meanwhile, Belle and the leader, having relinquished all reservations, unleashed their most powerful attacks upon one another. A terrifying pink-blue energy sphere, laden with immense pressure and a relentless tide of psychic force, collided in a fierce struggle. The standoff could not last more than a heartbeat before the central energy shattered its peak. Boom, boom. The sound seemed swallowed, engulfed in a blinding white haze. As Belle and the leader's figures were consumed, the surrounding environment bore the brunt of the devastation. Trees were uprooted, and the ground disintegrated into rubble. Time passed, and the once standing trees were no more, leaving behind a vast crater as the sole remnant of the chaos. Bang! As dust swirled, a figure emerged, struggling to rise from the debris. "Look, it's him." A member of the Butterfree tribe expressed their bewilderment, prompting the other members to follow their gaze. There, despite his current disheveled state, Belle's formidable figure was once again soaring through the air. "Where's the leader? Where has the leader gone?" shouted a member of the Butterfree tribe, disbelief evident in their voice as they anxiously scanned their surroundings, desperate to locate that familiar silhouette. However, it was only when they finally spotted a mound of earth that they were confronted with a disheartening sight they had hoped to avoid. The once undefeated leader of the Butterfree tribe now lay unconscious upon the ground. "How can this be? The leader has lost." The tribe members, unable to trust their own eyes, approached cautiously to lift the leader with great care. Yet, they were met with the sight of their leader, grievously injured and unresponsive. In that moment, they were forced to concede that Belle had triumphed over the leader. Maple, the guiding Butterfree, slowly approached to confirm the outcome, eventually bowing her head in acknowledgement of Belle's weakened state. "Hail to the new leader." With her resonant call echoing across the assembly, the Butterfree responded in kind, lowering their heads in reverence towards Belle. "Hail to the new leader." The chorus of their chirps reverberated throughout the forest, drawing the attention of various creatures within the basin, as if they were witnesses to a monumental event. Yet, as the central figure of this moment, Belle felt an unperturbed calm within, seemingly either accustomed to such situations or simply too drained to care. He approached the unconscious Butterfree leader, and the gathered tribe members bowed their heads, parting to create a path. Amidst the throng, the pink Butterfree watched Belle with a gaze filled with concern. Had circumstances permitted, she would have rushed to his side to offer her support. Meanwhile, the loyal Butterfree, who had followed Belle, regarded him with admiration and respect for his strength, a recognition of the new leader's authority. Belle stood before the Butterfree leader in silence. As he prepared to summon his psychic powers, a sharp pain coursed through him. His energy reserves were nearly depleted, rendering him unable to wield his abilities. The pain combined with fatigue caused Belle to sway, yet he steadfastly resisted the urge to allow the others to assist him. Some matters, he realized, must be faced alone to hold significance. With that resolve, he expelled silk from his mouth, pulling the Butterfree leader closer to him. Though the added weight caused him to drop slightly, nevertheless, Belle secured the leader carefully onto his back and began to drift toward the tribe tree, his body swaying as he ascended toward the canopy. Straining to maintain his focus, Belle finally reached the crown of the tree, where he gently placed the unconscious leader in their designated spot. "The path forward shall be mine to inherit," he declared. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the foliage, illuminating both Belle and the Butterfree leader's faces. It was as if a spark of destiny had ignited. At this instant, Belle had assumed the mantle of leadership over the Butterfree tribe. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Belle adjusted to the responsibilities of his new role. Unlike his previous stint as a leader, he now bore an array of concerns: food supplies, living conditions, territorial security, and the well-being of his tribe members all demanded his attention. Fortunately, with the assistance of the pink Butterfree, many burdens were alleviated. He merely needed to indicate the general direction, and the others would take care of the details. The guiding Butterfree also served as an impromptu security detail, allowing Belle to temporarily set aside worries about territorial safety. Utilizing human logic and his prior leadership experience, Belle adapted quickly. Before long, he entrusted tasks to others, ensuring that he remained occupied. During this time, he diligently absorbed the lessons learned from his battle with the former leader, refining his formidable techniques. "This technique still requires further enhancement," he mused, noting the significant energy leakage and instability during its execution, which posed the risk of premature detonation. Belle's expression grew serious as he surveyed the crater left in the ground from his last endeavor, unsatisfied with his current creation. In his memory, he recalled that the speed of energy concentration could be improved and the destructive radius required expansion. He aimed for perfection, striving to achieve a strike that would reliably inflict severe damage upon his opponents. With this thought in mind, Belle reviewed the details of his technique's release and made necessary adjustments. Calling it a special move feels somewhat lacking. I shall name it Energy Storm Orb instead. The energy is encapsulated within a shell of psychic power, while the storm orb emphasizes the destructive core within. It was evident that Belle had gained much from his battle with the former leader. Firstly, his horizons had broadened, allowing him to truly grasp the landscape beyond level 50. Although he had triumphed over the Butterfree leader through an unexpected victory, it was a hard-fought win. Had the opponent been at their peak, Bell could not guarantee success. Secondly, his strength had notably increased. System panel, host, Butterfree, dominant, type, bug, flying level, LV50 talent, green ability, compound eyes skills, psychic force, telekinesis, signal beam, air slash, swift, defend unique skill, energy storm orb. This, then, was the outcome of Bell's recent undertakings and the culmination of his efforts over the past few days. His gaze lingered on the title of dominant, recalling the events surrounding his ascension to leadership. From the onset, Bell had sensed an unusual power within him. More accurately, a certain aura akin to that of a leader. Through the passage of time, Bell discovered that this unique transformation was intrinsically linked to the responsibilities he bore. It seemed that from the moment he truly became a leader, the tribe members had unconsciously converged on him with a shared belief. A belief that sculpted the aura he now possessed. Initially, his role as leader had felt like a matter of necessity, and as the tribe members returned to their kin, that aura remained subtly concealed. However, upon vanquishing the former leader and claiming his position as the new chief, that aura solidified, transforming into the essence of dominance. Presently, Bell could be rightfully considered a dominant sprite. This newfound presence conferred numerous advantages, elevating his power to a new echelon. After defeating the former leader, Bell's experience had only sufficed for a single level up, but upon becoming a dominant sprite, he automatically ascended another level. This advancement brought about a dramatic transformation in his capabilities. His internal energy surged with vigor, his vitality increased, and his physical strength blossomed. Even his talent experienced an epic enhancement, evolving to the green tier. This remarkable change enabled Bell to manipulate energy more consistently, and the system recognized his newly developed technique as a unique skill. In tangible terms, Bell felt as though he could confront 10 of his former selves. Chapter 65, Disaster Approaches. After completing his daily training, Bell returned to his territory. The leader, the former leader has awakened, exclaimed the loyal Butterfree, rushing to Bell's side with urgency. As a temporary member recruited by Bell, its talents were naturally highly regarded by him. During this period, it has enjoyed significant attention from Bell. In Bell's own words, nurturing such a promising member would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset. Moreover, with the fortuitous blessing of Ash, the favored child of this world, the fortunes of the Butterfree lineage might see an improvement, especially since Ash's Butterfree possesses considerable talent. Well, I understand. You may return to your training. Bell nodded affirmatively. Yes. Watching the figure depart, Bell pondered for a moment before soaring towards the treetop canopy. Within the canopy, a weathered Butterfree slowly rose. After 3 days of nourishing life from the ancestral tree, its physical condition had improved significantly. However, its vitality was no longer what it once was. Maple. Bell quickly arrived at the hollow. At this moment, he gazed at the elder, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions. For in his eyes, the elder's physical condition was all too apparent. Pokémon, Butterfree, weakened. Type, bug, flying. Level, LV45, continuously declining. Talent, yellow. In stark contrast to before, the current state of the Butterfree elder clearly exhibited signs of despair. Furthermore, Bell could vaguely sense that the elder's life force flickered like a candle's flame, perilously close to extinguishment. Elder, Bell's gaze reflected genuine concern, an authentic emotion, and one of the few instances where he displayed vulnerability. In response to Bell's worry, the Butterfree elder smiled and gently shook his head, saying, "Child, I am no longer the elder. Seeing you now brings me peace." The elder's words left Bell feeling troubled. Although this was indeed the case, the elder's status in his heart had never wavered. The Butterfree elder remained irreplaceable in Bell's eyes. Your body. At this point, Bell hesitated, his words caught in his throat like a thorn, unable to articulate his thoughts. A wave of intense self-reproach surged within him. If he had not accepted the elder's battle, would the situation have unfolded in such a grim manner? Although ascending to the position of elder had indeed brought him tangible benefits, and the enhancement of his power was undeniably crucial, he had never intended to resort to any means necessary. Over these past months, he had genuinely felt the Butterfree elder's deep affection as he transitioned from weakness to strength. Yet now, there is no need for self-reproach or worry. Life, aging, illness, and death are all part of the natural order. Moreover, I must thank you for helping me shed the burdens I carried. At this moment, I feel an unprecedented sense of ease. The Butterfree elder seemed to age considerably in an instant, his voice deepening and losing its former authority. Looking at him, Bell felt clarity returning to his gaze. Furthermore, I lack the heart to confront the impending calamity that awaits. I need you to lead the lineage out of this quagmire." After a moment of contemplation, the Butterfree elder continued, "The evergreen forest is soon to be invaded by outsiders. Many Pokémon have been captured, and our lineage cannot escape this fate." Upon hearing this, Bell immediately recalled the poachers from earlier. If that were the case, given the Butterfree elder's prior strength, he would not have been overly concerned. "Outsiders? How many are we speaking of?" Bell inquired, his expression grave. The Butterfree elder fell into thought, and after a brief pause, he replied with a furrowed brow. "They appear to be part of a collective, so I suspect they may belong to a large group of humans, all clad in identical colors." Upon hearing the elder's description, Bell seized upon several key points. A collective, identical colors. From a Pokemon's perspective, all humans seemed the same, whether good or bad depended entirely on past experiences. In their view, other Pokemon were perceived similarly. Since all Pokemon shared the same appearance, there was little differentiation. It was only the multitude of clothing styles worn by humans that rendered their colors diverse, making it challenging for Pokemon to discern. However, now, through Bell's human understanding, the knowledge that they constituted a collective suggested the possibility of an organized group. And could the identical colors signify some form of uniform? What colors were they wearing? Bell inquired eagerly. "White, but there were a few in black, seemingly the leaders." The Butterfree elder strained to recall past memories, hastily adding, I remember now. They bore a unified pattern on their chests, resembling this." Gazing at the ground, the Butterfree elder formed a design with leaves, and Bell's expression darkened instantly. Before him, an emblem shaped like the letter emerged from the leaf arrangement. Memories of Team Rocket from his previous life flooded Bell's mind. This is troublesome. No wonder even the Butterfree elder held them in such disdain. They were the most formidable black force from the Kanto region. If that were the case, Bell knew he had to proceed with utmost caution. He had no idea what kind of strength they would deploy and whether he could adequately respond. It was crucial to remember that Team Rocket's true power was not to be underestimated. They could execute anything from grandiose schemes to petty thievery. All of this remained uncertain. The unknown signified variables, and variables often came with unpredictability. Bell did not wish to gamble. Would they capture him for experimentation? At that point, his very life would hinge on their whims. As the strongest black force in Kanto, Team Rocket's advanced technology was rivaled only by the Pokémon League. In truth, if it were only him, he could simply flee. Yet now, in a position of responsibility, he had to consider the well-being of his lineage. Thus, it was indeed a matter worthy of serious attention. Contemplating this, Bell turned to the elder and spoke earnestly. "Rest assured, Elder, I will do my utmost to guide the lineage away from this crisis." Upon hearing Bell's assurance, the Butterfree elder felt a wave of relief wash over him. The fruits of his prior nurturing were now yielding returns, and Bell had not disappointed his expectations. "Now that I am old, I hope this fruit will aid you in reaching an elevated realm." With that, the Butterfree elder's thoughts coalesced, and a vibrant fruit descended gently from the leaves of the treetop. Bell focused intently, silently marveling. What a rich essence of life. It appears to be a fruit born of the ancestral tree. In the next moment, a system notification materialized. Tree fruit, evergreen berry. Note, a fruit formed from the unique energies of the evergreen forest, imbued with powerful life force and possessing various effects. Reading the description, Bell found himself momentarily speechless. So, the elder's ability to elevate his strength to level 51 stemmed from the abundance of such precious resources. Chapter 66, Uniting the Entire Lineage. After grasping the true nature of the impending disaster, Bell's mood began to shift towards anxiety. As the sole individual privy to information regarding Team Rocket, he needed to prepare in advance to lead his lineage out of peril. On this day, Bell ascended to the skies, gazing into the distance. A bold notion emerged in his mind. The leader of the Bada Butterfly tribe had once remarked that the reason other members referred to it as leader rather than chief was due to the existence of multiple clans within the Bada Butterfly lineage, and that their numbers had yet to reach the theoretical scale deemed necessary for a chief. However, Bell's interpretation diverged from this. As a member of the same species, the absence of a chief among the Bada Butterflies was merely indicative of a lack of a singular individual capable of commanding the respect of the others. In this regard, the ability to dominate the collective was of paramount importance, for strength forms the foundation of all status. A weak tribe lacks a leader, which left Bell feeling quite unsettled. Thus, he had spent the past few days tossing and turning, anxious about the impending threat of Team Rocket while reminiscing about the days when he had led the group. In those times, the Butterflies had referred to him as their chief. It seemed the unification of the entire tribe was now inevitable. As the saying goes, unity is strength. The imminent adversary was Team Rocket, the humans. Though he lacked a human form, his intellect mirrored that of humanity. He believed that under his leadership, the vast collective of the Butterfly tribe would unleash unparalleled power. Just then, a ray of dawn pierced through the clouds, illuminating his grand form. Akin to the rising sun, dazzling in its brilliance. Bell's gaze sharpened, fixed on the horizon, his heart swelling with ambition, a profound sense of grandeur blossoming within his chest. He had indeed become the leader of the Butterfly tribe. After deciding to unify the clan, Bell made his way to the very end of the tribe tree that night. Standing upon the tree, he gazed at the full moon and then retrieved the eternal fruit bestowed upon him by the Butterfly leader. To unify the Butterfly clan, I require strength potent enough to surpass the other leaders. With this thought, Bell swiftly consumed the fruit. If his intuition served him correctly, this fruit would complete his final experiences, assisting him in breaking through his bottleneck and elevating his power to another level. Crack! Not long after consuming the fruit, the energy within Bell surged to life. He felt his body tremble as energy flooded him like a tidal wave. Vitality coursed through him, manifesting as radiant energy enveloping his form. Countless luminescent orbs encircled him. A tempest began to swirl uncontrollably around him, with Bell at its center, the surrounding atmospheric pressure plummeting. The leaves on the tribe tree rustled in response. From a certain moment onward, Bell's eyes were completely consumed by a pink glow. As time flowed slowly, the Butterfly leader in the treetop suddenly opened its eyes and focused its gaze in Bell's direction. Such a formidable presence. This sensation indicates he is breaking through. In his own youth, he too had consumed a fruit to shatter his existing power limitations. Has Bell now reached this pivotal moment? The thought filled the Butterfly leader with elation. My child, I believe you will surpass me. The scene shifted back to Bell. At this moment, he approached the final stage of his breakthrough. Boom. As Bell's form quaked, his aura reached unprecedented heights. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level is LV51. Haha. I have finally broken through. So this is the power tier beyond level 50. Feeling the ethereal energy flowing within him like a gentle stream, Bell experienced an unprecedented sense of well-being, as if he could effortlessly unleash his skills. Moreover, he could now manipulate the form of the energy, granting him control over the manner in which skills were released. Skills like Concentrated Storm Orb would likely become far easier to wield, greatly enhancing their practicality. No wonder the leader could wield telekinesis with such finesse. It was all becoming clear. Once the form of energy became controllable, the skills unleashed transformed into a more versatile repertoire. Similar to the leader's ability to manifest telekinesis with a tidal rhythm, he too could now achieve this. Darling leader. The commotion from Bell's breakthrough captured the attention of the other butterflies. The most familiar, the pink butterfly, was the first to sense her partner's energy and rushed over. No need for concern. This is merely a standard breakthrough, Bell reassured the pink butterfly. Upon hearing this, the pink butterfly's face brightened, her worries dissipating entirely. The other members, upon hearing the news, began to celebrate. As the leader of the tribe, Bell's strength could only serve to bolster their confidence. Just then, with everyone gathered, Bell decided to share his upcoming plans. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the butterflies, who turned their gazes toward him. He slowly ascended into the air, his demeanor commanding as he proclaimed, I have resolved to conquer the other butterfly clans and unify our tribe. Silence. All butterflies present stood frozen in place. Unifying the entire tribe. This was a notion they had scarcely dared to entertain. Considering the multitude of butterfly clans, each with its own leader, Bell's declaration was akin to an ultimatum to challenge each clan leader. It was a call for tribal warfare. Fear not. I require only myself. You need merely follow the elder leader's guidance in the days to come. I shall return shortly. Bell paid no heed to the thoughts of the other members. Having made his decision, their concerns were of no consequence. But leader, we have only just. This particular butterfly could not finish its sentence before feeling an overwhelming and grandiose aura descend upon it, rendering any thought of resistance utterly futile. I am not consulting you, do you understand? At this, the butterfly quickly bowed its head, drenched in cold sweat. The other members, witnessing this, hurriedly distanced themselves from the valiant one, fearing they might be inadvertently drawn into the fray. Following this incident, Bell's status in their minds had become unassailable. At times, a judicious display of force serves as a means to solidify one's dominion. Clearly, Bell needed only to exhibit a hint of his power to achieve the desired effect. The following morning, Bell ascended above the tribe tree, and all body of butterflies within the territory cast respectful gazes upon him. Huh, darling, please be careful. Ensure your safe return. The pink butterfly, adept at reading the atmosphere, understood that Belle was in a position of significance, and thus could not interfere in his endeavors. All she could do was stand in solidarity with her partner, wishing for his safety. Fear not, I shall return swiftly, Belle replied succinctly. At this moment, nothing could deter him. With formidable foes lurking outside, the urgency to unify was paramount, allowing no room for delay. Whoosh! With a slight movement of his wings, Belle shot forward like an arrow, heading toward the collective of butterflies, and soared into the distance. Chapter 67, The Hunt. In the skies above, a realm exclusive to avian spirits. Within the Takama forest, the Bai Jiao clan and the Daizue K clan stood as two of the few bird-level tribes. The struggle for superior resources had bred conflict between the two clans for many years. It could be said that from the moment they were born, the enmity between the two clans had been etched into their very bones. Due to evolutionary advantages, the majority of Bai Jiao possessed strength superior to that of the Daizue Quebec. However, the short evolutionary cycle of the Lian K made their numbers compensate for the deficiency in evolutionary potential. The evolution of Pidgey into its more formidable form, Pidgeotto, has rendered it a prime target for the aggressive Spearows. Consequently, Pidgeys that manage to fully evolve into Pidgeot are exceedingly rare within the verdant expanse of Vidian Forest. On this particular day, a fateful encounter transpired between the two factions, as three Spearows confronted a solitary Pidgeot, while their respective groups became embroiled in a fierce skirmish. Just as the Spearows and Pidgeot were poised to engage in combat, a piercing whistle resonated from above. Suddenly, the sky appeared to be shrouded, as if cloaked by some unseen entity, plunging the surroundings into an unexpected twilight. The four birds, sensing the ominous shadow, glanced skyward, only to behold an immense figure reminiscent of a butterfly materializing before them. Its size was staggering, forcing them to gaze upwards, and although the geographical advantage played a part, it was undeniable that the very shadow cast by this creature eclipsed their own forms, indicating that its true dimensions were anything but small. Oh, for little birds? Above. Belle observed the unfolding scene below, noting the four diminutive black figures gazing up at him in awe. Upon recognizing a familiar aura, he pondered for a moment before descending toward the ground. In but a heartbeat, Belle found himself near the confrontation between the Spearows and Pidgeot. As he regarded the two parties, a sense of déjà vu washed over him, as if he were recalling a forgotten chapter of his past. Meanwhile, the four birds were not idle. Chirp! Is that food? I've never seen anything grow so large before, and none shall compete with me for it. Moments earlier, Belle had been silhouetted against the light, obscuring his form from the Spearows and Pidgeot. But now, as he emerged into the sunlight, the four birds immediately discerned his true nature. Was this not the delectable morsel they had savored since their youth? When had insects become so audacious as to present themselves so willingly? In an instant, the allure of Belle's succulent form ensnared the attention of both Pidgeot and Spearows. Their eyes fixated upon him, betraying the predatory instincts that lay dormant within them. Yet, the apprehension of vying with one another for this coveted prize held them back from immediate action. The frequent skirmishes between them stemmed from the scarcity of resources within Vidian Forest, and thus, both sides hesitated, encircling Belle in a tacit agreement. A creature of such size would surely yield a bounty of sustenance. This was the consensus reached among the four birds. Without further ado, the impatient Spearow lunged toward Belle. In contrast, Pidgeot remained composed, biding its time. After all, the art of ambushing was as much a survival strategy as any other, and the final outcome of this hunt remained uncertain. Sensing a gentle breeze, Belle regained his focus. His eyes gleamed momentarily as an immense mental force unfurled like a net. In an instant, the attack trajectories of the three Spearows became apparent. With this realization, Belle's gaze turned cold. Yes, that avaricious glint in their eyes. He remembered all too well the days when he had been regarded merely as prey. A surge of fury welled within him, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being. Despite this, the three Spearows continued their relentless advance. However, as they drew nearer to Belle, their movements slowed, the frequency of their wing beats diminishing, as if an invisible weight pressed upon them. Observing this, Pidgeot furrowed its brow, retreating quietly behind the three birds. When Belle's full presence was unleashed, an oppressive wave of dominance swept over the avian assembly, instilling a desire to prostrate themselves before him, as if he were a sovereign whose authority was not to be challenged. Gradually, their once greedy eyes lost their fervor, crushed beneath the weight of his formidable presence. Moments ago, when Belle had reigned in his power, They had been blissfully unaware of the danger, charging forward without hesitation. But now, they felt the instinctual urge to flee. They sprinted with every ounce of strength, desperate to escape this monstrous butterfly. In the blink of an eye, their speed surged, nearly tripling as they broke through the limits of their endurance. What should have been a cause for celebration turned to pallor as the three sparrows' faces drained of color. Fear gripped them, their eyes bulging with terror as they fought to escape. In stark contrast, Pidgeot departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving no trace of its presence. Chirp. In a mere heartbeat, how far could they truly run? Bell provided the answer, as he exerted an invisible force that held the three sparrows captive. Precisely 500 meters away, the scene shifted closer, revealing the desperate struggle in their eyes. Yet their bodies remained motionless, trapped in a futile attempt to escape. A stark contrast to their previous bravado. Oh, one has already fled beyond a kilometer. Bell's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed ominously behind the three sparrows. They shivered in unison. Bell's gaze drifted toward the distant Pidgeot, now appearing as a shadowy silhouette, and he subtly adjusted his head. A soft luminescence began to coalesce in his eyes. The next instant, a dazzling beam of multicolored light shot forth, striking toward the dark figure in the distance. In no time, the shadow began its rapid descent, accompanied by wisps of black smoke trailing behind. Ah, that feels good, Bell remarked with ease. He then turned his attention back toward the three sparrows, who feigned death in midair, and a gentle smile graced his features. Feigning death must be exhausting. No need to do so any longer. With that, the three sparrows were crushed into fragments by Bell's mental force, their blood splattering against the barrier before cascading to the ground below. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the Pidgeys and sparrows below abruptly shifted as they sensed something amiss. Why is it so quiet up there? Where is their leader? Before they could lift their heads, a crimson rain began to fall from the sky. The avian masses looked up slowly, horrified to discover that the rain was tinged with red and carried a metallic scent of blood. Chirp! What is that? Such a terrifying aura. A sharp-eyed Pidgey screeched in alarm. Sighing, Bell mused. Although I've tried to conceal my presence, it seems too conspicuous for them. Yet his gaze, directed downward, was filled with icy determination. Today marked the beginning of his hunt. Chapter 68. A gracious welcome for the return of the leader. Chirp. The tranquil forest was suddenly pierced by the anguished cries of the avian horde. While such occurrences were not uncommon, today, the cries bore an unusually harrowing tone, reminiscent of creatures gripped by terror or impending doom, sending chills down the spine. Shifting the scene back to Bell, silence enveloped the area, evoking an atmosphere akin to hell itself, as crimson stains marred the once green forest. The ground lay strewn with the remains of Pidgeys and sparrows, the scent of blood permeating the air and drawing the attention of lurking predators. Concealed in the shadows, their greedy eyes gleamed with a potent mix of desire and wariness, betraying their awareness of the sinister presence that loomed nearby. Countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness, resembling gleaming mirrors. The hungry cries echoed incessantly. Yet not a single elf dared to shatter the stalemate. Their gazes remained fixed upon the figure suspended midair, the formidable Butterfree, whose aura resembled that of a ferocious beast. Perhaps, in their entire lives, none had witnessed how a mere insect, situated at the very bottom of the food chain, could wield such overwhelming power. That presence, oh my goodness, anyone exposing themselves would surely be struck down instantly. The creature's instincts blared frantically within their minds. Never provoke this mighty being before them. You would not wish to become yet another dismembered corpse upon the ground. Reason triumphed over hunger, and thus no brave soul stepped forward, for to challenge meant certain demise. Meanwhile, Bell's mind was elsewhere, far from the scene below. At this moment, the system's prompt resounded in his thoughts like celestial music. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV52. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV53. Having slaughtered 2 medium-sized flocks of birds, in addition to 3 large-beaked sparrows averaging level 35 and a level 39 Pidgeot. Bell's experience bar surged dramatically. Killing targets granted experience bonuses, and now, Bell's level rose twice consecutively without any adverse effects, his strength augmenting accordingly. System panel, Host, Butterfree, Overlord, Attributes, Bug, Flying level, LV53 talent, Azure characteristic, Compound Eyes skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Telekinesis, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Tailwind, Psychic, Whirlwind, Mirage Beam, Butterfly Dance, Signal Beam, Quick Attack, Air Slash, Protect Innate Skill, concentrated storm bomb, gazing upon his magnificent panel. Bell sighed with a mixture of pride and nostalgia. Ultimately, he had grown and thrived, though few comprehended the hardships endured along the way. From an insignificant insect to the reigning overlord he now was, countless elves had sacrificed their precious lives for his ascent, not by coercion, but by their own eager offering. He hoped such occasions would multiply henceforth. Bell spared no enemy harboring murderous intent. Those destined to die would not escape his wrath. Root and branch elimination was second nature to him, leaving no chance for vengeance. Oh, so many guests have arrived. Sensing the intense scrutiny, Bell calmly surveyed his surroundings. The crimson eyes lurking in the shadows quickly averted their gaze, unwilling to meet his stare for fear of incurring dire consequences. In their understanding, these prey on the ground belonged to Bell. Had he been weaker, they would have dared to seize a share. But now, his composed and effortless demeanor radiated the unmistakable aura of a sovereign. Unchallengeable. Simply unchallengeable. The elves who met Bell's gaze bowed their heads and retreated, an expression of reverence toward the dominant. Sighing softly, Bell wished fervently for these elves to charge at him. Even if only a flicker of murderous intent was shown. Bell was no bloodthirsty fiend. Every kill bore reason. With that thought, Bell ceased lingering. For the elves concealed in the shadows were beginning to scatter. Whoosh. Ascending above the clouds, Bell soared unfettered, secretly hoping a weaker elf would dare to confront him. Yet, such fools were rare indeed. Recalling a Butterfree tribe near the river ahead, Bell decided to investigate. Surrounded by a gentle breeze, he flapped his wings once, effortlessly traversing 300 meters. At a riverbank, Bell observed intently from midair before flying upstream. By a verdant pool, lush greenery flourished as numerous Butterfree rested and rejuvenated. This was their life-giving lake, a cradle of generations past and present. Ah, how fondly he remembered the former leader. As one once ruled by Bell, the memories of indulgent days lingered. But now, alas, too painful to recount. Hush, don't let the chieftain hear, or we'll be banished downstream to toil as laborers. Within this tribe, they were mere members, governed by the Butterfree chieftain of the riverbank. Each chieftain differed, with distinct governance systems. Here, ordinary Butterfree had to satisfy the chieftain's demands before attending to other matters. Otherwise, they faced exile downstream to cultivate flowers, a grueling task. Do not underestimate the hardship, for the downstream lay beyond their territory's safety. Predators lurked, and nearly every Butterfree sent downstream never returned. The grim truth was well known, for the surrounding predators held sway. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept across the Butterfree domain. Though harmless, it sent the butterflies swaying uncontrollably. Chieftain, come forth and meet me. Bell's insect call reverberated throughout the land. The startled Butterfree raised their heads, hearts stirred like a tempest. Tears of sentiment glimmered within their compound eyes as memories of the monsoon journey flooded their minds. Form ranks. Everyone, charge with me. Let us make this count. Triple attack. Advance. Wind strike. All reservations vanished. In this moment, offer the chieftain dissipated. One stepped forward, boldly approaching Bell's imposing, regal figure that radiated safety. With fervent eyes, it cried, "Welcome, chieftain." Moments later, a chorus of loyal insect calls echoed below. Welcome, chieftain's return. Chapter 69. Tailwind concentration. The deafening insect chorus filled the air as all Butterfree turned their gaze to Bell, their formidable kin. Who is it? Whoosh. A robust Butterfree appeared upon a flourishing tree. Bell looked down with a hint of suspicion. You must be the chieftain of this tribe, Bell said calmly. Who might you be? The chieftain replied cautiously, sensing immense threat and an oppressive aura from Bell. Though of the same species, such a profound tremor signified an extraordinary identity. This alone, merely from its stature, reveals the extraordinary nature of Bell. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that this tribe shall fall under my dominion henceforth, understood? Bell declared, his tone notably devoid of emotion. Despite the seething fury that brewed within the River clan leader, the leader of the Butterfly clan by the river, he dared not express it openly. Oh, you harbor dissent? Observing the unwavering gaze directed at him, Bell discerned the other's thoughts with ease. Such matters were familiar territory for him. After all, there is seldom an issue that cannot be resolved with a good thrashing. Moreover, if resolution proves elusive, one can simply eliminate the problem altogether. Bell had only granted the other a chance due to his potential as a formidable combatant. Otherwise, he would have perished the moment he fixated on Bell with that furious glare. Before the River clan leader could finish his statement, Bell instantaneously materialized before him, forcefully propelling him away. Boom. A massive hole was suddenly created in the tree behind him, the result of the River clan leader's impact. My patience has its limits. As the River Clan leader attempted to rise from the tree's hollow, an invisible force of such overwhelming power rendered him immobile. Shortly thereafter, an acute sense of impending doom surged within him. Bel's eyes gleamed with a deadly intensity, fully charged and ready for action. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, not allowing the other even a fleeting moment to contemplate his fate. I submit. Faced with the proximity of Bel and the frantic warnings echoing in his mind, the River Clan leader ultimately capitulated. Before death, all creatures hesitate. Bel seized upon this moment, denying the other any opportunity for reaction. It was a stark choice. Either embrace death or submit, plain and simple. Bel had indeed considered the possibility of betrayal on the part of the other. However, with external threats looming, the addition of another ally was undoubtedly advantageous. Once he had unified the entire clan, Bel would naturally afford the other a chance to challenge him. This tactic proved effective within the clan, as previously noted. Most elves possess simple minds, recognizing only the immediate reality. Whoever is stronger, they acknowledge as their leader, a straightforward and unembellished truth that Bel would exploit to genuinely win their allegiance. As the River Clan leader bowed his head, several hesitant members of the Butterfly clan promptly aligned themselves, acknowledging Bel's authority as their leader. Since we are now part of this great family, allow me to share a few words. Ascending into the sky, Bel proclaimed with clarity, as long as I am present, I shall ensure that none of you suffer. I promise you abundance and prosperity. Furthermore, I shall continue to gather other tribes, integrating them into our family, ensuring that the Butterfly clan will never stand alone. Drawing from his previous life's experience in oratory, Bel adeptly ignited the collective passion of the butterflies. He successfully integrated them into this familial unit. At least from the perspective of linguistic charm, Bel had merged the small self into the grand self. This bolstered the butterfly's sense of belonging. And what followed was considerably simpler. Following the model of the Monsoon Conference, Bel merely needed to demonstrate his prowess a few times, prompting the members of the Butterfly clan to instinctively gravitate towards him, gradually centering their loyalty around him. In this manner, the issue of allegiance was largely resolved. Ultimately, strength is paramount, and for the time being, Bel saw no member of the Butterfly clan who surpassed his capabilities, thus he felt no concern. After a moment of contemplation, Bel once again led the butterflies on their journey towards unifying the entire clan. During this time, he took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the overall status of this tribe. There were several members below level 30, over 50 above level 30, and only 2 exceeding level 40, one of which was the leader. After silently noting this data, Bel turned his gaze toward the earlier River Clan leader, whose level had reached 44. Truthfully, Bel felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, upon reflection, it was rare to find strength akin to that of his own leader, especially within the inherently fragile Butterfly clan. It could only be said that he had overestimated the capabilities of the Butterfly clan's leader. As night fell, under Bel's guidance, the butterflies encountered little in the way of peril. After all, any potential dangers had been preemptively eliminated by Bel. Notably, during their journey, Bel, out of boredom, devised a new technique, which he dubbed constant tailwind concentration. Indeed, the term is quite literal. Inspiration from a certain anime from his past had significantly influenced Bel. Coincidentally, this newly developed tailwind technique resolved the pressing issue at hand. Namely, the team's speed could not keep pace with his own. Since developing the constant tailwind technique, Bel merely had to take the lead, expand the tailwind's range, and adjust the energy wave frequency, resulting in a marked increase in the flight speed of the trailing team. And this was merely a means for Bel to enhance his team's speed. The dispersal of the tailwind's benefits was merely a byproduct. Should Bel choose to narrow the range and bestow the speed increase solely upon himself, the advantages conferred by the tailwind would be far more substantial. Moreover, constant tailwind concentration served as a permanent speed enhancement. Before any confrontation even commenced, Bel's speed had already escalated to a new level. Not that it was in violation of any rules. After all, he indeed dismissed the tailwind, so how could it be deemed unfair? In the wild, who speaks of rules? Naturally, one must utilize all available resources to their fullest potential. With this in mind, Bel pondered whether to create a technique akin to constant butterfly dance. However, after much deliberation, he let out a sigh. The idea was alluring. But the reality of the butterfly dance could not accommodate constant concentration. The assistance provided by the enhancements had clear limits, and Bel could not continuously squander his energy on dancing. The reason constant tailwind concentration was feasible was due to his strength reaching a certain level, allowing energy within him to form an automatic cycle. thus enveloping him in a subtle current of flight energy. Consequently, by regulating this minor energy into a tailwind, Bell could consistently enjoy the benefits of a speed enhancement. Chapter 70. Unification of the Clan. Returning to 1's roots. In the days that followed, Bell led the butterflies tirelessly across various butterfly clan territories. Initially, there was some resistance, yet eventually, under Bell's persuasion, other clans eagerly joined this collective. Bell was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. Goodness, the scale of this is almost daunting, Bell exclaimed as he soared into the sky. Below, the sheer number of butterflies had surpassed mere quantification. Groups were scattered here and there, densely clustering together. As for the exact count, Bell felt dizzy just looking at it, so he refrained from delving further. Regardless, it was abundantly clear. At last, the butterfly clan had achieved unification. Let us go. I shall take you all home. Thus, under the leadership of a colossal butterfly, the multitude of butterflies surged towards the basin like a swarm of locusts. This time, even with Bell exerting his full effort to activate the tailwind technique, he was unable to envelop the entirety of the butterfly clan within its embrace. This underscored the reality that their numbers had genuinely transcended the previous understanding of the elves. Throughout the journey, all the fairies retreated, unable to fathom the dire fate that would befall them should they find themselves in such a predicament. Observing the formidable procession, they were left with an overwhelming sense of trepidation, compelling them to swiftly distance themselves from the path taken by Bell. Within the confines of the basin, the elder patriarch resided, as always, among the treetops. This was ostensibly the rightful place of Bell, the current leader, yet out of Bell's humility and request, the elder patriarch continued to inhabit this abode. Ah, elder patriarch. At that moment, the voice of the guiding butterfly echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Butterfree clan furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Come in. As a figure swiftly entered, the guiding butterfly hastily spoke. They are coming again, and this time, their numbers are substantial. Upon hearing this, the elder Butterfree sighed deeply and gazed up at the canopy of leaves. Can we ultimately not defend this great tree? As a clan tree imbued with wondrous properties, how could it not attract the attention of outsiders? The reason the Butterfree clan had managed to claim it was entirely due to their strength. However, their power had waned over the years, and with Bell still absent, it seemed that the only path left for the safety of their kin was retreat. But we have lived here for 10 years. Do not be deceived by the brevity of a decade. For insect-type fairies, life is inherently fleeting. Memories began to surface in the elder's mind. Once, he was merely a green caterpillar who, through unforeseen circumstances, discovered this precious land and this wondrous tree, eventually evolving into a Butterfree. As solitude settled upon him, he attracted various Butterfree to this site, forming a clan and nurturing generations of its members here. The tree became a maternal figure to him, nurturing his growth to a level of independence. Yet, alas, fortune often accompanies misfortune. With the rise in Butterfree members, external predators, lured by an abundance of food, began to take notice. Gradually, they recognized the tree's uniqueness, and a sense of greed began to spread. In the wilderness, it is the strongest who delineate their territory. Clearly, they had set their sights on the domain of the Butterfree patriarch. At that time, the patriarch had harnessed the tree's power, reaching a level beyond 50, thus rendering the invaders incapable of overcoming him, forcing them to flee in disarray. However, despite expelling the intruders with his formidable prowess, the elder could not rejoice. He sensed that his strength had become constrained, and he faced an inevitable stagnation in his advancement. Moreover, should he leave the clan tree, his power would uncontrollably decline. From that moment on, he understood the significance of innate talent. Without it, one could not ascend to such heights. He was fortunate, for through the clan tree's power, he managed to glimpse the vistas of this realm. Yet, concurrently, his potential had reached its zenith, and the upper limits of his strength had been firmly established, leaving him at risk of regression at any moment. The elder Butterfree gazed at the tree, a profound sense of reluctance surging within him. After all, this canopy had once been his home. Yet, observing the carefree Butterfree living outside, he ultimately had to make a choice. Take the weaker members and leave this place. The farther, the better. Then seek him out. After a moment's contemplation, the elder Butterfree seemed to arrive at a resolute decision, his expression grave as he instructed the guiding butterfly. But patriarch, you, the Butterfree slowly approached the entrance of the treetop, his voice deep and resonant. I will guard our home. The simplicity of those 3 words seemed to encapsulate the entirety of the elder's lifelong dedication. In that moment, the guiding butterfly gazed at the figure before him, as if witnessing the grandeur of the patriarch in his prime. Patriarch, allow me to stay. I command you to find him, for only he can truly safeguard our home. The elder Butterfree interrupted, his voice low. He alone understood that he might not be able to defend it now. The invaders would not engage in reason. The act of overwhelming force was merely standard practice. And even a 1 to 10 confrontation would be a light challenge for them. Nonetheless, he would not readily relinquish the nest he had inhabited for a decade. Meanwhile, the guiding butterfly looked on with concern for his former leader, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. How long has it been since the patriarch stood resolutely against invaders? Embodying selflessness? Such a spirit of sacrifice deserved both respect and emulation. Take care, patriarch. With that, the guiding butterfly commenced his duty, rallying the weaker members and leading them away. As the guiding butterfly departed, the elder Butterfree smiled, a smile both light-hearted and liberating. He silently committed to memory each member present, recalling the myriad of past experiences. I am but an insect, one whose lifespan is fleeting. Why must I cling to these remaining moments? With this thought, the elder Butterfree's heart felt considerably lighter. Fully aware that his days were numbered, even without this upheaval, he would not have long to live. And now, with the ability to choose his final resting place, he felt no regret. O clan tree, you have nurtured me. Now I can accompany you through eternity. The elder Butterfree mused, gazing toward the horizon with a smile. Buzzing. In the distance, a colossal swarm of bee drill surged forth, their intentions unmistakably clear as they fixed their gaze upon the towering tree. Today, we shall seize this prized territory. Chapter 71, The Last Glimmer. As the bee drill invaded the basin, the battle-ready members of the Butterfree clan, led by the elder, prepared for the inevitable confrontation. At that moment, a phrase from Belle's earlier conversation echoed in the elder's mind. Patriarch, why don't you ever stack statuses before engaging in battle? Initially taken aback by Belle's inquiry, he soon found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. He understood the survival of the fittest. Preparing one's state for optimal performance was indeed a wise choice. Perhaps the traditions of wilderness combat had constrained his thinking. Now was the time to stack statuses. Oh, let us use butterfly dance to maximize our states. With that, the elder Butterfree soared into the air, leading the charge. The other members, inspired, followed suit, dancing gracefully aloft. As the mysterious energies coursed through them, their inner vitality surged. It was as if they were imbued with divine assistance, their momentum dramatically heightened. Once all the Butterfree had maximized their states, the elder's thoughts drifted back to Belle's previous command for the clan to engage in strategic combat against superior numbers. Free pollen, create a wind. Following the elder's command, the other members responded in unison. Their bodies moved with a seamless familiarity, executing their signature skills with remarkable fluidity and zero errors. To them, the elder's directives resonated in their minds much like Belle's commands. Before their brains could process, their bodies had already sprung into action. The formidable swarm of bee drills charged fiercely towards this direction, only to be met by a sudden, violent gust of wind. Unfortunately, they inhaled the sand carried by this tempest, resulting in several bee drills falling behind, their speed gradually diminishing. Yet, despite this setback, the sheer magnitude of their numbers rendered the minuscule losses insignificant, failing to hinder the advance of those bee drills that remained undeterred. The ranks of unaffected bee drills were abundant, so much so that even the leader of the Butterfree clan hesitated to confront them alone, for to do so would mean risking entrapment, an outcome from which there would be no escape. The distinction between fearing death and courting it was clear to him. Airblade. The clan leader promptly issued an order to attack. Harnessing his psychic abilities, he unleashed his telekinetic prowess. With a wealth of combat experience, he was acutely aware of which skills were most effective against these bothersome bee drills. The battle raged for a mere minute, and under the leader's interference, the bee drill speed was only slightly curtailed. The disparity in numbers was too great to compensate for easily, unless one's level far surpassed that of the enemy. No effective threat could be posed. Damn it, they are coming. The other members, while exerting their efforts, gradually recognized the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. Noting that for each bee drill they managed to defeat, 3 more would swiftly fill the void. Unfazed by the looming threat of death, they fought valiantly to shield the larger contingent from the raging winds and swirling dust. Well done, everyone. Now allow me to take over. Upon saying this, a surge of potent energy radiated from the Butterfree leader, an invisible force sweeping across the vicinity. Oh, clan tree, this may be the last time I borrow your strength, he thought solemnly, as a vibrant fruit materialized before him. This was the ilex berry he had previously given to Belle, having saved one for himself. Now, the Butterfree leader intended to consume it to augment his power. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly devoured the berry. In less than a second, the fluctuations of his aura stabilized, and his presence gradually intensified. Had Bell been present at that moment, he would have observed that the Butterfree leader's level had returned to 51. However, gaining power comes at a cost. Upon closer inspection, one could notice the leader's body emanating a green luminescence, which swiftly faded away. This relentless cycle of emergence and disappearance indicated the burning of life force. Typically, such a feat would be beyond the capabilities of ordinary Pokémon, yet the Butterfree leader, with time running short, frantically summoned energy and the life force, spurred by the Ilex berry, began to replenish the energy supply. Thus, a temporary barrier against rapid energy depletion was established. This was a perilous tactic. When his life force was expended, the fate of the Butterfree leader was all too clear. Perhaps he had long been aware of this. To confront death was the only strategy he could conceive. I could drive you away 3 years ago, and I can do so again now. With the flicker of a thought, his pre-prepared psychic powers surged forth, radiating outward. The Butterfree leader's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Psychic Tide. This was a technique Bell had experienced firsthand, and it was the Butterfree leader's only significant attack at present. Its damage potential was formidable. The first wave of Beedrills surged forth, as if pressed by an invisible pause button, coming to an abrupt halt. In the next instant, boom. The collective Beedrills lost consciousness, plummeting like fallen petals, shattering upon impact under the force of gravity. Green blood pooled on the ground, resembling a grotesque green rose, evoking a sense of horror. All the Pokémon present were momentarily halted in their tracks. Yet, only the Butterfree leader revealed a faint smirk. Influenced by Bell, he had gradually learned to adapt to his environment. As he had stated, Pokémon driven by a desire to kill could be dispatched with ease. Why concern oneself with the opinions of others? If other Pokémon wished for his demise, then he too would shed any reservations. Come, those unafraid of death. I shall escort you to your end. Perhaps aware of his imminent demise, the Butterfree leader exhibited an unprecedented display of overwhelming strength. In response to his provocation, the Beedrill swarm fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, a piercing insectal cry shattered the stillness. Charge! Tear it apart! From behind, the Beedrill queen, flanked by countless Beedrills, issued a sharp command. As their queen, her orders were paramount, and the swarm would heed them without hesitation. They understood that with the queen came the Beedrill swarm, and their sole duty was to follow her commands. With the directive given, the Beedrills found their resolve and charged relentlessly towards the Butterfree leader. Fight alongside the leader. The Butterfree members, inspired by their leader's resolve, began to resist fervently as well. Indeed, where else could they go if they abandoned their home? The two factions clashed once more, with Beedrills falling victim to the Butterfree leader's fierce attacks, while others targeted stragglers. As 3 minutes passed, the frontline Beedrills barely managed to withstand a single strike from him. Yet, they seemed endless, each time quickly replenishing their ranks. Thus, amid the continuous attrition, the Butterfree leader's physical condition began to decline. His psychic powers could no longer eliminate foes in one fell swoop. Under such circumstances, the Beedrills had closed the distance. Chapter 72. Not a single one shall escape. Fight for the clan. With a chilling spear piercing through a Butterfree member's body, the light faded from their eyes, and they slumped lifelessly. Protect the leader. The same scene unfolded beside the Butterfree leader, who struggled to hold back tears, focusing intently on the enemy before him. As he refrained from using his psychic abilities, his consciousness began to dissipate. Nonetheless, he persisted, mustering the last vestiges of his mental strength. Gradually, his psychic energy dwindled. A Beedrill seized the opportunity, blinding him in one eye. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he was surrounded by a cacophony of buzzing, the intense pain long since ignored. Leader, be careful. Protect. With the final sting piercing his chest, the Butterfree leader maintained a foolish smile. How delightful it is to take so many down with me before my end. Just as the words left his mouth, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, and his body was drained of its final breath of life. In the next instant, boom. The surrounding area fell silent, the incessant buzzing reduced significantly. At the center of this stillness lay the Butterfree leader's lifeless form, surrounded by a 10-meter radius of emptiness. The Beedrill corpses piled up into a small hill, with the Butterfree leader's body perched atop this grim mound. We have triumphed. From this moment forth, this place belongs to foam. Before the words could fully escape his lips, suddenly, a blade of air surged from the distance, slicing the speaking Vespiquen in two. The entire event transpired in less than a second. As the Vespiquen was cleaved, emerald blood gushed forth, splattering the swarm with a shocking crimson hue. Buzz! Who dares? The central queen bee felt an immediate surge of rage, for she was among the victims. Yet, what met her was an even more ferocious onslaught. Foam, foam, foam. The number of air blades multiplied, their intensity escalating with alarming rapidity. A scene began to unfold where air blades struck in clusters of 3, then 10. Protect the queen. The surrounding Vespiquen quickly formed a protective wall around their monarch. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of flesh being severed rang out like a symphony, as melodious as when they had slain the Butterfree. But this time, the medium providing the means was none other than themselves. Thus, this symphony transformed into the whispers of death in their ears. Buzz, the enemy, is above. As numerous members fell, the swarm finally discerned the enemy's position. A massive shadow, reminiscent of a butterfly, vanished within the clouds, its chilling aura palpable even from a distance. A wave of deathly dread surged through their hearts. Before they could ponder further, 2 parallel pink lasers instantly traversed the vast expanse, reaching the swarm. ZZZZT. The pink beams swept across the battlefield, targeting the densest clusters. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in succession, leaving behind countless charred corpses. Buzz, poison stinger, counterattack. The queen, sensing the dire turn of events, realized her kin were diminishing at an alarming rate. She hastily issued commands. Above, within the clouds, Belle remained ominously silent, the coldness in her eyes causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. She uttered not a word, focusing solely on unleashing her powers to vent her inner fury. This tale, however, must begin with her encounter with the leading Butterfree and Little Pink. Upon first sighting them, Belle noticed something amiss on their faces. She quickly inquired about the matter, and upon learning of the invasion of her territory, she rushed back to her domain without pause. Yet, midway, she sensed the mental waves of her leader, sending a shudder of foreboding through her heart. This compelled her to accelerate, her wings nearly leaving afterimages. But upon her arrival, she discovered the Butterfree leader had already an unprecedented fury engulfed Belle's heart. She transformed her wrath into strength, showcasing her remarkable prowess. Thus unfolded the scene before us. Returning to Belle, she was now in a frenzy. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of purple poison stingers, she let out a cold chuckle. Immediately, the whirlwind that had been swirling around her intensified. Tailwind Tornado Shield. This maneuver was a spontaneous adaptation, based on the principles of tornado formation. The results aligned with her expectations. Under the wind force generated by the tornado, the long-range attacking Vespiquen could barely graze Belle's inner shield. Subsequently, Belle, leveraging her robust physique and skill, began to soar along the perimeter of the tornado. Before long, the whirlwind followed her lead, descending with her. Within the tornado, Belle felt no adverse effects, and it was almost unimaginable that the very whirlwind encircling her was about to become a meat grinder. As the winds howled, Belle swiftly approached the swarm. Buzz, what a terrifying power! Observing Belle's advance, the queen bee reacted quickly, fleeing the scene. However, the misfortunate Vespiquen that failed to react in time met a grimmer fate. Many were swiftly reduced to mere fragments as they were caught in the tornado. The emerald ichor became the tornado's predominant hue. Utilizing the same principle, albeit with a different execution, Belle dubbed this strike Tailwind Tornado Massacre. Typically, when developing new techniques or skills, Belle would deliberate carefully. However, the fire of rage rendered her fearless. The crimson bloodline hidden deep within her soul, urging her to unleash her full potential. In simpler terms, she would act without hesitation. Compared to her previous self, the energy control afforded by her Azure potential made things considerably easier, with various applications of the Tailwind skill succeeding only due to meeting the energy control benchmarks. Now, Belle truly experienced one of the advantages brought forth by her Azure potential. The numerous fallen Vespiquen had also become witnesses, forcibly experiencing the terror of the Azure potential. As the scene unfolded, the cries of the fallen resonated with their sentiments. Buzz, how could this be? What manner of monster is it? The queen, revered like a celestial being, watched as her subjects were drawn into the vortex. Though she felt little emotional attachment, the diminishing number of her guards eroded her sense of security. Just then, the sky darkened abruptly. Belle, ensconced within the tornado, sensed the change and, detecting a familiar presence, steeled her resolve. Broadcasting with her mental power, she coldly declared, "Today, not a single one shall escape." Chapter 73. No need for apologies, just leave your lives behind. Above the territory, the arriving Butterfree reacted promptly to Belle's command. They split from a dense mass into 2 torrents, encircling the Vespiquen below. Following this, they launched their skills, relentlessly attacking the invaders, alleviating some of Belle's burden. With the assistance of the Butterfree, Belle's onslaught intensified. Her eyes sparkled with psychic energy, her wings unleashed blades of air, and Tailwind became a boon, freeing her from concerns of stealth and defense. Thus, under the combined assault of Belle and the Butterfree, the Vespiquen retreated in disarray, unable to approach the Butterfree leader. Buzz, how is this possible? The number of Butterfree exceeds that of my swarm. The queen, having been pushed back, gazed in disbelief. She realized that her numerical advantage was swiftly dwindling. Moreover, under the relentless assault of the Butterfree, the swarm became utterly ineffective. Each attack was lethal, and the aggressor seemed to thrive on the carnage, as if their stamina were boundless, starkly contrasting with the previous elder. Though the energy levels were comparable, she could distinctly sense a greater oppressive aura emanating from Belle. Visually, it was evident that Belle posed a more formidable threat. Buzz, this cannot continue. I must find a way out. The queen began to realize that this was no longer merely a struggle for territory, but rather a matter of how her swarm might escape the encirclement of their foes. Had she delayed any longer, she feared her species might not endure until then. Deep within her heart, she harbored little concern for her dwindling kin. After all, they could always reproduce anew. It was merely a matter of time. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the precipitous decline of their numbers, which would inevitably undermine the collective strength of their hive, a fatal blow for one whose existence depended entirely on the swarm. A diminished hive equated to weakened deterrence. Should an enemy invade, peril would loom imminently. With such grave considerations weighing upon her, the Queen Bee's countenance grew solemn as she resolved upon a decision. She gently dispersed the guards who had been shielding her, formidable giant stingers, and emerged into the open. Hiss! Esteemed leader Bellathorn, I have words to share, she declared. A sharp gust cleaved through the air beside her, instantly bisecting one of the giant stingers at her side, splattering insect fluid across her visage. Apologies, I lost control. What was it you wished to say? Bellathorn replied coolly, hovering without a trace of courtesy. After a prolonged pause, the queen subdued her impatience and solemnly voiced her thoughts. I regret having trespassed upon your domain, but I vow to lead my people away from your territory immediately. She cast a meaningful glance toward the Bellathorn swarm that encircled them, then fixed her gaze earnestly upon Bellathorn himself. Simultaneously, the giant stingers behind her seemed to perceive some pheromonal signal, rallying to her side with a defiant, do-or-die resolve. Faced with this tense tableau, Bellathorn narrowed his eyes and gradually reined in his aura, his thoughts inscrutable. Moments later, he assented, very well. The queen was momentarily stunned, scarcely believing her ears. To agree under such circumstances, an incursion into a sovereign territory, compounded by the killing of kin, was tantamount to a battle to the death. Yet here he was, consenting. Her relief was short-lived as Bellathorn's voice rang out once more. I will permit your departure, but only if you face me in a one-on-one duel. Upon hearing this condition, the queen instinctively recalled an unspoken rule of the wild. When two tribes clashed, their leaders settled irreconcilable disputes through personal combat, with the victor gaining the final say. Clearly, Bellathorn sought to resolve their conflict thus, for the giant stinger swarm was no trivial opponent. Emboldened by this realization, the queen's pride swelled. If you seek to settle our tribe's discord, then I accept. Win or lose, I shall withdraw thereafter. With that, she advanced slowly, aligning herself opposite Bellathorn, radiating her own formidable aura. As leader of the giant stinger hive, she bore the title of queen not without merit. Her swarm's numbers had achieved a considerable scale, granting her access to the hive's finest resources and considerable strength. Evidently, she had forgotten her earlier discomfiture. Bellathorn regarded her calmly, assessing the aura she projected, his expression serene yet contemplative. Internally, he frowned. How feeble. Though her aura met the requisite standard, it paled in comparison to his own. Consulting his system panel, he discerned spirit, giant stinger, queen, attributes, insect. Poison level, LV 51, 10, talent. Green. He surmised that the queen's displayed level was augmented by the hive's collective power, temporarily elevating her to level 51, while her true individual level hovered around 41. A cold smirk crossed his lips as he initiated his assault. Flash. Two razor-edged gusts of air surged toward her vital points. The queen's multifaceted eyes shimmered faintly. Perceiving the trajectory, she deftly evaded. Yet before she could recover, Bellathorn's relentless barrage continued. Zap! Twin beams of light swept across her in an instant. A death warning flared in her mind. Instinctively, she tilted her head, but the lasers grazed her wings regardless. A thunderous explosion reverberated, a testament to Bellathorn's formidable offense. The Queen's true combat experience, it seemed, was sorely lacking despite her inflated level. Below, the giant stinger swarm instinctively surged forward to aid, only to be halted by the surrounding Bellathorn forces. To them, the leader's duel was sacrosanct and must remain unmolested. Moreover, their leader clearly held the upper hand, leaving no room for interference. Missed, Bellathorn grumbled inwardly, yet his eyes blazed with even more terrifying power. A faint pink glow enveloped him as the atmospheric pressure dropped. A pink-blue orb materialized before him. Energy accumulation storm bomb, he declared, unleashing his ultimate move from the outset, granting his adversary no quarter. The duel, he reflected, was merely a pretext to annihilate her. Damn, and she had the audacity to apologize for invading my territory? Bellathorn's fury intensified. It's akin to someone barging into your home, then casually saying sorry before turning to leave. No apology needed, just survive. Suddenly, a dire warning echoed in the Queen's mind. Though only grazed by the air blades, her already fragile vitality had been severely compromised. Now, Bellathorn's deadliest strike approached, one she could not evade, for a faint yet unmistakable aura had locked onto her. Hiss! How could this be? Why such a vast disparity? The Queen recalled the terror of subjugation under Bellathorn's influence. Before she could dwell further, the smoke cleared, revealing Bellathorn's charged attack. The pink-blue orb hurtled toward her with savage intent. The Queen hastened to summon her swarm's protection, activating a verdant shield, but Bellathorn's true aim was her destruction. Calling for aid was futile. The orb neared, and within a second shattered her shield utterly, striking her with precision. A colossal energy storm erupted, engulfing the surroundings. Amidst the chaos, a mournful insect cry pierced the air. The swarm below sensed the calamity and erupted into frenzy. Alert! Host has leveled up to LV-54. Upon hearing the voice of the system echoing in his mind, Bell allowed a light-hearted smile to grace his lips. Having vanquished countless Beedrills, and now having dealt with their queen, his experience bar had finally reached its zenith. His level had ascended to 54. I sincerely apologize for inadvertently slaying your queen. But I assure you, I shall promptly escort you to her, he remarked, casting a cold smirk at the Beedrills below, who appeared as nothing more than a horde of brutes. An apology? He could certainly muster one, though it lacked any semblance of sincerity. With the queen gone, the threat posed by the swarm had significantly diminished. The purpose of killing the queen was to disrupt the cohesion of the hive. It was precisely this consideration that had led Bell to devise a means to lure her out and eliminate her. At that moment, the swarm, bereft of their queen's leadership, descended into utter chaos, utterly oblivious to their next course of action. Wind, go. Bell's commands were swiftly issued, and the Butterfree swarm responded in kind. In an instant, dust swirled, and a tempest arose. The Beedrills found themselves in dire straits. Before long, Beedrills began to plummet from the sky, their movements growing increasingly sluggish. The effects of hypnosis and paralysis were taking hold. However, the poison effect was not particularly pronounced, as they were authentic poison-type bug Pokémon, rendering Butterfree's toxins somewhat ineffective in comparison. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for the Butterfree to easily dispatch this swarm. Meanwhile, Bell was not idle. He zealously delivered finishing blows, striving to ensure that each Beedrill met its demise at his hands. To him, such a vast horde was akin to a moving treasure trove of experience. And now the swarm was in disarray, like lambs awaiting slaughter. While the experience gained from each individual might be minimal, cumulatively, it would lead to a notable elevation in his level. With this thought in mind, Bell began to execute finishing moves on the Beedrills ensnared in a hypnotic slumber, determined that each one should perish under his influence. Thus, after an arduous hour, every Beedrill in the vicinity had been eradicated. The air was thick with a foul stench of blood, remnants of severed limbs strewn about, the earth stained a vivid green. Bell loomed in the air, reminiscent of a grim reaper, his eyes filled with an icy indifference. His aura deepened significantly. Ding. The host has leveled up, current level LV-55. Ding. The host has leveled up, current level LV-56. Ding. The host has acquired a new skill, Destructive Beam. Host, Butterfree, Overlord. Attributes, Bug, Flying. Level, LV-56. Talent, Azure. Ability, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Sonic Boom, Telekinesis, Sleep Powder, Paralysis Powder, Poison Powder, Tailwind, Psychic, Whirlwind, Light Screen, Quiver Dance, Signal Beam, Swift. Air Slash, Protect, Destructive Beam, New. Unique Skill, Energy Storm Orb. Due to his substantial contribution in slaying the majority of the Beedrills, The vast experience from the Horde allowed him to ascend 2 levels to 56. Notably, in the midst of such a heavy atmosphere of slaughter, he had, through his extraordinary talent, grasped the essence of death, thereby acquiring the formidable skill, Destructive Beam. Consequently, Bell had established himself as a formidable presence among Pokémon above level 50. His Overlord Aura and Azure talent granted him the capability to contend against foes of higher tiers, suggesting that, in essence, Bell's power exceeded even this. Clear the battlefield and dispose of this filth. Following the battle, Bell surveyed the scene below with dissatisfaction. Had his territory ever been this filthy? The Butterfree promptly responded to Bell's directive. Even some who were once clan leaders joined in the effort. In this battle, the Butterfree truly witnessed Bell's formidable might and authority. The position of leader was undeniably secure. At least during Bell's reign, the Butterfree would not dare to provoke him, nor even entertain the thought. Previously, some of the clan leaders had harbored grievances, but now they toiled with the diligence of a common Butterfree. Observing this, Bell mused inwardly. It seemed that demonstrating his strength was indeed a necessity. It should be noted that when he had previously subdued them, there lingered a hint of defiance. But now, the tables had turned. In truth, this could not be entirely blamed on the clan leaders. For even Bell himself had yet to realize that the aura he exuded had undergone a subtle transformation. The palpable aura of slaughter commanded respect from all who beheld it. Furthermore, the Butterfree tribe had never been known for bloodshed, or rather, they possessed no inclination toward violence. Yet who could have anticipated the emergence of such an anomaly as Bell within their ranks? And he was undoubtedly their rightful leader. Under such circumstances, anyone would be compelled to exhibit a degree of reverence. Meanwhile, just outside the evergreen forest, a stealth aircraft silently arrived at the scene. Inside, a figure clad in black attire, emblazoned with a prominent letter on his chest, surveyed the monitor and addressed a nearby staff member. "How long until we arrive?" The staff member, fingers flying over the controls, quickly replied, "Sir, we are almost there, just ahead." Upon hearing this, the man in black glanced at his wristwatch. His tone somber as he declared, "This time, in addition to capturing some reinforcements, we must do everything in our power to locate its trail. Everyone, remain vigilant." Understood. On the other side, unbeknownst to anyone, on the surface of a secluded lake, ripples began to undulate, and a portal slowly manifested. Within the passage, a voice suddenly echoed, "Time to go." Chapter 75, Caught in the Net. In the aftermath of the battle, Bell approached the lifeless body of the Butterfree clan leader. With gentle telekinetic grace, he lifted the body and transported it to a picturesque hillock not far from the clan tree. He observed as the soil began to shift. And soon, a grave was formed. Bell fixed a serious gaze upon the face of the Butterfree leader, as if to engrave the visage deeply within his memory. After a prolonged moment, a small mound of earth emerged, marked by a slender branch. "Rest well, dear leader. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure that the clan does not face annihilation." With that, Bell bowed deeply 3 times to express his enduring gratitude. The following dawn, Bell awoke from a deep slumber, his mind still clouded with remnants of dreams. "Oh, my dear, is something amiss?" Beside him, the Butterfree, cradling 3 eggs, was stirred awake by Bell's movements and inquired with concern. "I have an inexplicable feeling, as if something extraordinary has entered the evergreen forest," Bell murmured, casting his gaze toward the entrance. Unbeknownst to him, the clan tree beneath him had grown more lush than ever before. "Perhaps it is merely the result of my recent exhaustion, or the spiritual fatigue stemming from the extensive carnage," she speculated, her expression laden with worry as she regarded Bell. Fearing that he had borne too much and was gradually veering toward an irreversible path away from his innate aversion to violence. Following this battle, Bell had nearly annihilated the entire Beedrill swarm, and the aura he emanated was enough to instill trepidation. It was likely that only she would dare approach him now. During this period, the other members of the Butterfree tribe harbored a certain trepidation towards their husbands, their eyes devoid of any reverence for the leader, instead reflecting a hint of disdain for the other. Naturally, they dared not express this sentiment too overtly, for the leader was, after all, the leader, and they could not afford to offend him. However, it was true that they wished to minimize their interactions with their husbands. Consequently, she intentionally engaged in more conversations with Bell, remaining by his side at all times. "Ah, perhaps it is merely my own illusion," Bell replied with a smile. Upon witnessing this, the Butterfree felt considerably reassured. Yet, just as the Butterfree continued to drift into slumber, Bell quietly departed from the scene. Throughout this time, he had closely observed every move within the tribe and the tender care showered upon him by the Butterfree. However, none of this could sway him. He remained steadfast on his own path, dismissing the opinions of others as mere trifles. Bell had no inclination to pay them heed. In his view, the reason the Butterfree tribe was regarded as the lower tier of the food chain, merely seen as sustenance by other beings, was their inherent weakness. If they were even a tad more assertive, not to the extent of the Beedrill swarm, but simply united like a hive, then perhaps they would not be so easily trampled upon by the likes of others. Contemplating this, Bell soared above his territory, selecting several exceptional members from among the myriad Butterfree, and led them into the distance. Before long, they reached an area closer to the outskirts. Scatter and search for anything suspicious. Bell's intuition suggested that his recent awakening was anything but ordinary, and the current state of affairs indicated that the spirits at the edge of the Everwood forest had grown notably quiet, as if deliberately concealing themselves. This only intensified Bell's conviction that the situation was more complex than it appeared. What constitutes a suspicious area? As Bell pondered, he was abruptly interrupted by this unexpected question. Upon hearing the inquiry, he inwardly mused, "How careless of me." The communication among spirits was typically straightforward, thus, it was hardly surprising that his words were not comprehended. A suspicious area referred to any unusual occurrences, such as the presence of spirits he had never encountered within the forest. The Butterfree members nodded thoughtfully and then turned to explore their surroundings. Bell also chose a direction to fly towards. As they gradually progressed toward the outskirts, he noted the absence of the spirits that usually frolicked and played, further solidifying his suspicions. Something significant must have transpired within the Everwood forest, and it appeared to be under some threat from an unknown entity. What is this? At that moment, Bell suddenly spotted a platform resembling the ground. Through the compound eyes, he observed a faintly glowing membrane atop it, seemingly mimicking the surrounding colors. Realizing the implications, Bell's expression turned grave, and he swiftly unleashed a blade of air. With a swift motion, the membrane atop the platform was shattered, revealing a black platform beneath. Suddenly, a massive iron net descended upon the platform, but alas, it was empty. Team Rocket, this is bad. Just as Bell sensed the impending danger, a sharp insect-like cry echoed from the distance. Alas, I should have reacted sooner. Regret washed over him. Yet he immediately took flight towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, a Team Rocket grunt clad in white stood with a disgruntled expression, gazing at the captured prey within the net. Ugh, what bad luck. Why did it have to be a Butterfree of all things? Watching the Butterfree screeching within the net, the grunt felt increasingly vexed. Well, at least this one seems to have decent potential. I suppose we'll have to settle for it. Another member of the gang emerged from the bushes, adding, "True, it's not like we'll be using it. The rookie who gets this pokeball is in for a rough time." With that, the man produced a red and white pokeball and tossed it toward the ensnared Butterfree. As the red beam struck, the Butterfree began to shrink and was drawn into the ball as a beam of red light. Beep beep beep. As a crack appeared on the surface of the pokeball, the Butterfree re-emerged before the two men. "Oh dear, you're really going to refuse my hospitality? Damn it. Wasted a perfectly good pokeball." The Team Rocket duo fumed. Faced with their threats, the captured Butterfree surveyed its surroundings with an expression of calm anticipation. "Go. Gas bomb. Show it what you're made of, use tackle." As a purple spherical Pokémon lunged towards the Butterfree, it realized that it would need to rely on its own abilities. With instinct kicking in, it expelled a cloud of purple powder, then struggled to flap its wings. The wind gust was a combination it had employed most frequently during this time, its familiarity having ingrained it into its muscle memory. In a moment of panic, it instinctively unleashed it. The gas bomb, enveloped in white light, was first engulfed by a cloud of powder and then swept away by a sudden gust of wind. "Damn it, you useless creature. Go, Zubat. Use air cutter." Seeing the situation unfold, the other Team Rocket member cursed indistinctly, then released his pokeball. With a flash of red light, Zubat swiftly executed an air cutter. This time, the Butterfree attempted to counter the crisis in a similar fashion, but the air cutter's assault showed no signs of abating. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a familiar voice rang out. "Don't use poison powder against a poison-type Pokémon." With another, more focused blade of air approaching, the ensnared Butterfree felt a powerful gust sweep past, and then everything changed. As it slowly opened its eyes, it saw that only one of the two humans remained. Fear etched across his face as he lay half-collapsed on the ground, a foul yellow liquid pooling beneath him. As for the other Team Rocket member, he had long since met his end. "Leader!" the captured Butterfree exclaimed joyfully. Bell descended from the air to its side, tearing apart the iron net to free it, entirely unconcerned by the terrified gaze of the remaining Team Rocket grunt. Before long, the grunt, believing Bell had not noticed him, struggled to rise and attempted to flee. But another Butterfree blocked his path, and shortly thereafter, countless Butterfree emerged from the woods, encircling him completely. "Ah, I forgot you're human and can't understand my words. I was hoping to ask you for information," Bell remarked awkwardly as the Butterfree parted to allow him to advance. "Well then, you may as well go join your companion." With a swift crack, the Team Rocket grunt met the same fate as his comrade.